The young man, Lu Yuan, was the top humanities student at Luo City Number 1 High School. Yet he decided to forego the special admission offer from the prestigious Qingbei Research Institute just 2 days before the college entrance exams, insisting on taking the martial arts exam instead. This shocking decision left the entire class 31 in disbelief. All eyes were on Lu Yuan, wondering if this academic prodigy had lost his mind. After all, Qingbei Research Institute is one of the world's leading scientific institutions, a place they all dream of but aren't qualified to enter. Yet Lu Yuan was willing to give up his special admission. No one dared to mock Lu Yuan's choice because he had earned the right to make such a decision. Whether in the Xia kingdom or globally, research institutions would gladly welcome him. Their homeroom teacher, Wu Yun, looked at Lu Yuan with her large, expressive eyes filled with concern. Are you planning to apply to another research institution? I can help you with the applications before the exams start. Lu Yuan shook his head and replied, Thank you, teacher, but I want to take the martial arts exam. His words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the classroom. A humanities student who had never trained in martial arts suddenly deciding to take the martial arts exam right before the college entrance exams was as crazy as asking a bookworm who never exercises to take a physical fitness test. Wu Yan placed her hands on Lu Yuan's desk, speaking sternly. Lu Yuan, you've been awakened for 10 years, and your blood energy barely reaches 10 points. The martial arts exam involves fighting fierce beasts, and one misstep could cost you your life. The other students began whispering among themselves. Lu Yuan, who once seemed out of reach, was now opting for the martial arts exam, which they found easy. It seemed like he was setting himself up for failure. With just 10 points of blood energy, he couldn't even defeat the weakest beasts. Yet, Lu Yuan felt secretly pleased. If it had been yesterday, he wouldn't have been so audacious. But ever since he transmigrated into this body that died from exhaustion last night, everything had changed. He had acquired a game-changing system, the Daily Settlement System Class Edition. Through this system, his classmates would become his training tools. Every day, he could reap the benefits of their training results, and the first settlement would unlock a super settlement mode. In this world, after the resurgence of spiritual energy in 2025, martial arts became the foundation of life. Facing beasts that could reach thousands of meters and the invasion of starborn insectoids, only powerful martial artists could survive. Ordinary people would become fodder in beast tides, while martial artists could stand against the beasts. The college entrance exams in this world were divided into humanities and martial arts. The humanities were relatively safe, but the martial arts exam required facing beasts directly. There were already 5 prospective martial artists in the class, 2 of whom were gifted with special abilities. As long as they took the martial arts exam, they were guaranteed entry into top martial arts schools. After school, Wu Yun looked at Lu Yuan's name on the martial arts exam registration form and reminded him solemnly. Candidates with blood energy below 30 points are at high risk of dying. If you change your mind, feel free to come to me anytime. Lu Yuan heard her words but was unfazed. He couldn't wait to pack up and leave school, eager to see what surprises the system would bring. He was determined to redeem himself and become the strongest martial artist in this perilous world, tearing apart beasts with his hands and kicking insectoids with his feet. A Yuan stood at the school gate, resolutely shaking his head in response to his childhood friend Chao Kuan's inquiry. I'm not going to Qingbei. Chao Kuan, with his signature middle-part hairstyle, was Lu Yuan's friend since childhood. Both of them lacked talent for cultivation, but chose different paths in life. Lu Yuan initially wanted to pursue a career in scientific research, while Chao Kuan was drawn to the entertainment industry, turning down a special admission to Qingbei to fight fierce beasts instead. A Yuan, you're something else. Chao Kuan gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Lu Yuan chuckled and jokingly said, Want to come along? Just call me Dad, and I'll make sure you get into one of the top 10 martial arts universities. No, no, no. Chao Kuan quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare drag down the martial arts top scorer. I'll stick to the acting schools and hang out with pretty girls. In the future, you'll dominate the martial world, and I'll conquer the film industry. Chao Kuan's jest, however, sparked a realization in Lu Yuan. If he could become the top scorer in the martial arts exam and enter the strongest martial arts university, he could gain access to more powerful quality resources. This thought made Lu Yuan secretly resolve to stop slacking and find ways to enhance his combat strength to shine in the martial arts exam. As the two joked, a petite girl with delicate features approached them. Her name was Wen Ruo, another good friend of Lu Yuan and Chao Kuan. Although she had some talent in martial arts, her overly timid personality made her afraid to even speak loudly. Are you really going to take the martial arts exam? Wen Ruo timidly asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Yuan nodded confidently. Of course. Chao Kuan exaggeratedly boasted on the side. A Yuan is going to be the top scorer in the martial arts exam. This remark drew the attention of passers-by, making Wen Ruo even more uneasy. Don't worry, a Yuan. I can protect you on the battlefield. Wen Ruo mustered the courage to say, though her voice remained faint. Lu Yuan gently declined her offer. Just take care of yourself. Wen Ruo lowered her head, murmuring almost inaudibly. I'm just not good at dealing with people, but I'm actually quite strong. Lu Yuan turned back with an encouraging smile. I know. Good luck with the exams. Let's aim to get into the top 10 martial arts schools together. After bidding farewell to his friends, Lu Yuan returned to his home in the Hongyue apartment complex. Opening the door, he was greeted by a clean and tidy room. 10 years ago, a beast tide had claimed the lives of his parents, leaving only his aunt, Xian, as his family. However, as a relic researcher, his aunt frequently traveled to various relic spaces to explore their mysteries, leaving Lu Yuan alone at home. Back in his room, Lu Yuan opened the system panel to check his status. Name, Lu Yuan. Vitality, 10. Mental strength, 9. Talent, none. Martial arts, Demon Seal/beginner, 8th breathing technique beginner. The countdown had long since reached 0. Lu Yuan stared at the panel, eagerly anticipating the next change from the system. The daily settlement panel flashed before Lu Yuan's eyes, and a string of numbers instantly appeared. As the first host for Class 3's initial settlement, he received an extra reward. All the strength accumulated by his classmates over the past 10 years. Data scrolled rapidly. Wu Lietian, talent for strength amplification, vital energy 280. Su Mei, talent for overclocking, vital energy 130. Dachuan, no training, vital energy 50. Information about 38 classmates flashed by, with the class's average vital energy value approximately 41.8. Lu Yuan felt a surge of immense power flooding into his body. His original vital energy of just 10 points skyrocketed, multiplying over 100-fold. His vital energy soared to 1,590 points, propelling him to the pinnacle of a 4th-level warrior. Reaching such a level at the age of 18 was unheard of. For students with mediocre talent, even a slight increase in vital energy was a formidable challenge. Lu Yuan's previous self had trained diligently for 8 years after awakening, yet his vital energy never surpassed 10 points. Now, lying in bed, he had achieved what his entire class had strived for over 10 years, leaping 4 levels in an instant. With the surge in vital energy, Lu Yuan's body began to transform dramatically. His heartbeat thundered like a drum, and the overwhelming energy coursed through his meridians, even causing a faint white mist to rise. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted within him, and the vital energy burst forth, shaking the entire room violently. The chandelier swung uncontrollably, and glass began to shatter piece by piece. Neighbors above and below sensed the disturbance and panicked. Someone shouted, "Is it a beast attacking the city?" A child cried out in fear, wanting to escape, while parents tried to reassure them. Don't worry, it might just be an earthquake. Residents of the entire building quickly evacuated, and someone called the city defense line for warrior support. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, the cause of the commotion, was still lost in the euphoria of his newfound power, oblivious to the chaos outside. His meridians, bones, and flesh were undergoing the baptism of vital energy, elevating his life essence. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, feeling the terrifying power within him. He instinctively moved his limbs, and as soon as his foot touched the ground, the floor tiles shattered, cracks spreading like a spider web. Just a slight leakage of energy caused such destruction. This was the power of a 4th-level peak warrior. After crushing several floor tiles, Lu Yuan barely managed to adapt to the surging power within him. He recalled the classification of warrior realms: warrior, master, grandmaster, with each major realm divided into 9 levels. And he was already a 4th-level peak warrior. Lu Yuan silently calculated. Each point of vital energy equated to 10 pounds of punching force, and 100 points of vital energy meant 1,000 pounds of explosive force. His current limit was simply beyond imagination. Lu Yuan stared at his fist, feeling an indescribable surge of shock. With the system's augmentation, he could now unleash an astonishing force of 15,900 Jin with a single punch. Such power could instantly shatter an ordinary person. However, the system's gifts did not stop there. He sensed a rapid increase in his mental strength, and 2 talents appeared on the system panel. Strength Amplification B level. This talent, surpassing the C level, provided a 30 boost to his strength. Overclock C level. It not only enhanced strength, but also increased mental power by about 10. Just as Lu Yuan was reveling in this unexpected joy, the appearance of a 3rd talent made his eyes widen in disbelief. Telekinesis Awakening A. In the hierarchy of talents, ranked from lowest to highest as E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and X, awakening a B-level talent was 1 in a million, and an A-level talent was a rare treasure, enough to secure a top 3 spot in the province. Talents above S-level were already pre-booked by top martial academies. Lu Yuan never imagined that the humble Luo City High School would conceal a prodigy with an A talent. Even more astonishing was that this prodigy was himself. Telekinesis awakening meant Lu Yuan could become a psychic master. The hierarchy for psychic masters matched that of blood energy warriors, with each 100 points of mental power corresponding to one level. Currently, Lu Yuan had 700 points of mental power, equivalent to a level 3 psychic master. Although a level 3 psychic master had just over 700 points of mental power, less than half of his blood energy value, the formidable aspect of a psychic master lay in their ability to challenge beyond their level. They could easily handle ordinary warriors 2 levels higher, showcasing the terrifying prowess of psychic masters. Driven by intense curiosity, Lu Yuan opened the system log, eager to discover who possessed such an astounding talent. When he saw the name, he couldn't help but gasp. Wen Ruo. This world was engulfed in a brutal war, with a significant power gap between humanity's core forces and the ferocious beasts. Only grandmasters and above could withstand beast attacks, so cities free from beast threats had few strong individuals. In this world's power hierarchy, the first 3 major realms were warrior, grandmaster, and great grandmaster, specifically divided as follows. Ordinary person, 10 blood energy points. Quasi-warrior, 80 blood energy points. Level 1 warrior, 100 blood energy points, 1000 gene punch force. Level 2 warrior, 200 blood energy points, 2000 gene punch force. Level 3 warrior, 400 blood energy points, 4000 gene punch force. Level 4 warrior, 800 blood energy points, 8000 gene punch force. Level 5 warrior, 1600 blood energy points, 16000 gene punch force. Level 6 warrior, 3200 blood energy points, 32,000 gene punch force. Level 7 warrior, 6400 blood energy points, 64,000 gene punch force. Level 8 warrior, 12,800 blood energy points, 128,000 gene punch force. Level 9 warrior, 25,600 blood energy points, 256,000 gene punch force. Lu Yuan understood that in this perilous world, enhancing his strength was crucial for survival. He clenched his fist, eyes filled with determination, ready to face the challenges ahead. Mental power is different from the force of qi and blood. Mental power is a more noble, more powerful force. A cold voice echoed through the jungle, breaking the original tranquility. A burly middle-aged man wielded 2 AK-47s, firing wildly like a madman. The sound of gunfire was relentless, bullets raining down like a storm. Opposite him, not far away, stood a petite, cute-looking girl. Her eyes were covered with a black cloth, yet it didn't hinder her movements at all. 5 flying blades hovered in midair, spinning rapidly as if they had a life of their own. As the dense barrage of bullets approached, the girl's fingers moved gracefully, and the blade shot out, slicing each bullet cleanly in half. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, and shattered bullet casings scattered across the ground. Click, click. The bullets in the AKs finally ran out. However, the middle-aged man was still unsatisfied, shouting harshly, "That's not enough. Your willpower is not firm enough. Your blades are not decisive enough. Do you still want to avenge your mother?" "I do." The girl's voice was youthful, yet filled with killing intent, like a sharp sword being unsheathed. "Then cut down all the beasts, destroy everything in front of you." The man's roar echoed through the woods. "Kill," the girl whispered fiercely, twisting her body like lightning. Violent mental power enveloped the 5 blades, instantly shredding the surrounding trees to pieces. Wood chips flew, and trunks crashed to the ground. The commotion of the training attracted a fierce beast. A massive demon bear, over 3 meters tall at the shoulder, roared and charged out from the forest, rising on its hind legs. Before the middle-aged man could speak, the girl shot forward like a pink bullet. "Kill," she whispered again. The 5 blades traced an eerie arc, shooting toward the giant demon bear at an incredibly tricky angle. The peak level 1 beast had its neck severed in an instant. Blood gushed out, like a crimson waterfall. A few drops of blood stained the girl's gentle face, adding a touch of menace to the small, cute girl. If Lu Yuan saw this scene, he would be utterly shocked. The timid, shy girl who avoided eye contact in his memory was now so fierce in the face of a beast. The system's evaluation of Wen Ruo appeared. Class, Senior Year 3, Class 1, Luo City High School. Name, Wen Ruo. Qi and Blood Force, 145 Level 1 Warrior. Mental Power, 235 Level 2 Mental Master. Talent, Mental Awakening A. Skill, Proficient in Mental Perception. Evaluation, a genius combining talent, effort, and combat experience, a very qualified fighter. Lu Yuan's mind flashed with images of Wen Ruo's timid and fearful demeanor. With such strong abilities, it was surprising she was still afraid of people. It should be others who feared her. Lu Yuan shook his head, but he was intrigued by the ability of mental awakening. Lu Yuan attempted to activate his mental power. In an instant, he felt as if he had a 360-degree, unobstructed eye. This eye acted like a radar, revealing details invisible to the naked eye. Indentations on the wall, dust floating in the air, everything was laid bare. At the same time, this ability allowed him to manipulate other objects. With a slight thought, the door lock opened from the outside, and all the trash in the room flew out, neatly entering the garbage bin. Lu Yuan used his mental power to pick up a kitchen knife, and under his control, the knife flawlessly peeled an apple. Let's test its destructive power, Lu Yuan thought. With a swoosh, mental power wrapped around the knife, and it flew at an incredibly terrifying speed, striking the door. Astonishingly, the ordinary kitchen knife cut right through the alloy door. Lu Yuan looked at the scene before him, somewhat astonished. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, feeling a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body. He glanced down at his hands, a thrill of excitement in his heart. This ability to manipulate objects from a distance is exactly the power I dreamed of in my past life. Reflecting on his former life, he had only wanted to use this ability to switch off the dorm lights, toss out the trash, or play pranks on his roommates. But now, this power would be used to defeat enemies. Lu Yuan brought up the system panel, a confident gleam in his eyes. A level 4 peak warrior, a level 3 psychic, plus 2 talents that can temporarily boost power and mental strength. He murmured to himself, getting into a top 10 martial arts university should be a breeze with this. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Participating in the entrance exam with this kind of strength, won't that be unfair? It's like a university student taking a primary school test. Just then, Lu Yuan noticed the mess around him. The floor tiles were shattered, the glass windows had exploded, and there was a gaping hole in the security door. He scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Oops, accidentally wrecked the place. If my aunt sees this, she's definitely going to kill me. Suddenly, there was a frantic knocking at the door. A young man shouted angrily, "City defense, open up. Resident of 1401, drop your weapon and open the door immediately." Lu Yuan finally noticed a cleaver peeking out from under the door, just an inch away from the man's groin. He realized his little experiment had almost caused a disaster. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yuan willed the door to open slowly. Several armed warriors, holding standard long knives, rushed in, only to pause at the sight of Lu Yuan standing there in SpongeBob shorts. Looks like a student, probably not a threat, they muttered among themselves. A young member of the city defense offered a friendly smile. "Hello, is there any danger in your home? Like wild beasts or something?" Lu Yuan shook his head. Despite this, the city defense team cautiously searched the place. Once they confirmed it was safe, they began questioning him about the obvious signs of powerful energy that had impacted the room. Lu Yuan spoke truthfully. Nothing much, just leveled up as a warrior and lost a bit of control. The city defense members exchanged glances, and one of them couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell us what level you've reached?" This seems beyond what a level 1 or 2 warrior could do. All eyes were on Lu Yuan, awaiting his response. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Hard to say, but it's quite impressive." Everyone exchanged silent looks of disbelief. After the city defense warriors left, Lu Yuan returned to his room and brought up the system panel once more for a closer look. Name, Lu Yuan. Blood energy, 1590 level 4 warrior. Mental power, 783 level 3 psychic. Talents, telekinesis awakening A, power amplification B, overclock C. Martial arts, demon slaying / perfect. Cultivation technique. The proficiency levels in martial arts techniques are divided into entry level, proficient, expert, and perfect. In class 3A, only Wen Ruo can cultivate mental power, and her proficiency remains at the proficient level, which leaves Lu Yuan feeling a bit disappointed. His eyes are fixed on his vital energy level, 1590, just 10 points away from breaking through to a level 5 martial artist. Time is running out, with only 2 days left. Lu Yuan thought to himself, "You all better train hard. Only if you push yourselves can I participate in the martial arts exam as a level 5 martial artist." He recalled his understanding of the system's functions after using the settlement panel. The strength of the entire class belongs to him, and this enhancement effect could even last a lifetime. Once a tool person, always a tool person, Lu Yuan thought smugly. As long as I keep joining stronger classes, I can gain more power. With the college entrance exams approaching, most students have started a frantic sprint. Those who can afford it take expensive pills or use precious spiritual items to aid their training. However, for ordinary families, even the cheapest vital energy pill, priced at 10,000 yuan each, is daunting. Most people can only rely on their own efforts, training desperately. By a little after 9 in the evening, after a day of intense training, the classmates felt exhausted both physically and mentally. The group chat started buzzing. Ren Kai sighed. "After a whole day of training, my vital energy increased by just 1 point. It's really exhausting." Peaswee de Shan said helplessly. "Sigh, my dad took out a loan to buy me 2 vital energy pills, and yet my vital energy didn't budge. I don't even have the face to eat." Suddenly, Nu Shizhu Buyao excitedly announced in the group, "I broke through. I broke through." De Shan immediately congratulated. "Congratulations, congrats, Li Gu is definitely getting into a top martial arts school this time. Chang Maozhan sure reminded everyone. Get some sleep early so you can be in good shape tomorrow. Class teacher Wu Yun also joined the discussion. Keep it up, everyone. Remember to balance work and rest. Watching the lively discussion in the chat, Lu Yuan felt utterly puzzled. How could these classmates be so unaware? Thinking about sleep at just 9 o'clock was simply crazy. He couldn't help but lash out in the group. The exam is the day after tomorrow, and you aren't pushing yourselves to train, yet you're thinking about sleep? How can you sleep at such a young age? Lu Yuan's outburst caused a stir in the group, but he didn't care. In his view, only by continuously pushing these tool people could he ensure excellent results in the entrance exams. And this was just the beginning of his ambitious plan. Give it your all. Lu Yuan, have you ever trained? Do you know how painful it is? Increasing one's blood energy is more frustrating than solving math problems. I'm about to collapse from training, a student shouted angrily, sweat dripping down their forehead, their hands pale from clenching fists for too long. I'm out. Time to game. Time to game. Let's get on King Alliance. Another student eagerly pulled out their phone, eyes gleaming with a desire to escape reality. Instead of motivating everyone, Lu Yuan's words only stirred up more restlessness in the classroom. Although aspiring martial artists could quickly recover energy through meditation, a whole day of training without results left them exhausted. Blood energy pills required time to digest, and overconsumption could lead to stagnation. I'm done for. I've taken 5 blood energy pills, and not a single point of blood energy increase. My dad's ready to beat me up, a boy lamented, ruffling his hair in frustration. Damn, 50,000 bucks down the drain. Seeing his classmates ready to give up, Lu Yuan tried reasoning with them. You're all aspiring martial artists with the support of blood energy. You don't need much sleep. It's almost time for the college entrance exam, which will determine your fate. Shouldn't you give it your all at such a crucial moment? Lu Yuan racked his brains, recalling motivational culture and inspirational literature from his past life. Every point of blood energy you gain allows you to surpass thousands on the martial arts exam battlefield. It increases your chances of defeating fierce beasts. Just one beast point could be the difference between getting into a top martial arts school or not. As long as you persevere until the end, any miracle can happen on the exam battlefield. De Chun, he might have a point. Some classmates began to waver, hope rekindling in their eyes. De Sha Chun, Lu Yuan truly deserves his special admission to Qingbei. He understands hard work, a girl praised. But Lu Yuan's blood energy is too low. He might not stand a chance in this exam. Still, he reminded us. Many were fired up, ready to continue their training. All-nighter training. For the martial arts exam, I'm giving it my all. A boy clenched his fist, eyes shining with determination. However, fatigue soon crept back into the classroom. But it's so tiring, it doesn't seem necessary to push this hard. Someone complained, their voice filled with exhaustion and hesitation. Seeing this, Lu Yuan decided to pull out his ultimate weapon, hardship literature. Endure hardship to become a better person. How can you feel tired at such a young age? Only through hard work can we achieve a brighter future. His voice was filled with passion and determination. Lu Yuan was internally frustrated. How can they feel tired? They mustn't. If you don't work hard, how can I improve? How can I become the top martial arts scholar? These guys just don't get it. Finally, under the combined assault of Lu Yuan's motivational speeches, hardship culture, and competitive spirit, Class 1 of senior year at Luoqing First High School was fired up. Everyone gave up on the idea of sleeping. Let's do it. Lu Yuan is right. The college entrance exam is our most important test, the one that could change our fate. A student stood up, looking around the class with determination. For the exam, we must give our utmost effort. The classroom was suddenly filled with an atmosphere of determination, and everyone threw themselves back into training, resolved to create miracles in the upcoming exam. Bring it on. I'm going to train. Goodbye. Who needs sleep? I ask you, who needs sleep? Train. Homeroom teacher Wu Yun had just finished her shower and sat on the edge of her bed wrapped in a towel, her fingers swiftly gliding across her phone screen. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of confusion flickered in her eyes. The atmosphere in the class group chat was unlike the usual, as the balance between work and rest they had agreed upon seemed to have been completely forgotten. Wu Yun carefully scrolled through the chat history, her gaze pausing on Lu Yuan's message. She nodded slightly, thinking, a few less hours of sleep for a prospective warrior isn't too big a deal. So, she decided not to dampen the students' enthusiasm for training. Class 31 quickly transformed into a massive training ground. In the classroom, on the playground, even in the bathroom stalls, there were figures diligently practicing. The scent of elixirs mingled with the smell of sweat, creating a unique atmosphere. After encouraging his classmates, Lu Yuan lay on his side on the bed, picked up his phone, and whispered, Ape God, activate. As night fell and the clock struck 10, Lu Yuan decisively opened the daily summary panel to carefully review the day's achievements. De Chun swallowed 5 qi and blood pills, trained nonstop for 10 hours, qi and blood power 2. Wen Ruo experienced a thrilling battle, qi and blood power 1. Wu Lietian underwent special training, results unknown. Chao Kuan practiced dancing, with no results. Lu Yuan's gaze lingered on to Chun's name for a moment, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Not bad. You're today's top performer. The summary showed a total increase of 8 points in Qi and blood power today, leaving only 2 points short of reaching level 5 warrior. Lu Yuan was secretly pleased, sensing a breakthrough on the horizon on the last day before the college entrance exams. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in the affluent area of Luoqing, Su Mei and Wu Lietian had just finished a private training session. Both were talented warriors from class 31 at Luoqing First High School. Su Mei intended to rest immediately, but was distracted by 99 notifications in the class group chat and decided to take a look. Suddenly, 7 glaring words caught her eye. Lu Yuan rejected Qingbei's special admission. Su Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the screen. As Lu Yuan's girlfriend, she couldn't allow such a thing to happen. The reason she was with Lu Yuan was his potential to enter Qingbei, promising a future in scientific research. Marry a researcher. They earn a lot, spend little, and die early. This saying echoed in Su Mei's mind. She was serious about marrying Lu Yuan, but the condition was that he must attend Qingbei to ensure her future financial security. Lu Yuan had just fallen asleep when his phone's vibrations woke him up. Groggily, he looked at the flood of messages on the screen. With only 10 Qi and blood points, why are you taking the martial arts exam? Are you crazy? I order you to immediately tell the homeroom teacher that you're continuing to Qingbei Research Institute. Otherwise, we're done. Lu Yuan instantly snapped awake, bewildered. Who are you to order me around? Are you crazy? Having just crossed over to this world, Lu Yuan was preoccupied with studying the system and urging his classmates to train, leaving him no time to sort through his predecessor's memories. Suddenly, the name Su Mei triggered a buried memory. Su Mei, the childhood friend of this body's former owner. Their families were once comrades in arms and had arranged a betrothal for them. However, during the Beast Tide 10 years ago, Lu Yuan's parents sacrificed themselves to save Su Mei. Since then, Su Mei's family distanced themselves from him, while the previous owner remained infatuated, endlessly fawning over her. Su Mei had always been aloof until the predecessor was specially admitted to Qingbei, after which she confessed her feelings, but demanded a bride price of 3.88 million. This memory made Lu Yuan feel nauseous, and he unhesitatingly sent 2 bolded letters, ISB, then promptly blocked Su Mei. Seeing those bold, black letters on the screen, Su Mei's face turned beet red. She stared in disbelief at the red exclamation mark, realizing she had been blocked. Lu Yuan, how dare you block me? Su Mei trembled with rage, her qi and blood power surging within her, shattering the toilet beneath her. I'm so furious, so furious. Lu Yuan. Su Mei gritted her teeth, a hint of malice flashing in her eyes. Don't let me find an opportunity, or I'll make sure you regret it. On the eve of the college entrance exams, a tense and anxious atmosphere filled the classroom of Class 3, Grade 12. As dawn broke, many students, having spent the entire night honing their skills, hurriedly left the school. Their goal was clear to purchase more advanced elixirs. On the streets, a group of students in uniforms rushed about, some heading straight to the pharmacy, while others slipped into the dark corners of the city's black market. There, with trembling hands, they received potent but dangerous forbidden drugs. These substances could rapidly enhance their abilities, but at the cost of exhausting their potential and even risking their lives. Lu Yuan's words echoed in their minds. To get into a good university and secure better resources, paying a price is only natural. These words were etched into the hearts of every student, driving them to give it their all. They believed this was their last chance to overtake others, and as long as they could get ahead in the exams, they would stay ahead on the path ahead. Meanwhile, in a townhouse in the affluent district, a tall and sturdy young man pushed open the door to Su Mei's room. He was Wu Lietian, the strongest in Class 3, Grade 12, and a genius who had reached the late stage of a Level 2 warrior. Su Mei, did you see the message in the class group? Wu Lietian's voice carried a hint of excitement. I bought some pills that can greatly boost blood energy. They have some side effects, though. Do you want some? Su Mei hesitated for a moment and replied softly, blood surge pills, but they have after effects. Wu Lietian laughed dismissively. No worries, I don't care about that at all. Su Mei forced a smile. Great, to become stronger, you need that kind of determination to abandon everything. However, inwardly, she had already crossed Wu Lietian off her list of potential backups. Then, Su Mei took out a pitch-black, cold pill from her pocket. A forbidden drug. Wu Lietian exclaimed in surprise. Su Mei gently stroked Wu Lietian's chest and whispered, as long as you can get into a better school and gain more resources, you can make up for it later. Don't be afraid. This forbidden drug is hard to come by. Even with my Su family status, we only managed to get one. I'll give it to you. See, I'm very generous, right? Wu Lietian's heart raced, and he could only nod repeatedly. Thank you, Su Mei. On the martial arts exam battlefield, I'll definitely protect you well. Su Mei gave a charming smile. All right, I'll rely on you to protect me tomorrow. Meanwhile, other students in Class 3, Grade 12, were also taking various special pills. Although most weren't as extreme as Wu Tian, the drugs they chose also came with some side effects. Everyone was betting everything on their future, even if the cost might be unimaginable. In the early days of spiritual awakening, various pills with side effects emerged like mushrooms after a rain. Some, like the qi-draining pill, which boosts energy for 3 days but causes a month of diarrhea, or the blood and flesh pill, which forcibly dissolves one's own flesh to increase vitality, and others that enhance energy but lead to insomnia and hair loss, became prevalent. Those with severe side effects were quickly banned, while those with milder effects circulated in the black market. In the Red Moon community, Lu Yuan's phone buzzed incessantly. The name, Wu Xian, flashed repeatedly on the screen. She was his only family in this life, his aunt. Haven't you always wanted to go to Qingbei Research Institute? Why did you suddenly refuse and decide to take the martial arts exam? Are you out of your mind? Her messages were filled with urgency. Lu Yuan slowly typed out a reply. I want to become a martial artist. There was a long silence from the other end, the status showing typing for a while. Finally, his aunt responded. Do you realize your parents died because of martial arts? Yes. Lu Yuan replied without hesitation. Then why are you still going? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Yuan chuckled inwardly. With the system's support, he was now a level 4 martial artist, a level 3 mentalist, and possessed 2 martial arts talent skills. It was the beast that should be worried about the martial arts exam, not him. Just as he was about to exit the chat, a transfer notification popped up. Wu Xian has transferred 1 million yuan to your account. Take this from your aunt, buy some defensive gear, and don't get yourself killed. I don't want to have to collect your body. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, I won't die. He secretly admired his aunt. Not only was she beautiful and eloquent, but she was also generous. He was in need of a weapon, and with this windfall, he could pay a visit to the treasure pavilion. Pocketing his phone, Lu Yuan left the room. As soon as he reached downstairs, he was surrounded by the community's elderly residents. Yuan, was that commotion yesterday from your place? Are you alright? I'm fine, Lu Ai, don't worry. Good to hear. Your aunt asked me to look after you before she left. You're off to university soon. Still going to the library? No. I'm going to buy a weapon. Buying a weapon? Aren't you going to Qingbei? I'm not going to Qingbei. I'm taking the martial arts exam. His words caused an uproar in the community. Having grown up here, the neighbors were very caring, especially because his parents had been soldiers. Why not go to Qingbei and take the martial arts exam instead? This child, the martial arts exam is so dangerous. Those beasts are terrifying. Let's just hope his parents are watching over him from above. Leaving the bustling community, Lu Yuan took a taxi to the most luxurious commercial street in Luo City. Eventually, he stood before a grand, modern building. The structure was majestic and imposing, with a lifelike golden dragon sculpted on top. However, the overly extravagant design gave off a strong sense of opulence rather than intimidation. Beneath the dragon's head, a plaque was inscribed with 3 large characters in flamboyant script Treasure Pavilion. This is the world's largest chain of commerce, with branches in major cities, and is renowned for its vast array of goods. Today, the entrance of Treasure Pavilion was unusually bustling, with even the usual black silk sales attendants nowhere in sight. Lu Yuan stepped inside, and a black silk sales attendant hurriedly approached him. Sorry, sir, we're holding an event. Oh, are you also a martial arts candidate for the college entrance exam? Would you like to participate? As she guided Lu Yuan to the center of the crowd in the hall, she explained, this is the Treasure Challenge. It's specially set up by our manager for students about to take the martial arts exam. Lu Yuan squeezed into the crowd with the guide and saw a small martial arts arena, covering an area of over 10 square meters, set up in the center. In the middle of the arena sat a turtle shell-shaped shield, entirely forged from alloy, and indestructible. This was a level 3 defensive shield. Around the arena, various precious level 3 alloy weapons were displayed, ranging from swords, spears, and sabers to exotic concealed weapons, all available. The black silk sales attendant pointed to the Xuanwu shield and continued explaining. If you can leave a mark on the shield with any weapon from the arena, you'll win a reward of 100,000 yuan. If you can split the shield open, you can choose any weapon from the first floor of Treasure Pavilion as a prize. Lu Yuan was secretly impressed by the extravagance of Treasure Pavilion. It's worth noting that the weapons on the first floor are all level 3, with the cheapest costing around 1 million, and psychic weapons going for tens of millions. However, leaving a mark on a level 3 defensive shield is already a significant challenge for students, let alone splitting it open. As Lu Yuan pondered, a commotion suddenly erupted from the back of the crowd. A burly man, over 2 meters tall, pushed his way forward, shouting loudly, make way, let me give it a try." A wild voice exploded among the crowd, causing a few nearby people to wince in pain. Within the throng, a muscular man with a bronzed physique stood out. His white-edited afro and towering height of over 2 meters made him resemble a fierce beast, exuding an intimidating presence. People around him quickly covered their ears and turned to glare, but upon seeing his mountain-like figure, they refrained from provoking him and awkwardly moved aside. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and curiously asked the young woman beside him, "Who is that guy?" The young woman in black stockings replied in surprise, "That's Su Wu. He possesses level berserk strength and is a second-level martial artist. When he uses his innate skill, he can contend with third-level fighters. He's a member of the elite class in Luo City, likely to be in the top tier for this martial exam." Lu Yuan nodded in understanding but couldn't help but comment, "He looks way too mature, like a middle-aged man. Who would believe he's only 18? Su Wu's reputation was well known, and many in the crowd recognized him. Someone excitedly remarked, "It's Su Wu. Even a monster like him is taking the challenge. This could be interesting." Another person analyzed, "In an actual fight, Su Wu might not defeat a third-level fighter, but in terms of sheer destructive power, most third-level fighters can't match him." Despite many believing Su Wu could break the Xuanwu shield, the shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion remained calm. Lu Yuan also doubted Su Wu's chances, thinking, the Xuanwu shield is made of alloy and can easily withstand attacks from third-level beasts. Without using his innate skill, Su Wu might not even leave a mark on it. Su Wu grabbed a third-level giant axe from the martial arena and swung it a couple of times. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically, with a terrifying surge of vital energy causing his skin to turn dark red. The level strength amplification made his arm muscles bulge, veins pulsing like wriggling worms. The giant axe crashed onto the Xuanwu shield with a resonating hum that echoed through the treasure pavilion. The crowd, covering their ears, stared wide-eyed at the shield that had been knocked to the ground, seemingly unscathed. "Failed," someone sighed. "Even Su Wu couldn't break the Xuanwu shield. I doubt anyone in Luo City can." However, keen eyes soon noticed a dent, not too deep, at the center of the Xuanwu shield. Su Wu left a mark. He's the first martial exam candidate to do so today. The crowd erupted in excitement. As expected of Su Wu, his martial arts must be at a masterful level. In terms of strength, there are probably few martial exam candidates in all of Luo City who can match him. The treasure pavilion shopkeeper picked up the Xuanwu shield, displayed the dent to the crowd, and announced, "According to the rules, anyone who leaves a dent on the Xuanwu shield will receive a cash prize of 100,000 yuan. Congratulations, Su Wu. Su Wu, good luck with the martial exam tomorrow." People around him called out in congratulations. Surrounded by the crowd, Su Wu wore a triumphant smile. "When I make a move, I never come back empty-handed." With that, he began to shop within the treasure pavilion. With Su Wu's successful challenge and the cash prize secured, the enthusiasm of those around him grew even more intense. However, with such a high benchmark set, the challenges to come would only become more daunting. Those who lack confidence in leaving a mark become even more hesitant to try. At that moment, someone suddenly pushed through the crowd. To everyone's surprise, a young man slowly walked towards the center of the martial arts arena. "He's actually going up," exclaimed a nearby woman in black silk, covering her mouth in shock. The crowd buzzed with curiosity, whispering among themselves, "Who is this guy? Could he be another genius from Luocheng? Wait a minute, isn't that Lu Yuan?" Someone recognized him. "Wasn't he specially admitted to Qingbei? Why is he challenging this?" As a prominent figure at Luocheng High School, Lu Yuan was quickly recognized by his peers. Even Su Wu, who had already entered the treasure pavilion, was drawn back to take a look. However, he merely glanced at Lu Yuan and lost interest. "Aren't you staying to watch the upcoming challenges?" a sales assistant asked. Su Wu replied indifferently, "Among the candidates in this city, no one but me can leave a mark on the Xuanwu shield." His confidence in his own strength was unwavering. In the arena, Lu Yuan presented his exam ID for verification. He then drew a standard Tang sword from the weapon rack. The sword's blade was sharply defined, with 3 blood grooves running along it. With a casual flourish, Lu Yuan's aura became intensely sharp. The shopkeeper's eyebrows twitched, and he thought, "This is bad, he's a master." This young man is definitely stronger than Su Wu, at least a level 3 warrior. Such a talent was hidden in Luocheng. Though the spectators sensed a change in Lu Yuan's demeanor upon picking up the sword, they didn't grasp its significance. All eyes were wide open, holding their breath in anticipation. "Sealed demon slash," Lu Yuan shouted, slicing the Tang sword straight through the air. With a swish, the blade cut across the Xuanwu shield, leaving a straight white mark. Then, with a piercing rip sound, the level 3 alloy defense shield was split in two, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. The scene fell into dead silence, everyone frozen in disbelief. Moments later, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Amazing, man. Someone actually split the Xuanwu shield. He's way more impressive than Su Wu." Some keen-eyed spectators analyzed. Su Wu's axe made a huge commotion, shaking the entire arena. But his power wasn't focused, with most of it wasted. Lu Yuan is different. With that slash, all the power was concentrated on the blade, without any excess energy spilling out. "This is perfect control." The shopkeeper, Huang Jinya widened his eyes in awe, exclaiming internally, "A prodigy, an extraordinary talent. A sealed demon/mastered to perfection. Quick, quick, right this way." Huang Jinya personally stepped forward, guiding Lu Yuan into the treasure pavilion. "You're truly remarkable, young man. Today, you can choose any set of weapons from the first floor." Lu Yuan glanced around the first floor, taking in all the weapons. The treasure pavilion's first floor was filled with level 3 weapons, similar to those in the arena, but with a greater variety. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto a row of flying swords encased in glass boxes. Mind weapons, he thought, his heart stirring. Expensive and rare. This set of flying swords consisted of 9 short swords, each a level 3 weapon. Their price far exceeded ordinary level 3 weapons, but Lu Yuan's eyes shone with excitement. The manager of the treasure pavilion stared in disbelief as Lu Yuan held the set of 3rd-level flying swords in his hand, his jaw practically dropping to the ground. Brother Lu, are you sure you want to choose this set of flying swords?" The manager's voice was filled with evident shock. Lu Yuan nodded silently, his slender fingers lightly caressing the 9 jade Rui flying swords. These swords were as clear as fine jade, yet indestructible. He casually picked one up and strode towards the martial arts arena. Swish! Without using any mental energy, just a flick of his physical strength sent the flying sword effortlessly piercing through the sturdy Xuanwu shield, as if slicing through tofu. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. If he used spiritual power to control all 9 flying swords simultaneously, he could turn an enemy into a sieve in seconds. The shopkeeper's face crumpled with pain, yet he had to honor his promise despite the heartache. He reluctantly introduced, "This set of Jade Rui is a masterpiece by Grandmaster Ma, top-notch among 3rd-level weapons. To control 9 flying swords at once, you need at least the level of a 4th-level spiritualist. What's more, the swords are laced with poison that can be controlled with spiritual power, silently injecting into a beast during battle for a lethal strike." Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and handed the Jade Rui to a nearby female clerk. "Please wrap this up for me." He could see the manager's pained expression, but this was a reward he earned through his own ability, so he didn't need to consider others' feelings. Lu Yuan then continued searching the store. "I also need a battle knife." After a detailed introduction by Huang Jinyi, considering budget constraints, Lu Yuan eventually chose the 3rd-level Tang knife he had used earlier in the martial arts arena. This was an official standard weapon, known for its sharpness, durability, and relatively low price, offering excellent value for money. "Only 1.2 million, the clerk quoted. Lu Yuan winced at the price. "I'm just a student. Can you give me a discount? I only have 1 million. Huang Jinyi twitched at the corner of his mouth, thinking it had been a while since he had seen such a capable student. In the end, Lu Yuan acquired the Tang knife for 990,000 and also received a complimentary set of alloy battle armor. Inside the treasure pavilion, watching Lu Yuan's departing figure, Su Wu murmured incessantly, "Monster! What a monster! I hope I'm not in the same exam room as this freak tomorrow. The pressure alone would be enough to ruin my performance." With limited funds, Lu Yuan had no choice but to take the bus home. As night fell, it was finally time for the daily settlement. Daily settlement. Wu Litian. Consumed explosive brother pills 2, life-burning pill 1, vitality 135. Sume. Consumed explosive brother pill 1, vitality 33. Dachuan. Consumed blood and flesh pill 3. Hiss. Lu Yuan took a sharp breath as he looked at the settlement panel. These are some hardcore folks. To dare eat explosive brother pills, they're really pushing it. No wonder you're the best workhorses. Despite this, his heart was filled with gratitude towards everyone. Due to their relentless training, Lu Yuan's blood energy surged tremendously. A vast power coursed through his body, instantly elevating him to a level 5 martial artist. As he felt the immense strength within, he silently calculated. Name: Lu Yuan. Blood energy: 1778 level 5 martial artist. Mental strength: 783 level 3 psychic. Talents: psychokinesis awakening A, power amplification B, overclocking C. Martial arts: demon sealing/perfect technique, 8th breathing technique perfect, psychic perception proficient. The powerful blood energy washed over every bone, every piece of flesh, and every vein in Lu Yuan's body. Level 5 martial artist. He had finally broken through. Combined with his peak level 3 psychic power, 2 temporary power boosting talents, a perfect grade sword technique, and the support of a level 3 Tang Dao and Jade Rui, Lu Yuan was confident he could take on a level 6 fierce beast. This level of strength was undoubtedly the most formidable among all martial exam candidates in Luo City. At this moment, the group chat of Class 31 was buzzing with students intensely discussing their exam preparations. "I'm so tired, I can't take it anymore. I pulled an all-nighter, and it's been 36 hours without sleep. I've already had several packets of coffee. I'm tired too, but for the college entrance exam, for changing our fate, we can't afford to slack off at the last moment. Guys, I'm going to take a cold shower and keep training. I'm going to take 2 more energy pills. Lu Yuan casually flipped through a few pages of the chat history, exclaiming to himself, wow, these workhorses really know how to push themselves. The best ones are those who can whip themselves into action. The night before the college entrance exam, the entire Xian nation entered a state of readiness. Every city was under lockdown, and the military began clearing out powerful beasts around the martial exam venues. The next morning, banners were hung in the Red Moon community. Good luck on the college entrance exam and national exam day, wishing all candidates a victorious return. The exam was happening today. Both the academic and martial exams were starting simultaneously. However, martial candidates needed to head to their designated assembly points, board vehicles, and travel to the battlefields outside the city. Lu Yuan got up early. He donned his alloy battle suit and black combat boots, the form-fitting suit highlighting his tall, strong physique. This gear was sponsored by the Treasure Pavilion owner yesterday. Although it was the most basic model, not even classified as level 1, it was made from beast leather. It balanced defense with a close-fitting design that wouldn't hinder combat. Most importantly, it looked cool. Gripping his Tang Dao tightly, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and opened the door. Meanwhile, in the Mingyue community, Su Mei's mother held her daughter's hand and advised, didn't you say Lu Yuan isn't going to Qingbei and is taking the martial exam? If you encounter him at the exam, make sure to help him. Lu Yuan's parents saved you back then. The least we can do is show some concern. Otherwise, people might say our family is ungrateful. A sly smile appeared on Su Mei's face as she replied fiercely, don't worry. If I get the chance, I'll make sure to take care of him. Although Luo City wasn't considered a big city in the Central State Province, there were still over 20,000 students taking the martial exam. To efficiently allocate exam venues, several assembly points were set up based on schools and classes. Candidates only needed to follow instructions, find their class location, and then board the vehicles to head to the battlefield outside the city. Due to the dangerous nature of the martial exam, the organizational work was particularly meticulous. Most of the martial arts candidates were personally accompanied by their parents, creating a tense yet warm atmosphere at the exam site. However, Lu Yuan came alone. Despite not having family by his side, his phone buzzed with a message from his aunt. Stay safe. Don't be as noble as your parents. Be a bit selfish. If someone messes with you, hit them hard. If you can't, just run. Don't be foolish, okay? Reading this message, filled with concern yet slightly rough around the edges, a slight smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. He had full confidence in his abilities and didn't perceive any danger in taking the martial arts exam. With ease, he leaped onto the battle vehicle of Class 3, Grade 12, at Luo City No. 1 High School. Lu Yuan's arrival immediately drew the attention of his classmates. Is that Lu Yuan? Someone exclaimed. Wow, he looks so handsome. Wearing the battle suit changes his aura so much. He really has the demeanor of a martial artist now. The surrounding whispers were filled with amazement. Indeed, Lu Yuan's transformation was striking. Although he had always been good-looking, his previous lack of physical vigor made him appear listless. Coupled with frequent discouragement from Su Mei, he had been quite self-conscious, with a frail build and dull eyes. Now, Lu Yuan seemed like a different person. Sitting in the battle vehicle, his posture was upright, and his eyes occasionally flashed with confidence. His strong, lean physique exuded an inner confidence that was hard to ignore. Many girls in the class were visibly excited, whispering, "He's so handsome. I'm going to cry. Sit next to me, sit next to me." Their eager voices echoed around. Even the class teacher, Yun, was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected such a significant change in Lu Yuan in just 2 days. Although this change came a bit late, Yun nodded at him, softly advising, "Stay safe," before uploading Lu Yuan's data to the system. Candidate name, Lu Yuan. Blood and Qi power, 10. Mental strength, 9. Innate skills, none. Since Lu Yuan's sudden switch from martial arts to academics caused him to miss the school's recent comprehensive assessment, Wu Yun had to upload data from 6 months ago. As Lu Yuan's class teacher for 3 years, Wu Yun was well aware of his poor performance in cultivation. His data had been stagnant for the past 2 years, so she simply uploaded these figures. With Akun not participating in the martial arts exam, Lu Yuan sat next to Wen Ruo. Wen Ruo immediately tensed up, even curling her toes tightly. Noticing her nervousness, Lu Yuan whispered, "Let's do our best." Observing Wen Ruo's anxious demeanor, Lu Yuan shook his head internally. This little girl was hiding her strength well. Who would have thought that the most timid girl in the class was actually the strongest in Class 3, Grade 12, or rather, the strongest in the entire school, and even all of Luo City, apart from Lu Yuan himself. She was a Level 2 spiritual mind master. Soon, battle vehicles escorted by the Luo City Defense Forces began to slowly move out of the city gates, heading towards the unknown exam location. Gazing at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, Lu Yuan felt both anticipation and calmness, ready to face the challenges ahead. The college entrance exam has always been a top priority in the Xia Kingdom. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, academic subjects dominated. Now, With the full-scale outbreak of the war between humans and fierce beasts, the importance of these exams has only grown. To ensure the smooth conduct of the martial arts exam, all exam battlefields across the nation have been taken over by martial artists from the military districts. Around the battlefield, low-ranking military martial artists stand guard, armed and ready. Although their strength is not high, firearms remain the most equitable weapon against lower-level beasts. The military has even deployed energy cannons to ensure the safety of the examinees. Around Luo City, 10 mountain peaks have been transformed into exam battlefields. Just half a month ago, these were territories of fierce beasts. Now, after a military sweep, each mountain is divided into 4 major zones. The lower regions are populated with non-ranked, first-level, and second-level beasts, akin to multiple-choice questions on an exam, offering a lifeline to weaker candidates. The difficulty escalates in the middle and upper regions, while the core area harbors 4th-level beasts and a single 5th-level beast as the ultimate boss, serving as bonus questions for the strongest candidates vying for the highest scores. Under military escort, vehicles filled with examinees traveled unhindered through the wilderness, finally stopping at the outskirts of the exam battlefield. A comforting announcement played. Dear examinees, welcome. The vehicle number 2124 has reached its final destination. Please gather your belongings to avoid leaving anything behind. Students disembarked, immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench of blood. The ground was littered with bones, flesh, and dried blood stains. Many students turned pale, retching on the side. For most who had never left the city, despite having seen images of beasts or even encountered caged ones, the overwhelming scent of blood outside the city was hard to bear. The entire group of teachers and students from Class 3A arrived at the base of a massive mountain range with the main body. Someone exclaimed, "Is this our exam location?" Mount Lao Jun. Another voice quickly followed. "Damn, how unlucky are we to be assigned to Mount Lao Jun?" Everyone's expressions were grim, including the class teacher, Yuan, who looked worried. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, Mount Lao Jun was a famous tourist spot in the Xia kingdom. However, it has since grown taller and become a haven for fierce beasts. Despite military clearances, its rugged terrain and treacherous paths often leave some beasts uncaptured. Thus, Mount Lao Jun is dubbed the Death Examination Site, boasting the highest mortality rate among Luo City's exam battlefields. "This is completely unfair," someone from Class 3A shouted in fear. "Fairness? There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Only strength is fair," said a member of a 23-person class that stepped to the forefront, silencing everyone. This was the elite class from Luo City Experimental School. It is said that only those with the strength of at least a second-level warrior are qualified to join the elite class. At this moment, the students of the elite class were looking down on the other candidates with an air of superiority, as if these people were not worth mentioning. In their eyes, only their fellow elite classmates were considered real opponents. "Su Wu, are you chickening out too?" A young man in the elite class, with his arms crossed over his sword, couldn't help but taunt. Normally loud and boisterous, Su Wu was unusually silent today. Su Wu glanced sideways at him and sneered. "Me scared? I just don't want to face that freak on the battlefield." "Which freak?" This question immediately caught the attention of the entire elite class. After all, they were usually the ones being called freaks. Su Wu's gaze turned towards Class 3, Grade 1. Others followed his line of sight and finally focused on Lu Yuan. "He seems pretty ordinary. Besides being handsome, there's nothing special," someone murmured. "Yesterday, he split a 3rd-level shield with a single strike. Do you still think he's ordinary?" Su Wu recalled the scene, feeling a tinge of fear. "A 3rd-level shield," everyone exclaimed. "Class president, can you split a 3rd-level shield?" The young man with the sword turned to their class president, an 11 or 12-year-old monk named Xian. It was said that Xian came from a temple in the wilderness, where all the monks were slaughtered by fierce beasts, leaving him as the sole survivor. "Ba, I cannot," Xian said with a serious expression. "Such power can't simply be described as not weak. It's incredibly strong, freakishly strong. Only by using the innate skill of the Dharma golden body could one possibly achieve that." At the back of the group, Su Mei and Wu Lietian from Class 3, Grade 1 stood side by side. As the only 2 innate warriors in their class, they were usually the center of attention, but today they weren't in the mood to show off. After taking the violent brother pill, their blood and energy surged rapidly. Wu Lietian even broke through to a 3rd-level warrior, but the side effects were apparent. Wu Lietian hunched over, with intense pain in his groin, as if it could explode at any moment. Su Mei also felt a headache and fever, feeling uncomfortable all over. "It'll be okay, just hang in there." Su Mei gritted her teeth, her eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. It was all because of this jerk. If it weren't for him coaxing them in the class group chat, they wouldn't have taken these drugs with such severe side effects. Their blood and energy had increased, but their combat ability had decreased. In this state, fighting fierce beasts was akin to courting death. Half an hour later, Over 2,000 martial candidates at the Lao Jun Mountain examination site were ready to go. A middle-aged man in a military uniform stood in the air on a flying device, looking down at everyone. Quiet. His voice carried a powerful force of blood and energy, echoing across the field. Under this pressure, the noisy examination hall instantly fell silent. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, waiting patiently for the exam to begin. Indeed, there were experts within the army. The officer in the crisp military uniform exuded an aura that matched at least a level 7 warrior. On this front line where fierce beasts ran rampant, being able to marshal so many warriors and sophisticated weapons was no small feat. Once everyone settled down, the officer's voice resonated across the field. I am Wu Long, the chief officer in charge of the Lao Jun Mountain battlefield this time. Before we officially begin, there are several important matters to reiterate. He scanned the crowd with piercing eyes. The exam will last from 10 a.m. today until 10 a.m. tomorrow. You will spend these 24 hours alone on the battlefield. Wu Long gestured towards the towering Lao Jun Mountain behind him and continued with detailed instructions. Lao Jun Mountain is divided into 3 tiers and a core zone. The lowest tier harbors ungraded fierce beasts, the middle tier hosts level 1 beasts, and the upper tier is the domain of level 2 beasts. As for the core zone, it is inhabited by level 3 beasts, with even more formidable entities lurking in the deepest parts. A slight smile tugged at his lips. If you have confidence in your abilities, feel free to challenge yourself. This martial exam operates on a points system. You earn points by slaying fierce beasts. Additionally, the more you explore the map and the longer you survive, the more points you accumulate. Wu Long's tone turned grave. Now, if there are no objections, please sign the life and death contract, after which you can collect your supplies and enter the examination field. The phrase, life and death contract, weighed heavily on everyone's mind. Although they knew of this requirement when they opted to participate in the martial exam, facing it head-on caused fear to surface on many of their faces. After all, they were merely 18-year-olds. I don't want to. It's just an exam. Why must we sign a life and death contract? Someone stammered. I'm not taking it. I don't want to die. Another's resolve shattered by the harsh reality of the battlefield, choosing to withdraw on the spot. The military personnel and the teachers and leaders from various institutions remained expressionless, quietly awaiting each individual's decision. In this moment, no one would influence others' choices, yet every choice would shape their future. Those who chose to withdraw would have to stay safely in the city, living as the weak, forever distant from beauty, power, and wealth, and even deprived of public resources. For those seeking a better future, the only path was to step onto the battlefield and fight the fierce beasts. Of course, this meant facing uncertain life and death, perhaps becoming a beast's meal shortly after entering. Most who chose to sign the contract did so with trembling hands and stiff expressions. However, Lu Yuan remained calm and composed as he signed the life and death contract, then proceeded to collect his supplies. In front of each team in the class, neatly arranged supply backpacks were distributed. Inside each backpack were 3 essential items. First, a tasteless nutrition bar purely for energy replenishment. Second, a smartwatch equipped with basic AI, capable of recording videos and detecting beasts, as well as providing real-time statistics on kills and rankings. Third, an energy shield that can be activated once in a critical moment to offer the examinee a final layer of protection. Once the supplies were handed out, the examination area buzzed with activity. Many examinees began searching for teammates, gathering in small groups to discuss tactics. While teaming up offers safety, it also has a drawback: the larger the team, the fewer points each member receives. Only when facing a pack of beasts does the advantage of teamwork become truly apparent. More importantly, the diverse martial arts paths and talents of different warriors mean that a well-balanced team can complement each other's weaknesses. I'm skilled with blades, with a vitality score of 85, looking for teammates of similar strength. Need a tank? I have hardening abilities and can withstand a level 1 beast. Crade Fire Affinity, skilled in the blood-soaked blade technique, vitality score 115, urgently need a defensive teammate. Such calls echoed throughout the examination area. Wen Ruo stood beside Lu Yuan, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. If you run into danger, promise you'll find me. I'll protect you. You be careful too. Don't hesitate when you encounter a beast, Lu Yuan advised with a nod. Okay. Wen Ruo nodded emphatically, then fell into thought. Lu Yuan had initially worried about this gentle-natured girl, but after learning she was a level 2 mentalist, he felt reassured. With such strength, she could certainly take care of herself in the examination battlefield. At precisely 10 o'clock, at the officer's command, the examinees surged into Mount Lao Jun like a tide. Thousands of military warriors and soldiers patrolled the mountain with flight packs. Although their levels were not high, their powerful firearms could easily take down low-level beasts. Hundreds of drones took to the sky, responsible for recording the entire event. Soon, an examinee encountered the first beast, a massively built black panther, standing over 1.7 meters at the shoulder. its body as black as ink, with only its vertical pupils gleaming with eerie golden light. Although merely an unranked beast, its fierce nature honed from surviving the wild, combined with its advantageous size, made it hard for even 3 to 5 examinees working together to subdue it. The power of the panther was almost comparable to that of a formal warrior. With a mighty and forceful pounce, it struck a young man's leg, breaking it with a chilling crack. If not for the energy shield that absorbed most of the impact, the youth might have met his end then and there. The sudden and brutal scene shattered the mental fortitude of the other candidates. Their faces turned pale, and their legs wobbled uncontrollably as they stumbled backward. The young man with the broken leg broke down completely, tears and snot mingling as he cried out, "Don't kill me. I quit," while desperately crawling away. A military warrior swiftly piloted a craft downwards, accurately targeting the panther's weak spot with an energy gun, forcing the massive beast to retreat. He deftly picked up the injured youth and quickly evacuated the battlefield. The soldiers present did not mock the candidate who chose to withdraw. After all, when a ferocious beast weighing 500 or 600 kilograms, like a small mountain, suddenly appears before you, fear is a perfectly natural reaction. Ultimately, it was still a sign of insufficient strength. If one possessed enough power, fear would not arise. The battle at the lower levels of Lao Jun Mountain was fierce, with scenes of bloody combat everywhere. Injured students were continuously carried down the mountain, while numerous beasts lay dead in pools of blood. The elite class candidates displayed extraordinary prowess, repeatedly slaying fierce beasts. Notably, a bald young monk, who appeared kind and gentle, was merciless in action, easily taking down a non-ranked beast with a single strike. The leaderboard saw all 23 elite class candidates quickly climbing the rankings. Every participant was racing against time, striving to gain an advantage as they charged up Lao Jun Mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stood out by ignoring these low-level beasts entirely. Upon entering the battlefield, his watch immediately displayed crucial information. Time remaining in the assessment, 23 hours, 50 minutes, and 32 seconds. First place, Xin, 30 points. 8th place, Su Wu, 15 points. 2,381st place, Lu Yuan, 0 points. The watch's map showed beast markers within a 100-meter radius. White, non-ranked beasts 5 points each. Green, first-ranked beasts 10 points each. Red, second-ranked beasts 50 points each. Black, third rank and above beasts at least 100 points each. As a level 5 warrior, Lu Yuan's target was clearly not these weak, non-ranked beasts. He headed straight up the mountain, but was interrupted by a red light warning from his watch. A massive, colorful patterned python lay coiled on a tree ahead, its blood-red tongue flicking as it launched a sudden attack. However, to Lu Yuan, this deadly strike seemed in slow motion. Without breaking stride, he drew his alloy tang knife with lightning speed, a flash of cold light, and the python's head fell to the ground. Killed a non-ranked beast, 5 points. This meager point gain left Lu Yuan unimpressed. He wiped the blood off his blade on the snake's body and continued his ascent. Along the way, low-level beasts, oblivious to their doom, approached him, only to be effortlessly slain like children in the hands of an adult. Killed a non-ranked beast, 5 points. Killed a non-ranked beast, 5 points. Killed a non-ranked beast, 5 points. Even though Lu Yuan wasn't deliberately hunting, his points continued to steadily increase. With a swift motion, the gleaming tang sword was pulled from the neck of the shadow panther, sending blood splattering. Lu Yuan glanced at the numbers flickering on his wristwatch. Countdown 15 hours 52 minutes and 11 seconds. His score had firmly placed him in the top 10, ranking 10th with 275 points. Standing at the highest point of Lao Jun Mountain, Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings. He had traversed the entire middle region and was now at the boundary of the upper region. The terrain here was vastly different from below, with the air thick with the scent of beasts. In this stratified area, the lower region was filled with unranked fierce beasts, the middle with level 1 beasts, while the upper region was a haven for second and third-tier beasts. A few hundred meters away, Su Wu from the elite class was hiding behind a large rock, observing. When he saw Lu Yuan boldly stepping into the upper region, he couldn't help but gasp. The image of that sword strike lingered in his mind, prompting him to instinctively avoid this monster. Not far behind Su Wu, a 4-person team was quietly following. Su Mei and Wu Lietian, along with 2 other students from Luoqing High School, had initially planned to track Su Wu to explore the map and earn points. Now, they too had noticed Lu Yuan. "Isn't that Lu Yuan?" someone whispered. A look of resentment flashed in the eyes of Su Mei and Wu Lietian. To them, Lu Yuan venturing into the upper region alone was a death wish. Especially Su Mei, who secretly hoped Lu Yuan would be killed by the beasts, thus eliminating the worry of being monitored by the exam drones. At that moment, a cry came from within the team. "Su Mei, come quick." There lay the corpse of a shadow panther, its fur intact, its head taken down with a single strike. The deadly precision of the kill left everyone in shock. Could it be Lu Yuan? Wu Lietian asked tremulously. Impossible, Su Mei insisted. He's just a weakling with only 10 points of blood power. The other two quickly checked the points ranking to verify, only to be left speechless. Lu Yuan's name was clearly in 10th place with 275 points. In shock, Su Mei's legs went weak, nearly causing her to stumble. Meanwhile, at the base of Lao Jun Mountain, teachers and leaders from various schools were glued to the real-time footage from hundreds of drones, closely watching this astonishing battle. Lu Yuan's performance had completely shattered everyone's expectations. The principal of the experimental middle school was a robust elderly man with a head full of gray hair. At the martial arts examination site, he was engaged in conversation with other principals. Old Zhou, I heard that a student from Luoqing No. 1 High School, who was specially recruited by the Qingbei Research Institute, has come to participate in the martial arts exam. One principal asked with a meaningful tone. Impossible. Principal Zhou immediately denied it, but when he saw the meaningful looks from the other principals, his heart sank. He quickly turned to Wu Yun beside him and asked, "Is this true? I sent you a message about it. Didn't you receive it?" Wu Yun answered cautiously. This news hit Principal Zhou like a bolt from the blue. In an era where martial prowess was held in high esteem, top-notch researchers were also highly respected, but for a rare recruit of the Qingbei Research Institute to switch to the martial arts exam was a huge blow. What embarrassed him even more was that, as the principal, he was the last to know about it. Damn, Principal Zhou's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. The other principals didn't help. Instead, they jeered and joked. Who has bad breath? Come and give old Zhou a whiff. I will. I just ate a pound of durian. Amidst the commotion, there was a sudden and shocking change on the leaderboard. A name was climbing rapidly. Lu Yuan. Oh my god, Lu Yuan has entered the top 10. Wu Yun exclaimed. Principal Zhou, as if injected with adrenaline, sprang up from the ground. He stared intently at the 10th position on the leaderboard and shouted great, before collapsing again. This time, he truly fainted, his blood pressure skyrocketing, prompting the military doctor to rush for emergency treatment. Wu Yun stared at the leaderboard in disbelief. This doesn't make sense. Lu Yuan's blood force was only 10 points half a year ago. How could he suddenly become so strong? Unlike the shock felt by everyone at Luoqing No. 1 High School, the principal of the experimental middle school remained calm. Just the top 10. We have 8 seats. As Lu Yuan's impressive performance drew more attention, even Wulong, a military powerhouse, showed a hint of surprise. Drones quickly located Lu Yuan's position, and the big screen switched to where he was. However, the scene made everyone gasp. Lu Yuan was surrounded by a group of fierce beasts. Among them were even second-level beasts. Run! Wu Yun's face turned pale. Lu Yuan completely ignored the warning from his watch. He ventured alone into the upper area, practically inviting disaster. The watch was supposed to issue a special alert when detecting a pack of beasts, but Lu Yuan paid no heed and continued forward. Military officer Wu Long quickly became aware of the situation and immediately dispatched a team to the upper area, ready for a rescue operation at any moment. Lu Yuan glanced down at the watch screen, which displayed over 20 green dots and one prominent red dot. He couldn't help but smile, rally another pack of low-level beasts. The map design was truly frustrating, not only leading him astray, but also constantly steering him into the path of beast packs. A less capable individual would have been forced to retreat from the battlefield long ago. In the next second, Lu Yuan's figure vanished from his spot, charging directly into the beast pack. Over 20 Shadow Wolves, a level 1 fierce beast known for their speed and sharp claws, surrounded him. Behind them, a more formidable level 2 beast watched intently. Suddenly, a flash of white blades sliced through the forest. The leading Shadow Wolf didn't even have a chance to react before it was split in half from the brow. The power of that strike required at least a level 3 warrior at their peak to execute. The scent of blood quickly filled the air, causing the once eager Shadow Wolves to halt, instinctively sensing the threat of death. Despite their lower intelligence compared to humans, beasts have an uncanny intuition for danger. However, it was too late to retreat. Lu Yuan moved swiftly among the wolves, his blade flashing continuously. Each strike was executed with precision, as if the wolves had willingly offered themselves up for slaughter. In the blink of an eye, all 20 level 1 Shadow Wolves and the level 2 beast lay in a pool of blood. The foul-smelling blood trickled slowly over the rocks, creating a gruesome scene. The system's notification chimed in timely. Congratulations, candidate, for slaying a level 2 Shadow Wolf, earning 50 points. Congratulations, candidate, for slaying a level 1 Shadow Wolf, earning 10 points. The notifications came one after another. Although the map had played tricks on him, this encounter had caused Lu Yuan's ranking to soar. He shot up to 5th place, showcasing his incredible strength and potential. At the foot of Mount Lao Jun, the atmosphere in the monitoring room was tense. Principals and teachers from various schools stared at the screen, too shocked to speak. My God, someone murmured. That young man's strength is incredible. The power of Lu Yuan's strike left everyone present gasping in awe. Although these educators had retired from active duty due to injuries, their keen eyes remained sharp. "Fengma slash," someone exclaimed, "and it's at the perfect level. Reaching perfection means being flawless, without any errors. To execute a perfect sword technique in battle is a level that many martial arts masters spend their entire lives trying to achieve. And Lu Yuan, just an 18-year-old, had done it." The military personnel were equally astounded. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan, particularly focused on the burst of his vital energy. At least over 700 points. Wu Long's eyes gleamed, and he's still at ease. This isn't even his strongest state. Wu Long concluded that Lu Yuan was at least a level 4 martial artist. For the military, such a remarkable level of vital energy was a rare treasure. "This person, we must have him in the military," Wu Long declared decisively. He recalled how Lu Yuan had once declined a special offer from the Qingbei Research Institute and couldn't help but chuckle. Qingbei wanting to recruit such a martial arts prodigy was nothing short of a pipe dream. Homeroom teacher Wu Yun's eyes were wide with disbelief at what she was witnessing. Just then, Principal Zhou regained consciousness, fixated on the 5th-ranked Lu Yuan, and then fainted again, yet with a smile on his lips. A military doctor sighed helplessly. "Stay calm, or your blood pressure will spike again." After Lu Yuan had finished off the first group of fierce beasts, another dark horse emerged. She charged into the top 10 with a relentless momentum, her points increasing at an undiminished pace. "Holy cow, another genius," someone exclaimed. "Is that Wen Ruo? Which school is she from? Seems like she's from First High as well." Wu Yun rushed to the leaderboard, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. "Wow, another expert." Wen Ruo, usually a timid and shy girl, was now displaying incredible bravery in hunting fierce beasts. Such a stark contrast left everyone incredulous. The principal of Luoqing First High also seemed to have heard the commotion outside, his body twitching involuntarily, as if thrilled by the unexpected joy for the school. At this moment, nobody paid any attention to the principal. Everyone's eyes were glued to the live broadcast. In the footage, Wen Ruo stood in front of 5 massive bulls, each over 2 meters tall, wearing a simple athletic outfit. These fierce beasts bore dark flame-like patterns on their bodies, resembling marks left by hellish demons, exuding a chilling aura. The timid and soft-spoken Wen Ruo who used to shy away from interacting with others seemed to have vanished. Now, she was expressionless, exuding an aura of fearlessness. She charged into the group of beasts like a warrior goddess. With a flick of her wrist, 5 flying blades shot out like arrows. The blades traced eerie arcs in the air, piercing the beasts' throats at precise angles. The blades then burrowed into their bodies, shredding their insides to pieces. In the blink of an eye, the 5 giant demon bulls collapsed with a thunderous crash, their blood staining the ground red. "A psychic warrior!" Everyone in the control room exclaimed in disbelief, their mouths agape. "Whoa, a second-level peak psychic warrior. That's insane," someone shouted in awe. Psychic warriors are a highly esteemed profession, their combat prowess capable of overpowering beasts of the same level, and even defeating those 2 levels higher. Wen Ruo's effortless defeat of these second-level savage bulls seemed only natural. However, what everyone found hard to accept was that no one had known that Class 1 of senior year at Luoqing No. 1 High School had been hiding a second-level psychic warrior. "Ms. Wu, you really kept this under wraps." Who would have thought Ms. Wu Yun was playing such a strategic game? Now, the name of No. 1 High School will echo throughout Luoqing. Despite her colleagues' astonishment, Wu Yun's expression was unusually stiff. She secretly vowed that she had just learned about this herself. Meanwhile, more teachers noticed the unusual situation on the battlefield. Something's not right. How are so many students from Luoqing No. 1 High School breaking into the top 100 rankings? We all know the usual strength of No. 1 High School. What's going on this year? First, there was Lu Yuan with immense physical power, then a psychic warrior emerged. Now, even more students are coming forward. These students might not be as freakishly strong as those 2, but breaking into the top 100 in a martial arts exam battlefield is no small feat. Wu Yun was also deeply puzzled, as nearly all the students breaking into the top 100 were from her class. The leaderboard clearly showed. Dachuan, rank 99, points 65. Su Mei, rank 73, points 135. Wu Lietian, rank 42, points 352. In the top 100, there were 9 students from Class 1 of senior year. It was simply unbelievable. While everyone was still focused on the unusual leaderboard, an even more shocking event occurred. Wen Ruo continued to slaughter several groups of beasts in the middle area, claiming the top spot. The entire Lao Jun Mountain battlefield ranked first. Wen Ruo, rank 1, points 1030. What the heck? The principal of Experimental High School was completely stunned. Again with No. 1 High School. How did the martial arts exam become their home turf? Their elite class at Experimental High School was composed of the best of the best. They had invested so much effort and resources into forming the elite class, yet despite nurturing so many talents, They couldn't surpass Luoqing number 1 high school? How could the principal accept this? Even the military officer, Wu Long, took a sharp breath. Before arriving, he never imagined that 2 dark horses would emerge in his exam venue, and both would prevail. Everyone kept their eyes on Wen Ruo, who relentlessly slaughtered beasts. This seemingly petite and sweet girl had an intense and wild fighting style, a stark contrast to her appearance. Despite being a psychic warrior, she dared to charge into the midst of beasts, engaging in life-and-death battles at close range. At such close quarters, the beasts couldn't evade the sudden flying blades. It was like sticking a gun barrel into the enemy's mouth before pulling the trigger, ensuring a hit every time. This was why Wen Ruo could kill beasts so effortlessly. Even more surprisingly, she wasn't just a psychic warrior. She also possessed considerable physical strength. Wen Ruo eradicated all the beasts within her area. Ultimately, her score settled at 1530. Meanwhile, the second place, Xian from the elite class, had only 725 points, less than half of Wen Ruo's score. After the earlier frenzy, the candidates were either recovering their strength or searching for new beasts to hunt. The fiercely competitive leaderboard experienced a brief lull. At this moment, Yuan also found a new group of beasts in the upper region, and his score began to rise once more. The upper area was nearing the mountain's peak. Although there were fewer beasts in this region, they were much stronger. Yuan's smart wristwatch continuously flashed red, warning of the presence of level 2 beasts. The unreliable map alerted him twice. A herd of level 2 beasts is ahead. Examinees beware. However, Yuan ignored the warnings and instead approached the beast herd. As he climbed over a massive rock, his eyes immediately locked onto a gigantic brown bear with black flames entwining its clawed dark demon bear, a level 2 beast. A hint of excitement flashed in Yuan's eyes. The dark demon bear before him was enormous, its fur black as ink. Known for their bloodthirsty and brutal nature, these beasts often fought each other for food. Yet, the harmony among these bears indicated the presence of a powerful leader keeping them in check. Soon, Yuan spotted the most robust of the dark demon bears, whose strength seemed to have reached level 3. At that moment, the bear leader also sensed the human intruder. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, awakening the surrounding dark demon bears. They rose on their hind legs, their crimson eyes glowing ominously in the dim light. The pack exuded a frenzied, bloodthirsty aura, encircling Yuan. Faced with such danger, Yuan did not retreat. Instead, he leaped down from the rock, drawing his Tang sword to confront the beasts. The dark demon bear king leaned against the rocks, leisurely licking its paws, and gave a low growl to command the attack. The bears immediately spread out, preparing to flank Yuan from all directions and cut off any escape. To the surprise of all the bears, Yuan showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, he charged toward the bear pack. His figure flickered like a ghost, suddenly appearing before a dark demon bear. The Tang sword traced a bright arc, cleaving the over 3-meter, 1,000-kilogram beast in two, crashing it to the ground. The other bears realized the situation was dire, but it was too late. With a powerful thrust of his foot, Yuan shot forward like a cannonball. In the dim forest, the cold gleam of the Tang sword flashed continuously, accompanied by the sound of slicing flesh, as the sharp blade easily cut through the bear's tough hides. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen dark demon bears lay in pools of blood. The thick scent of blood permeated the forest, nauseatingly. Yuan held his blood-stained Tang sword at an angle, blood dripping from the blade. Suddenly, he hurled the sword. The dark demon bear king's eyes displayed an almost human-like fear. It watched helplessly as the Tang sword grew larger in its vision until it pierced straight into its brow. Over a dozen level 2 dark demon bears, along with a level 3 dark demon bear king, would have been enough to decimate most examinee teams. Yet, before Yuan, they were like fragile clay chickens, easily defeated. With a swift and decisive strike, Yuan obliterated the entire beast horde. The remains of the dark demon bears lay scattered, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. System notifications chimed continuously. Killed level 2 dark demon bear 13, awarded 650 points. Killed level 3 dark demon bear 1, awarded 100 points. Yuan's points skyrocketed like a rocket, propelling him to 1,300 points, securing the second spot on the leaderboard. The principal of the experimental school was dumbfounded, staring at the screen in disbelief. A whole group of level 2 beasts, led by a level 3 one, was effortlessly slaughtered by a mere student? The principal's gaze involuntarily shifted to the adjacent screen, displaying the battle of Su Wu, a prodigy from the elite class. Su Wu was struggling against a level 2 Shadow Panther, barely suppressing it even with his grade talent. After more than 10 minutes, he finally managed to kill the Shadow Panther. Not only Su Wu, but even the elite class president, Xian, couldn't match Yuan's efficiency in killing level 2 beasts. At this moment, Xian had been pushed to third place with only 1032 points, and the gap between him and Yuan was widening. Wu Yan was too excited to speak coherently. As Lu Yuan's homeroom teacher, she knew well of his talent in the humanities, but she never expected him to possess such terrifying combat prowess. A genius in both literature and combat, even that description seemed inadequate to describe Lu Yuan's astonishing abilities. Her ordinary class, Senior Class 1, was now occupying the top 2 spots in the martial arts exam leaderboard. Such results were beyond belief, and Wu Yun felt her head buzzing, struggling to accept this reality. Amidst everyone's shock, someone exclaimed. Lu Yuan, instead of resting, was seen advancing to higher grounds, seemingly in search of new prey. Meanwhile, Wen Ruo, checking her watch for the rankings, widened her eyes in disbelief. As a psychic master, her senses were always sharp, yet she hadn't anticipated Lu Yuan earning so many points. This discovery eased her worries about him. Wen Ruo continued hunting beasts in the middle area. With her unique psychic methods, she efficiently took down lower-level beasts, steadily increasing her points. Lu Yuan also noticed the changes on the leaderboard. Wen Ruo's performance made him nod in approval. Having already understood her true capabilities through the system, he had high hopes for her. Previously worried that her gentle nature might deter her from facing beasts hidden, it was clear now that such concerns were unfounded. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan's gaze quickly locked onto the very top of the leaderboard. That position was destined to be his. Killing that group of dark demon bears was merely a warm-up for him, barely consuming any of his strength. With his bloodstained Tang sword in hand, Lu Yuan strode confidently towards the upper areas. With overwhelming power, any beast unfortunate enough to cross his path was doomed to a single fated decapitation. With just a bit more effort, Lu Yuan's points skyrocketed like a rocket, easily surpassing Wen Ruo, leaving her far behind. On the electronic leaderboard, Lu Yuan's name prominently occupied the top spot, with 2,355 points. This astonishing number continued to climb. In the jungle, Lu Yuan moved like lightning, weaving through the dense trees. Each of his strikes was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, precise and deadly. His smartwatch constantly beeped, guiding him to his next target. The fierce beasts fell under Lu Yuan's battle blade before they even had a chance to react. Soon, the entire upper area fell into silence. At that moment, a bald young monk in a robe approached slowly, his arrival bringing a hint of vitality to the deathly still jungle. Ba, Lu Shizhu, as expected from the number 1 on the leaderboard, your strength is indeed formidable, the young monk said, joining his hands in respect, his tone full of admiration. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, Shang Xian, the famous genius young monk, what is he doing here? Shang Xian, the unparalleled genius of Luo City. At the age of 12, he participated in the martial exam, possessing an A-level talent ability called Golden Body of Dharma. This ability perfectly combines mental power and the power of blood, significantly enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities, and even resisting mental attacks. It is said that Shang Xian once fought a level 4 warrior with the strength of a level 3 warrior, and even managed to severely injure a level 5 beast in the wild and escape successfully. However, at this moment, Shang Xian looked somewhat disheveled. His monk robe was stained with blood, covered with marks from the claws of fierce beasts. In contrast, Lu Yuan's battle attire was even more striking, completely soaked in blood, as if he had been pulled from a pool of blood. His battle blade was lined with tiny nicks, bearing witness to the countless beasts that had fallen. You know me? Lu Yuan asked in surprise. Although he was somewhat famous at Luo City No. 1 High School, he shouldn't have had any interaction with Shang Xian from the elite class of experimental school. Shang Xian nodded, his tone respectful. I had the honor of seeing Lu Shizhu at the foot of the mountain. Moreover, to handle these 8 level 2 fierce beasts single-handedly, only Lu Shizhu could achieve such a feat. His gaze swept over the beast corpses behind Lu Yuan, a hint of awe in his eyes. Ba, Shang Xian joined his hands again. Since the fierce beasts here have all been hunted by Lu Shizhu, this humble monk will head to other areas of the upper region. With that, he turned and left. Lu Yuan watched Shang Xian's retreating figure, his brow furrowed. He had already cleared the upper area, so where exactly was this young monk planning to go? A trace of doubt lingered in his mind, but it was soon replaced by the anticipation of new challenges awaiting him. Monk Xingxin sprinted through the upper region, his gaze sharp as lightning as he scanned his surroundings. As he delved deeper, a sense of unease began to creep over him. The scene before him was unbelievable. The ground was littered with the corpses of fierce beasts, each killed with a single strike. Whether they were second or third level beasts, none showed any signs of resistance. Xingxin crouched down to examine the neck wound of a bloodthirsty demon bear. The deep, bone-revealing cut was alarmingly precise. It was known that the demon bear was famed for its defense, with needle-like fur and tough skin that would intimidate even the average third-level warrior. Yet here lay a bear with its neck severed as if it were mere tofu. Sweat trickled down Xingxin's forehead as he abruptly turned, his gaze fixed on the distant path. Could it be him? Is Lu Yuan really this formidable? He murmured in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. The surrounding landscape, filled with fallen beast corpses and the stench of blood, painted a chilling picture. Xin swallowed hard, his mind a storm of turmoil. What level has Lu Yuan's power reached? With this question in mind, Xin activated his wrist device to check the leaderboard. When he saw the familiar name at the top, his pupils contracted sharply. Lu Yuan, 13,255 points. This number hit Xin like a sledgehammer, shattering his usual composure and eliciting an involuntary gasp. Meanwhile, at the foot of Lao Jun Mountain, teachers, principals, and military experts were watching the scene unfold via surveillance. They witnessed Lu Yuan single-handedly mowing down all the beasts in the upper region as if he were cutting grass. His prowess far exceeded the expectations for the college entrance examination, causing a stir. Unbelievable. This kid is at least a peak 4th-level warrior. No, he didn't even need to catch his breath the whole time. He's definitely a 5th-level warrior, exclaimed a military expert. An 18-year-old 5th-level warrior? This disrupts the balance of the exam. Another warrior responsible for clearing the battlefield said angrily. Someone with this level of skill should be disqualified. What school is he from? Why wasn't his true strength reported? How can other candidates compete fairly with a 5th-level warrior in the arena? Someone quickly pulled up Lu Yuan's submitted candidate information. Name, Lu Yuan. Vitality, 10. Mental strength, 9. Talent, none. Seeing these 3 figures, the military warriors present were even more incensed. Are they mocking us? One warrior shouted, pointing at the data. Look closely, this so-called 10 points of vitality cleared the entire upper region. Is that really just 10 points? According to the rules, the college entrance exam should at most feature 4th-level warrior combat power. Those with greater strength or extraordinary talents were usually recruited by the top 10 martial arts universities in advance, bypassing the exam altogether. Thus, the maximum beast strength in any exam area was only 5th level. Clearing an entire mountain of beasts was supposed to be an extremely arduous task. Yet, with the exam barely started, the upper region's beasts were already wiped out. This situation raised doubts. How can the exam continue? How can other candidates earn points? Someone pointed out. Look at the leaderboard. The second place has less than 2,000 points, and that's a 2nd-level mentalist, comparable to a 4th-level warrior. This is the peak combat power for the exam, yet the gap with the first place is so vast. Amidst the astonishment, Wu Yun, the homeroom teacher of class 31 at Luoqing High School, was completely stunned. She murmured to herself, questioning her judgment. Is this really Lu Yuan? No matter how strong he seemed before, he was still just a 3rd-level warrior. His most remarkable trait was his mastery of the demon-slaying sword technique, which had reached a level of near perfection. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan was unleashing a power that was already comparable to that of a level 5 warrior, a fact that seemed unbelievable. Wu Yun widened her eyes in disbelief at the reality before her. Just half a year ago, she had personally tested Lu Yuan's vitality and distinctly remembered his pitiful score of 10. And now, within such a short span, his vitality had increased more than 100-fold? It was nothing short of a miracle. Yet the scene unfolding in front of her left no room for doubt. Wu Yun stared intently at the screen, witnessing Lu Yuan sweep through the upper regions like a whirlwind, leaving beasts falling in his wake. His score was rapidly climbing like a snowball, quickly surpassing the 10,000 mark and setting a new historical record for the Luoqing martial exam. What was even more astonishing was that the exam had only been underway for a few hours. With nightfall still distant, Lu Yuan had already achieved such an incredible feat. Wu Yun couldn't help but worry whether this monster would set his sights on the core area with its even more formidable beasts. At this moment, Wu Yun was no longer concerned about Lu Yuan's safety. After all, a level 5 warrior was practically invincible in the exam battlefield. Her only concern now was whether Lu Yuan could achieve an even higher final score. Meanwhile, the entire Lao Jun Mountain examination venue descended into chaos. Lu Yuan's extraordinary performance had thrown the exam into disarray. Lao Jun Mountain had effectively become a personal showcase for Luoqing No. 1 high school senior class. Principal Zhou fainted from excitement, his legs twitching uncontrollably as he was carried away. The teachers at Luoqing No. 1 high school were in tears of joy, never having dreamed that their school would dominate the top 2 spots in this exam. In stark contrast, the principal of Luoqing Experimental High School wore a grim expression. He couldn't accept the current rankings. First place, Luoqing No. 1 high school, senior class 3, Lu Yuan, score, 13,255. Second place, Luoqing No. 1 high school, senior class 3, Wen Ruo, score, 3,300. Third place, Luoqing Experimental High School elite class, Xian, score, 1,855. The experimental high school's principal felt a bitter pang in his heart. The elite student Xian, whom he had painstakingly recruited, was only in 3rd place, with such a vast gap from the top. A level 5 warrior, and a level 2 psychic master. This combination was simply monstrous. He no longer hoped for Shang Xian to overtake them, only praying the gap wouldn't widen further. As for the other elite class candidates, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lu Yuan's dust. As time passed, the weaker candidates were gradually eliminated, leaving the battlefield. Only the official warriors and stronger candidates remained, mostly gathered in the middle regions, forming teams to hunt level 1 beasts. However, many had already been slain by Wen Ruo. Although her performance wasn't as exaggerated as Lu Yuan's, the number of beasts was dwindling. With no other option, the elite class members formed teams to venture into the upper regions. As soon as they arrived, they sensed something was off. Su Wu frowned, sniffing the air heavy with the scent of blood, pondering, why is the smell of blood so strong here? And why are there so many beast corpses scattered around? Suddenly, an image of Lu Yuan entering the upper region alone flashed through Su Wu's mind. Could it be him? If it was indeed Lu Yuan's doing, everything would make sense. Su Wu turned to quietly warn his classmates. The smell of blood is too strong here. It could attract other beasts. We must be extra cautious. The elite class's 5-member team began to cautiously explore the upper regions. This scene played out repeatedly across the upper regions. Every team that arrived saw only beast corpses. Initially, they didn't think much of it, but as they delved deeper, their shock grew. The entire upper region was devoid of any living beasts. Everyone couldn't help but internally shout, "What on earth is going on? Where have all the beasts gone?" Su Wu had encountered several groups from the elite class, who had chosen to band together due to the eerie atmosphere of the upper region and were making their way towards the mountaintop. Lu Yuan's astonishing score had caught everyone's attention, prompting a sword-wielding young man to ask, "Can our leader reclaim the top spot?" Su Wu shook his head slowly, his expression serious. He gave a detailed analysis of Shang Xin's capabilities. Although only 12, Shang Xin, as the leader of the elite class, was extraordinarily powerful. After consuming a mysterious spiritual object, his vitality had surged, now reaching the pinnacle of level 3. Coupled with his formidable A-grade innate ability, his combat prowess was indeed daunting. However, Su Wu pointed out Shang Xin's fatal flaw. While his innate ability had tremendous explosive power, it consumed a massive amount of mental energy, making it unsustainable. This meant Shang Xin might be able to defeat some powerful beasts, but he could never clear so many level 2 and 3 beasts. More critically, the beasts in the upper region had already been cleared. A flicker of fear crossed Su Wu's eyes as he whispered, "Without any beasts, no one can surpass Lu Yuan's score." The scene shifted to the summit of Mount Lao Jun. Once a popular tourist destination, even after a century of change, traces of human restoration were still visible. Lu Yuan stood at the peak, frowning, filled with doubt. According to the rules, the core area should have dozens of level 3 and 4 beasts and a level 5 beast. Yet, he had wandered here for a long time without encountering any beasts, and his smart wristwatch had detected nothing. The silence at the summit was terrifying, with not even the chirping of insects or birds. An experienced warrior would surely retreat cautiously from such eerie quietness, which often indicated the presence of a powerful beast whose intimidation could silence all creatures. Though Lu Yuan lacked extensive field experience, his keen mental perception detected the thick murderous intent in the air. He clenched his fists, his muscles taut, ready to face any potential danger. At the highest point of the summit, outside the dilapidated Shanqing temple, a burly white ape beast sat on the rooftop. It wore alloy armor and casually toyed with a short knife. This was the most formidable level 5 beast in the assessment, the White Ape King. At the feet of the White Ape King were over 30 white ape beasts, the weakest among them being level 3, with even 2 reaching level 4. These naturally intelligent white apes were aware of their fate as captives of humans and longed to turn the tables and hunt down those human geniuses. The scent of blood from below grew stronger as the human candidates approached. The White Ape King grinned savagely, determined to show these self-assured humans who the true hunter was. The White Ape King stood up, clasped its hands together, and bowed respectfully to the Taiching temple behind it. Then, it roared angrily at the sky, scarlet light bursting from its eyes, its sharp teeth bared, showcasing its ferocity and resolve. The already burly White Ape King suddenly swelled, the alloy armor barely containing it. This was the White Ape King's innate ability, Bloodthirsty Berserk. It not only enhanced itself, but also influenced the entire tribe. In this berserk state, strength, speed, and resistance to damage increased significantly. Even the sense of pain was lost. However, the cost was the loss of sanity, with a desire for slaughter and destruction magnified infinitely. At this moment, the entire tribe of white apes was in complete frenzy. Deafening roars echoed through the mountains and forests. The White Ape King led the tribe, skillfully swinging through the branches, rushing down the mountain at an astonishing speed. Their goal was clear to tear all the candidates to pieces. At the foot of Mount Lao Jun, the monitoring screen displayed the real-time footage of the White Ape's mutation. Military leader Wu Long's face changed dramatically, realizing this white ape king possessed extraordinary abilities. Just as geniuses are born among humans, there are beasts with special talents whose combat power far exceeds their ordinary counterparts. More worrying was the white ape king's ability to trigger a group berserk state. Under the influence of bloodthirsty berserk, the combat power of over 30 white apes was elevated by at least one level. They not only became stronger but also lost their sanity, becoming more bloodthirsty and belligerent. The candidates were in grave danger. The principal of the experimental school looked serious, turning to Wu Long. Captain Wu, these beasts in the core area were originally scattered in different zones to challenge the more powerful candidates. Now they are united with the intent to massacre ordinary candidates. Please terminate the exam immediately, or it may result in significant casualties. Wu Long nodded slightly, but did not immediately give the order. As the chief person in charge of the martial exam battlefield, he bore great responsibility concerning the future of many candidates and couldn't easily stop the exam. Besides, the military had deployed many warriors equipped with heavy firepower patrolling the upper levels, enough to suppress these beasts. He cleared his throat and said, "The white ape tribe is strong, but the candidates are not without means to fight back. In the Lao Jun Mountain exam field, there is Lu Yuan, a variable. A level 5 warrior mastering the perfect realm of demon slaying / is enough to contend with the white ape king. Along with the elite class candidates, they absolutely have the qualifications to battle the entire white ape tribe." Everyone nodded in agreement. The distribution of beasts in the exam battlefield was initially matched to the candidate's strength. Although there was an anomaly in the core area beasts, there were also exceptional individuals among the candidates. If Lu Yuan could unite the elite class candidates, they might even severely damage the white ape tribe and gain a wave of points. However, the scene on the screen was completely unexpected. Lu Yuan seemed unaware of the white ape tribe's roars, continuing to advance towards the mountain's highest point. He intended to confront the white ape tribe hidden. What is Lu Yuan doing? Why is he charging directly at the white apes? Hasn't he sensed the beast tribe's presence? Too reckless. Candidates were already warned about level 5 beasts in the core area, yet Lu Yuan isn't seeking teammates. Run quickly, or it'll be too late once surrounded by white apes. Despite Lu Yuan displaying formidable strength as a level 5 warrior mastering perfect blade techniques, enough to crush all candidates and even confront the white ape king directly, it didn't mean he could face the entire white ape tribe alone. Besides the level 5 white ape king, there were over 30 level 3 beasts and 2 level 4 beasts in the tribe. All were in a bloodthirsty berserk state, unafraid of the strong and willing to fight to the death. Wu Yun was so anxious that her palms were sweating, shouting at the monitor, "No, Lu Yuan, quickly leave the core area." Unfortunately, through the screen, no matter how she shouted, Lu Yuan couldn't hear her. The experimental school's principal also felt deeply anxious. At this moment, Lu Yuan was no longer just a competitor of the experimental school, but a genius young human. If he fell on the exam battlefield, it would be a great pity. This candidate is too reckless. People's evaluations of Lu Yuan plummeted. On the battlefield, recklessness comes at the cost of life. Wu Yin took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She knew Lu Yuan was a smart kid, always aware of when to advance or retreat. Once he sensed the white ape tribe, he would definitely move away from the upper area. With the energy shield's protection, given Lu Yuan's strength, he should be able to hold out for a while. However, before she finished speaking, Lu Yuan had already encountered the white ape tribe on the screen. They were a few hundred meters apart. If Lu Yuan turned around immediately, the white apes wouldn't catch up. But Lu Yuan's next move left everyone stunned, charged directly at the crazed white apes without hesitation. This kid, has he gone mad too? Under the cover of a dark and windy night, a lone human youth stood tall atop a mountain, facing over 30 fierce and brutal beasts. The white ape king, with its sharp gaze, spotted the young human and sensed his immense vitality. A sinister smile crept onto its lips, eager to tear the human apart. A vicious roar echoed across the mountaintop, and in the blink of an eye, more than 30 white apes nimbly maneuvered through the trees to surround Lu Yuan. These intelligent white apes quickly formed a circle, trapping Lu Yuan and cutting off his escape route. Undaunted, Lu Yuan drew a tang sword from his back, its blade nicked and marred. The remnants of beast blood on the sword attested to the fierce battles he had faced in the upper regions. Instead of retreating from the berserk white apes, Lu Yuan charged forward. With a flash of steel, the crimson blade sliced through the dark forest, leaving a cold gleam. A white ape's hand and half of its head dropped to the ground, the cut so swift that blood did not flow immediately. It wasn't until the body fell that blood spurted out, staining the ground red. This gruesome scene did not deter the other white apes. Instead, it drove them into a greater frenzy. Their roars filled the air as Lu Yuan's blade continued to flash in the darkness, felling 2 more third-level white apes. At that moment, the elite class, led by Xian, arrived at the core area. They stood atop a dilapidated building, watching the battle unfold in the forest below. The sight of 30 powerful white apes caused their expressions to change dramatically. White apes, with their formidable physiques and human-like intelligence, were among the most challenging adversaries. What astonished these young geniuses even more was that Lu Yuan was holding his own against the entire white ape tribe alone. A boy with a rooster comb hairstyle, a glint of greed in his eyes, suggested, "Class leader, why don't we wait until Lu Yuan and these beasts are both worn out, then swoop in to reap the benefits?" However, Xian Xian, who was raised in a monastery and held strong moral values, flatly rejected this proposal to stand by and watch. Buddha says, saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. With that, he leaped off the rooftop and charged into the forest. Most of the elite class hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed Xian Xian's lead. Su Wu shouted excitedly, "Grab your weapons. I hope these white apes give me a good fight." Someone nearby teased, "Heh, big guy, with your skills, don't get yourself swallowed whole by the white apes." Just as the elite class was about to intervene, a tall figure suddenly blocked their path. In the moonlight, Lu Yuan's imposing figure stood out starkly. His black alloy battle armor was stained with blood, and the Tang sword in his hand still dripped with it. The immense vitality emanating from him, accentuated by the scent of blood, was chilling. The geniuses of the elite class were momentarily stunned by this terrifying sight, and no one dared to take a step forward. "This is incredible." Just watching Lu Yuan's back was enough to make a few girls from the elite class swoon with starry eyes. The battle knife in Lu Yuan's hand, made from third-grade alloy, was now battered and almost shattered. Su Wu recalled the scene of Lu Yuan using this very knife to cleave a third-grade Xuanwu shield, and couldn't help but gasp. The blade that once cut through the Xuanwu shield without a scratch was now covered in damage. How many beasts has he killed? Su Wu wondered to himself. Third-grade alloy is nearly indestructible, able to withstand rifle fire and the extreme force of a third-grade warrior. Yet, this knife had become so damaged in just one day, clearly having gone through unimaginably fierce battles. At that moment, Xian Xian clasped his hands together, bowed to Lu Yuan, and said, "Lu Benefactor, we meet again. The white ape tribe is formidable. This monk is willing to fight alongside you." Lu Yuan calculated in his mind. If it were just a group of third-grade white apes or a single fifth-grade white ape, he could handle it. But now he was facing the white ape tribe plus a fifth-grade white ape king, which was beyond his ability to handle alone. However, to ensure his entry into the top school and gain the best resources, Lu Yuan had to make sure his score was high enough. These white apes were likely the last batch of beasts, and he couldn't let anyone else take them. "Thanks, but no need." Lu Yuan decisively refused Xian Xian's offer. Xian Xian was stunned, and the other elite class members were bewildered. They couldn't believe their ears. Faced with such a powerful white ape tribe, Lu Yuan actually turned down help. More surprising was his attitude, which seemed to worry about them taking his points. Did he really intend to face the entire tribe alone? "He's crazy." Most of the elite class cursed inwardly. They were all geniuses, used to being the center of attention. Although Lu Yuan's score was impressive, it didn't mean they were inferior. Now, when they offered help, this guy was ungrateful, which instantly annoyed them. "Quite the big talker," someone sneered. "I want to see what the top scorer on the leaderboard can do." However, what happened next left the entire elite class speechless. Boom! Lu Yuan unleashed the power of a fifth-grade warrior, transforming into a crimson phantom, like an arrow released from a bow, and plunged into the white ape tribe. With each flash of his blade, a beast's limbs or head was severed from its body. In just one charge, half of the white ape tribe lay on the ground. The elite class geniuses were dumbfounded. Whoa, just minutes ago, they were questioning how this unknown Lu Yuan had amassed such a high score and how he had managed to slaughter all the beasts in the upper area. Did he have some extraordinary innate ability? Or was he a scion of a powerful family with advanced weapons? But now, witnessing Lu Yuan single-handedly and effortlessly slay over 23rd-grade beasts, they finally understood. "Damn, Lu Yuan is a fifth-grade warrior," someone exclaimed. Not only that, but Lu Yuan's mastery of the blade was impeccable, each strike perfectly timed. It was clearly the flawless realm of the demon-slaying slash. A fifth-grade warrior with perfect-level martial arts, no wonder he topped the leaderboard. This first place was well-deserved. However, the battle wasn't over. There was still a fifth-grade white ape king and a dozen ordinary white ape beasts left. Although Lu Yuan's strength was astonishing, after prolonged intense fighting and with his weapon nearly destroyed, it seemed he might struggle to continue. The military experts responsible for the candidate's safety had already surrounded them with guns, ready to intervene at any moment. Yet, facing two fourth-grade white apes and a fifth-grade white ape king, Lu Yuan didn't back down. With his sword hand raised to his chest, silver ripples appeared in his eyes, and a roar echoed through the forest. Jade Rui. 6 flying swords shot out from the wooden box on his back, tracing graceful arcs through the air. Swish, 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 swish. Everyone's mouths gaped open, unable to believe what they were seeing. Whoa, he's a psychic master too. The thought flashed through everyone's mind, leaving them speechless with shock. Outside the examination hall, all eyes were fixed on the large screen. Lu Yuan moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the white ape horde, his sharp blade flashing with precision in every strike. In an instant, most of the third-level apes lay in pools of blood. The scene was breathtaking. As the three strongest apes prepared to attack, an unparalleled surge of mental power erupted from Lu Yuan. 6 flying swords shot out like arrows, tracing eerie arcs to pierce the remaining dozen third-level apes at cunning angles. Under his powerful telekinetic control, the bodies of the apes, along with their blood, eerily floated in midair, encircling the 3 most powerful apes alongside the 6 swords. The situation flipped in an instant. The previously tense and anxious teachers and school leaders were all stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this a psychic master? They all turned their gazes to Wu Yun, the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 12, questioning in unison. Wu Yun, is Luo Qinghai really going to send such a martial arts genius to Qingbei Research Institute? Are you out of your minds? Wu Yun was equally bewildered, clearly unaware of Lu Yuan's astonishing prowess. Her mind was in turmoil, completely taken aback by the comprehensive power Lu Yuan had demonstrated. Lu Yuan's performance was flawless. His vitality had already broken through to the 5th level, and his swordsmanship had reached perfection. His control over the battlefield was incredibly precise, and he was decisive and resolute in the face of fierce beasts. Even more astonishing, he was also a 3rd-level psychic master. His mastery over the rhythm of battle was nothing short of extraordinary. Facing the challenging white ape horde, Lu Yuan initially charged in with the strength of a 5th-level warrior, using his speed advantage to slaughter most of the beasts before they could react. When the Ape King prepared to counterattack, he unleashed his strongest card, completely clearing the white ape horde. Now, only the 5th-level Ape King and 2 4th-level apes remained on the battlefield. Although the 5th-level beasts were formidable, even they struggled against a 3rd-level psychic master. Victory was already within Lu Yuan's grasp. His performance was simply astonishing, especially considering this was his first encounter with fierce beasts. His command over the battle's tempo rivaled that of a seasoned veteran. In the core area of Lao Jun Mountain, the 6 flying swords traced sinister arcs in the air, like the scythe of death harvesting the lives of all lower-level white apes. The Ape King, witnessing the massacre of its kin, fixed its blood-red eyes on Lu Yuan, its nostrils flaring, chest heaving, and rage-fueled vitality surging within. It roared in fury, signaling the 2 4th-level apes behind it to charge, while it turned to flee. A flash of surprise crossed Lu Yuan's eyes, but he quickly raised his Tang sword and charged forward, the 6 flying swords crossing paths behind him. In just one encounter, the 2 4th-level apes were riddled with large holes by the flying swords and fell into the blood-soaked ground. The elite class students behind were dumbfounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. They had witnessed Lu Yuan's overwhelming slaughter of the entire white ape horde. That was over 30 third-level white apes. Such a number of beasts could besiege a small human town, yet Lu Yuan had effortlessly wiped them out. The shock was palpable, leaving everyone in deep astonishment. The astonishing prowess displayed by Lu Yuan left the elite class candidates utterly dumbfounded. He effortlessly slew a level 3 fierce beast with his formidable physique and extraordinary speed, and further revealed his abilities as a spiritual psychic, completely overturning their understanding. Su Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Wow, this guy is a monster." His shock was beyond words. Despite being young, Xian was a proud little monk. At this moment, he couldn't help but compare himself to Lu Yuan, feeling a hint of discouragement. Previously confident in his ability to compete with Lu Yuan, he now clasped his hands together and murmured, "Amitabha, the Buddha says, there are always people better than you, and skies beyond the skies." Then, he silently resolved, "Lu, I will follow in your footsteps and continue to catch up with you in college." The scene suddenly shifted to a nimble white ape leaping through the forest. Using the sturdy branches, it showcased an incredible speed advantage. Lu Yuan could only sprint on the ground, occasionally using flying swords to harass the white ape king. However, the ape seemed uninterested in fighting and only wanted to escape. Soon, man and ape burst out of the forest. Without the cover of trees, the white ape king's speed drastically decreased, unable to widen the gap with Lu Yuan. Slash. Spiritual power ripples flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as 6 flying swords predicted the white ape king's movements, slashing towards the dilapidated Taoist temple ahead. The white ape roared, swinging the ceremonial knife in its hand, transforming into a dense gray windmill that easily deflected the 6 flying swords. Lu Yuan squinted, pondering why the white ape king, despite its strength, was hesitant to fight him. Unlike typical beasts, it possessed high intelligence and wielded a martial arts-like knife technique. To defeat it, he needed to give it his all. The white ape king glanced back at the nearby Taiching temple, its eyes blazing with fury. It once again unleashed its innate ability, bloodthirsty frenzy, this time only on itself, amplifying its power even further. A faint glow enveloped it, forming a rising red aura. The white ape king's body swelled dramatically, doubling in size. Its muscles bulged, with forearms thicker than Lu Yuan's thighs. Its menacing face was covered in bulging veins, resembling a devilish muscular monkey. It propelled itself off the ground, creating a large crater as it launched like a cannonball toward Lu Yuan. Reacting swiftly, Lu Yuan stepped onto his flying sword, soaring into the air. With a thunderous crash, the white ape king smashed into the ground where Lu Yuan had stood, shattering the bluestone tiles. Lu Yuan was taken aback, not expecting the white ape king to possess such terrifying ability. He knew that many beasts awakened abilities like berserk or bloodthirsty frenzy, which greatly enhanced their physical prowess, but at the cost of losing some rationality, becoming driven by a desire to kill. Although a level 3 spiritual psychic couldn't stay airborne for long, Lu Yuan decisively raised his sword and struck down. He activated his power amplification, boosting his vital energy to 23,114 pounds, enough to confront the white ape king Hedon. Boom! With both hands gripping the sword, Lu Yuan descended from the sky, striking the white ape king's long blade with immense force. Under the impact, the ape's knees shattered the floor. Lu Yuan unleashed a barrage of over a dozen powerful strikes. In its bloodthirsty frenzy state, the white ape king fearlessly withstood Lu Yuan's fierce onslaught without flinching. It wasn't until Lu Yuan's old Tang sword finally broke that the white ape king managed to break free from his suppression. However, at that very moment, its body suddenly froze. With a puff, the jade-like sword tip pierced through the white ape king's chest, delivering a chilling final blow. As it neared death, the white ape king looked unwillingly towards Taiching temple. Just then, a massive shadow loomed over Lu Yuan. He turned to see a grotesque, furrowed face appear before him, its voice deep and menacing. "Human, you should not have come here." "A talking beast?" Lu Yuan raised his eyes in astonishment, focusing on the figure that had just pushed open the gates of the Taiching temple. A white ape, dressed in a Taoist robe, emerged slowly. Its sparse white fur revealed deeply wrinkled skin, giving it an unusually old appearance. The creature was frail and short. If not for the piles of bones in the courtyard behind, this old white ape might have seemed like a serene Taoist hermit. Yet, its calm eyes showed none of the ferocity one would expect from a beast. Standing on the steps of the Taiching temple, the old white ape struck a pose reminiscent of a martial arts master about to introduce himself. However, Lu Yuan gave it no chance to speak. He decisively hurled the broken blade in his hand and swiftly picked up a black sword from the ground, charging at the old ape. "A beast like you, why so much chatter before a fight?" Lu Yuan thought to himself. The old white ape clearly didn't expect Lu Yuan to strike so decisively. It twisted its body and swung a broom in its hand with force. The black sword clashed with the broom, producing a sharp metallic sound. The old white ape lowered its eyes slightly, a hint of disdain flashing within them. "Barbaric child, lacking manners," it thought to itself. Since gaining intelligence, it had been cultivating in the Taiching temple, studying the works of sages from a century ago, and gaining much insight. The sages had said that in the world of martial arts, etiquette is paramount. Before killing, one must first introduce oneself. This human truly lacked refinement. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan realized the gravity of the situation. This was a peak level 5 beast, and from their brief encounter, the drone's detected strength data exceeded 30,000 pounds. The white ape's power was comparable to that of a level 6 martial artist. At the foot of Lao Jun Mountain, everyone had witnessed Lu Yuan's earlier triumph over the level 5 white ape king. However, before they could cheer, they saw this old white ape that shouldn't have appeared in the examination arena. Their excitement quickly turned to fear. This old white ape was not only a peak level 5 beast with power comparable to a level 6 martial artist, but it could also speak human language, indicating high intelligence. How could such a terrifying presence appear on the martial exam battlefield? Although military experts were stationed above, everyone remained anxious. Wu Yun, filled with fear, urgently called out, "Send in the military martial artists for rescue." The principal of the experimental school clenched his fists, his face full of worry. No one present wanted a promising talent to fall in the examination arena. With the talent and overall ability Lu Yuan had demonstrated, his future achievements were bound to be extraordinary. If he perished here, it would be a tremendous loss for all of humanity. In the surveillance footage, the old white ape was surrounded by a terrifying aura of blood and energy, like a level 6 beast. Due to the heightened tension in various battle zones recently, the military martial artists dispatched were not of high rank. The core area's military experts were only level 4. While they could use firearms to provide fire support, potentially suppressing or even killing the old white ape in a short time, to ensure absolute safety, Wulong decided to head to the core area himself. I'll leave this to my colleagues, Wulong said, then dashed toward the mountain top without waiting for a vehicle. Meanwhile, not far from the Taiching Temple, the elite class candidates had also caught up. However, upon seeing the old white ape, they all wore expressions of confusion. How is there an even stronger beast? Lu Yuan and his companions had just caught their breath when they plunged into deeper despair. A peak-level Tier 5 beast suddenly appeared, leaving everyone gasping for air. The strength the White Ape King had shown earlier was already beyond their limits, and now an even more formidable opponent had arrived. These so-called geniuses suddenly felt as insignificant as ants. Just then, a dozen military martial artists landed beside the elite class in an aircraft. They looked grave and spoke rapidly. Hurry up. That old white ape is as strong as a Tier 6 beast. You must evacuate immediately. The military personnel quickly sprang into action, leading the elite class away from the summit of Mount Lao Jun. However, the geniuses were stunned by what they heard from the military. A Tier 6 equivalent? What about Lu Yuan? Is he going to fight a Tier 6 beast alone? Someone couldn't help but ask, their voice full of concern. The military personnel reassured them. Don't worry, others will assist Lu Yuan, and the head officer will arrive shortly to support. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan outright refused the military's assistance. A glint appeared in his eyes as he muttered to himself, I can't let them take my points. At that moment, the old white ape, filled with rage, leaped up, wielding its broom like a sledgehammer. It roared, You killed my offspring, disturbed my peace, and today I will end you here. The old white ape swung its broom at Lu Yuan repeatedly. Lu Yuan was surprised. Not only could the white ape speak, but it also fought with strategy. He pondered, has it been trained by someone? The old white ape's strength was immense, each casual blow carrying at least 30,000 pounds of force. Even with his power boost, Lu Yuan could only muster 20,000 pounds, unable to withstand the blows. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Yuan made a decisive choice. Overclock. This was his Class C talent, allowing his mental power to exceed its limits for a short time, increasing by 10. Originally, Lu Yuan's mental power was 783, at the peak of Tier 3 telekinesis. With overclocking, it instantly broke through to Tier 4. A telekinetic can fight 2 levels above their own. Tier 3 can battle Tier 5, and Tier 4 can naturally contend with Tier 6. Although not a particularly strong Class C ability, overclocking became Lu Yuan's greatest asset at this moment. Mental power ripples flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he shouted, Jade Rui. The wooden case on Lu Yuan's back shattered instantly, and 9 flying swords shot out in unison. Swish, swish, swish. The 9 swords attacked, forcing the old white ape to defend itself frantically. Its broom was soon chopped into pieces. Lu Yuan sneered. Using a broom to show off, do you really think you're a monk? Despite its formidable strength, the old white ape struggled against the 9 flying swords. With 1 against 9, gaps in its defense were inevitable. Lu Yuan watched closely, ready to strike the moment the old white ape showed any weakness. Suddenly, a flying sword left a deep gash on the ape's right leg, nearly reaching the bone. Blood gushed out, and the old white ape's expression grew more severe. It stopped trying to approach Lu Yuan, instead setting up a defensive stance, using its iron palms to knock the flying swords away. Boom, boom, rip. Man and ape, offense and defense. The old white ape was covered in wounds of various sizes, its robes stained with blood. Yet its aura remained powerful. Breathing heavily, the old white ape rasped, Human, your mental power is nearly depleted, isn't it? Lu Yuan didn't reply. He simply stood before the old white ape with a slight smile, seemingly defenseless. At such close range, the old white ape could have killed him in an instant. A hint of cruelty flickered in the old white ape's eyes. As it lifted its foot, suddenly everything spun, its vision darkened, and its body crashed heavily to the ground. The old white ape looked bewildered. Poison. This human used poison. You have no honor. The old white ape desperately tried to rouse its blood and energy, its body trembling violently. But no matter what, it couldn't stand. Lu Yuan's smile widened. Did you really think my Jade Rui was just tickling you? These flying swords are excellent. Not only are they incredibly sharp, but they also carry a potent poison. Just a little mental power is needed to coat them in poison. No wonder the owner of the treasure pavilion was so reluctant to part with them. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan's black blade effortlessly severed the old white ape's head. Even in death, the old white ape's eyes remained fixed on Lu Yuan. Congratulations to the candidate for defeating 36 level 3 white apes, earning 3,600 points. Defeating 2 level 4 white apes earned 1,000 points. Defeating a level 5 white ape earned 5,000 points. And defeating a level 5 peak white ape earned 10,000 points. Lu Yuan activated his smart wristwatch, and the flashing numbers on the screen made his pupils contract slightly. The points ranking appeared. First place, Lu Yuan, Class 3, Year 3, Luoqing No. 1 High School, 32,855 points. Second place, Wen Ruo, Class 3, Year 3, Luoqing No. 1 High School, 3,300 points. Third place, Xian, Elite Class, Luoqing Experimental High School, 1855 points. This result was unexpected, and even Lu Yuan himself hadn't anticipated that defeating high-level beasts would yield such a generous points reward. He gently stroked his chin, recalling the points rankings from past martial exams. It seemed no one had ever broken the 10,000 points barrier. Have I made history? Lu Yuan mused with delight. This surely secures my place in the top martial arts university, bringing me one step closer to becoming one of the elite. High above, the elite class members who were supposed to be escorted down the mountain by military martial artists were returned to the summit of Lao Jun Mountain. They stared in disbelief at the massive white ape's corpse on the ground, astonished that the battle had ended so quickly. Xian swallowed hard. That creature was comparable to a level 6 beast, yet it was slain in just a minute. High-level beasts not only possess incredible combat power, but also have exceptionally strong vitality. Such powerful beasts with awakened intelligence are the most troublesome, and even level 6 martial artists find it difficult to kill them in such a short time. This guy isn't even human. Su Wu marveled inwardly, and Lu Yuan's image in his eyes grew even more impressive. When everyone saw Lu Yuan's final score, they were too shocked to speak. Over 30,000 points. This number was outrageous. But considering he personally killed a level 5 beast and one comparable to level 6, the score seemed justified. At the foot of Lao Jun Mountain, many principals and teachers were left numb. A beast with level 6 combat ability was taken down so effortlessly. From start to finish, the old white ape didn't even manage a decent attack. After a brief skirmish with Lu Yuan, it was completely on the defensive, repeatedly injured under the assault of 9 flying swords. Those swords seemed to carry some kind of toxin, ultimately rendering the old white ape defenseless and leading to its easy beheading. In fact, even without the toxin, Lu Yuan's remaining mental strength was sufficient to exhaust the old white ape to death. The entire battle flowed seamlessly, with every decision by Lu Yuan perfectly timed, making it a pleasure to watch. The battle ended so swiftly that everyone was left in a daze. The old white ape with level 6 combat power fell under Lu Yuan's blade. As the leaderboard updated, the entire city of Luoqing erupted in excitement. 30,000. A full 30,000 points. The crowd burst into deafening cheers. This wasn't just breaking a record, it was creating a miracle. Lu Yuan single-handedly swept through the upper region, then moved on to the core area, even slaying the formidable level 6 beast that was as powerful as a supermodel. Such achievements overturned everyone's understanding. Over 30,000 points. Not just in Luocheng, but across the entire Xia kingdom. Who could reach this height? Someone shouted, their voice filled with disbelief and genuine admiration. This is a record that cannot be surpassed, another voice said with conviction. Principal Zhou of Luoqing No. 1 High School had just recovered from his shock. His eyes widened at the astonishing number on the leaderboard. The impact was too great, causing his blood pressure to spike, and he fainted again. The principal of the experimental high school waved his arms in excitement. To him, Lu Yuan was no longer just a competitor, but the pride of all Luoqing. If only we had recruited Lu Yuan into the elite class, he regretted inwardly, marking it as his greatest disappointment. Wu Yun, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 senior year, jumped up in excitement, her impressive figure drawing the attention of many adolescent boys. To these love-struck teens, the allure of a mature woman far surpassed that of their still-developing female classmates. By this time, most candidates had finished the martial arts exam, witnessing Lu Yuan's feat of single-handedly defeating a peak level 5 beast. Everyone was left speechless by the spectacle. My goodness, over 30,000 points? That's a whole digit more than the second place, someone exclaimed. Do you think those top-ranking martial arts universities will invite Lu Yuan? Of course they will. Lu Yuan is incredible. He turned down a special admission from Qingbei Research Institute just 2 days ago, and now he's bound to get one from a martial arts academy. I'm so envious I could go crazy. Sumei clenched her fists tightly, unable to accept the reality. How could this be? How could he be so powerful? She muttered, her voice full of resentment. Beside her, Wu Lietian was drenched in sweat, relieved that he hadn't confronted Lu Yuan earlier, fearing the consequences. Not only at Lao Jun Mountain, but all of Luoqing's martial arts exam venues were being broadcasted live. As the battles progressed, more and more people focused on the Lao Jun Mountain battlefield. Countless people witnessed Lu Yuan fight through the upper region and take down one powerful white ape after another. Lu Yuan is amazing. From today on, I'm a huge fan of his, a girl exclaimed excitedly. Luoqing No. 1 High School was in an uproar, with everyone cheering and celebrating. Chao Kuan was so overwhelmed that he could barely speak coherently. Oh my god, Lu Dad. He's really going to be the top scorer of the martial arts exam. I should have stuck with him to get into a prestigious school. As Lu Yuan's close friend, he was so thrilled he fainted in the bathroom. In the Red Moon neighborhood, Lu Yuan's neighbors were buzzing with discussion. Is this really a Yuan? He's really made something of himself. When he said he was taking the martial arts exam a few days ago, I didn't believe him. An elderly man remarked. I suppose after his parents died in the beast tide, he's always wanted to become strong and slay beasts. Sigh. I wonder when we can finally rid ourselves of these dreadful beasts. Just then, a burly figure dashed towards the summit of Lao Jun Mountain. Wu Long arrived breathlessly, only to find the elite class standing there as if they'd lost their souls. Even the military experts stood in shock, as if they'd witnessed something incredible. Wu Long's heart sank. No way could Lu Yuan. His heart, already half cold, turned icy. Immediately, a surge of murderous intent erupted from within him. Where's that damn old white ape? I'm going to slaughter it. Wu Long roared, his voice filled with rage and frustration. All eyes were on Wu Long, and a slight tension filled the air. The elite class students paused for a moment, then bypassed him and headed down the mountain. Wu Long spotted Lu Yuan approaching from a distance, and the weight in his heart finally lifted, allowing him to let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he's okay. Wu Long thought to himself, relieved. If a top talent from my assigned area had been lost, how could I face reporting back? However, his relief was short-lived. Wu Long's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. It was the head of the old white ape. Staring at the severed head on the ground, Wu Long was thunderstruck and stood frozen on the spot. Although the official end of the martial exam was the next morning at 10, for everyone at the Lao Jun Mountain test site, everything was already settled. The lower-level beasts had been completely cleared out by the teamwork of the candidates. In the middle region, hundreds of beasts faced a gentle slaughter, while other capable candidates formed teams to hunt, effectively neutralizing the threats there. As for the upper and core regions, they were swept clean by Lu Yuan alone. In just one day, the entire Lao Jun Mountain test site was completely cleared, an unprecedented feat likely unmatched by any future contenders. The news of Lu Yuan defeating the white ape with 6-level combat power spread like wildfire throughout the city. At the foot of Lao Jun Mountain, a large crowd had gathered, including principals and teachers from various schools, and even the city lord of Luo City had arrived. They were eager to catch a glimpse of Lu Yuan, the monster, who had swept through the upper and core regions and amassed over 30,000 points. Was he truly as fearsome as the rumors suggested, with a terrifying presence and multiple arms? Classmates from Luo City High School Senior Class 1 proudly shared tales of Lu Yuan's exploits, and just being in the same class made many envious. Not to mention Lu Yuan's girlfriend, Su Mei, who was surrounded by a crowd of girls. Su Mei, is that really your clingy boyfriend? Su Mei, did Lu Yuan dump you? Did Lu Yuan really date you? Faced with the barrage of similar questions, Su Mei's face turned red and white with embarrassment. She was about to leave in anger when her friend kindly whispered, they broke up. Just 2 days ago. The girl was unsurprised and nodded. Makes sense. Lu Yuan is handsome and strong, so it's normal if he broke up with Su Mei. Su Mei's face flushed, and she loudly defended herself. Let me say it again, we just had an argument. Just a minor disagreement. If he apologizes, I would forgive him. Seeing Su Mei's outburst, everyone backed away, afraid to provoke her further. Wen Ruo, who was not good at socializing, glanced at Su Mei and muttered quietly. It'd be nice if she were a beast. Wen Ruo considered Lu Yuan her best friend and had long been displeased with how Su Mei treated him. Just then, a sudden exclamation arose from the crowd. Lu Yuan is coming out. Everyone looked up in unison, focusing on the exit of the Lao Jun Mountain battlefield. A tall, slender figure emerged, clad in battle attire stained with beast blood and wielding a pitch-black long knife. Cheers erupted. Lu Yuan, congratulations on becoming the top martial arts scholar of this year's exam. Lu Yuan, you're so handsome. Lu Yuan, which university do you plan to attend? The prodigies from the elite class walked off the battlefield with disappointment written all over their faces. Lu Yuan's brilliance was so dazzling that it overshadowed everyone else. Yet, witnessing Lu Yuan's powerful defeat of numerous beasts and the vast difference in points, these geniuses had to concede. Standing in the center of the crowd, Lu Yuan felt a bit out of place. In both of his lifetimes, he had never been in the spotlight like this. But the feeling was great. With a slight smile, he casually greeted everyone before boarding a private vehicle. Inside the car, Wu Yun excitedly introduced Lu Yuan to the top 10 martial arts universities. She explained that while they are collectively known as the top 10, the top 4 stand out distinctly. Kyoto University, Magic City University, Zhongzhou University, and the Military District University. Lu Yuan scratched his head, admitting he knew nothing about them. After all, his previous life's sole goal was to enter the Qingbei Research Institute. Wu Yun patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, comforting him. Actually, you don't need to know about them. Just think about what you need, and they'll come to you. She paused, recalling Lu Yuan's astonishing points in combat prowess, and added with a smile. No, they'll be begging you to join their universities. Wu Yun continued to explain that these 4 martial arts academies were the dream of countless candidates. The professors there were at least level 9 martial artists, with some even being grandmasters. In the city, meeting a grandmaster was extremely rare. Students who got into these schools were the best of the best, with top-notch skills and talents. Listening to this, Lu Yuan's smile grew even brighter. He thought to himself, if that's the case, he must join one of these top schools. Only there could he find the best resources. Suddenly, Wen took out her phone and showed Lu Yuan a message. Oh, there's one more thing. Every beast you killed in the college entrance examination battlefield will be rewarded to you. Do you want to exchange it for resources or money? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpected benefit. Without hesitation, he replied, convert it to money. For now, he was not short on resources, only on help. Wu Yun nodded in agreement. Converting it to money is indeed the most convenient. You can buy whatever you want. Usually, candidates can only exchange for tens of thousands, which is already quite good. But you're different. The beasts you killed are probably worth at least 1 million. She recalled the information she submitted for Lu Yuan's martial exam application, where his blood force was only 10 points. Wu Yun couldn't help but imagine the expressions on the university admission officers' faces when they saw his blood force and points. Back at his home in the Red Moon community, Lu Yuan took a hot shower, feeling rejuvenated. Reflecting on the thrilling combat experience, he realized there was room for improvement in his abilities, but he found that he truly enjoyed the life-and-death battles. At 10 p.m., Lu Yuan opened his system panel to check the daily settlement. Chun, in a life-and-death struggle with beasts, activated the medicinal power within, increasing blood force by 3. Wen Ruo engaged in an exhilarating fight, increasing blood force by 3 and mental strength by 2. Su Mei absorbed the effects of the Bao Di pill, increasing blood force by 5. Today, the entire class fought hard. Wen Ruo alone participated in over 100 battles, slaying 125 beasts, making her the most diligent student of the day. Under Lu Yuan's influence, the entire third-year first class consumed a large amount of pills. The medicinal power not directly absorbed accumulated in their bodies and was activated during combat, enhancing their blood force. Lu Yuan checked his attribute panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Blood force, 1822 level 5 martial artist. Mental strength, 801 level 4 mentalist. Talents, a mental awakening, B strength amplification, C overclocking. Martial arts, demon seal slash. Perfect techniques, 8th breathing technique perfect, mental perception proficient. His blood force had increased by 44 points, and his mental strength had directly broken through the level 4 barrier. Now, even without releasing overclocking, he could match a true level 6 martial artist. Lu Yuan was pleased with these stats, feeling delighted with his progress. 2 days later, the National Martial Arts Examination ranking was released, capturing the attention of countless teachers and students across the country. When the rankings for Zhongzhou province were announced, a shocking result emerged before everyone. First place, Lu Yuan, Senior Class 1, Luoqing No. 1 High School, score, 32,855. This score was astonishing, but even more unbelievable were Lu Yuan's examination stats. Vitality, 10 points. Mental strength, 9 points. Talent, none. The principal of Zhongzhou City's Noble Martial Arts School found the result hard to accept. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, still unable to believe the information before him. As a school that had held the top spot in the province for 5 consecutive years, being surpassed by an unknown student was unthinkable. Since the spiritual energy revival a century ago, large base cities have been established in each province of Xia. Zhongzhou City, the only large base city in Zhongzhou province, boasts the province's finest martial artists and resources. Luocheng, where Lu Yuan is from, is merely one of Zhongzhou City's 7 subsidiary cities and is inferior in all aspects. The principal angrily ordered, retrieve Lu Yuan's examination footage immediately. I want to see for myself how he achieved such a high score. Meanwhile, people across the country noticed the anomaly in Lu Yuan's results. Online discussions erupted. How is this possible? Entering the martial arts exam with 10 points of vitality is suicidal. I have 59 points of vitality and could only manage to kill 2 low-level beasts with a team, earning just 5 points. How did he score so much? No one has ever scored this many points in past exams. There aren't even that many points available from all the monsters in the test. This is obviously cheating. I demand the footage be made public. We want fairness. Amidst the clamor of doubts and accusations, Lu Yuan's score surpassed the limits of common understanding, gaining no recognition and instead becoming the target of widespread criticism. However, just as the online warriors were in an uproar, major news media and social media accounts in Luoqing began to voice support for Lu Yuan. As a small city, Luoqing had finally produced a talent capable of shining on the national stage, and they weren't going to miss this perfect opportunity to make a name for themselves. Soon, news reports and short videos about Lu Yuan flooded screens nationwide, sparking a heated debate about this mysterious examinee. Shocking news. Can 10 points of blood energy really slay beasts? Is he a provincial top scorer? No, he's the National Martial Arts Exam Champion. The untold stories behind the martial arts exam champion. On this day, news platforms and social media were flooded with headlines and videos that were usually dismissed as clickbait, but suddenly their views skyrocketed. The reason? This was a matter of national interest. Clicking on the video, viewers were stunned to see a burly young man clad in a metallic alloy battle suit, wielding a sword that gleamed menacingly. He moved through a horde of beasts with an almost frenzied demeanor, each swing of his blade claiming another life. Whoa, is this real? My god, he slays level 3 beasts more easily than I butcher chickens. Hold on, this guy a level 5 warrior? Oh my goodness. Meanwhile, in Luocheng, major news outlets, the city government, and the Martial Artist Alliance held press conferences to broadcast Lu Yuan's incredible feats. Lu Yuan is a once-in-a-century genius from Luocheng, the city spokesperson excitedly announced. His emergence has created unprecedented achievements in our city's martial arts exam history. We look forward to Lu Yuan continuing to excel and contributing even more to humanity. On behalf of Luocheng, I am pleased to announce a 2 million scholarship for Lu Yuan. Not to be outdone, a representative from the Martial Artist Alliance stood up. As the authoritative organization managing martial arts schools and warriors in the Xia Kingdom, we have decided to award Lu Yuan 5 million. More importantly, we are granting him a high-level VIP membership in the Martial Artist Alliance. This news caused quite a stir on site. It was widely known that a high-level membership in the Martial Artist Alliance not only represented immense wealth, but was also a symbol of status. With this status, Lu Yuan would enjoy certain immunities, avoiding trouble unless he committed serious offenses. Typically, only master-level warriors were eligible for such privileges. But Lu Yuan gained more than just status. He also received tangible benefits-free access to train at martial arts schools worldwide. However, despite the online buzz, Lu Yuan seemed indifferent. After receiving his alliance membership card, he headed straight to the Flame Martial Arts School to test his strength increase. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Yuan's fists rained down on the testing machine, causing the ground to shake violently. The numbers on the machine's display rapidly fluctuated. 18,500, 18,450, 18,522. Although the high school seniors had already taken their exams, inspired by Lu Yuan, none slacked off. They knew that in this perilous world, one's blood energy level directly determined their chances of survival. Lu Yuan glanced at his attribute panel. Blood energy, 1852, level 5 warrior. Mental power, 805, level 4 mentalist. His blood energy was nearing 1,900 points, but his mental power was growing more slowly. Yet, this rate of progress was not enough to satisfy Lu Yuan's ambitions. The classmates in his senior class had generally poor training aptitude and could no longer meet Lu Yuan's needs. He required more capable sparring partners. For a martial artist, the key to training speed was quality, not quantity. Those with poor aptitude might not break through a level in 10 years, whereas those with exceptional talent found breakthroughs as easy as eating or drinking. Lu Yuan secretly hoped, "May I enter university soon?" Meanwhile, in the packed conference room of Zhongzhou University, the weakest among them was at least an 8th-level warrior. A fiery woman slammed the table, her eyes filled with killing intent. The national martial arts exam scores are out, and now it's time to recruit. Recruiting? That's our forte. A man with a beer belly confidently declared. Ladies and gentlemen, please look at the big screen. Here is the first-hand information on the top 3 martial arts exam candidates from major cities across the country. The screen displayed detailed martial arts exam registration information. Kyoto Martial Arts Exam Champion. Name, Lei Ting. Score, 8,032. Talent, over limit, flash level. Blood energy, 1030, level 4 warrior. Note, both parents are master-level warriors. Another screen showed Lei Ting's combat footage during the exam. Indeed, the offspring of masters, with quite rich combat experience and proficient marksmanship. A Zhongzhou University admissions officer commented, "This girl has been in contact with us before and has a favorable impression of our school. She just doesn't want to enter through special recruitment. She wants to get in through the regular exam." After the meeting, they would immediately contact Lei Ting's parents. Next was the information on the Tianfu Martial Arts Exam Champion. Name, Wang Batian. Score, 8,332. Talent, Fire Affinity, A level. Blood energy, 1103, level 4 warrior. Zhongzhou University's admissions office worked efficiently and soon reached the last first-place candidate from each province. Zhongzhou Martial Arts Exam Champion. Name, Lu Yuan. Score, 32,855. Talent, none. Blood energy, 10. Mental power, 9. Seeing this information, everyone was shocked. 10 points of blood energy, 9 points of mental power, no talent ability, and over 30,000 points. What is this nonsense? Who wrote this? Are they crazy? The conference room was in an uproar, with everyone staring at the screen, trying to find a reasonable explanation. The admissions officers at Zhongzhou University were puzzled by Lu Yuan's exam data. This student, who had suddenly registered for the martial arts college entrance exam, displayed a level of skill that was worlds apart from his test results 6 months ago. On the big screen, Lu Yuan's exam footage was playing. Clad in alloy armor and wielding a tang sword, he charged into the upper-level area as if it were unguarded. His demon-slaying technique was flawless, making him stand out among the candidates. Even more astonishing was that neither second nor third-level beasts could escape his deadly strikes. "This kid is at least a level 5 martial artist," exclaimed one teacher. "At 18, he has nearly 2,000 units of blood force. He's a prodigy." However, the most shocking part was yet to come. Lu Yuan seemed tireless, dispatching every beast in the upper level with ease. The teachers exchanged looks of disbelief. They were well-versed in martial arts, yet had never encountered a candidate as formidable as him. "We have to secure Lu Yuan," someone said excitedly. "With him, our chances of winning the University League Championship are much higher." Just as they were reveling in Lu Yuan's performance, one teacher noticed that the progress bar was still more than half full. "Wait, is he planning to wipe out the beasts in the core area too?" As soon as the words were spoken, all eyes were glued to the screen. They held their breath, anticipating the possibility of Lu Yuan showcasing even greater strength. Sure enough, the scene shifted, and Lu Yuan had already ventured alone into the territory of the White Ape clan. This sight made every admissions officer present widen their eyes, their hearts involuntarily racing. As expected, Lu Yuan demonstrated the combat prowess of a level 5 warrior. The teachers remained calm in the face of this display, as they had anticipated it. However, when a brilliant flying sword cut through the air, the faculty of Zhongzhou University collectively widened their eyes. This young man was also a level 3 psychic. "How could such a prodigy not be specially recruited?" someone exclaimed. "He was recruited by the Qingbei Research Institute," replied a man with a beer belly, shrugging. But the kid turned them down. What was Qingbei Research Institute thinking? Trying to snatch such a genius? Another teacher scoffed. In the footage, Lu Yuan showcased an astonishing ability to multitask, engaging in close combat with the White Ape King while simultaneously controlling the flying sword for lethal strikes. This video left all the admissions teachers in awe. His abilities in strength, combat will, and battle intelligence were all exceptional. More importantly, he was a psychic. S-grade. This can definitely rival an S-grade gifted warrior. For a top martial arts school like Zhongzhou University, talent is important but not decisive. They understood that talent is merely a powerful skill and doesn't fully represent a warrior's potential. Many geniuses with S-level talents never break through to the master level in their lifetime. But a combat genius like Lu Yuan, who combines both vitality and talent, is truly a rare treasure. "We must secure Lu Yuan," declared Gao Weiguang, the director of admissions at Zhongzhou University, with determination. "We cannot let another school snatch such a level of genius from Zhongzhou. Lao Zhao, Lao Wu, the three of us will head to Luoqing immediately and prepare thoroughly." But no one responded. Everyone was fixated on the screen. Lu Yuan had slain a peak level 5 beast. Even more shocking was the revelation that he was already a level 4 psychic. "Quick, retrieve the energy fluctuation data from the battle," Gao Weiguang shouted. Soon, a series of data appeared on the screen. Candidate: Lu Yuan. Strength: 20,350 pounds. Psychic power: 8,210 pounds 9. Although remote detection might have some margin of error, these figures were enough to demonstrate just how formidable Lu Yuan was. With just his vitality, he could unleash over 20,000 pounds of punch force, and his psychic power, though only over 8,000 pounds, could control 9 flying swords simultaneously. "This is an extraordinary prodigy," everyone marveled. Gao Weiguang immediately began organizing. "Lao Wu, go to the principal to request resource allocation. We must make a substantial offer this time. Everyone else, follow me to Luoqing immediately. Remember, we must offer not only material rewards but also ensure that he and his family feel recognized and respected." Meanwhile, in the Red Moon community, Lu Yuan hung up on yet another company looking to sponsor his college education. After the martial arts exam broadcast, his astounding score of over 30,000 points had spread nationwide, unmatched by anyone. Various groups came knocking: corporate sponsors, mining bosses, classmates seeking advice, and even long-lost relatives. Lu Yuan simply unplugged the phone. Just then, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to see his ex-girlfriend, Su Mei. She tried to fling herself at him, but was mercilessly pushed back by his psychic power. "I was just being a little temperamental," Su Mei pouted. "I only stopped you from taking the college entrance exam because I cared about you. Don't be mad. Let's get back together." Lu Yuan sneered. "Sister, you're not even that attractive. Don't flatter yourself." These tactics might have worked on the old him, but the current Lu Yuan only felt disgust for this ungrateful woman who once suppressed him. With a thought, Lu Yuan used his psychic power to lift Su Mei and threw her directly from the 14th floor. Boom. With a loud crash, Sume was precisely thrown into a trash can, her body twisting and struggling in the confined space. Lu Yuan dusted off his hands, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Trash belongs in the trash can, he murmured softly. In Lu Yuan's eyes, ripples of psychic energy appeared like waves. This power not only allowed him to move objects from a distance, but also granted him heightened perception. During yesterday's exam, he had sensed waves of murderous intent emanating from both Su Mei and Wu Lietian. This woman isn't just ungrateful, she's a treacherous beast. Lu Yuan glared at Su Mei in the trash can, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. Unfortunately, the city's rules were strict. Even though he was a senior member of the Martial Artists Alliance and had just been named the top scorer in the martial exam, he couldn't kill a martial artist at will. In this era that revered martial strength, killing a martial artist was a serious crime. However, given Lu Yuan's current status, disciplining a low-level martial artist wouldn't cause any trouble. He cast a final cold glance at Su Mei, then turned to pull out his phone and send a message to his aunt. I lived up to your expectations and became the top scorer in the Zhongzhou martial exam. Almost instantly, his phone vibrated. His aunt, Wu Xian, replied, The exam's over? I'm getting lectured by my boss. Don't waste words. Just tell me how many fierce beasts you killed. After a brief thought, Lu Yuan replied, Just over 1,000, too many to count. Wu Xian clearly didn't believe him, her reply tinged with disbelief. Your aunt isn't just a pretty face with no brains. Are you running low on money? Being a martial artist is indeed expensive. I'll transfer some more to you later. Lu Yuan quickly responded. No need, I just earned some myself. Before he finished typing, a notification popped up. Wu Xian has transferred 100,000 yuan to you. Another message followed. Your aunt has a high salary. Spend it without worry. Lu Yuan shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed no matter what he said, his aunt wouldn't believe him. If he were in her shoes, he wouldn't believe that someone with only 10 points of blood power could become the top scorer either. Unless they cheated. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing inside the Zhongzhou City Relic Research Institute. Wu Xian, I'm talking to you, and you're playing with your phone. An irate, bald, middle-aged man shouted. Do you think you've grown wings because of your strong professional skills, and I can't do anything about it? Wu Xian lowered her head, her voice barely audible. I wouldn't dare, sir. The middle-aged man continued his tirade, banging the table and roaring. Wu Xian could only endure silently, having to swallow her pride to join the latest S-level confidential project. Outside the office, colleagues whispered amongst themselves. Poor Wu Xian, she's having a tough time. What can she do? She wants to join that S-level project. She didn't care about these things before. Why the sudden ambition? Apparently, her family urgently needs money. Her family, isn't it just her nephew? Exactly. Her nephew was already specially recruited by Qingbei, yet insisted on taking the martial exam, causing Wu Xian so much trouble. Sigh, such kids are the hardest to deal with. At that moment, a formidable aura enveloped the entire research institute. A tall man in a black trench coat slowly descended from the sky. Holy crap, a grandmaster-level martial artist, someone exclaimed. Grandmaster-level martial artists had transcended ordinary human limits, capable of briefly floating in the air. Although grandmasters weren't rare in this world, they mostly fought in major war zones. Encountering a grandmaster in the city was a rare sight indeed. As the grandmaster arrived, the elderly man in a suit, the president of the Relic Research Institute, hurried out to greet him, his face full of respect. The man in the black robe entered the research institute, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone like a knife before he calmly spoke. I'm looking for Wu Xian. His words struck like a bolt of lightning, freezing everyone in place, including Wu Xian herself. Everyone was internally overwhelmed by shock. Wu Xian actually knew such a legendary master-level martial artist. Wu Xian, having just been reprimanded for half the day, was still in a daze. Before she could gather her thoughts, she was ushered into the conference room by the head of the institute and the mysterious master. The master extended his hand, his voice gentle yet authoritative. Hello, Ms. Wu Xian. I'm Shan, a professor from Zhongzhou University. The terms master and Zhongzhou University weighed heavily on Wu Xian, making it hard for her to breathe. She suppressed her unease and cautiously asked, Hello, I'm Wu Xian. May I ask what this is about? Shan cleared his throat and spoke seriously. It's like this. In the recent college entrance exams, your nephew Lu Yuan achieved outstanding results. Zhongzhou University wants to offer him a special admission. As Lu Yuan's guardian, we felt it necessary to inform you of this. Wu Xian's jaw nearly dropped. Zhongzhou University wants to specially admit Lu Yuan. The words clashed in her mind, impossible to reconcile. She knew all too well Lu Yuan's aptitude in martial arts was nearly non-existent. His strength lay in the humanities. If it were Qingbei or any liberal arts research institution, Wu Xian wouldn't be surprised. But this was Zhongzhou University, a top 10 martial arts university in the nation. A place that only admits the elite in martial arts wanted her nephew, who had only 10 points of vitality. Suddenly, Wu Xian recalled something Lu Yuan had mentioned before and hesitantly looked at the master. Could it be that boy really topped the martial arts exam? Indeed. Shinny nodded, his tone filled with admiration. Lu Yuan not only topped the martial arts exam, but also broke previous records. Even I, as a master, am very impressed with his achievements. If Lu Yuan chooses to join Zhongzhou University, we will provide him with the best resources. In any aspect, whatever you need, we will do our utmost to meet it. Hearing that it concerned Lu Yuan's future and interests, Wu Xian snapped to attention. Although she didn't understand how the boy had done it, with the martial arts master himself present, Lu Yuan's words must be true. A martial arts exam topper, defeating over 1,000 fierce beasts. The grievances from earlier evaporated, replaced by immense excitement and joy. Tears welled in Wu Xian's eyes, her face beaming with happiness. It took her a moment to calm down, and she slightly bowed, speaking with dignity. I apologize, master. Regarding Lu Yuan's future school choice, it depends on his own wishes. I never interfere with his decisions. The three of them talked in the conference room for a long time before Wu Xian finally left. The moment she did, the master's smile vanished. Shan turned to the head of the research institute, his tone icy. Zhongzhou University believes that Ms. Wu Xian has exceptional talent in relic research. What do you think? The oppressive aura of a master-level vitality was palpable, sending chills down one's spine. The head of the Relic Research Institute swallowed hard, nodding fervently like a pecking chick. You're right. You're absolutely right. Wu Xian's talent in research is truly astonishing. As the president of the Institute of Relics looked up, the master-level figure had already quietly left, leaving behind a room filled with silence. The president was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just experienced an invisible confrontation. He hurried back to his office, fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard, to issue two important announcements. The first announcement: Pan Jinbing is immediately dismissed for severely violating the Institute's regulations. Let this serve as a warning to everyone to focus on your research work. The second announcement: Wu Xian is appointed as the head of the S-level confidential project Dragon's Tomb Relic. A warm welcome. Once the news was released, the Institute was abuzz. Everyone flocked to Wu Xian's workstation, eager to help her move her belongings into her new office. Meanwhile, the former team leader was unceremoniously escorted out the door. Soon, an explosive piece of news spread throughout the Institute. Lu Yuan was actually Wu Xian's nephew and also a top martial arts scholar. This genius, who might one day become a powerful martial artist, instantly became the center of attention. Meanwhile, in the Hongyu apartment complex, Lu Yuan was chatting with his aunt and learned that several top universities had begun reaching out to him. Although expected, the swift response from these schools, even sending master-level figures, took Lu Yuan by surprise. This clearly demonstrated their high regard for him. At that moment, Lu Yuan's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed homeroom teacher Wu Yun. Lu Yuan, send me your location. Wu Yun's voice came through the phone. Teachers from several top 10 universities are already here, and I'm coming to take you to meet them. Before long, Lu Yuan followed Wu Yun to a luxurious private martial arts gym. Guided by a beautiful woman in black silk, they headed straight to the top floor. Even before entering, the sound of heated debate was clearly audible. This time, our Wushu University is determined to succeed. A loud voice pierced through the door. Wushu is also very close to Luoqing. Inside the gym, the atmosphere was tense. Over a dozen teachers from the admissions offices of various prestigious universities were gathered, each with a serious expression. Principal Zhou sat in the middle, both excited and troubled. On one hand, it was rare for Luoqing High School to receive such attention, with these top universities eager to make a good impression. On the other hand, he couldn't afford to offend any of these big shots and had to serve them carefully. Luckily, he hadn't forgotten to take his medicine today, or the excitement might have triggered his old ailments. Gao Weiguang, the person in charge from Zhongzhou University, glanced towards the door, awaiting Lu Yuan's arrival. At that moment, the door slowly opened, and a tall, strong young man walked in steadily. It was Lu Yuan. Principal Zhou immediately stood up, excitedly introducing, Lu Yuan is here, esteemed guests. This is our top martial arts scholar. He then began to introduce everyone present one by one. Lu Yuan, composed and respectful, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The numerous admissions officers scrutinized the young man, their eyes gleaming with approval. Impressive, very impressive, someone murmured. He has abundant vitality, a strong physique, and a steady character, a rare talent. Although it was just a simple exchange of pleasantries, the latest martial artists present exuded a powerful aura of vitality. Even Principal Zhou felt immense pressure among these formidable individuals, soon breaking into a sweat. However, Lu Yuan remained calm in the face of these strong figures, his eyes reflecting a steady brilliance. This composure alone was quite remarkable. Lu Yuan, would you mind testing your physical stats? One of the admissions teachers suggested. Everyone was curious about Lu Yuan's true capabilities. His application information showed only 10 points of vitality and 9 points of mental power, with no recorded talent abilities. Yet, in the examination, he demonstrated the strength of a level 5 martial artist and a level 4 mentalist. This stark contrast made everyone eager to uncover the truth. Just release your qi and blood power normally, Wu Yun gently reminded from the side. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and stepped towards the testing device. A blue beam instantly enveloped him, wrapping around his body like a thin veil. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and focused, allowing the immense power of his qi and blood to surge through his meridians like a tidal wave. In an instant, his whole body emitted crackling sounds, reminiscent of firecrackers going off. Good, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Strong qi and blood, robust muscles and bones. This body is indeed a promising candidate for martial arts. As Lu Yuan's internal qi and blood power awakened, many teachers around felt their hearts race. Although these teachers responsible for admissions weren't top-tier experts, the weakest among them was still a 5th-level martial artist. A few seconds later, under the expectant gazes of everyone, the testing device displayed bright red numbers. Qi and blood power test complete. 1852. 5th-level martial artist. Hiss. Everyone drew a sharp breath, shock written all over their faces. How can it be so high? Even Principal Zhou couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In the high school battlefield, drones also have the capability to detect burst energy. Based on previous data, Lu Yuan's explosive power ranged between 17,000 to 18,000 pounds, with qi and blood power estimated at around 1778. But in just 2 days, how could there be such a large discrepancy? Even considering the potential margin of error due to the drone's distance, the difference shouldn't be this significant. Could it be? Wu Yun recalled the test from half a year ago when Lu Yuan indeed had only 10 points of qi and blood power at that time. Is it possible that Lu Yuan's qi and blood power skyrocketed from 10 to 1852 in just 6 months? This suggests that Lu Yuan's qi and blood power is in an extremely rare phase of explosive growth. While history has seen many such prodigies, none have been this exaggerated. Everyone simultaneously considered this possibility, feeling deeply astounded. However, the surprises were not over. Lu Yuan slowly released his awakened psychic talent while deliberately suppressing 2 other talents, preventing the device from detecting his power amplification and overdrive abilities. Then, 2 more lines of text appeared on the device. Mental power, 805. 4th-level psychic practitioner. Talent, psychic awakening. As soon as this information appeared, everyone present was thunderstruck, staring in disbelief. Mental power, a 4th-level psychic practitioner with a level psychic awakening. This is an absolute prodigy. Dual cultivation of qi and blood alongside mental power, and at such an astonishing growth rate. Lu Yuan's aptitude for cultivation is incredibly formidable. Undoubtedly, he must have exerted unimaginable effort. We must have him join our school. Every admissions teacher had the same thought simultaneously. The admissions officer from Wushu University was the first to react, practically rushing to Lu Yuan's side, eagerly saying, Lu Yuan, if you choose to come to Wushu University, we will offer you the highest level of treatment, along with a 5 million scholarship. And also, he gritted his teeth and declared the condition that left everyone stunned: a 2nd-tier martial art. Principal Zhou and Wu Yun exchanged glances, both seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. As the principal and teacher of an ordinary high school, they had never witnessed college admissions officers so excited, nor had they ever seen such generous offers. 2nd-tier martial art, also known as master-level martial art. It's a precious resource that cannot be measured by money, something most ordinary martial artists never have access to in their lifetime. Yet now, these prestigious martial arts universities are willingly offering it to Lu Yuan. This scene will undoubtedly be etched in the memory of everyone present forever. At this critical moment, Lu Yuan's attitude made everyone present hold their breath. The admissions officer from Kyoto University shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I advise you all not to get involved. He turned to Lu Yuan, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Lu Yuan, if you are willing to join Kyoto University, we will double the offer made by Wu City University. Plus, we'll throw in a level 5 battle sword. These words hit the audience like a sledgehammer, stunning everyone present. As a top-tier institution among the top 10 martial arts universities, Kyoto University had resources far surpassing those of Wu City University. While everyone was still processing this astonishing offer, Gao Weiguang from Zhongzhou University suddenly spoke up, his voice steady and powerful. Lu Yuan, all the conditions they've offered, Zhongzhou University can match. Additionally, if you join us, I can personally guarantee you the qualification to enter the Ice Dragon Ruins. His words left the room in utter silence. The other admissions officers stared at Gao Weiguang in disbelief. The Ice Dragon Ruins were in level sight, the only one Zhongzhou University had. Wow, has old Gao lost his mind? Someone whispered. Even if Zhongzhou University holds Lu Yuan in high regard, granting him access to its level sight is outrageous. Indeed, while Lu Yuan's overall abilities were impressive, they hardly seemed to warrant such extravagant rewards. However, Zhongzhou University was clearly determined. Seeing Lu Yuan's puzzled expression, Gao Weiguang explained, ruins are special micro-worlds on the fringes of this world, accessible through spatial channels. This level Ice Dragon ruins were created by the powerful Ice Dragon King from a mysterious era. Inside, there are not only fierce beasts with Ice Dragon bloodlines and other creatures, but also many extremely valuable resources. Some have even obtained dragon blood there. Hearing this, the other admissions officers felt somewhat embarrassed. Lu Yuan's mental awakening was only a level, and while his overall scores were quite good, they didn't seem to justify such high-level resources. Well, with Zhongzhou University stepping in and two other top 10 universities watching closely, all we can do is sit back and watch, someone sighed. Unexpectedly, in the face of these almost priceless rewards, Lu Yuan shook his head. His voice was calm and resolute. These offers are tempting, but they're not what I'm looking for. I'm more interested in whether your school has an elite class or a genius program. I would prefer to join a class composed entirely of talented individuals over these rewards. His words were like a bomb going off in the room. Principal Zhou and Wu Yun exchanged glances, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Before arriving, they never imagined Lu Yuan would receive such high regard, nor did they expect him to dismiss treatment fit for an S-level genius. The room fell into silence, everyone waiting for what would happen next, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The admissions officers from various universities, Principal Zhou, and Wu Yun were all stunned by Lu Yuan's request. They exchanged bewildered glances. This genius student, who had made history in the martial arts exam, had made such an unexpected request to have a special class for geniuses or elites. The admissions officers looked troubled. They were used to students asking for scholarships or various resources, but establishing a class specifically for geniuses? That was beyond their expectations. One admissions officer couldn't help but mutter, isn't university supposed to be about competing for resources and improving one's abilities? What's the point of a genius class? Another officer agreed. Exactly, having classes with comparable abilities is crucial. The competition between classes is important too. If the gap is too large, wouldn't all resources end up being monopolized by the genius class? For a moment, all the university representatives fell silent. Seeing this, Wu Yun quietly approached Lu Yuan and explained the university's resource allocation and competition model. When Lu Yuan confirmed that the university indeed did not have a setup for an elite class, he couldn't hide his disappointment. At this moment, Gao Weiguang, the representative from Zhongzhou University, had a spark of inspiration. He quickly approached Lu Yuan with enthusiasm and said, Lu Yuan, although Zhongzhou University doesn't have a regular genius class, we have something special, a sprint class. Before each university league, we organize an elite training camp that brings together the top talents from the entire school. If you're interested, I can secure you a spot. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. He responded without hesitation, Great, I've decided to join Zhongzhou University. Over the past few days, Lu Yuan had done some research on the top 10 martial arts universities. He knew that although Zhongzhou University ranked 4th overall, it had consistently won championships in recent university leagues, proving its strong student body and outstanding training capabilities. Seeing Lu Yuan make his choice, Principal Zhou and Wu Yun nodded in agreement. For Lu Yuan, Zhongzhou University was indeed the best choice. The other university admissions officers looked resigned. They couldn't understand why Zhongzhou University was willing to invest so many resources in Lu Yuan, making it impossible for them to compete fairly. As the other officers gradually left, Gao Weiguang stopped being formal. He took out a metallic alloy bracelet from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is the initial reward from the university. You can check it out. More rewards will be granted once you enroll, provided you meet the basic requirements. Lu Yuan nodded and accepted the bracelet, putting it on his wrist. Instantly, a translucent screen projected into the air, displaying a simple contract drafted by Zhongzhou University. The contract outlined that these rewards were part of the university's enrollment benefits, and by accepting them, Lu Yuan was obliged to join Zhongzhou University. Lu Yuan quickly skimmed through it and clicked confirm without hesitation. A blue light flashed on the bracelet, indicating it was activated. Gao Weiguang nodded with satisfaction and said earnestly, Lu Yuan, on behalf of Zhongzhou University, I warmly welcome you to join us. From today onwards, Lu Yuan is officially a member of Zhongzhou University. After briefly explaining the rules for the freshman entrance assessment taking place in 3 days, Gao Weiguang hurriedly left, clearly needing to meet other talented students. Lu Yuan examined the wristband issued by Zhongzhou University. This seemingly ordinary piece of equipment amazed him. It was actually a spatial device. The wristband contained a storage space of 3 cubic meters and was equipped with an intelligence system. It could detect energy fluctuations in the surroundings and also integrated all the functions of a smartphone. Zhongzhou University really knows how to spend money. Lu Yuan thought to himself, eager for his future campus life. As he walked down the street, Lu Yuan realized he had become the focus of the city. His achievements were being celebrated everywhere, and even children playing in the streets looked up to him as an idol. They constantly repeated Lu Yuan's famous saying, "Studying alone won't save Xiaogua. Only by abandoning literature for martial arts and slaying fierce beasts can we save this world. Poor aptitude is nothing to fear." Lu Yuan once had only 10 points of vital energy, but through hard work, he changed his fate. Endure the hardest hardships to become the best among men. 2 days later, at the Flame Martial Arts Hall. Boom, boom, boom. Each time Lu Yuan's fist struck the tester, it caused a violent tremor. The numbers kept jumping. 19,000, 18,911, 18,979. The entire martial arts hall fell silent instantly, everyone stopping their training to stare at the numbers in shock. "My God, his punch strength has increased by over 1,000 pounds, someone exclaimed. During the college entrance exam, it was less than 18,000 pounds, and now it has surpassed 19,000 in just a few days. After training, Lu Yuan opened the class group chat and found that classmates from Class 1 of Senior Year 3 were eagerly discussing their cultivation experiences. Since taking the qi and blood pills and experiencing the life-and-death battles of the entrance exam, everyone's cultivation progress had noticeably accelerated, with almost daily increases of 1 point in vital energy. Lu Yuan quietly checked his attribute panel. Name: Lu Yuan. Vital energy: 1901 level 5 martial artist. Mental power: 815 level 4 mentalist. Talents: telekinesis awakening A, strength amplification B, overclocking C. Martial arts: demon sealing slash. Perfect techniques: 8th set of breathing techniques perfected, proficient in telekinetic perception. In just a few days after the college entrance exam, Lu Yuan's vital energy skyrocketed by nearly 200 points, thanks to the collective effort of his classmates in taking elixirs and the drug effect being triggered by the life-and-death battles in the exam. As night fell, Lu Yuan stood at the entrance of the martial arts hall, gazing at the bustling street, filled with anticipation. Zhongzhou University, here I come. Near Luoqing No. 1 High School, a bustling food stall buzzed with life. The air was thick with the aroma of grilled food, and the lively chatter of diners filled the night. Amidst this lively scene, 3 young people stood out. "Yuan, I thought you'd be too busy as the top martial arts exam scorer to have dinner with us." Chao Kuan and Wen Ruo exclaimed in surprise. This meal had been planned for a while, but who would have thought that in such a short time, Lu Yuan would become the top martial arts student in Zhongzhou province, breaking the martial arts score record. Chao Kuan, already a bit tipsy, slurred, "Congratulations, Yuan. I was just joking back then, didn't think you'd actually pull it off." His eyes were a mix of envy, jealousy, and regret. Recalling the scene of Lu Yuan sweeping through the exam with his blade, Chao Kuan still found it hard to believe. "Impossible," he muttered. "The Lu Yuan I know could never be this formidable." Yet, the truth was undeniable. In stark contrast to Lu Yuan's success was Chao Kuan's own disappointment. In the fiercely competitive world of the arts entrance exams, despite his efforts, he hadn't managed to get into an arts college. His low vitality seemed to have sealed his fatia life of menial jobs, a hazy future, and the constant threat of becoming prey to beasts. "Yuan, I regret it." Chao Kuan lamented as he drowned his sorrows in alcohol. "If only I had called you dad more often, maybe you would have taken me to the martial arts exams. At least I could have gotten into a university." Lu Yuan ignored Chao Kuan's drunken lamentations and instead retrieved a delicate jade box from his bracelet, handing it to Wen Ruo. Her cheeks flushed as she softly asked, "Is this for me?" When she opened the jade box, the sight of 5 translucent pills caught her attention. "Thought energy pills," Wen Ruo exclaimed. These pills, known for significantly enhancing the efficiency of thought power cultivation, had effects lasting 5 to 10 days each. However, their steep price, one pill costing 100,000 yuan, was astronomical for someone like Wen Ruo from a modest background. "This is too valuable." Wen Ruo stood up abruptly, waving her hands in refusal. "I can't accept such a gift." Lu Yuan merely smiled. "Take it. As long as you train well, that's the best repayment for me." He pointed to the TV by the barbecue stand, which was broadcasting news about the rewards he received from the Martial Alliance. "Don't worry, I've made over 10 million in the past few days." It dawned on Wen Ruo then that Lu Yuan had transformed completely a level 5 martial artist, a level 4 psychic, the top martial arts student coveted by prestigious schools, a true martial arts prodigy. Beside them, Chao Kuan, full of jealousy and drunken bravado, shouted, favoring love over friendship. "Wen Ruo, don't be polite with this nouveau riche, you must accept. Not only should you take the gift, but you also have to treat us today. We're going to eat like kings." "Boss, another bottle of beer." At that moment, Lu Yuan also presented a gift to Chao Kuan, a bag. Chao Kuan blinked in confusion and pulled out a pair of overalls, asking, "Is this for me?" Lu Yuan nodded. "You didn't make it in the arts exam, right? I designed this image for you myself. With this look, you might just make it big." "Really? Chao Kuan excitedly adjusted his center-parted hair, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Suspenders, they don't really look that good." The three of them sat around the table, clinking glasses as they reminisced about their middle school days. Wen Ruo carefully took a small sip of her drink. It was her first time. The alcohol's effect quickly brought a rosy hue to her fair cheeks, making her look even more adorable. "I also received a special invitation from Zhongzhou University," Wen Ruo announced excitedly, her eyes shining with pride. As a high-ranking student with an A-level psychic awakening, she was naturally qualified to be a specially recruited student. Even more rare, she was a spiritual psychic. Clutching the jade box in her hand, Wen Ruo declared with determination, "During university, I will continue to work hard in my training. I aim to catch up with you in terms of spiritual power." This became her second life goal. Her first goal was to avenge her mother's spirit by vowing to eliminate all the fierce beasts. Yuan didn't dampen Wen Ruo's enthusiasm. Instead, he bolstered her confidence. "I believe in you. With your talent, as long as you work hard, anything is possible." He was well aware of Wen Ruo's high aptitude in spiritual power training, and for a long time to come, his own advancement in spiritual power would rely on her efforts. At least in Class 3 of Grade 12, Wen Ruo was undoubtedly the most crucial member. At this moment, Chao Kuan glanced at the class group chat and couldn't help but interject, "You guys are all going to Zhongzhou University. That little monk from the elite class is also going to Zhongzhou University." But Xian didn't get the special recruitment, apparently because his vitality values came from consuming spiritual items. Yet, the little monk claimed he would surpass you, Xian. Yuan raised an eyebrow at this. He recalled studying that little monk's abilities. His 11 Dharma golden body was indeed quite special, capable of amplifying spiritual power and vitality. While Xian's spiritual power values were low, limiting the combat boost when releasing the Dharma golden body, Yuan was different. If he could obtain the Dharma golden body's blessing, his combat power could double. This would undoubtedly become a powerful trump card for him. Thinking of the new world he was about to enter, Yuan's eyes showed a trace of anticipation. Now, the country of Xian had 7 base cities and over 50 affiliated cities. Even a small city like Luoqing had 2 A-level geniuses. Zhongzhou University, as a sanctuary for recruiting national talents, would gather countless brilliant individuals. Yuan could hardly wait to showcase his abilities. The three of them drank deep into the night, only ending their gathering when they were thoroughly inebriated. Chao Kuan was already too drunk to function, mumbling incoherently about his goddess, Yuan. Yuan, teacher Baiji from Zhongzhou University, is the nation's goddess. Not only does she have a great figure and stunning looks, but her swordsmanship is also impressive, and she's a beast master. You must become her student. Yuan had some impression of this teacher Baiji. She was a long-legged, mature beauty whose allure was irresistibly attractive to lovesick youths like Chao Kuan. More impressively, teacher Baiji was not only a peak-level 9th grade warrior, but also mastered an exquisite sword technique and had a powerful pet companion. She once single-handedly slew a level 10 fierce beast comparable to a master-level warrior. In this martial world, teacher Baiji was undoubtedly a national idol. As the night deepened, Yuan carried the drunken Chao Kuan and supported the unsteady Wen Ruo, managing to get them both home safely. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains onto Yuan's face. In this world, there wasn't much vacation time after the college entrance exams. Most universities started the new semester about a week after the exams ended. Today was the day to register at the university. The train station was bustling, with most students accompanied by parents, siblings, or friends. Only Yuan and Wen Ruo stood alone, looking somewhat lonely. Chao Kuan had promised to see them off at the station, but after waiting on the platform for over 10 minutes, there was still no sign of him, and his phone went unanswered. Yuan shrugged helplessly, guessing that Chao Kuan was likely still sleeping off his hangover. Checking the time, Yuan softly said to Wen Ruo, "We should board the train now." With that, the two of them, dragging their luggage, stepped onto the train that would take them to their new lives. In a world overrun by fierce beasts, trains traversing the wilderness between cities face immense challenges. The entire train is encased in thick alloy steel plates, scarred by the claws of menacing creatures, with the air heavy with an unshakable scent of blood. Inside the VIP carriage, Yuan and Wen Ruo each occupied a luxurious seat worth 10,000 yuan. Yuan couldn't help but marvel at Zhongzhou University's generosity in providing such expensive tickets. In this era, intercity travel demands incredible speed and robust protection, along with the presence of at least a few level 6 warriors for security, which keeps the ticket prices high. Yuan's wristband projected a blue holographic screen displaying the latest notification from Zhongzhou University. At 2 p.m., all new students must gather at the school gate for the entrance assessment and class assignment ceremony. After confirming the information, he started responding to messages, greeting the homeroom teacher and Principal Zhou, reminding Chao Kuan, who had just woken up, to get a photo with the goddess, and sending a wilderness safety alert to Wu Yun. The most notable message came from his aunt, Wu Xian. She had just been promoted to join the Dragon's Tomb Relic Research Project and had left Zhongzhou City the previous night. Lu Yuan felt a tinge of regret as he had hoped to enjoy his aunt's culinary skills upon arrival, only to miss the chance. Admissions Director Gao Weiguang's thoughtfulness was evident. Since you're new to Zhongzhou City, I'll come to pick you up later. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Yuan reclined on the zero-gravity seat and dozed off, while Wen Ruo maintained her meditative posture, dedicating every moment to enhancing her mental strength. As the train passed several stops, the VIP carriage gradually filled up. In front of Wen Ruo sat two prospective university students, one of whom was Lu Ritian, a man with a sharp face and branded clothing. Upon seeing Wen Ruo, who was sitting cross-legged like a porcelain doll, he was immediately captivated. Summoning his courage, he lightly tapped her arm and said, "Hey beautiful, can I get to know you?" The sudden touch startled Wen Ruo out of her meditation. Her body instinctively tensed, and her eyes flashed with a dangerous psychic glow, ready to unleash her flying knives until she realized the intruder was human, and she quickly restrained her lethal intent. Gentle was a girl who intensely disliked socializing. Her gaze drifted through the train window, observing the massive, fearsome beasts roaming the wilderness. Some of these creatures relentlessly chased the train, triggering painful childhood memories for her when she was 10. A sudden beast tore her mother apart right before her eyes. It was at that moment she discovered her telekinetic powers, using her mental strength to crush the beast. This trauma not only made her introverted, but also gave her a morbid thrill in hunting these beasts. As Gentle was lost in her thoughts, a boy who introduced himself as Lu Ritian approached, attempting to strike up a conversation. "I don't want to know you," Gentle bluntly refused. Lu Ritian retreated to his seat, disgruntled, and began boasting loudly to his companions. "I'm a level 2 warrior. I wasn't even planning to attend Jinshui University. If my dad hadn't talked with the school leaders, I wouldn't bother going." He raised his voice, making sure everyone could hear. His sidekick immediately chimed in. "Absolutely, young Master Lu. Your father owns a martial arts school. Even the presidents of the top 10 universities have to respect him. You're too modest." Gentle ignored the noise, continuing to gaze outside. However, Lu Ritian was undeterred and approached once more. "Hey beautiful, I'm a level 2 warrior heading to Jinshui University. Are you going to Zhongzhou City too?" Just as Gentle bit her lip nervously, Lu Yuan, who had been pretending to sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze shimmered with terrifying psychic ripples, an invisible mental pressure enveloping Lu Ritian. The latter felt as if he was facing a terrifying beast ready to tear him apart, collapsing in fear. "Don't mess with me. My dad is a level 4 warrior." Lu Ritian stammered in a shaky threat. "Get lost," Lu Yuan coldly uttered. Lu Ritian scrambled away, terrified. He had interrupted Gentle's cultivation, which Lu Yuan saw as a grave mistake. Gentle glanced at Lu Yuan gratefully. At that moment, both of them sensed something unusual. With a screech, a claw as strong as steel tore through the train's alloy shell, allowing a gust of wind to howl into the carriage. Then, with a boom, a gigantic creature dented the roof, creating a massive crater. Level 4 beasts, saber-toothed tigers. And two of them. The train carriage erupted with screams. Two massive saber-toothed tigers tore through the roof, their sharp fangs glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Passengers panicked. Some desperately fled to other carriages, while others instinctively ducked under their seats for cover. Only Lu Yuan and Wen Ruo stood firm in the center of the carriage. They exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their psychic powers. In an instant, two flying swords shot through the air, slicing through the roof. The swords flashed, tracing an eerie arc in the sky, and precisely slit the throats of the saber-toothed tigers. The foul-smelling blood poured from the damaged roof, pooling into dark red puddles on the floor. Wen Ruo's blade was equally swift and decisive, cutting down the other saber-toothed tiger. Lu Yuan then used his psychic power to seal the large breach in the carriage wall, blocking the howling wind. The passengers, snapping out of their terror, gazed at the duo with awe and gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. Are you two students? Truly impressive. Let me bow to you." Amidst the chorus of thanks, the pair simply nodded in acknowledgement. In the corner, Lu Ritian crouched on the floor, a puddle of yellow liquid spreading a foul odor beneath him. Remembering his earlier threats to Lu Yuan, he felt a burning shame. Even if his father were present, he would likely have to bow to such formidable talents. The train's crew of martial artists soon arrived, expressing their gratitude. "Thanks to you both, the consequences could have been dire without your intervention. These low-level beasts lack reason and instinctively attack trains." Maintenance staff then reinforced the train with steel plates, all while maintaining its speed. Lu Yuan quietly observed the wounded civilians the attack had resulted in 1 death and 3 serious injuries. Just 2 level 4 saber-toothed tigers had caused such devastation. It was the first time since his transmigration that he witnessed the vulnerability of ordinary people against beasts. Clenching his fists, his eyes were resolute. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that his classmates needed to become stronger. When the train arrived at the station, Lu Yuan and Wen Ruo headed directly to the parking lot. Gao Weiguang waved from afar. Over here, over here. The three then boarded an armored vehicle emblazoned with the Zhongzhou University emblem, its thick alloy armor resembling the shell of a steel beast. From the shadows, Lu Ritian saw the emblem of Zhongzhou University and burst into tears. Damn, they're from Zhongzhou University. He felt relieved that he had backed down in time, fearing the consequences if he hadn't. His sidekick consoled him. Boss, this is good news. He's from Zhongzhou University. You'll probably never run into him again. Wiping his tears, Lu Ritian gave a bitter smile. You're right, but somehow it still sounds like an insult. Screech. The armored vehicle's tires screeched sharply against the ground as it executed a stylish drift, coming to a steady stop at the entrance of Zhongzhou University. Gao Weiguang glanced through the window at the dense crowd outside and shrugged helplessly. It was freshman orientation day, and at least 1,000 people were gathered at the gate, most of them family members accompanying the new students. Lu Yuan stood by the car, his sharp gaze quickly scanning the new arrivals. Among these young individuals, even the least skilled had reached the level of a second-tier warrior, with nearly half being third-tier and a few even fourth-tier. This realization brought a glimmer of astonishment to Lu Yuan's eyes. Wen Ruo, standing beside him, nodded silently, clearly surprised by the impressive strength of the freshmen at Zhongzhou University, which added to her own sense of pressure. Gao Weiguang, watching this group of talents, wore a proud expression as the admissions officer. Yet, knowing the capabilities of these new students, he was certain that Lu Yuan would undoubtedly secure the second position among them. As for why Lu Yuan wasn't the top student, it was because that person was simply too extraordinary, even surpassing Lu Yuan's reach. Led by Gao Weiguang, Lu Yuan and Wen Ruo did not jostle with the regular freshmen, but walked down a red-carpeted VIP passage reserved for special admissions. The surrounding students and parents cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. Another special admission. If only my child could be a special admission at Zhongzhou University, I'd wake up laughing from a dream. That girl is so cute. That guy is really handsome, and he has a great physique. When people recognized Lu Yuan, the scene became even more lively. That's the top scorer of Zhongzhou province, Lu Yuan, many exclaimed. Having set record-breaking achievements in the martial arts exams, Lu Yuan was already famous, and at this moment, he was undoubtedly the ideal child in everyone's eyes. However, Lu Yuan's attention was captured by the grand entrance of Zhongzhou University. As one of the world's leading martial arts academies, the entrance spanned 99.9 meters in width, made entirely of white alloy, gleaming like jade in the sunlight. On either side of the gate stood statues of ferocious dragons, exuding an aura of majesty and solemnity. Zhongzhou University truly lives up to its name. Lu Yuan thought to himself, his gaze lingering on the lifelike dragon statues, filled with anticipation for the campus life ahead. The intricacy of the dragon statue is truly breathtaking. Each metallic scale glimmers with a unique light, and the dragon's expression and posture are so lifelike that it seems ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Lu Yuan gazed at the astonishing sculpture, almost convinced it was a real dragon. As his eyes inadvertently met those of the dragon, an invisible wave of mental force instantly pulled him into an abyss. Suddenly, the statue came alive, transforming into two terrifying beasts with massive wings that blocked out the sky, diving towards him. It felt as though two mountains of flesh were about to crush him. Lu Yuan desperately tried to mobilize his mental strength to escape, but he couldn't break free from the horrifying illusion. At the critical moment, Gao Weiguang's hand gently rested on his shoulder. Without any forceful impact, it brought Lu Yuan back to reality. This is the real body of a dragon, Gao Weiguang explained. Your mental power triggered the lingering dragon's will. In the past 50 years, no one has ever provoked such a response. The two dragon corpses, slain by predecessors of Zhongzhou University, still held such a terrifying spiritual presence even half a century after their deaths, hinting at their formidable power in life. In a designated area in front of the Zhongzhou University gate, 12 specially recruited students gathered for the first time. Besides Wen Ruo and Lu Yuan, the other 10 exuded extraordinary auras. Gao Weiguang mentioned that 3 of them had received S-level ratings or higher, and then left with a reminder to perform well in the entrance assessment. Lu Yuan scrutinized his future classmates. The most striking individuals were 3. A twin-tailed girl with heavy smoky makeup, golden arcs of lightning dancing at her fingertips, a towering, over 2 meters tall, muscular man with red skin, carrying a weapon like a pillar, and a white-haired, black-clad youth who kept his eyes closed, exuding the strongest aura, at least at the level of a 6th-tier warrior. The atmosphere was tense, as everyone recognized each other as their greatest competitors. At that moment, the burly young man suddenly approached Lu Yuan and asked, "Are you Lu Yuan?" The air was thick with tension, and the other special recruits watched with various intentions. Punk girl Lei Ting paid particular attention to Lu Yuan, having hoped to shine in the martial exam, only to be left far behind by him. Meanwhile, the mysterious black-clad youth remained with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. With a deafening explosion, a giant man over 2 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yuan. His face was full of fierce lines, his expression menacing, and his physique as imposing as a small mountain. He carried a massive stone pillar on his back, and just standing there, he exuded an invisible pressure. The onlookers immediately began to chatter excitedly. "Isn't that Su Lai, the martial arts champion from Nanhai province? I heard he has a domineering ability called Unstoppable Force that can tear through anything in his way." But Lu Yuan is no pushover either. Anyone who can earn so many credits on the martial exam battlefield is definitely not ordinary. They say Su Lai's twin brother, Su Wu, suffered a loss to Lu Yuan during the Luoqing martial exam. He might be here seeking revenge. Lu Yuan squinted his eyes, about to speak, when the fierce-looking Su Lai unexpectedly broke into a hearty smile and extended his large hand. "Hello, hello, I've heard so much about you. I'm Su Lai, Su Wu's brother. I heard you're very strong, and I wanted to ask for your help." This drastic change in demeanor made Lu Yuan's mouth twitch with surprise, and the crowd was equally stunned. Wait a minute, wasn't he here to cause trouble? Why did he suddenly back down? Is this a joke? Su Lai awkwardly scratched his head. "Well, I want to ask you to help me pass the freshman entrance exam." "Why should I help you?" Lu Yuan asked expressionlessly. Given Su Lai's strength, it seemed unlikely that even the toughest entrance exam at Zhongzhou University could stump him. "Because I don't like fighting," Su Lai admitted with a pained expression. "I'm willing to pay $1 million. As long as you can help me pass the exam, the money is yours immediately." Nearby, Wen Ruo was surprised to find that this fierce-looking man shared her aversion to combat. Lu Yuan nodded. "Deal. But I have a condition too. If I help you pass the exam, you must join the same class as me." Su Lai nodded repeatedly, seemingly willing to agree to anything to avoid fighting. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a pure white suit, exuding elegance, emerged from Zhongzhou University and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the freshman assessment is about to begin. But first, let me explain the rules. Freshmen will receive different credits based on their academies rating 10 points for ordinary freshmen, 100 points for A level, 500 points for S level, and 1,000 points for S level. However, be aware that these credits aren't truly yours yet." The teacher in a white suit stood at the school gate, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd of new students as he announced the assessment rules in a deep voice. "You will face 500 sophomores. If they defeat you, they can take your credits. You must break through their defenses, cross this forest, and reach the martial arts field. Those who perform exceptionally will have the privilege of choosing their own mentor." No sooner had he finished speaking than figures began to move within the forest. These second-year students from Zhongzhou University, having undergone a year of systematic training, were at least at the peak of level 3 strength, with many advancing to level 4 warriors. In a world where martial prowess was revered, reaching such a level of strength in their teens was a testament to the university's caliber. A commotion erupted among the new students. "Why can they only take from us? What kind of unfair rule is this? I want to take their credits too. So what if they've had an extra year of training? Bring it on." Lu Yuan frowned, puzzled by the term credits. Su Lai, standing beside him, quickly explained, "At Zhongzhou University, credits mean everything. Whether it's exchanging for resources or daily expenses, you need credits. 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. But almost no one sells credits on campus because there are discounts for exchanges, and you can even trade them for a spot at the Glass Ice Dragon ruins." Su Lai pulled up his bracelet, a blue light flashing to show 100 credits. "This is the startup fund from the school, and we can't let it be taken," he added with a smile. "So the $1 million you gave me was actually exchanged for these 100 credits." Lu Yuan and Wen Ruo also checked their credits. Wen Ruo had 100 points as well, but Lu Yuan's figure stunned everyone. 1,000 points. "What the heck? How do you have 1,000 credits?" Su Lai exclaimed. His loud voice instantly drew all eyes, including those of the sophomores inside the gate. "S rating," someone exclaimed. The crowd erupted, and even other special admissions students looked incredulous. "Why does he get an S rating?" Punk girl Lei Ting snapped her lollipop, electricity crackling in her hand. A genius with great talent and level 4 warrior strength, she had only been rated S. At this moment, the silent black-clad boy, Yi Luyun, opened his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through to Lu Yuan. His bracelet also displayed an S rating with 1,000 credits. "That's Yi Luyun," whispers spread among the crowd. "He became a formal warrior at 10, now at least level 6 strength, definitely the top freshman. It's said he can tear apart beasts with his bare hands and eat their meat raw." The crowd instinctively stepped back, leaving a space around Yi Luyun, and no one dared to approach this notorious genius. The teacher in the white suit gestured with his hand. "The freshman assessment officially begins." The entire scene fell silent as all the new students fixed their eyes on the depths of the forest. Yi Luyan glanced at the crowd with disdain and was the first to step through the school gate. Boom. A terrifying surge of blood and energy shot skyward. Boom. A powerful surge of energy gathered around Yi Luyan, forming a faint red aura that rose continuously. His white hair shot up under the impact of this energy force, and with a staggering power level of 6,532, he awed everyone present. All the freshmen's wristbands simultaneously flashed with a glaring red alert. Seventh-level warrior, gasps erupted from the crowd. The freshmen exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even among the fourth-year seniors, those who reached the seventh-level warrior status were few and far between. Yet Yi Luyan, a new entrant, had already reached such heights. Under this overwhelming aura, the freshman instinctively retreated, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. The gap was so vast, it was almost despairing. Only Lei Ting, with her eyes sparking with golden lightning arcs, showed a hint of excitement. Yi Luyan, it seems these 4 years won't be boring. With that, she enveloped herself in a burst of lightning and dashed towards Zhongzhou University. Other freshmen also set off, but deliberately avoided Yi Luyan's path. This terrifying 7th-level warrior exuded an intimidating presence just by standing there. However, Lu Yuan went against the grain, his eyes filled with fervor, so strong. I must be in the same class as him. He then sprinted towards Yi Luyan, followed closely by Su Lai, who wore a gentle yet helpless expression. Yi Luyan, on the other hand, was different. He strolled leisurely through the woods, as if taking a walk. The second-year seniors, who were originally meant to intercept the freshmen, saw Yi Luyan's aura and dared not attack. Instead, they retreated. That's a 7th-level warrior. Who would dare provoke him? Someone whispered. This guy is too arrogant. If you entered school as a 7th-level warrior, you'd probably be even more arrogant. Let's run. Being chased by freshmen is embarrassing enough. The school had arranged for second-year seniors to assess the freshmen to temper these unruly newcomers and teach them that there are always others stronger. Who could have imagined such a prodigy would appear this year, overturning everyone's expectations of freshmen chasing a group of seniors? This scene was destined to become a part of Zhongzhou University's history. Yi Luyan's eyes flashed with a hint of dissatisfaction as he strode forward and directly blocked a senior with a peak level 3 cultivation. Under the pressure of his terrifying strength, the senior, who was supposed to play the role of the hunter, froze in place, trembling like a frightened fledgling. What do you want? The senior stammered. At such close range, the aura surrounding Yi Luyan was not just his vital energy, but a force that struck directly at the soul, compelling submission. Cold sweat had already soaked the senior's back. Credits. Yi Luyan's face was icy, his eyes gleaming sharply. What credits? The rules didn't say you could take ours, the senior responded in confusion, but under Yi Luyan's overwhelming pressure, he collapsed to the ground. Forced by Yi Luyan, the senior humiliatingly activated his wristband, brought up the transaction interface, and touched Yi Luyan's wristband. 10 credits were instantly transferred to Yi Luyan's account. This scene shocked all the freshmen present. What the heck is this? A freshman taking credits from a senior? No wonder it's Yi Luyan. Although the rules didn't explicitly forbid freshmen from taking seniors' credits, no one had dared to do it before, let alone had the strength to pull it off. Meanwhile, in the training arena, over 20 freshman instructors were monitoring the students' performances. Each freshman's combat data was being tracked in real time, with staff responsible for ranking them. Yi Luyan's maneuver immediately caught the instructor's attention. Yi Luyan is impressive. His vital energy is indeed high. This isn't just pure vital energy, but his innate ability, effortlessly overpowering those at the same level. However, while everyone was praising Yi Luyan, Gao Weiguang was anxiously running his fingers through his thinning hair. His gaze was fixed on Lu Yuan's performance, the student he had strongly recommended for admission, even exchanging ins-level Ice Dragon Ruin spot for him. At the moment, Lu Yuan seemed to be wandering aimlessly in the woods like a headless chicken, merely observing others' battles. Hope this kid doesn't cause me any trouble, Gao Weiguang muttered to himself. The woman beside him noticed his discomfort and teased, Director Gao, it's not hot, so why are you sweating? Nervous or something else? What's it to you if I'm nervous or not? Unless you want to find out for yourself? Gao Weiguang retorted with a roll of his eyes. You? The woman's face instantly turned red. The surrounding teachers burst into laughter at the scene. Everyone knew that the elegant woman used to be Gao Weiguang's ex-wife. Since their divorce, the two had been at odds, constantly in conflict. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the crowd. It was a woman named Bai Ji, dressed in a qipao that accentuated her perfect figure. Her snow-white thighs were faintly visible in the sunlight. She held a small white tiger in her arms, gently stroking its fur with her delicate hands, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious white glow. Is Bai Ji also interested in this little guy? Someone murmured. Bai Ji was renowned for her exceptional skills as a beast master, possessing an incredibly sharp sense of perception. She was known for her strict standards and rarely gave high praise to students, let alone a newcomer. Baiji nodded slightly, her eyes glowing even brighter. He's very strong. The white glow was her special ability, psychic perception, which enabled her to become an outstanding beastmaster. Through this ability, she sensed that the young man named Lu Yuan was as powerful as the highly regarded Yi Luyan. In the forest, Lu Yuan walked alongside two other specially recruited students. The seniors who had initially planned to snatch Lu Yuan's 1,000 credits quickly retreated. The trio of exceptionally talented recruits formed a moving danger zone, deterring anyone from making a rash move. The seniors soon shifted their focus to targeting other, less powerful newcomers. Lu Yuan, however, paid no mind to them. His attention was entirely on observing the other new students. He was scouting for strong newcomers, intending to recruit them into his future class. Suddenly, a boy with a determined face and a long sword caught his eye. Xiaoyan. Sulai quietly mentioned the name. To avoid unnecessary conflicts, he had done his homework and knew all the capable new students. Xiao Yin was originally exceptionally gifted, but he had suffered a tragic beast attack before the college entrance exam, losing his parents and getting severely injured, which led to his poor exam performance. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan jotted down Xiao Yan's name in his notebook, thinking, I must recruit this talent. After careful observation, his notebook quickly filled with the names of over a dozen promising new students. Lu Yuan's plan was about to be set in motion, intended to gather all these extraordinarily talented newcomers into the same class. But before that, he had to deal with the most challenging individual. With this in mind, he resolutely headed in the direction of Yi Luyun. Sulai swallowed hard, a hint of worry in his eyes. Boss Lu, Yi Luyun is incredibly strong. Are we really going to mess with him? His voice was laced with obvious hesitation. Fighting people is scarier than battling beasts. You can kill beasts outright, but it's not the same with people. Lu Yuan turned his head in response, frowning slightly. What are you talking about? When did I ever say we were going to mess with Yi Luyun? We're just going to have a chat and reason things out. Sulai scratched his head awkwardly. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly sprang into action, moving like lightning to appear right in front of Yi Luyun, blocking his path. Yi Luyun narrowed his eyes, a terrifying power gathering in his hands, his intent unmistakably threatening. Something you need? Yi Luyun's cold voice cut through the air. Lu Yuan asked directly. Which teacher are you planning to study under? Yi Luyun's brow furrowed, clearly puzzled by this newcomer's intentions. Lu Yuan continued. Among this year's new mentors, there are 20 with level 9 strength, and the strongest are these 4. He listed them one by one. Teacher Bai Ji, who excels in both swordsmanship and beast mastery. Teacher Li Bei, who specializes in spear techniques and has an A-grade cold light talent. Teacher Yang Zhenan, who focuses on alchemy and possesses an A talent. And Teacher Zhao Wuji, who specializes in boxing and has an A-grade indestructible body. The surrounding freshmen and upperclassmen paused to watch the confrontation between these two S-rated geniuses. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Wow, Lu Yuan is so assertive. Is he really going to take on Yi Luyun, a level 7 fighter? Lu Yuan isn't weak either, with the strength of a level 5 fighter and a level 4 psychic. The gap isn't huge. These two are freaks. However, Yi Luyun seemed uninterested in a fight. Zhao Wuji, he declared, leaving the name behind as he turned to continue collecting credits from other upperclassmen. The onlooking seniors panicked. Damn, Yi Luyun won't mess with Lu Yuan, but is picking on us seniors. Run. These credits were hard-earned from missions. In an instant, the spectators scattered like frightened animals. Lu Yuan wasn't surprised by Yi Luyun's choice. Zhao Wuji's bold and direct fighting style suited Yi Luyun perfectly. With that, he turned to seek out other talents. Meanwhile, in the woods, golden arcs of lightning crackled. Punk girl Lei Ting punched a level 4 senior fighter away. Credits. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Although she didn't lack resources as a master, she relished the thrill of seizing them. At that moment, a gleaming sword sliced through the sky and slammed into the ground in front of Lei Ting. Damn, Lu Yuan, you dare provoke me? Do you have a death wish? The punk-styled girl fumed, golden arcs of lightning crackling around her. Lu Yuan stood firmly on the flying sword, looking down at Lei Ting. Behind him, 3 figures exuded their own formidable presence. The burly Su Lai, whose aura was like a beast ready to pounce. The petite and adorable Wen Ruo, skillfully flipping 5 glinting blades between her fingers, and a jade flying sword hovering silently in the air, signaling a silent threat. I mean no harm. I just want to invite you to join Mr. Zhao Wuji's class, Lu Yuan said calmly, though his tone left no room for refusal. 3 against 1? You shameless scoundrel. Lei Ting was even more furious, the lightning around her intensifying. Lu Yuan shrugged. I'm here to reason with you. I have a plan with the 4 of us in the same class. We could dominate the entire grade. This way, we could secure more resources and accelerate our advancement. A flicker of excitement passed through Lei Ting's eyes, and the lightning around her began to dissipate. That's a good suggestion, I agree. However, We need a higher goal to dominate the entire school." She turned to leave, coldly adding, "And you better not threaten me again, or you'll regret it." Watching Lei Ting walk away, a sly smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face, another valuable ally, and one with a powerful lightning attribute at that. Next, Lu Yuan started searching the campus for other potential teammates. His criteria were clear, either high vitality or strong innate abilities. He used the same pitch to persuade these new students to join Zhao Wuji's class. For those who were too proud or unwilling to cooperate, Lu Yuan's approach was straightforward, used his fists. In the martial arts arena, a group of instructors turned their attention to Zhao Wuji. This short, muscular middle-aged teacher, whose muscles seemed ready to burst through his combat attire, looked bewildered. How shameless, recruiting freshmen like this. Old Zhao, since when did you resort to such underhanded tactics? Did you give Lu Yuan some benefits in advance? This is cheating. We should report it to the principal and dock your pay. Zhao Wuji was on the verge of tears. I really don't know Lu Yuan. But nobody believed him. Even the principal's gaze was filled with doubt. Watching the surveillance footage of Lu Yuan recruiting strong newcomers in the woods, even Zhao Wuji began to doubt himself. He gritted his teeth. This kid, if I don't make him cry during training, I'll write my name backward. Meanwhile, at the edge of the woods, a battle had just concluded. Xian had effortlessly defeated a 4th-level martial arts senior, earning 10 points. As he pondered whether to continue collecting points, Lu Yuan approached him with 2 others. Xian, I have a request. I hope you can join Mr. Zhao Wuji's class, Lu Yuan said in an even tone, though the 9 unsheathed flying swords behind him silently conveyed a threat. Standing on either side of him were Su Lai and Wen Ruo, their powerful auras continuously emanating from their presence. Facing the 3 special recruits, Xiaoyan's gaze remained steadfast and unyielding. That depends on whether you qualify to collaborate with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a ghostly blue flame gathered on his fist, showcasing a mastery over fire control that exceeded even the Grandmaster level. Boom! The fiery punch soared through the air, only to be effortlessly sliced apart by Lu Yuan's Jade Rui. His eyes flickered with psychic ripples as 2 flying swords shot out, precisely cutting through the series of fiery punches Xiaoyan launched. You have some skill, but that's about it, Xiaoyan remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly before he unleashed a more formidable technique. The Undying Fire Lotus. A vivid red flame coalesced in his palm, forming a lifelike lotus imbued with a power that even made Lu Yuan pause. However, Lu Yuan's 6 flying swords attacked simultaneously, shattering the fiery lotus in an instant. How is this possible? Xiaoyan's expression grew increasingly serious. Even as he summoned a stronger fire lotus to encircle his hands, he couldn't break through Lu Yuan's sword formation defense. This was the first time Xiaoyan felt such immense pressure from someone his own age, and soon he was drenched in sweat. The pressure of facing 9 flying swords was overwhelming. Yet, Lu Yuan only grew more exhilarated as the fight continued. This guy is pretty strong. The surname Xiao certainly carries some weight. Although Lu Yuan was fully exerting his psychic power to control the 9 flying swords, he could barely manage to hold his own against Xiaoyan. It's important to note that a 4th-level psychic strength is equivalent to that of a 6th-level martial artist. Xiaoyan, with merely 4th-level peak blood strength, could unleash the combat power of a 6th-level warrior. What unnerved Lu Yuan even more was sensing a latent force within Xiaoyan, capable of destroying everything. Your suggestion is good. With your strength, this plan could indeed be realized. Xiaoyan acknowledged with a hint of respect in his eyes. But I have my reasons to join Mr. Yang Zhenan's class. If there's a chance in the future, we can collaborate again. With that, he burst into his fastest speed, sprinting towards the training ground. Watching such a talented individual slip away left Lu Yuan feeling a bit regretful. But he quickly came to terms with there would be plenty of opportunities during university, with many special training camps and activities selecting the best students from across the school. At that moment, all the teachers and leaders at Zhongzhou University were stunned. Lu Yuan was causing quite a stir. Although he hadn't displayed an overwhelmingly high combat power index, he had single-handedly turned the entire freshman entrance assessment upside down. Lu Yuan showcased his exceptional skills as a special recruit, defeating all the regular freshmen ranked in the top 30. However, compared to the other remarkable special recruits, his performance seemed somewhat average. The duel between the new student Xiaoyan and Lu Yuan caught the attention of many teachers. Xiaoyan's strength during the battle was astonishing, as he managed to hold his ground against Lu Yuan for such a long time, which was a commendable achievement. Xiaoyan's combat power index exceeded twice his own vitality, nearly matching that of Yi Luyun. The flames he wielded were identified as inscribed talent ability, unleashing incredible power when perfectly combined with his techniques. As the assessment drew to a close, most freshmen had emerged from the small forest, and the combat power index rankings were largely established. This method of evaluation accurately reflected a warrior's true combat strength. 4 ordinary warriors, Their combat power index was equivalent to their vitality, while talented warriors could unleash strength exceeding twice their vitality. Legendary prodigies were rumored to reach a combat power index 10 times greater. The level of one's combat power index mainly depended on three factors: realm level, talent skills, and martial arts proficiency. The final rankings were announced. Yi Luyan topped the list with a terrifying combat power index of 12,000, earning 230 credits. Lei Ting and Li Jiejia followed in second and third place with combat power indices of 3,500 and 3,490, respectively. Xiao Yin ranked fourth with a combat power index of 3,400. Although Lu Yuan caused quite a stir, he only ranked 10th with a combat power index of 3,300. Notably, Wen Ruo and Su Lai did not participate throughout the assessment, causing some frustration among the mentors. However, their strength was unquestionable. Overall, this cohort of freshmen was of exceptionally high quality, especially the top 10, who all demonstrated remarkable potential. Yi Liuyun's performance reminded Zhao Wuji of the former Great Demon King, who once dominated the entire school. However, the pressure emanating from the current Yi Liyun was even more intense than that of the former Demon King. His ability to effortlessly overpower senior students was truly chilling. All eyes were on Baizhi, waiting for her response. Faced with Yi Liuyun's combat power index that was 4 times that of Lu Yuan, would this young mentor change her view? Baizhi remained composed and nodded slowly. Of course. Her voice was calm and firm, as if stating an undeniable fact. As the youngest and strongest among the new mentors, Baizhi was capable of defeating a level 10 beast comparable to a grandmaster. This was why her attitude at this moment left the other teachers so astonished. Lu Yuan is indeed strong. The other mentors exchanged glances. A level 5 warrior combined with a level 4 spiritual mind master is definitely top tier among the freshmen, potentially competing for the top 3. But Yi Liyun? They shook their heads and sighed. That's a level of power a freshman shouldn't have. Even among seniors, few can surpass him. The admissions director, Gao Weiguang, shrugged helplessly. The gap is indeed too large. Let's focus on the other students. Take Lei Ting, for example. If that wild girl goes on a rampage, probably only Yi Liyun could hold her down. He looked around the room. This batch of freshmen is impressive. Even non-special recruits like Xiao Yin and Sheng Xian are outstanding. As for Lu Yuan and the others, Gao Weiguang paused meaningfully. It's too early to judge. We'll see in time. On the martial arts field, Yi Liyun was the first to emerge from the woods. Seeing his combat power index topping the list, he allowed a slight smile to form, quickly suppressing it to maintain his aloof image. Following him closely was a golden flash Lei Ting. As she glanced at her second-place ranking, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in her eyes. Yi, just wait until the freshman competition. I'll show you what I've got. Other freshmen arrived one after another, with many average students having already lost credits to second-year seniors. Eventually, Lu Yuan strolled onto the field. Seeing himself in 10th place, he wasn't disappointed. Instead, he smiled with delight. Interesting, these guys have such high combat power indexes. Especially Yi Liyun, taking so many credits, he's bound to resort to supplements. He eagerly anticipated the class assignment results. I hope my classmates will work hard to earn credits and buy elixirs. If they take pills, it's like I'm taking them too, without worrying about pill toxicity. It's perfect. The freshmen emerging from the small grove displayed a wide range of emotions, creating a stark contrast. Some were excitedly checking the credits on their wristbands, clearly having successfully defended their achievements. Others appeared disheveled and dejected, their eyes reflecting the defeat of losing credits to the upperclassmen. The training ground buzzed with activity as the freshmen gathered in small groups, animatedly discussing their recent encounters. Those second-year seniors are tough. I got punched, and I'm still dizzy. One student complained, rubbing his temples. Any senior who's been training at Zhongzhou University for a year is at least a level 3 peak warrior. We're lucky just to survive, another voice chimed in. Yi Liyun is a monster, someone exclaimed. I saw him chasing a group of older students all by himself. That's nothing. I heard Lu Yuan single-handedly took on all the top-ranked freshmen. Are you kidding me? That's way too exaggerated. Amidst the bustling crowd, Su Lai stood out with his towering height of 2.2 meters, and his muscular build was impossible to ignore. As Lu Yuan's accomplice, he had threatened many formidable freshmen in the grove earlier. Now, he kept his head down, avoiding eye contact, fearing retaliation. The freshmen who had been threatened scrutinized Lu Yuan and his companions with sharp gazes. Wen Ruo felt increasingly tense under the hostile stares, while Lu Yuan remained unusually calm. He knew that if even half the people were willing to join the same class, it would be a success. At that moment, a bald head reflecting the bright sunlight emerged from the crowd. Amit Ba, it's been a while, my friends, the young monk said, pressing his palms together in a respectful gesture. Xingxin, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. The young monk he had unsuccessfully searched for in the grove was now appearing on his own accord. Lu Yuan had long coveted Xingxin's A-level Vajra body ability, which could enhance both vitality and mental strength, making it a valuable asset for combat. Xingxin, which class are you planning to join? Lu Yuan asked warmly. Since we're from the same place, why not join Zhao Wuji's class together? It'll be good to look out for each other. The 12-year-old monk, innocent by nature, nodded eagerly. Sure, but there are conditions to join the classes of the 4 strongest mentors. What conditions? Lu Yuan inquired curiously. Each month, we must complete enough tasks to earn at least 30 credits, Xingxin explained. At Zhongzhou University, most credits are earned by hunting fierce beasts outside the city, and a standard task only earns 10 credits. This requirement posed a significant challenge for most ordinary students. This means that every month, they have to spend a long time outside the city fighting fierce beasts. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. For someone who had already slaughtered thousands of beasts on the battlefield of the college entrance exams, this requirement was hardly worth mentioning. Standing next to him, however, Su Lai looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his face turning pale instantly. As someone who cared deeply about his image, he had gathered so much information on new students, but had somehow missed this crucial detail. Now, his vow to never fight in public, made to avoid social embarrassment and protect his right to a partner, was about to be broken. Wen Ruo's reaction was completely different. The usually quiet girl who often followed behind Lu Yuan now had eyes sparkling with excitement. The cumbersome procedures for leaving the city during high school were no longer a constraint. She had finally gained the freedom to hunt beasts she desired. Meanwhile, the young monk Xian was lost in his own thoughts. His gaze was fixed on the combat ranking list, his emotions a mix of bitterness and complexity. From being the strongest high school student in Luo City, to being overshadowed by Lu Yuan and Wen Ruo in the college entrance exams, and now, even after unleashing his golden body technique to reach a level 5 combat power, he was only ranked 19th in the entrance assessment at Zhongzhou University. Just as Xian was silently lamenting, a girl with smoky eye makeup and twin ponytails Lei Ting, the second on the combat ranking list, strode over. She approached Lu Yuan with a playful smile on her lips. I heard you beat up all the new students ranked in the top 30, even daring to threaten Yi Luyan. You've got guts. Lu Yuan merely raised an eyebrow, maintaining a calm demeanor. Let's dominate the entire Zhongzhou University together. Lei Ting's words, though not loud, were like a bombshell, plunging the bustling martial arts arena into silence. The surrounding students were stunned, and even Xian's expression turned exaggeratedly surprised. Xian finally understood that the Lu Yuan before him, who could wreak havoc on the battlefield of the college entrance exams, was his true self. He had been naive to think he could surpass him. He quickly recited a Buddhist mantra, dispelling these unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the arena shifted. Over 20 figures with deep auras gradually ascended the high platform the new student mentors had arrived. At the opening ceremony of Zhongzhou University, teachers and school leaders gradually took their seats on stage. Principal Wang Dezhu stood at the center of the podium, his slightly shiny beer belly and sparse hair particularly noticeable in the sunlight. As a master-level expert, his strength ranked among the top in the entire city. Wang Dezhu cleared his throat twice, picked up the speech on the podium, and began his address. Welcome to Zhongzhou University. During the entrance assessments, you all demonstrated extraordinary strength and potential. Over the next 4 years, there will be much knowledge and many skills for you to explore and master. After a speech that lasted over 10 minutes, Wang Dezhu finally put down his notes and glanced around the audience. Without further ado, let's proceed with class assignments. The top 50 freshmen on the Combat Power Index can choose their classes first. As soon as he finished speaking, all the freshmen eyes immediately focused on the mentors on stage. Although these 20-plus mentors were all level 9 martial artists, their combat styles varied greatly. Some were cunning and ruthless, while others were bold and righteous, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. I wanted to join Teacher Baiji's class and become a beast master, a student with red, swollen eyes said quietly while applying an ice pack. But Teacher Bai is advancing to the master level and only accepts 10 students a year. Following Lu Yuan's suggestion, I'm planning to go to Teacher Zhao Wuji. You received Lu Yuan's suggestion too? A nearby classmate whispered. Yeah, and Lu Yuan has a point. Teacher Zhao Wuji is not only very powerful, but also the most experienced mentor. Although he specializes in boxing, he has studied various weapons. If Lu Yuan can truly deliver on his promise to lead the class to the best resources, it will benefit us all. In the woods, Lu Yuan had indeed sincerely promised to lead the class to achieve the best results in resource allocation battles. Initially, these talented freshmen were unconvinced, wondering why they should listen to him. But after experiencing Lu Yuan's record-breaking performance in the martial arts exam, their attitudes changed. With Lu Yuan's leadership, gathering so many outstanding freshmen, dominating the best resources of the grade seemed very possible. The mentors were also closely observing the freshmen below. Although they had already gathered basic information through surveillance, seeing them in person was different. This year, the most attention was not on Yi Luyun, but on Lu Yuan. This kid, is he really going to choose me? Zhao Wuji muttered uneasily on stage. Lu Yuan's abilities were indeed exceptional, but his personality was quite a headache. Zhao Wuji was genuinely worried about what kind of antics this peculiar student might pull next. At the freshman class division scene, all the mentors had their eyes on the troublemaker, Lu Yuan. On the surface, they claimed he was difficult to teach, but in reality, each one was secretly calculating their chances. Let him join my class. I can handle a troublemaker like him, one mentor said confidently. They all knew Lu Yuan ranked among the top 3 freshmen in terms of ability. Who wouldn't want a student like that? Standing aside, the beautiful mentor Bai Ji also showed a look of anticipation. Seeing this, Zhao Wuji quickly flattered her. Ms. Bai, if you're willing, you can teach in our class. I can let you take full charge of Lu Yuan's training in mental power. Oh, you think you can just casually get Ms. Bai's lessons? The other mentors immediately protested. After all, Bai Ji was the only beast master among the new mentors, a rare resource everyone wanted. As the mentors argued, the top 50 students began choosing their classes. Lu Yuan patted the arm of Su Lai, which was thicker than his own thigh, signaling him to go first. Su Lai stood up and walked straight to Zhao Wuji. Mr. Zhao, I'd like to join your class. Please guide me over the next 4 years. This giant, standing at 2.2 meters, created a striking contrast with the shorter, stocky Zhao Wuji, causing everyone to chuckle. Next, many of the freshmen who had received Lu Yuan's advice in the grove chose Zhao Wuji's class. Lu Yuan, I hope, as you said, we can access more resources, said a tanned young man as he went on stage. For martial artists, resources are more crucial than talent. With ample resources, even those with mediocre talent can become strong. Lu Yuan's promise was incredibly tempting, especially since he had the strength to back it up. The top-ranking students had all experienced his prowess firsthand and knew he was not only powerful, but also very clever. When Wen Ruo was about to go on stage, Lu Yuan suddenly stopped her. Choose Bai Ji. Seeing her puzzled look, he simply said, You're different. Lu Yuan slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. For him, having Wen Ruo as a classmate was enough. There was no need to take up one of the only 30 spots in Zhao Wuji's class. More importantly, he knew that teacher Bai Ji was the most suitable guide for Wen Ruo. When Wen Ruo heard this decision, she stood frozen in place as if she had been cast in stone. The hairs on her arms stood on end, a signature reaction of hers when extremely nervous. She lowered her head and murmured an, "Oh," before quickly jogging over to teacher Bai Ji. Teacher Bai Ji was holding a white tiger in her arms. She petted the tiger first, then gently stroked Wen Ruo's hair, as if carefully comparing the textures. In her mind, Wen Ruo firmly held the second spot on the list of students she most wanted to mentor. The girl's talent was truly exceptional, and the first spot naturally belonged to Lu Yuan. Whether in terms of vitality or mental power, Lu Yuan exhibited extraordinary talent, perfectly aligning with Baiji's criteria for selecting students. Moreover, Baiji not only had to choose students for herself, but was also tasked with finding disciples for her master. Unfortunately, it seemed this young fellow had other plans. As the class division ceremony progressed, the crowd dwindled, leaving behind only the strong and capable elites. Lei Ting glanced thoughtfully at Lu Yuan but said nothing, heading straight towards teacher Zhao Wuji's group. This Lu Yuan was far more intriguing than Yi Luyun, making her look forward to the upcoming campus life. Yi Luyun also stood behind Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Zhao Wuji could hardly contain his joy. His class had just gained 3 special recruits, and they were the strongest 3, Yi Luyun, Lei Ting, and Lu Yuan. The strength of the first 2 was undeniable, having long been at the top of the combat power index. As for Lu Yuan, although he only ranked 10th in the freshman assessment due to various mischiefs, his true strength was not to be underestimated. He might not yet be on par with Yi Luyun, but he was certainly not weaker than Lei Ting. What thrilled Zhao Wuji even more was that besides the special recruits, his class had attracted a large number of outstanding new students, with half of the top 30 in the combat power rankings now in his class. He struggled to suppress the urge to cheer and looked at Lu Yuan with unusually kind eyes. As the class division ceremony drew to a close, the last student, Xian, also joined Zhao Wuji's class. The young monk looked at Lu Yuan with eyes full of fighting spirit. Ba, Master Lu, I look forward to learning from you. He had already made up his mind to make catching up to Lu Yuan his most important goal for the next 4 years in college, hoping to gradually close the gap between them. The teachers from other classes watched the exam results of Zhao Wuji's class with undisguised envy and jealousy. Several students made it into the top 30, and remarkably, both the first and second places came from the same class, a rare occurrence in the history of Zhongzhou University. Zhao Wuji held his head high, his face brimming with pride, as he led his outstanding team towards Class 3 of the freshman year. The classroom erupted into excitement. These students, personally invited by Lu Yuan, were eager and full of fighting spirit. Although the class had just been formed, Lu Yuan had already etched a grand vision into their minds. Win every resource competition, outshine the entire grade, and ultimately dominate the school. Why isn't the teacher here yet? One student impatiently shouted. I'm so excited right now. I just want to get back to training and teach the other classes a lesson in the resource competition. The resource competition at Zhongzhou University is a unique tradition. The collective resource allocation, held once a month, depends entirely on each class's ranking in the competition. It's a full-scale team battle requiring the mobilization of the entire class. Traditionally, strong freshmen tend to choose different classes to avoid internal competition. But this year, thanks to Lu Yuan's efforts, Class 3 of the freshman year already had a significant advantage from the start. With eyes full of determination, he said, with at least 10 years of martial arts experience, you all understand the importance of resources to a martial artist. A martial artist can be of average talent, but they cannot lack resources. Now, tell me, what is your goal in the resource competition? The whole class simultaneously turned to look at the young man in the back of the classroom. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, raising his index finger slowly. First place. His confidence didn't come from these so-called genius peers, but from his absolute faith in his own strength. Even if he were alone, leading the weakest class, he was confident he could secure first place. The classroom instantly erupted, with cheers echoing loudly. First place. We want nothing but first place. Looking at these passionate freshmen, Zhao Wuji didn't stop them. Instead, he beamed with a smile. In literature, there's no absolute first. In martial arts, there's no second place. Martial artists should have the courage to reach the peak. Without this courage, how can you compete with others or fight fierce beasts? Young people should live with wild abandon. Zhao Wuji proclaimed from the podium, his eyes sharp and his powerful energy swirling around him like a tide. It's good to see you all have this mindset. It makes me proud. He placed his hands firmly on the lectern, his voice booming. Next, you have 1 week to prepare before the school-wide resource competition begins. Zhao Wuji detailed the credit system at Zhongzhou University. Pills, rare herbs, spiritual items, and even training facilities like the cultivation tower and gravity chamber could be exchanged freely with enough credits. He emphasized repeatedly, whoever masters the use of credits the fastest will experience the quickest growth. As the class bell rang, the room buzzed with excitement. Most students rushed to the resource exchange center, while others headed straight to the cultivation tower. Only Lu Yuan calmly returned to his dormitory. The special admission students' dorm was a 60-square-meter duplex. The first floor was equipped with training equipment and a meditation area, while the second floor was the bedroom, clean and tidy in its decor. After familiarizing himself with the space, Lu Yuan took a short nap and then opened his system panel at 10 p.m. Name: Lu Yuan. Blood energy: 1905 level 5 martial artist. Mental power: 817 level 4 mentalist. Talents: telekinesis awakening A, strength amplification B, overclocking C. Martial arts: demon sealing / perfect. Techniques: 8th breathing technique perfect, telekinetic perception proficient. System: begin settlement. Lu Yuan eagerly commanded. The first settlement showed. Special rewards for Class 3, freshman year. Yi Luyun. S. Level 7 martial artist. Blood energy 6532. Lei Ting. S. Level 4 martial artist. Blood energy 1431. Su Lai. A. Level 4 martial artist. As the settlement completed, Lu Yuan felt his blood energy surge within him, soaring directly to 19,305 points, reaching the late stage of level 8. The immense blood energy coursed through his body, cleansing his organs, bones, and meridians. Even though Lu Yuan tried to suppress it, a trace of energy still leaked out, enveloping the entire dormitory building. Though fleeting, this power left many students alarmed, assuming it was a passing teacher or top-level student. However, next door, Yi Luyun burst out of his room, his usual composure shattered. Staring intently at Lu Yuan's door, Yi Luyun was incredulous. Impossible, he's supposed to be just a level 5 martial artist. Taking a deep breath, he chose to leave. As a prodigy with an S-level domineering aura talent, Yi Luyun was confident in himself. His aura could create a terrifying pressure within a 15-meter radius, enough to crush an opponent's will instantly, or even frighten lower-level beasts to death. Yi Luyun clenched his fist, feeling the invisible power ripple in his palm. This was his true trump card, an S-level domineering aura, a terrifying talent capable of overwhelming the entire school. Lu Yuan could distinctly feel the surge of mental power within him. In just a few breaths, his mental power value skyrocketed from 817 points to 3,603 points, more than quadrupling. In Class 3 of the freshman year at Zhongzhou University, the majority of his classmates were level 3 warriors, with mental power hovering around 100 points. This is because, for ordinary warriors, Enhancing mental power typically requires an increase in level to gain any significant boost. At this moment, Lu Yuan's mental power breaking through to over 3,000 points just pushed him into the threshold of a level 6 warrior. With the rise in mental power, Lu Yuan could feel his range of telekinetic control doubling, reaching an astonishing 60 meters. Even more exciting was that the system panel suddenly displayed a series of brand new innate abilities. The innate abilities panel was flashing with dazzling information. Agility B level, Vitality Boost B level, Mental Burst B level, along with 3 other B level talents of the same quality. What surprised Lu Yuan even more was the presence of 4 more powerful abilities beyond these 6 B level ones. Unstoppable, a level from Su Lai. Golden Body of Dharma, a level from Sheng Xian. Overlimit Flash, S level from Lei Ting. Dominance, S level from Yi Luyun. As Lu Yuan felt slightly overwhelmed by the abundance of innate abilities, the system suddenly chimed in. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to the host for acquiring more than 10 innate abilities. Unlocking a new feature talent fusion. 3 abilities of the same level can be fused into a higher level ability. Lu Yuan immediately began experimenting with fusion. He first fused the 6 B-level talents into 2 ordinary A-level talents, and then, using telekinetic awakening as a foundation, he fused 3 A-level talents. Congratulations to the host for acquiring S-level telekinetic awakening. As the notification sounded, Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered with telekinetic waves, causing objects in the room to float and then gently settle back down. S-level telekinetic awakening not only enhanced impact and precision, but also enabled him to control up to 18 weapons simultaneously. After getting accustomed to his new abilities, Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the other powerful talents. Unstoppable, Golden Body of Dharma, Overlimit Flash, and Dominance. Though they were of the same level, there were qualitative differences among these abilities. Lu Yuan decided to personally test these newly acquired talents. After a quick tidy-up, he left the dormitory. The combat power testing building at Zhongzhou University is not far from the dormitory, just a short 10-minute walk away. Lu Yuan, familiar with the route, easily found his way to the destination. As he pushed open the glass door, the receptionist snapped out of her daze. Standing before her was a tall, athletic young man with strikingly handsome features that momentarily captivated her. "Hello, I'd like to test my combat power index," he said in a gentle voice, bringing her back to reality. A slight blush appeared on her cheeks. After verifying Lu Yuan's information, the receptionist's eyes lit up with surprise. "So, you're the new freshman. Although you guys just started today and your personal information hasn't been uploaded to the system, there's no problem with testing your combat power index." She thought to herself that even if a freshman wanted to cause trouble, they couldn't possibly damage a building designed to withstand attacks from a level 9 warrior. The receptionist personally guided him, explaining the use of the equipment in detail along the way. Once they reached the 3rd floor, Lu Yuan politely thanked her and entered the testing room under her reluctant gaze. Inside the spacious room, only a massive combat power testing device stood silently. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and activated his A-level innate ability, Unstoppable. Instantly, his muscles swelled, and his shirt threatened to tear. Feeling the surge of strength within, he assumed the Iron Mountain stance and launched himself at the detector like a cannonball. Boom! The entire building shook violently, leaving students in other rooms staring in shock at the swaying chandeliers. This building, designed to withstand level 9 warrior attacks, had never experienced such intense tremors. The receptionist was utterly stunned. Having worked there for 4 years as a senior, she had never seen the building tremble, nor had she ever allowed any level 9 warrior to enter for testing. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was already looking at the data displayed on the detector 40020. This astounding index of 40,000 left him equally astonished. It's known that A-level innate skills typically enhance combat power by 50 to 100, and even S-level abilities only increase it by 100 to 200. During the entrance exam, Yi Luyun had only managed to double his combat power with an S innate ability. However, within Lu Yuan flowed the combined techniques and insights of his entire class on harnessing power. In Lu Yuan's hands, the power unleashed by the A-level talent, Unstoppable, was double its original strength. This force indeed had more explosive power than an ordinary A-level talent, but its limitations were also quite apparent. He focused intently on the characteristics of this power. The first issue was its duration, which was pathetically short, lasting only 5 seconds. More critically, the stronger the explosive force, the greater the burden on the body. After use, there was a period of weakness. Just one experimental attack left him with aching muscles and bones. Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of the most suitable candidate for this talent, Su Lai. A towering figure at 2.2 meters tall, covered in exaggerated muscles, and always carrying a massive alloy pillar weighing over 1,000 kilograms on his back. If he were to fully activate Unstoppable, he could turn any opponent into pulp within 5 seconds. With his robust physique, he could handle such an explosive force with ease. He then turned to try the second talent, Golden Body of Dharma. As he gathered his mental energy, golden light outlined a humanoid silhouette around Lu Yuan. Even his thick hair emitted a dazzling golden glow, making him seem as though he was molded from pure gold, radiating a brilliant light. His eyes, flashing with golden light, exuded sharpness. His arms moved like snakes darting from their holes, leaving afterimages in the air. His golden fists rained down on the testing apparatus like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. A series of astonishing numbers appeared. 33,510, 34,321, 35,511. Each strike consistently exceeded a power index of 30,000. Although not as terrifying as unstoppable, the advantage of Golden Body of Dharma lay in its durability. It enhanced both physical and mental defense, and with Lu Yuan's level of mental strength, he could maintain it for over 10 minutes with manageable energy consumption. Most importantly, it had no side effects. The only downside was its conspicuousness. If he released this skill in the wild, the golden light would undoubtedly make him the most visible target, instantly attracting the attention of all beasts. Lu Yuan nodded to himself. This talent that he had long considered did not disappoint him. Compared to unstoppable, he preferred Golden Body of Dharma. After retracting the golden light within him, his gaze fell on the last two talents, Overlimit Flash S level and Dominance S level. The receptionist at the Combat Strength Testing Center was anxiously waiting for her shift to end, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. The faint tremors made her frown deeply. Such vibrations would require at least the power equivalent to a level 9. She quickly reviewed the day's test records and confirmed that the strongest participant was merely a senior, an 8th level fighter. How could an 8th level fighter unleash the power of a level 9? It just doesn't make sense. She rubbed her temples, recalling her usual arrangement principle. Weaker, lower year students were assigned to upper floors, while stronger, senior students had to test on the ground floor. Fortunately, the power of those attacks seemed to have subsided, and the tremors gradually diminished. Hopefully, there won't be any more problems. She silently prayed. Meanwhile, in a room on the 3rd floor, Lu Yuan was intensely focused on the golden arcs of lightning flickering in his hand. This was his Steer Lightning attribute skill, Overlimit Flash. Though he knew little about this ability, he was well aware that lightning had always been synonymous with destruction, and this move could significantly boost speed, which was exceedingly rare at the martial artist stage. Amidst the crackling thunder, countless golden lightning arcs burst from his body, leaping and swirling around him, instantly enveloping him in a dazzling golden lightning sphere. With a thunderous boom, the arcs exploded, and the entire room was engulfed in golden light. The crackling sound of thunder continued, and the black metal surface of the combat strength detection device developed cracks. Thanks to its special alloy's self-repairing capabilities, it returned to its original state within seconds. However, the walls made of ordinary alloy weren't so lucky they were charred, and the floor was marked with spiderweb-like cracks centered around Lu Yuan. It looks like I overdid it again, Lu Yuan thought with a wry smile, recalling how he almost demolished his house during a test at home last time. Fortunately, he chose the combat strength testing building this time, avoiding disastrous consequences. Combat Strength Index, 65,871. This number left him stunned. Since I'm already here, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his final strike. Let's test the ultimate S-level ability, Ilian's Dominance. In that moment, the combat testing building shook violently once more. At the first-floor reception desk, Xiaoyu, the senior on duty, was in tears. She wiped her eyes, despairingly calculating in her mind. If this building really gets demolished, her college life might end prematurely, turning into a debt-paying life instead. She had taken this simple duty for a few measly credits. How could she be so unlucky? In her 4 years at Zhongzhou University, she had never seen the combat testing building shake so violently. Xiaoyu forced herself to calm down and began patrolling the doorways of the first-floor rooms. There were only a few freshmen upstairs testing today. They couldn't possibly be that powerful. But why did the building keep shaking? It had happened over a dozen times already. Other seniors who were testing also noticed the anomaly and came out of their rooms. What's up with the building today? Could it be equipment failure? It can't be man-made, right? It would take at least a level 9 warrior to affect this building, and they're not allowed to use it. As the testers gradually left, Xiaoyu carefully checked everyone and every room, but found nothing. Suddenly, she remembered one person, the burly freshman. It can't be him, can it? He's just a freshman. Just as Xiaoyu was about to report the anomaly to a teacher, Yuan on the 3rd floor was engrossed in his test. His internal energy was gathering a powerful force combining vitality, spirit, and willpower. At the peak of his energy, Yuan unleashed a simple straight punch. Boom! The whole building shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. The power testing device's display barely showed a 9 before it exploded. The massive black sphere not only had a dramatic dent, but also rolled off its base. Oh no! Yuan gasped. How much is this going to cost? At that moment, the door swung open. Xiaoyu and the teacher she hurriedly called stood at the entrance, dumbfounded by the scene. The floor was cracked, the walls were covered in fissures, and the testing device was completely wrecked. If I say it wasn't on purpose, would you believe me? Lu Yuan awkwardly scratched his head. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, "Do you think I would believe that?" The teacher stood there in shock, looking at the room as if it had been ravaged by a beast, unable to find words to say. The teacher in charge of the combat power testing building wore a gentle smile, but there was a hint of apprehension in his eyes. He was well aware that he was no match for Lu Yuan. That earth-shattering strike just now not only shattered the combat power testing device into pieces, but also caused the entire building to shake violently, with web-like cracks appearing on the walls. The power. The teacher's voice trembled slightly. It's definitely reached the level of a 9th-level extreme force, even touching the threshold of a master. Faced with such a peerless genius, he could only proceed with caution. As for the damaged equipment, in front of such a super talent, everything seemed insignificant. Sorry, Lu Yuan scratched the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed. I didn't expect the power to be so great. No worries, the teacher waved his hand repeatedly. How about this? I'll take you to meet the principal. Half an hour later, the conference room at the core of Zhongzhou University was filled to capacity. The 4 strongest new student mentors exchanged glances. Admissions director Gao Weiguang looked solemn, several university leaders sat upright, and 6 master-level experts were present, making the atmosphere particularly tense. What's going on? Li Bei whispered. Which new student caused trouble? Zhao Wuji chuckled softly. How much trouble can a new student cause? Can they tear down a building? Other mentors speculated, but only teacher Bai Ji remained quiet, gently stroking the little white tiger in her arms. Suddenly, her hand paused midair, and her gaze shifted to the conference room door. The balding principal entered, followed by a young man Lu Yuan. The 4 new student mentors stood up in unison, then looked at Zhao Wuji with sympathetic eyes. Indeed, only Lu Yuan could create such a miracle. On his first day of enrollment, he brought together all the school leaders and master experts. Zhao Wuji's facial muscles twitched slightly, continuously giving Lu Yuan meaningful looks. But Lu Yuan seemed oblivious, standing with his head down behind the principal, looking like a well-behaved student. When the teacher responsible for the testing revealed the truth, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. Talent, 8th level vitality, 9th level extreme combat power, nearly flattening the entire testing building. Everyone was thunderstruck, including the master experts present. These achievements were something even outstanding graduates struggled to attain, yet Lu Yuan had reached them all in just 1 day of enrollment. It completely overturned everyone's understanding. The conference room was silent, each person processing this shocking fact. Even those esteemed master experts were plunged into deep thought. The world, it seemed, had truly gone mad. This can't be possible. Zhao Wuji muttered in disbelief, his voice barely audible. Even 6 grandmasters have been dispatched. This is no joke, Principal Wang Dezhu stated, causing everyone to focus intently on the seemingly harmless Lu Yuan. Bai Ji broke the silence with a frown. Could it be a second awakening? This speculation struck everyone like lightning. The faculty members' eyes lit up. Second awakening, a rare phenomenon where a warrior awakens again under special circumstances. Every genius who experiences a second awakening not only gains new abilities, but also sees explosive growth in their vitality and mental power. It perfectly explains Lu Yuan's current unusual behavior, Wang Dezhu said, his eyes gleaming with depth. As a teacher who has personally experienced second awakening, Bai Ji, your judgment is spot on. He patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder, a gratified smile on his face. Lu Yuan, not only will the school not hold you accountable for damaging the special equipment, but there will also be additional rewards. Lu Yuan stood there, blinking in disbelief. He had destroyed equipment worth millions, yet instead of facing consequences, he was being rewarded? In that moment, he realized the privileges of being a genius. What surprised him even more was that no one had asked about the specifics of his second ability. This was clearly a form of protection for him. Wang Dezhu's expression suddenly turned stern as he addressed everyone. Everything is clear now. Everyone must sign a confidentiality agreement. No information is to be leaked before the University League, or you will face a year's salary penalty. Then he turned to Lu Yuan with a warm smile. During this time, unless you are in danger, try not to reveal your full strength. This is also for your protection. The 4 new student mentors finally snapped out of their stupor, their eyes shining with joy. Even the usually composed Bai Ji couldn't hide her excitement during her recuperation. She had never encountered another second awakening genius like herself. Zhao Wuji was so excited he could hardly speak coherently. Unstoppable. Our class is really going to dominate Zhongzhou University this time. Even the grandmasters and school leaders couldn't hide their joy. Second awakening geniuses are extremely rare worldwide, and Zhongzhou University, following Bai Ji, now had another anomaly in Lu Yuan. This news was enough to shake the entire martial arts world. Wang Dezhu cleared his throat and looked around at everyone present, speaking with a serious tone. Bai Ji, you and Lu Yuan are both exceptionally talented individuals who have awakened a second time. You should exchange ideas more often. You can also share some of your experiences with Lu Yuan, especially on how to balance two abilities. Bai Ji nodded slightly, her delicate fingers tapping on the light screen as she sent a friend request to Lu Yuan. Her gaze inadvertently revealed a hint of complexity as memories surged in her mind. As the proud disciple of Wang Dezhu Sr., this young Grandmaster's student had experienced a life-altering ordeal last summer. Back then, Bai Ji, filled with the pride of a prodigious talent and grand ambitions, aspired to achieve greatness on the battlefield. However, fate played a cruel joke on her when she was besieged by 5 level 10 beasts in the wild. In that brutal battle, Bai Ji exhausted all her trump cards and barely escaped with her life. Although she survived, the psychological scars remain unhealed. Wang Dezhu's voice interrupted Bai Ji's thoughts. He turned to the 6 grandmasters who looked puzzled and commanded with an undeniable tone. You 6 are not here just to spectate. Each of you should leave your contact information with Lu Yuan. If he needs anything, you must assist him immediately. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up with surprise, silently praising the principal's generous gesture. He quickly pulled up the QR code on his wristband, watching as the 6 grandmasters stepped forward to scan and add him as a friend. He couldn't help but marvel at how, in just a day, he had gone from being in awe of grandmasters to having 6 of them actively seeking his friendship. Given his current pace of training, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the grandmaster level by the end of the semester. After the meeting concluded, the 6 grandmasters bid farewell to Lu Yuan, their words filled with anticipation and goodwill. They all understood the terrifying potential of this young man, and forming a connection with such a prodigy in advance was undoubtedly a wise decision. Outside the conference room, freshman mentors exchanged glances, falling into silence. Zhao Wuji suddenly recalled how they had been fervently praising Yi Luyan earlier in the day, only to now watch as Lu Yuan surged far ahead, leaving a gap that seemed impossible to bridge. Let's stop chatting and get back to preparing student materials, someone suggested. With the entrance assessments and the potential interschool competitions, we'll have our hands full. The others agreed, turning to leave. After everyone dispersed, Lu Yuan was about to return to his dormitory when a graceful figure quietly blocked his path. It was Bai Ji, a teacher admired by many, her elegant silhouette coming into view. She wore a white blouse and cradled a sleeping little white tiger in her arms. The small creature pressed against her chest, creating a subtle indentation in her perfect curves. Lu Yuan politely greeted the woman who was considered a goddess in everyone's eyes, secretly feeling a twinge of envy towards the little tiger. Let's take a walk together, Bai Ji suggested gently. I want to talk to you about the research on secondary awakening. She began to explain. In the early days of the spiritual energy revival, people's awakened talents were limited to enhancing abilities like strength and vitality. But within a century, elemental talents capable of controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning emerged. As the energy of the world grows denser, not only are new types of talents appearing, but the likelihood of offspring inheriting these talents is also increasing. This indicates that humanity is evolving alongside the world, and secondary awakening is a process that accelerates this evolution. Lu Yuan listened thoughtfully. Although he wasn't a secondary awakened, her words gave him a deeper understanding of the essence of talent. Bai Ji continued, talent skills are more like an instinctual power, while martial arts are purely technique. If the two can be combined, the power would be unimaginable. Back then, it was through an immature fusion technique that I survived an encirclement by level 10 fierce beasts. Her eyes flashed with a hint of deep emotion, and her tone suddenly became grave. Actually, I'm here to warn you about something. In the absence of a life-or-death crisis, do not reveal your secondary awakening abilities to anyone, not even to fierce beasts. She turned to leave, the air filled with a chilling sense of danger. I suspect that the ambush by those level 10 beasts was because I exposed my secondary awakening. Lu Yuan stood still for a long time. He was well aware that fierce beasts also possessed intelligence, especially the powerful ones, like the old white ape he once fought. Yet, in the eyes of most people, fierce beasts were still just powerful animals. But Lu Yuan didn't feel fear. To him, as long as you have enough strength, there's no need to fear any threat. Back in his dormitory, Lu Yuan lay on his bed evaluating his own abilities. Besides his blood energy, mental strength, and talent abilities, he also had some martial arts skills. However, the basic martial arts he practiced in high school were not ranked, and since students from different schools practiced different martial arts, their proficiency couldn't be combined, so he chose to disregard them. Lu Yuan examined his newly mastered skill, the perfect level demon ceiling slash, and considered that it was sufficient for the current situation. He was aware that the entire class would soon be learning more advanced Grandmaster-level martial arts. To his surprise, the martial arts panel already displayed a second-tier Grandmaster-level skill 10,000 Thunder Induction. This immediately reminded him of the fiery, straightforward punk girl, Lei Ting. This martial art was highly compatible with his over-limit flash talent, and Lei Ting had already begun integrating her innate skills with her martial arts. With Grandmaster-level parents as her foundation, she was undoubtedly a prodigy, destined to showcase even more astonishing abilities. As for techniques, before reaching the Grandmaster level, everyone was practicing the unified 8th breathing technique. Lu Yuan opened the system panel, where a dense array of attribute data appeared before him. Vitality Force, 19,305 level 8 martial artist. Mental Power, 3,603 level 6 mentalist. Talents, Dominance S. Telekinesis Awakening S. Overlimit Flash S. Golden Body A. Unstoppable A. Martial Arts, 10,000 Thunder Induction Beginner. Demon Ceiling / Perfect. Techniques, 8th Breathing Technique Perfect. Telepathy Perception Perfect. Gazing at this impressive attribute panel, Lu Yuan felt a sense of disbelief. In just 9 days, he had transformed from a martial arts failure with only 10 points of vitality into the top martial arts candidate in the province, setting an unbreakable record. Now, he had risen to become a powerful level 8 martial artist and level 6 mentalist, armed with 4 top-tier talents. Within the realm of levels 9 and below, he was virtually invincible, but he remained cautious when facing Grandmaster-level opponents. All this was thanks to the efforts of his classmates. Yet, in this world teeming with powerhouses, Lu Yuan understood that his strength was just a drop in the ocean. He decided to adopt a steady and cautious approach, avoiding rash actions that might attract the attention of beast kings or emperors. With his talents, he was sure to receive offers from various special training camps even without taking extreme measures. For now, the priority was to stabilize his position and wait for his classmates to grow alongside him. Meanwhile, the high school group chat was buzzing with excitement. Someone with the username, Spear with Poop, tagged Lu Yuan. I heard the academic god made it to the top 10 in the Zhongzhou University entrance exam. That's incredible. This sparked a wave of agreement. Someone else remarked, the gap is too wide. The university is full of experts, and the pressure is immense. Only Lu Shun can handle it so effortlessly. Lu Yuan smiled calmly and typed a line filled with positivity. My success comes from dedicated training. Hard work is the greatest talent. This statement immediately triggered a new wave of enthusiasm for training in Class 31. For them, this future Grandmaster, who was a special recruit at Zhongzhou University and ranked in the top 10 in the entrance exam, was already at an unattainable height, yet he still cared about his classmates, which greatly inspired everyone. At that moment, an important meeting was taking place in the core area of Zhongzhou University. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense as Principal Wang Dezhu tidied his sparse hair and opened the latest battle report. On the battlefield of the Starry Sky, 2 more Grandmasters have fallen. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like it could crush everyone present. A dozen severely injured teachers sat on either side of the long table, their expressions grave, fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles cracked. These individuals had all been fighting on the front lines, but were forced to retreat due to injuries and now took on the responsibility of training new blood for the ongoing battle. How many precious resources does it take to train a Grandmaster? How much effort and dedication? Murmured an elderly man with a face full of scars. Although Grandmasters were not the strongest among humans, they were pillars supporting the human race. Yet, even such powerful figures could be easily killed on the Starry Battlefield. The Starry Battlefield, a vast space where humans and the beastly Zerg army clashed, was like a giant, relentless meat grinder. No matter how strong a warrior was, escaping from it alive was nearly impossible. This was the cruel reality of a race war. It was because of those fearless human predecessors who shed their blood in battles against the beasts, defending the dignity of the human race with their lives, that ordinary people in the rear could live relatively peaceful lives, and schools could focus on training the next generation of warriors. The pressure on the Starry Battlefield is growing. The principal seated at the head of the table said gravely. The Warrior Alliance has decided to send more reinforcements to the front lines. This time, the intercollegiate tournament will adopt a reserve mode, requiring students from all grades to participate, not just the 4th years. The school will allocate more resources, and we must give our all to train more powerful warriors for the human race. He paused before continuing. I have reached an agreement with the top 10 institutions in Zhongzhou province to initiate a joint assessment for new students, preparing for the elite training camp. He looked around at each teacher in the room, these masters and above, who, if not for their depleted strength, would not willingly leave the front lines. But now, they bore a more crucial mission, to train the next generation of warriors. Everyone nodded solemnly. Then, they quickly left the conference room, knowing it would be a sleepless night. For the future of the human race, they had to act swiftly. Shocking news. Grandmaster Ma was locked in battle with the Zerg Beast King on the Starry Battlefield for 3 days and succumbed to exhaustion yesterday at 8 p.m. In the classroom, the students of Class 1, Year 3, gathered together, all eyes fixed on the rolling news footage projected on the screen. It was their first time watching the news broadcast in class. The images of the brave warriors fighting against the onslaught of ferocious beasts left these young students, who had never witnessed real bloodshed, deeply shaken. Oceanic beasts are rioting, and coastal areas are on full alert. Sakura Island has been overrun by mutated minotaur beasts and declared destroyed 3 hours ago. These shocking headlines flashed across the screen. A century ago, the resurgence of spiritual energy not only expanded Earth's size by dozens of times, but also caused countless beasts to mutate. The Zerg from the stars have also set their sights on this land rich in spiritual energy. Although the strongest human warrior leads many fighters in a bloody battle on the starry battlefield, humanity remains at a disadvantage. Grandmaster Ma actually died in battle? Lei Ting's eyes flickered with golden lightning. Those damn Zerg, they're just endless bugs to kill. Yi Liuyun's dark eyes held a determined gaze. In this world, who doesn't have a few relatives or friends killed by beasts? What we need now is to train hard. When the news mentioned the destruction of Sakura Island, the heavy atmosphere in the classroom lifted. Su Lai excitedly slapped the table. Serves them right. That's karma. At that moment, Zhao Wuji strode into the classroom and announced straightforwardly. Today's first class was supposed to be about teaching boxing techniques, but before that, I want to spar with each of you individually to understand your martial arts foundation. Afterward, I'll teach you a grandmaster-level boxing technique. With that, he turned and walked away. What? Spar unknown with teacher Zhao? A student exclaimed. He's a peak level 9 martial artist. 10 minutes later, on the training ground, students dressed in battle gear gripped their weapons. Lu Yuan selected a Tang horizontal saber with a greenish glow from the standard weapon rack. The 50-kilogram, 80-centimeter long saber seemed effortless in his hand as he swung it lightly a couple of times. Swish! The sharp tip of the sword sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. The students in the classroom turned their heads, surprise flashing in their eyes. He's so strong, everyone thought to themselves. They had heard rumors of Lu Yuan's mastery of the perfect level demon ceiling slash, and today they finally had the chance to witness it firsthand. Lei Ting frowned, a hint of confusion appearing on her face. Something's not right. When he picked up the sword, it gave me the same feeling as facing my father. This realization shocked her after all. Her father was a master-level expert. So how could Lu Yuan possess such an aura? Yi Luyun quickly turned his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Lu Yuan's eyes, a sense of caution rising within him. Lu Yuan, there's definitely something off about him. Standing next to Lu Yuan, Su Lai felt it most acutely. He recalled the Lu Yuan from the entrance assessment, who was strong yet still within an acceptable range. But now, Lu Yuan seemed like an unreachable presence, his aura causing Su Lai to tremble involuntarily. How could such a significant transformation occur overnight? After everyone was ready, Zhao Wuji, dressed in battle attire, stepped onto the platform. As he looked at Lu Yuan, he couldn't help but twitch an eyebrow. This guy is a monster. He hurriedly sent a message to Lu Yuan through his wristband. During the sparring, keep your energy level at 6 to avoid discouraging your classmates. Lu Yuan looked at the message and shook his head helplessly. Being too strong was indeed a hassle, but he had no intention of revealing his true strength, wasn't ready to face the siege of level 10 beasts. Next, I will suppress my energy to match your level for the combat test. I hope everyone takes it seriously, Zhao Wuji said, scanning the group. The first one, Su Lai. His gaze landed on the towering figure behind Lu Yuan, a man standing over 2 meters tall with a bear-like build. Su Lai's eyes widened, not having prepared himself mentally. But since it was just sparring, he should be able to control his excitement. Lu, I'm up, Su Lai said, swallowing hard. Go ahead, Lu Yuan replied, patting Su Lai's arm, curious about the peculiar nature of this big guy. Wen Ruo was averse to fighting due to childhood trauma and a reserved personality, but what about Su Lai? As Su Lai walked toward the platform, he muttered to himself, stay calm. Breathe deeply. Don't get too excited. Zhao Wuji tapped his wristband, and the information for both parties appeared above the stage. Su Lai, Blood Force, 1530. Level 4 Warrior Combat Index, 3011. Zhao Wuji, Blood Force, 49300. Level 9 Peak Combat Index, 66600. The limit for level 9 Blood Force should be 51,200. Teacher Zhao is about to break through to the Master Realm. Su Lai is strong too. How many moves do you think he can withstand against Teacher Zhao? With equal blood force, he should last at least several rounds. Under Zhao Wuji's control, his blood force quickly dropped to match Su Lai's. As Su Lai stepped onto the stage, he focused, only to find Zhao Wuji's seemingly casual stance left no openings for attack. Circling Zhao Wuji several times, sweat began to bead on his forehead. Stop dawdling. Make your move. Zhao Wuji commanded sharply. Now. Su Lai's eyes lit up, his hand lightly tapping the alloy pillar on his back as he charged forward like a bulldozer. Covering the distance in an instant, The alloy pillar descended from above, aiming to smash into Zhao Wuji. But Zhao Wuji didn't dodge. Instead, he met it with a punch. Boom. With a resounding crash, the 1,000-pound alloy pillar was sent flying, creating a massive crater in the training ground. Whoa, that punch was incredible. Su Lai got taken out in one hit, even though the blood force was the same. Too bad Su Lai didn't use his innate ability. He might have been able to push back teacher Zhao. But that punch was absolutely epic. Zhao Wuji spoke in a deep voice. This is the boxing technique I want to teach today. Some may ask, why practice boxing when you can fight with weapons? While weapons can indeed enhance combat power, if your weapon is destroyed or knocked away by a beast, will you just give up and wait for death? That's why practicing boxing is equally crucial. This boxing technique is called the Extreme Martial Overlord Fist, created by Zhiga, the strongest in the Xia Kingdom and the strongest among humans. Zhiga. As soon as the name was mentioned, everyone present held their breath. In the history of humanity, the name of the martial saint Zhiga was legendary. It was this iconic figure who, during humanity's direst times, single-handedly built an iron defense against the fierce beasts outside the city. For a century, he led human warriors on the battlefield of the stars, battling these beasts. His very presence was an invisible shield, deterring the insect-like creatures from recklessly invading Earth. On the arena, Zhao Wuji displayed breathtaking strength. He stood his ground without moving an inch, using just one set of the Extreme Martial Overlord Fist to send a dozen talented martial artists flying. What was even more astonishing was that he deliberately suppressed his energy levels to match those of his challengers, yet he still managed to unleash 1.5 times the usual power. This master-level martial art is insane, gasped the crowd below. Just mastering this fist technique is enough to be considered a genius. As one challenger after another fell, all eyes were on the final strongest trio, Yi Luyuan, Lei Ting, and Lu Yuan. These three were not only the top of their freshman class, but also represented the highest combat potential of the new cohort. The fiery-tempered Lei Ting stepped up first. Golden arcs of lightning danced around her, and her over-limit flashing ability not only brought terrifying attack power, but also pushed her speed beyond the limits of a 4th-level warrior. She darted across the arena like a golden lightning bolt, yet she couldn't break through Zhao Wuji's iron-fisted defense. Finally, with a low shout, she unleashed all her lightning arcs with full force, only to be punched off the stage. Damn, Lei Ting gasped, her eyes filled with frustration. Next, Yi Luyuan took the stage, immediately deploying the special technique he had shown during the entrance exam. However, Zhao Wuji simply snorted, "Your innate ability is useless against me," and then punched him away. Zhao Wuji shook his head and said, "Yi Luyuan, your martial arts foundation is too weak. Relying solely on innate skills and energy will never make you a master." Feeling humiliated in front of everyone, Yi Luyuan's face was a mask of frustration. His exclusive skill, which he had always been proud of, was effortlessly countered by teacher Zhao, leaving the audience in shock. So much for one trick to rule them all. Guess not. Whispers rippled through the crowd. If it weren't for facing someone as formidable as teacher Zhao, Yi Luyuan's move would have sufficed against most opponents. However, his over-reliance on his innate ability was now glaringly obvious. All eyes then turned to Lu Yuan, who was slowly stepping onto the stage. He held a long sword with a calm and steady demeanor. This was the real highlight of the day. During the entrance exam, it was clear he hadn't given his all. The monitoring device instantly displayed their stats. Lu Yuan, Vitality 3300, Combat Index 4000. This data stirred a buzz among the audience. A level 6 warrior? Wasn't he just level 5 during the college entrance exams? Gasps of disbelief spread through the crowd. His progress is simply astonishing. The battle commenced with Lu Yuan's call. "Teacher Zhao, watch out." In a flash, Lu Yuan crossed over 10 meters, his long sword slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh aimed straight at Zhao Wuji. Zhao's eyes gleamed with sharp intensity as he exclaimed, "Good." With a thunderous crash, the sword edge met the iron fist, producing a deafening metallic clash. Lu Yuan was executing the basic demon-slaying slash, focused on hacking and chopping, with auxiliary moves like slashing and stabbing. Simple as it seemed, in his hands, it was astonishingly powerful, matching Zhao Wuji blow for blow. Lu Yuan's swordplay was like a tiger unleashed, each strike carrying immense force. Seizing fleeting opportunities, he seemed possessed by a battle deity, relentlessly striking at his opponent. The ferocity of his attack even forced Zhao Wuji to change tactics, resorting to dodging and weaving. Yet, Lu Yuan pursued him relentlessly, shadowing his every move. In the end, Zhao Wuji was compelled to unleash a stronger technique. After a powerful final exchange, both were knocked back several meters, simultaneously falling off the stage. This brief but thrilling duel concluded in a jaw-dropping draw. The audience was silent for a moment before erupting in astonished shouts. "Now that's a real fight. Lu Yuan can hold his own against teacher Zhao." He's truly the strongest among us. Yi Luyuan clenched his fists, eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't accept the reality before him that his prized talent was defeated by the most ordinary blade technique. Idiot. Lei Ting coldly glared at Yi Luyuan's arrogant demeanor, unapologetically flipping him off. What are you looking at? Noticing Yi Luyuan's gaze, Lei Ting sneered disdainfully. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You damn it. Yi Luyuan was so furious he could barely speak. Getting angry, are we? Lei Ting taunted effortlessly, as if well-versed in such verbal sparring. Even as Yi Luyuan raged, she remained composed, countering his threats of a duel with mere words. Your Demon Slayer strike is indeed powerful, Zhao Wuji said in a deep voice. I was using my full strength during our fight. Outwardly calm, he was inwardly shocked. This guy is insane. To Zhao Wuji, what was most terrifying about Lu Yuan was his nearly instinctual battle intelligence. While others hesitated against him, Lu Yuan attacked fiercely and without hesitation. What's more chilling was his ability to seize any opportunity to deliver a swift and decisive strike. Zhao Wuji was relieved he had Lu Yuan suppress his energy beforehand. Otherwise, today's match might have ended in his own humiliation. This young man was undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy. All right, everyone back to your spots. Zhao Wuji collected his thoughts and began the formal lesson. Next, I'll teach you the ultimate martial emperor fist. As you've seen, this technique is all about dominance. Throughout the morning, the students were fully engaged in their training. Despite the physical exhaustion, everyone gained a lot. As the class was about to end, Zhao Wuji remained on the training ground, announcing with a serious expression, I have 3 major announcements, which are both opportunities and directions for your future efforts. He surveyed the group and continued. You must have noticed the recent news fierce beasts are becoming more rampant, increasing pressure on the front lines. Most martial artists of master level and above are battling these beasts in various war zones. Therefore, the school has decided to increase resource investment to expedite your development into competent warriors. The classroom erupted. Finally, we can go to the battlefield. I'm going to kill all those beasts. Brothers, once I'm up there, I'll kill at least 500 a day, and in a month, I'll be a lieutenant. Yeah, right? I'm embarrassed for you. Zhao Wuji then announced 2 more important events. The new student competition at Zhongzhou Province Martial Arts Academy in a month, and the newly added reserve competition for the National College League in 3 months. Before the league, elite students would be selected for a closed training camp. Zhongzhou Province New Student Competition, Elite Training Camp, National College League. The students' enthusiasm was completely ignited. The news about the upcoming new student competition in Zhongzhou Province stirred a wave of excitement in the classroom. The students' eyes gleamed with confidence, as Zhongzhou University's strength was indeed formidable compared to other institutions. However, the mention of a genius level 6 martial artist from Longhu University sparked a discussion. Level 6, so what? Someone remarked dismissively. We have Yi Luyuan and Lu Yuan. The freshman class 3 was truly brimming with talent. Yet, while everyone was envisioning the glory of the competition, Lu Yuan's focus was entirely elsewhere in the elite training camp. This was a place gathering the elite of the entire grade, and he was determined to make it there. At that moment, Zhao Wuji brought even more exciting news. The school has decided to release resources early, he announced, glancing around the classroom. Each of you will receive 10 credits. The class erupted in excitement. 10 credits were equivalent to 10,000 yuan, but their true value went far beyond that. After gaining some insights yesterday, everyone understood the unique advantages of credits. They allowed for discounts when exchanging resources at the Treasure Pavilion. For example, a qi and blood pill, priced at 10,000 yuan on the market, could be redeemed for only 0.8 credits. What stood out even more was the rating discount system. Depending on one's admission rating, the discount varied. Su Lai, with an A rating, could enjoy a 30 discount. Lei Ting, with an S rating, received a 35 discount. Yi Luyuan, with an S rating, got a 40 discount. The legendary SS rating offered an incredible 50 discount. This was the foundation of Zhongzhou University as a top martial arts institution. Special admissions students, come forward to collect your rewards, Zhao Wuji continued, retrieving a golden chip from his storage space. The chip bore the Zhongzhou University emblem, a striking golden S, with Lei Ting's name on the back. This chip not only contains 500 credits, but also represents your level status, Zhao Wuji told Lei Ting. You can enjoy 48 hours of free training time in the training tower each month. Lei Ting accepted the chip, her eyes sparkling with joy. Although she came from a family of masters and never lacked resources, this first earnings she achieved herself brought her great happiness. Hearing about the privileges in the training tower, her classmates were filled with envy. It's known that the training tower is rich in spiritual energy, but it costs 1 credit per hour, making it unaffordable for most students. The value of its level rating was evident. This is the power of a top martial arts university in the path of a martial artist's growth. Talent is crucial, but ample resources are indispensable. Zhongzhou University excels in providing this to the utmost degree. 48 hours. That's 48 credits. Lu Yuan marveled to himself. The school is practically showering us with rewards. At the class award ceremony, Zhao Wuji was announcing the prizes. Lei Tang, being a second-generation martial artist, received 500 credits and an A rating. Next in line was Su Lai, who eagerly accepted 200 credits and an A rating. When it was Yi Liuyun's turn, Zhao Wuji's voice noticeably rose. As a genius with an S rating, Yi Liuyun's rewards are even more generous. In S-level rating chip, 800 credits, and a level 6 weapon. Yi Liuyun respectfully accepted the golden chip, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. For someone from a modest background, these credits were indeed a timely boon. Finally, it was Lu Yuan's turn. With a flick of Zhao Wuji's wrist, a dark gold chip appeared in his palm, prominently engraved with SS rating. The classroom fell silent instantly. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. An SS rating meant unlimited access to the training tower, a privilege rarely granted in the history of Zhongzhou University. Xing, the young monk sitting in the front row, was completely taken aback. Just yesterday, he had resolved to surpass Lu Yuan, and today, Lu Yuan had ascended to such an unattainable height. Amitba, stay calm, stay calm. He chanted to himself. What's the point of competing now? But that wasn't all. Zhao Wuji cleared his throat and continued. Lu Yuan will also receive a 9th-level weapon, a master-level martial arts technique, and the qualification to enter the S-level Ice Dragon Ruins. The class erupted in astonishment. Yi Liuyun could no longer maintain his aloof demeanor, clenching his fists as he questioned. Teacher, I was clearly first in the freshman assessment. Zhao Wuji sighed and patted Yi Liuyun's shoulder. Liuyun, I know you're excellent. But, he hesitated. Take my advice, don't compete with him. Focus on your training, and don't let other things disturb your peace of mind. Witnessing the scene, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but recall those geniuses of the past who were crushed by the great Demon King. He glanced at Lu Yuan and thought to himself, what great Demon King? This one here is the real deal. Lu Yuan silently calculated the total rewards for the entire class, 10 credits for each of the 30 students, plus Lei Tang's 500, Yi Liuyun's 800, and his own 1,000, totaling nearly 2,600 credits equivalent to 30 million. And all these credits would eventually benefit him in various ways. Impressive, Lu Yuan praised inwardly. The admissions director and principal of Zhongzhou University sure know how to make a splash with rewards. After class, led by Zhao Wuji, the two arrived at the front of the weapons building. In front of the main entrance, dozens of giant metal swords and blades stood upright like sentinels, each towering over 10 meters high and glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Inside the weapons building, the atmosphere was solemn. Several uniformed staff were meticulously caring for various weapons, their footsteps deliberately light. After passing identity verification, Zhao Wuji took Lu Yuan straight to the 9th floor via the elevator. As the elevator doors opened, an array of 9th-level weapons came into view. The entire 9th floor was filled with various weapons, primarily swords and spears, with fewer of other types. This wasn't just because these weapons looked cool, but because they were most suitable for warriors in combat. So most people would choose one of these two types. The entire weapons building only houses weapons of level 5 and above, Zhao Wuji explained while leading Lu Yuan through the collection. Those who get to choose weapons on the 9th floor are people who have made special contributions to the school. Lu Yuan was puzzled, as he didn't feel he had contributed anything significant to the school. Perhaps this was the school's investment in him as a second-time awakener? But the value of a 9th-level weapon was astonishing. Even the most basic ones started at tens of millions in the market, with the better ones reaching hundreds of millions. What Zhongzhou University provided might not be top tier, but it would at least cost 20,000 credits, an astronomical sum. You, yourself, are the greatest contribution, Zhao Wuji said earnestly. As someone who had been on the battlefield, he understood the severe crisis humanity was facing. In this unique period where all of humanity was under high pressure, the emergence of every genius was invaluable, especially someone as outstanding as Lu Yuan. Of course, Zhao Wuji had seen many geniuses who gave up halfway. But he believed Lu Yuan was fundamentally different from someone like Yi Liuyun. Yi Liuyun had the typical flaws of a genius: arrogance and pride. In contrast, Lu Yuan treated everyone as equals and never showed disdain for any classmates. At that moment, Lu Yuan's attention was drawn to a long blade. It was a 9th-level battle knife named Shadow, designed in his favorite Tang horizontal sword style. The 89-centimeter straight blade seemed slightly long, but it perfectly matched Lu Yuan's 185 centimeters height, ideal for piercing a beast's heart. I'll take this one, Lu Yuan said, gripping the hilt and immediately feeling the sharpness of the blade. Zhao Wuji, standing nearby, showed a look of envy. Had fought tooth and nail to earn a pair of 9th-level knuckle dusters back in his day. The principal said this weapon is considered rented to you, for 100,000 yuan a month, Zhao Wuji sighed. Back in his dorm, Lu Yuan casually swung the shadow battle knife. The ninth-level weapon was incredibly sharp, slicing through the air with an extraordinary feeling. As expected from Zhongzhou University, their products are always top-notch. Lu Yuan admired the Grade 9 battle saber in his hand, marveling at how it was practically a gift for the mere 10,000 monthly rental fee. Carefully, he placed the saber into his wristband space, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and casually opened the class group chat to check on his classmates' training progress. Damn, why is the combat testing building closed? Lu Yuan frowned. I was planning to practice my martial arts there. Someone quickly replied in the group. It was closed last night. I heard the building had some issues. It was shaking and almost collapsed, probably due to a senior unleashing too much power inside. A chorus of disappointment followed in the chat. The combat testing building was not only for measuring combat power, but also an excellent place to practice new martial arts. The testing devices allowed practitioners to clearly perceive the power changes of different moves and angles, making it a popular training method among seniors. After learning that the combat testing building was closed, the classmates shifted to other training venues. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, practiced the extreme martial overlord fist twice in his dorm before resting. Late at night, the daily results were calculated. Lu Yuan browsed through the class training data. Yi Luyun practiced boxing for 10 hours, took 5 qi and blood pills, increasing qi and blood power by 4 and mental power by 1. Lei Ting consumed a second-tier essence pill, practiced boxing for 5 hours, and trained the 10,000 thunder induction for 3 hours, increasing qi and blood power by 4. Wen Ruo meditated for 3 hours, practiced the Grandmaster level Mind Power Martial Arts Quartet for 6 hours, increasing mental power by 3. The entire class was diligently training. Lu Yuan looked at his own stats and was stunned his qi and blood power had increased by 40 and mental power by 25. To his surprise, after practicing the extreme martial overlord fist just twice, he had already reached the beginner level. This was a grandmaster level martial art, which even the class's martial arts prodigies would take 2 to 3 days to master. The next day, the atmosphere at the training ground was lively. Classmates excitedly shared their training experiences. I practiced for a full 18 hours and only rested at dawn. I'm almost at the beginner level now. I'm definitely not inferior to Yi Luyun in martial arts. Zhao Wuji looked at this talented and hard-working group of students with great satisfaction. In just one night, everyone had gained a profound understanding of the extreme martial overlord fist. With one more day of effort, they might just master it. Well done, everyone. Zhao Wuji surveyed the room, finally focusing on Lu Yuan. Now, I want to select a student to demonstrate the extreme martial overlord fist for everyone. The two went on stage and bowed to each other before engaging in combat. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Lu Yuan's punches carried a domineering force, with distinct techniques and impressive coherence. Although he wasn't yet at Zhao Wuji's level, achieving such results in just one night was astonishing. Impossible, a classmate exclaimed. I saw him playing Glory League at 1 a.m., losing 5 games in a row for at least 3 to 4 hours. After 3 punches, Zhao Wuji's eyes widened, and he quickly called for a halt. Wait. He stared at Lu Yuan incredulously. You've mastered the basics of the fist? Zhao Wuji's worldview shattered completely. Standing in the center of the training ground, he watched in disbelief at the scene before him. Lu Yuan had mastered the basics of the Ji Wu Ba Huang fist in just one night, something entirely beyond his comprehension. As a once-renowned prodigy on the front lines, Zhao Wuji had taken over a week to learn this martial art back in the day. He intended to use this opportunity to showcase his prowess as a teacher, but after just 3 punches, it was he who felt deeply shaken. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. Su Lai gasped, his eyes filled with astonishment. Despite not daring to fight in public due to a physical defect, his martial arts talent ranked among the top 3 in his grade. Even with Mr. Zhao's guidance, he expected it would take him 3 days to truly grasp the basics. Yet Lu Yuan had reached that level alone in just one night. At this rate, won't he reach the proficient level in a week? This thought weighed heavily on everyone present. Zhao Wuji forced himself to regain composure and continue the lesson. He comforted himself with the thought that, after all, he had reached the proficient level, and no matter how talented Lu Yuan was, surpassing him in a few months was impossible. In class, students engaged in a lively discussion about their doubts in mastering the martial art. Only Lu Yuan remained silent throughout, posing no questions. When the bell rang, he was about to leave. Lu Yuan. Zhao Wuji began, somewhat uncertainly. Do you have any questions about practicing the Ji Wu Ba Huang fist? No. Lu Yuan replied without turning back. Teacher, I have things to do. I'll be leaving. His figure disappeared through the doorway, leaving the entire class and Zhao Wuji staring intently in that direction. His confidence sparked a competitive spirit in everyone. That day, except for Lu Yuan, no one from Class 3 of the freshman year left the training ground. They even requested Zhao Wuji to stay and continue instructing them. No way. We must work harder. Someone gritted their teeth. We won't sleep tonight if we have to. Mr. Zhao, you have to help us surpass Lu Yuan in the Jiwu Bahuang fist and teach him a lesson. The next day, the entire class trained even harder. Building on the previous day's foundation, their understanding of the martial art deepened. Lu Yuan didn't slack off either, practicing the Jiwu Bahuang fist 5 times throughout the day. Although there wasn't a significant breakthrough, he still opened the daily summary panel that evening. By the third day, everyone saw Lu Yuan as their target to catch up with. Lei Ting excitedly announced, I trained another night, and I'm about to grasp the basics. I'll definitely catch up with Lu Yuan tomorrow. Sheng Xian also showed a look of determination, her martial arts improving rapidly with Mr. Zhao's guidance. Despite being only 12 years old, Sheng Xian has already participated in the martial arts exam and is now a level 4 martial artist, showcasing remarkable talent. However, what truly surprises everyone is Su Lai's rapid progress. After 3 days and nights of relentless practice, he finally mastered the basics of the extreme martial overlord fist, catching up to Lu Yuan's level. The next step is to surpass Lu Yuan. Su Lai thought, his eyes fixed intently on the tall figure ahead, his clenched fists revealing his determination. Beside him, Yi Luyun snorted, proudly announcing that he too had mastered the basics. As the bell rang, signaling the start of class, teacher Zhao Wuji entered right on time and began checking the students' progress in mastering the extreme martial overlord fist. The performance of this group of students filled him with satisfaction. When the bell signaled the end of class, Zhao Wuji approached Lu Yuan and quietly asked, Lu Yuan, did you gain any new insights during yesterday's practice? After packing up his gear, Lu Yuan headed to the changing room. Before leaving, he waved a fist at his classmates, saying, the resource competition is approaching, and I'll lead us to defeat all opponents. However, this sincere encouragement was perceived by many as a harsh taunt. The classroom erupted with cries of defiance. I won't stop until I've mastered the basics of the extreme martial overlord fist today, even if it kills me. Why does he advance so much without practicing as hard? It's unfair, echoed the frustrated voices. The students of Class 3A rushed to buy elixirs and spiritual items to aid their training. Those who lost credits in the entry assessments even resorted to taking pills like blood-dissolving pills and essence-depleting pills, despite their side effects. The pride of these geniuses would not allow them to admit defeat. By the 4th day, inspired by Lu Yuan, for more martial arts prodigies in the class had reached the basic level with the extreme martial overlord fist. When everyone looked expectantly at Lu Yuan, he calmly said, proficient. This single word struck like a heavy blow, shattering their confidence, but soon this setback transformed into a stronger drive. Through these days of observation, Lu Yuan finally understood why top companies only recruited from prestigious schools. These geniuses' greatest trait was their perseverance and resilience. In stark contrast was Class 1A of Luoqing High School. Although they claimed they were working hard, they often complained in their group chat after minimal practice, frequently declaring their mental breakdowns and loss of motivation. Facing his phone screen, Lu Yuan hesitated briefly over the tempting short videos, but ultimately decided to close the app. He understood well that external temptations were hard to resist, and most practitioners often struggled to persevere through the monotony of training. However, the exceptionally gifted students of Class 1A were different. Once they set their goals, they dedicated themselves to their training with unmatched enthusiasm. On the training grounds, sweat poured, and shouts echoed as everyone intensely focused on mastering the highly challenging Grandmaster-level martial art. In just 3 days, for students had already grasped the basics, an astonishing pace of learning. Even more impressive was their self-discipline. Without any external pressure, they imposed even stricter standards on themselves. Late at night, the training field was still alive with their determined efforts. By the 5th day, 10 students had reached the introductory level. With the collective effort of the entire class, Lu Yuan's understanding of the extreme martial emperor fist advanced rapidly. Sleeping only 2 hours a night became the norm, yet no one complained of exhaustion. On the 6th day, several more students advanced to the introductory level of the extreme martial emperor fist. Among them, Su Lai stood out, reaching the proficient level, while 5 others neared this milestone. Seeing his classmates working tirelessly despite having few credits, Lu Yuan generously offered each of them 10 credits. That day, Lu Yuan synthesized the insights gained by all 30 classmates over the past 6 days, leading to a qualitative leap in his comprehension of the extreme martial emperor fist. On the 7th day, Zhao Wuji conducted a routine class test. Lu Yuan, today you'll spar with me so everyone can learn, he announced. However, this time, the teacher cautiously asked, has your proficiency in the extreme martial emperor fist improved recently? All 30 pairs of eyes were fixed on Lu Yuan, and the air seemed to tense. A powerful force gathered around his clenched fist. She had mastered the formidable art. Hearing the phrase, proficient mastery, the hearts of all the students and teachers in Class 1 of the freshman year sank instantly. That's inhuman. Someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath. Lu Yuan is a beast. In 7 days, while he was hanging out with that cute girl, we were training like crazy, yet the gap just widened even more. On the stage, Zhao Wuji stared at Lu Yuan, who was eager to start, with sweat beading on his forehead. The Grandmaster's fist, the Supreme Tyrant Emperor fist, requires a long time to master. Zhao had trained diligently for 3 years to reach proficiency, yet Lu Yuan did it in just 7 days? Let's do this. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, feeling unprecedented pressure. Lu Yuan respectfully cupped his hands. Be careful, teacher. With the same level of blood energy, the same fist technique, and the same moves, the battle erupted instantly like 2 meteors colliding. Amidst the roaring sounds, their fists moved like rain. Although both kept their blood energy within the bounds of a level 6 warrior, the detection devices flashed red indicating they were both unleashing a combat power index more than twice their blood energy. The terrifying force made the platform tremble. For a full minute, they exchanged fierce blows, neither willing to back down an inch. The audience below was dumbfounded. Su Lai exclaimed in shock, "Damn, Lu Yuan is serious." Sheng Xian clasped his hands together, his bald head shining. Ba. Many thanks to benefactor Lu and teacher Zhao. This humble monk has learned much. Yi Luyun, though maintaining a cool demeanor, had to admit he learned quite a few key points of the Supreme Tyrant Emperor fist from Lu Yuan. Lei Ting glanced at him disdainfully. Stop pretending, I'll beat this guy up sooner or later. She then continued to focus on the match. This duel perfectly showcased the essence of the Supreme Tyrant Emperor fist rather than tyranny. It sought extremity. Each move, if executed perfectly, could unleash the body's ultimate power, creating a suffocating suppression. Finally, Zhao Wuji called a stop. He stepped back a few paces, panting heavily, his hand behind his back trembling violently. This prodigy, who repeatedly surprised him, needed to be polished well before being sent to the battlefield. Lu Yuan's Supreme Tyrant Emperor fist is no weaker than mine. Today, he will teach everyone the punches. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The person they once aspired to surpass was now going to be their teacher? Zhao Wuji quickly returned to his office, leaving behind a group of perplexed students. Zhao Wuji slowly pulled back his shirt, revealing a shocking scar. The wound stretched across his torso, surrounded by an inky black force that seemed to stain the skin around it. With a grave expression, he poured some medicinal liquid from several bottles onto the wound, feeling a slight relief from the pain. Damn, I can't deny I'm getting old, Zhao Wuji muttered as he gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with deep melancholy. He knew that warriors like him wouldn't leave the battlefield unless they were seriously injured. He could only hope that the younger generation would grow quickly. Those who haven't set foot on the battlefield can't truly understand the threat the world is facing. Meanwhile, after today's classes, the students of Class 3, Year 1 had reached the peak of their admiration for Lu Yuan. Any last trace of reluctance in their hearts had completely vanished. Lu Yuan's understanding of the powerful martial art, the extreme martial emperor fist, was profound, allowing him to instantly see through everyone's problems. More importantly, he shared his knowledge without reservation, which further fueled the students' enthusiasm for learning. Now, instead of striving to surpass Lu Yuan, they aimed to follow in his footsteps. In the cafeteria, Lu Yuan sat beside Wen Ruo. On the wristband projection, a young man with a middle parting was awkwardly dancing. It was Chao Kuan. Chao Kuan, stop dancing, it's unbearable. Lu Yuan almost spat out his food. Clearly, singing and dancing require talent, and mimicking appearances alone doesn't achieve the same effect. Watching Chao Kuan leaning dejectedly against the wall, Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. Among the trio, he and Wen Ruo had become the star students of Zhongzhou University, while Chao Kuan remained stagnant. Yet, in the video, Chao Kuan hadn't given up and continued to practice his dance with determination. Lu Yuan and Wen Ruo tactfully avoided looking at the screen, focusing on their lunch instead. After leaving the cafeteria, Wen Ruo whispered, Yuan, are you really not going to practice this martial art? Ever since she learned the Mind Power Quartet from teacher Baiji, she wanted to teach it to Lu Yuan privately. You focus on your practice, don't worry about me, Lu Yuan replied gently. I'll take you to a great place later. They soon arrived at the core area of Zhongzhou University, the cultivation tower, a 7-story ancient building. This tower not only accelerated the cultivation of both physical and mental strength, but was also one of the most important facilities in the school. At the entrance of the cultivation tower stood a stern man in a black trench coat. Other students passed quickly with heads lowered, not daring to linger. However, when the notoriously aloof Master Shan saw Lu Yuan, he surprisingly smiled. After a brief exchange, Wen Ruo, who was shy around strangers, hid behind Lu Yuan, nodding slightly. Shan warmly led them into the cultivation tower, reminding Lu Yuan of his S-rated privilege-free, unlimited access to the tower. Wen Ruo was eventually settled in a training room on the 7th floor of the tower. Watching this, Shan remarked meaningfully, good choice, she's talented and quite charming. We're just friends, childhood buddies, and classmates. Lu Yuan quickly clarified, feeling a bit flustered. Lu Yuan was in his dorm room, going through his daily workout routine, when suddenly his wristband gave a slight vibration. He immediately stopped and smiled. It was a message from his long-lost aunt, Wu Xian. A voice, slightly crackling with static, filled the room. Oh dear. This ruin is really strange. There's absolutely no signal. I've been so anxious not being able to reach you. Hearing this, Lu Yuan became intrigued. As someone eligible to enter the Ice Dragon ruins, he was naturally curious about the situation inside. Wu Xian's voice continued. It's hard to describe, but it feels really eerie. There are dragon corpses everywhere, and some traces that seem to be left by the Zerg. It looks like this world was once heavily invaded by the Zerg. You might find it hard to believe, but these creatures can devour dragons. Zerg? Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. The Zerg were supposed to be contained within the starry battlefield, unable to invade Earth. Yet, he couldn't find any information online, unsure if it was due to insufficient access or deliberate information suppression. After confirming his aunt's safety, Lu Yuan drank a bottle of qi and blood solution and resumed his training. He managed to advance the extreme martial overlord fist to proficiency within just 7 days, thanks to not only his relentless effort, but also his systematic organization of everyone's cultivation insights. After 5 hours of intense training, Lu Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and opened the daily summary panel. Yi Luyun, trained extreme martial overlord fist for 6 hours, qi and blood 8. Wu Lietian, consumed Bao Di pill, qi and blood power 5. Wen Ruo, trained in the tower for 10 hours, qi and blood power 10, mental strength 6. Wen Ruo's progress was the most remarkable. With the training tower's support, her cultivation efficiency had indeed reached a new level. In contrast, most of the other students in Class 3 of Year 1 had already plateaued, contributing only about 3 qi and blood power points daily to Lu Yuan, which was less than the contribution of a single student from Class 3 of Year 1. The overall gains over the past 7 days were quite satisfactory, an increase of 358 points in qi and blood power and 130 points in mental strength. Lu Yuan pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Lu Yuan. Qi and blood power, 19,768 level 8 warrior. Mental strength, 3,755 level 6 mentalist. Talents, dominance S, mind awakening S, super flash S, golden body A, unstoppable A. Martial arts, extreme martial overlord fist proficient, quartet introductory, thunder summon introductory, demon seal perfect. Techniques, 8th breathing technique perfect, mind perception perfect. However, this rate of improvement still fell short of Lu Yuan's expectations. At this pace, it would take at least 3 months to advance to a level 9 warrior. Apart from Wen Ruo, who had the training tower's support, the other students' cultivation speed was generally slow, primarily due to a lack of cultivation resources. In the path of a warrior, resources are often more crucial than talent. Once the school provides more resources and grants more permissions to the freshmen, everyone's cultivation speed will increase. Lu Yuan calculated in his mind that they must win tomorrow's resource competition to secure more cultivation resources for his team. The next morning, the martial arts arena at Zhongzhou University was bustling with excitement. All the freshmen had gathered, their faces full of anticipation. Today's resource competition would determine how many cultivation resources each class would receive for the next month. Which class do you think will win? One student asked excitedly. The surrounding classmates gave him looks as if he were foolish. Isn't it obvious? Of course, it's Class 13. Lu Yuan recruited so many strong individuals during the entrance assessment precisely for this day. Class 13 is insanely strong. Just the combination of Yi Luyun, Lei Ting, and Lu Yuan makes them unbeatable. Don't underestimate Xiao Yin from our class. His blood energy has surged recently, and he can definitely compete with them. Huh, the draw results are out. Your class faces Class 13 in the first round. Oh crap. On the Zhongzhou University stage, school leaders and freshman mentors were seated with gravity. The first match was the most anticipated, Class 13 versus Class 16. Although Class 16's ace, Xiao Yin, was formidable, their overall strength still fell short compared to Class 13. Everyone was carefully studying the rules. Classes would face off in 1v1 matches, with the side winning the most matches emerging victorious. Rewards were cumulative, with each win granting the entire class an additional 10 points of credit, and the top 3 would receive a mysterious grand prize. The first ring was already crowded with people. Students from both Class 13 and Class 16 were fully equipped, but the faces of Class 16 showed traces of anxiety. What bad luck! Class 13 has been training like crazy recently. It's said that over 10 of them have mastered the basic level of the extreme martial overlord fist. And Lu Yuan, he's already at the proficient level. The draw results revealed. First match, Li Xini versus Lu Yuan. Li Xini's face instantly turned pale, but she still mustered the courage to step onto the stage. Lu Yuan was already waiting on stage, his black combat attire accentuating his strong physique, exuding an intimidating aura. He carried no weapon, but everyone knew how terrifying his proficient-level extreme martial overlord fist was. Suppressing her fear, Xian called out crisply, "Dare to challenge me to a duel between spirit masters?" Before she finished speaking, the 5 flying daggers at her waist shot out like arrows. The referee stepped aside and announced solemnly, "Let the match begin." Lu Yuan slightly closed his eyes, his mental power subtly fluctuating. Xian also released her mental power to probe her opponent. However, the moment their mental powers connected, Xian's mental strength was startled, retracting rapidly into her body like invisible tendrils. This instinctive defensive reaction caused her to collapse to the ground instantly, her heart pounding fiercely, and tears involuntarily streaming from the corners of her eyes. Her mind echoed with a single thought, terrifying. Too terrifying. The referee reacted with remarkable speed. Even before his heels touched the ground, he was already darting towards Xian like an arrow. He swiftly picked up the unconscious girl and handed her over to the waiting medical staff nearby. As he turned to face the arena, his gaze fell on Lu Yuan, and a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. "This is the power of a level 6 psychic," the referee murmured, standing frozen as if rooted to the spot. The outcome of the match was already clear. Lu Yuan had won, and in a truly chilling manner. He hadn't even actively attacked. Merely the passive contact of his mental strength had caused a level 2 psychic to break down in tears. The other students from class 1 of the freshman year breathed a sigh of relief. While they felt concerned for Xian's plight, they were mostly thankful that they didn't have to face such a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's display of strength sparked more curiosity and discussion. The 3 strongest freshman mentors present exchanged meaningful glances. Only they and the principal knew the truth. This was all due to Lu Yuan's second awakening, which had led to a qualitative leap in both his physical energy and mental strength. Bound by a confidentiality agreement, the 3 could only share their excitement through their eyes. The other freshman mentors were completely stunned. "A level 6 psychic? This kid is terrifying," someone whispered. "At this rate of progress, won't he be able to compete with us mentors by next semester?" "I take back what I said about him before. He's clearly a hidden genius. Indeed, he's quite low-key. If I had this kind of power upon entering school, I'd probably have already torn the building down." The competition continued, and the staff began preparations for the next draw. Second match, Su Lai versus Xian. Su Lai stood in front of Lu Yuan, his entire presence like a massive mountain of flesh, his face full of grievance. "Boss Lu, can I forfeit?" he pleaded, not out of fear of battle, but to avoid exposing his physical limitations in front of everyone. Lu Yuan shook his head firmly, refusing the request without hesitation. He recalled the promise he made to the class during the entrance exam to secure the best resources for his classmates. Now, in their first resource competition, he could not afford any mistakes, nor could he allow his classmates to stagnate due to a lack of training resources. "Fight well." Lu Yuan patted Su Lai on the shoulder, his tone calm, yet unmistakably firm. Under his gaze, Su Lai walked dejectedly toward the arena, sighing inwardly, "I knew I'd never escape public battles during college." On the stage, Su Lai looked at his opponent, Xian, with a frown. Xian was a formidable opponent, having clashed head-on with Lu Yuan during the entrance exam, though Lu Yuan had clearly held back at the time. Su Lai knew he was nowhere near Lu Yuan's monstrous strength. The crowd erupted in cheers. "Come on, Su Lai, show them our class spirit." At that moment, Su Lai clenched his fists, as if making a resolution. "All right, let's do this. Worst case, I won't find a girlfriend. I'll leave carrying on the family line to my younger brother." He leaped onto the stage, unleashing an unprecedented and terrifying power, his battle spirit tinged with a hint of madness. Lu Yuan, watching from below, narrowed his eyes. As the class leader, he could sense Su Lai's innate fighting spirit, always restrained by some hesitation. This was the first time Su Lai revealed his true battle intent, filling everyone with anticipation. Xian conjured a fiery red lotus in his palm, more powerful than during the entrance exam. Yet Su Lai remained unfazed, wielding a massive alloy battering ram, which, despite weighing over 1,000 kilograms, seemed weightless in his hands. "Enough talk, let's settle this with our skills," Su Lai shouted, swinging the battering ram at his opponent. With a thunderous crash, the entire arena shook violently, leaving a massive crater on the ground. Xian dodged, but couldn't hide his shock. The crowd was in an uproar, astonished that Su Lai, with only a level 4 peak blood energy, could unleash such incredible power. During the battle, Su Lai's combat power suddenly surged by 70. Immediately, this towering figure, over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 300 pounds, expanded again, his skin emitting an eerie black glow, resembling a ferocious beast on the brink of rampage. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Su Lai burst into tears. This burly warrior, while wildly swinging his massive siege hammer, was crying his heart out, tears streaming down his face as he attacked fiercely. What's going on with you? Xiaoyan dodged clumsily, bewildered. You've been chasing me around. I haven't even fought back. Why are you crying? But Su Lai seemed oblivious, his tears flowing as his attacks grew more ferocious. The siege hammer left afterimages in the air, forcing Xiaoyan to retreat continuously, unable to penetrate the barrage with his fire lotuses. The audience was stunned by this bizarre scene, exchanging puzzled looks. Who would have thought that such a muscular man would cry so desperately while fighting in front of everyone? More perplexing was that he seemed to grow braver the more he cried, his combat power continuously rising. Zhao Wuji, Su Lai's mentor, twitched at the corners of his mouth. He had high hopes for this robust, gifted student, never expecting to witness such an absurd spectacle in a competition. Just then, another new student mentor spoke up. Old Zhao, I just remembered. Su Lai has a special condition to incontinence. It's a physiological defect that makes him cry uncontrollably when he's emotionally stimulated. This explanation immediately sparked a buzz among the audience. Some were astonished that Su Lai's combat power index had exceeded 5,000, tripling in value. Others joked that he was trying to extinguish Xiaoyan's flames with his tears, while many of the girls showed expressions of disdain, finding such a man too intimidating. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of guilt upon learning the truth, but quickly suppressed it. For Class 3, victory was paramount. However, he also noticed something unusual. Su Lai's burst of power seemed prolonged, which was indeed puzzling. On the sidelines, the murmurs of the crowd rose and fell, as everyone speculated. Could this peculiar tear incontinence condition actually act as a catalyst to enhance combat power? Lu Yuan had already mastered the unstoppable skill, with a proficiency comparable to Su Lai. However, one thing surprised him greatly. Even with his higher energy level, he could only sustain a full burst for 5 seconds. Yet, on the arena, Su Lai, with a peak level 4 energy, had been maintaining his burst for over 10 seconds. The deafening roars echoed from the arena. Su Lai's muscles turned a dark reddish black, and heat steamed off him as veins throbbed like worms. He wiped away the uncontrollable tears while swinging his massive siege hammer fiercely at Xiaoyan. Lu Yuan's guess was spot on. The seemingly fatal flaw of excessive tearing was actually the key to extending Su Lai's burst period. The continuous flow of tears reduced the immense physical and mental strain of the unstoppable skill, allowing him to remain in peak condition. Even more astonishing, the usually timid Su Lai was now overpowering Xiaoyan, who was ranked among the top 4 freshmen at Zhongzhou University. Apart from top experts like Lu Yuan, Lei Ting, and Yi Luyun, almost no one dared claim they could defeat Xiaoyan. This is incredible, exclaimed the audience. Not only is the burst power several times greater than his energy level, but it's lasted over 20 seconds. However, Lu Yuan's expression remained serious. He knew Xiaoyan had a power within him that even he feared, and once unleashed, it would determine the outcome instantly. Sure enough, after Su Lai's siege hammer struck Xiaoyan's chest, sending him flying several meters, Xiaoyan struggled to his feet. There was a noticeable dent in his chest, and after wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharpened. Su Lai, this move was originally meant for Lu Yuan, but you forced me to use it on you. If you use that move, you will surely lose, Su Lai muttered to himself, ignoring Xiaoyan's presence. Tears streamed down his face as he wielded his siege hammer like a plow across the arena, leaving it riddled with craters. His expression and actions seemed to accuse Xiaoyan of being a scoundrel who had deceived him emotionally and physically. At that moment, a faint red glow of intense heat enveloped Xiaoyan. Endless fire feathers, he shouted, as streams of fire coalesced behind him into a pair of crimson flame wings. With a flap of these wings, countless burning feathers rained down like a storm. These fire feathers were terrifying, as they could not be extinguished upon landing and soon turned the arena into a sea of flames. Su Lai swung his siege hammer desperately, trying to fend off the deadly firestorm. However, under the relentless heat, the heavy hammer quickly became red-hot and slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. The fire had engulfed the entire arena, leaving Su Lai with nowhere to hide as he watched the approaching flames in despair. You lost, Xiaoyan declared coldly, his flame wings giving a powerful beat as he lifted into the air. The spectators below were stunned, gasping in awe. He's flying? He can fly? Is this third-tier martial arts? No wonder the flame lotus he formed earlier was so powerful. Third-tier martial arts, also known as Grandmaster level, are characterized by the ability to manifest and project energy. Xiaoyan's display clearly reached this level, and he had at least mastered it proficiently. Such a level of mastery at his age was simply astonishing. However, unlike the shock of other teachers, the reactions of the 3 strongest new student mentors were relatively calm. They knew well that the most extraordinary presence among the new students was Lu Yuan. Although Xiaoyan mastering third-tier martial arts was impressive, he still had a considerable gap compared to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. As Xiaoyan's longtime target, he smiled and said, Xiaoyan, I hope you train well. When the elite training camp opens, we might have the chance to be classmates. Though exhausted, Xiaoyan managed to nod in response. Sure, I'm looking forward to it. Let's have a good match then. The energy consumption from releasing third-tier martial arts was immense. In just a few seconds, Xiaoyan's strength was depleted. This wasn't a flaw of the martial art itself, but rather a limitation of Xiaoyan's own power. Lu Yuan was filled with anticipation. During the entrance assessment, he noticed Xiaoyan's fire attribute abilities. He hadn't expected it to be a third-tier martial art, and Xiaoyan's proficiency in it was high, at least at a proficient level. He genuinely hoped Xiaoyan would enter the elite training camp. Even if Xiaoyan didn't qualify, it would mean someone even stronger had taken the spot, which was still a good outcome for Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Lai shakily climbed down from the arena. Despite his tear-inducing condition alleviating some of the unstoppable side effects, the prolonged outburst took a toll on his body. The girls who had surrounded the arena earlier backed away in disdain when they saw Su Lai's condition, leaving him a wide berth. Su Lai was at a loss. He genuinely wanted to find a partner and continue his family line. Now it seemed that wish was entirely dashed. Lu Yuan patted Su Lai on the shoulder, offering comfort. It's okay. At least now you don't have to hide it anymore. Su Lai forced a smile that was more like a grimace. Undoubtedly, the video of Su Lai's battle had gone viral across the campus. Not only the freshmen, but also the upperclassmen had seen it. Su Lai became famous overnight. His renown even surpassed Lu Yuan's, but for him, this fame was disastrous. With the videos spread, marriage and children seemed out of reach, and he'd likely remain single for life. The other classmates from freshman class 3 looked at Su Lai with mixed emotions: sympathy, fear, and a mutual understanding to keep their distance. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, felt relieved that the daily settlement system hadn't considered Su Lai's tear-inducing condition as a combat-enhancing trait. Otherwise, his situation would be even more awkward. The matches continued. Freshman class 3 easily crushed class 6 with a decisive 27-3 victory. Though the result was lopsided, it was expected given class 3's overwhelming strength. Next up was the second match, freshman class 3 versus class 5. Class 5 was under teacher Bai Ji, but surprisingly, she was absent on such an important day, leaving everyone puzzled. Class 5 only had 10 members, yet their strength was formidable. If class 3 drew weaker opponents, the outcome could be uncertain. As discussions buzzed among the crowd, the screen displayed the first pair of competitors, Lu Yuan versus Wen Ruo. The news of Lu Yuan facing Wen Ruo caused quite a stir among the audience. The students of class 15 exchanged worried glances, feeling the pressure from Lu Yuan's presence on the stage. This unpredictable guy, would he really go easy on Wen Ruo? All eyes turned to Wen Ruo. As Bai Ji's most accomplished student and the strongest in the class, she appeared unusually uneasy. Under everyone's expectant gaze, her eyes darted around before she finally spoke with determination. Teacher Bai is currently looking for ways to heal. We can't let her worry. Against class 13, we should concede. Preserving our strength might help us win in other matches. The decision left her classmates momentarily stunned, but after glancing at the imposing Su Lai across the ring, they all nodded in agreement. Yes, conceding is wise. I don't want to get beaten up by Su Lai while he's crying, someone said with relief. With that, all 10 members of class 15 approached the referee to announce their decision to forfeit. Although the choice was surprising, no one mocked them. After all, facing the strongest team of the freshman year, class 13, conceding was not shameful. In the second match, when Ruo finally stepped onto the stage, the gazes from all directions made her hands tremble slightly with nervousness. She recalled Lu Yuan's earlier advice. If you feel uncomfortable, just close your eyes. Don't use your mental power to scan. Just focus on controlling the flying knives. Taking a deep breath, Wen Ruo slowly closed her eyes. In the darkness, she could only sense her opponent's presence. This focus helped her relax, bringing back the feeling she had while hunting beasts. Watch out, she called softly, as 5 flying knives shot through the air. Under her control, the knives traced bizarre paths across the stage. As the battle progressed, Wen Ruo grew increasingly excited, unconsciously performing the recently learned master-level psychic technique Quadruple Symphony. The knives' attacks turned into a continuous wave, forcing her opponent to dodge awkwardly on the stage. A level 3 psychic, able to control flying knives on stage with her eyes closed, attacking so freely. The audience exclaimed in astonishment. Who wouldn't be scared? This is like murder. Wen Ruo, your name means gentle after all. The opponent's terrified shout echoed through the arena. This isn't gentle. This is a lunatic scarier than Su Lai. I give up. I give up. When Wen Ruo opened her eyes, a joyful smile played on her lips. Erwin's suggestion had indeed worked. With her newfound combat strength, Class 5 of the freshman year had become even more formidable, defeating several rival classes in succession. Meanwhile, Class 3, led by Lu Yuan, showcased an intimidating power. They first crushed Class 1 with a score of 30-0, and then overwhelmed Class 10 with 25-5. The presence of top-tier fighters like Yi Luyuan, Lei Ting, Sheng Xian, and Su Lai was enough to dominate most newcomers. Even more astonishing was that over a dozen students in the class had mastered the basic level of the extreme martial overlord fist, a grandmaster-level martial art that left many opponents in awe. However, the most daunting figure was undoubtedly Li Yuan himself. Each time he stepped into the arena, he merely stood still, exerting his mental force to suppress opponents, and no one could withstand it. Whether ordinary students or geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the combat power list, all succumbed to this terrifying mental force. Even Yi Liyuan's S-level aura couldn't match its might. Class 3 effortlessly secured 19 consecutive victories, clinching the first place without any suspense. Wen Ruo's Class 5 achieved a commendable second place. Hiding in the crowd, she gratefully waved to Li Yuan. It was his guidance that helped her find her fighting style, closing her eyes to wield mental power, controlling multiple weapons, and using the increasingly powerful fourfold symphony to handle most opponents. Next came the exciting reward distribution. As the first-place winners, each member of Class 3 received 190 credit points and 48 hours of cultivation tower time. Class 5, as the runners-up, earned 130 credit points and 10 hours of tower time per person. These rewards, equivalent to over 200,000 in cash, along with the precious cultivation tower access, thrilled everyone. Li Yuan's status among his classmates soared to a godlike level. Zhao Wuji confidently declared that Class 3 would undoubtedly become the strongest class at Zhongzhou University. At that moment, Principal Wang Dechu took the stage to announce a significant development. You are about to embark on an even more exciting journey and face greater challenges. The task hall is now open to all freshmen. You can take on missions and venture into the wilderness to battle fierce beasts. This announcement immediately ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. For these young warriors full of vigor and ambition, fighting fierce beasts was the opportunity they had long dreamed of. The night had fallen, and the clock had just struck 1 in the morning. In the exclusive training ground of Class 13, the sounds of fists and feet slicing through the air were relentless. "Huh! Hey! Huh!" echoed the shouts of over a dozen freshmen, their training uniforms soaked with sweat, yet they continued to practice tirelessly. Leading them was Su Lai, who had been defeated in today's competition. His eyes burned with an unprecedented determination. Today's defeat had become his turning point. Lu Yuan's words were a revelation. What is martial arts? Su Lai recalled Lu Yuan's words. Martial arts is not about how sharp your blade is, how strong your fists are, or how high your rank is. It's about making a firm commitment to devote all your future energy and time to practice. Day after day, year after year, for 10 years, 100 years. Boom! Su Lai punched out, creating a surge of air. He spoke in a deep voice. Martial arts is only one word: practice. As long as you don't practice to death, practice as if your life depends on it. At that moment, Su Lai exuded an aura of dominance. He no longer hid his secret, instead viewing his embarrassing condition of tear incontinence as an essential part of his combat strength. Xiaoyan, next time, I will not lose again. With each punch, Su Lai's understanding of the extreme martial tyrant emperor fist deepened. The students behind him were also training hard. They were the ones defeated in battles with other classes today, now voluntarily putting in extra practice. As the eastern sky began to lighten, the dozen or so students of Class 13 sat down to meditate, practicing the 8th set of breathing techniques. This universally practiced method not only enhanced their energy and vitality, but also allowed their bodies to enter a deep sleep state, quickly restoring them to peak condition. At 5 o'clock, Yi Luyan arrived at the training ground, surprised to see the students seated on the ground. Just then, Su Lai suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying force of vitality exploded from him. He had successfully advanced to a level 5 martial artist. Su Lai picked up a battering ram, his eyes gleaming with a red light. He wielded the battering ram using the techniques of the extreme martial tyrant emperor fist, demonstrating a masterful level of proficiency. The 1,000-kilogram ram whistled through the air, creating a shocking sound even when it struck nothing but air. Yi Liuyun's eyes flashed with gravity, secretly impressed by Su Lai's progress. That day, the dozen or so students of Class 13 spent almost the entire day and night on the training ground. Apart from necessary meals and meditation, they were wholly absorbed in their training. Even when exhausted, no one slacked off. They pushed themselves to the limit before stopping, and after a brief recovery, they immediately dove into the next round of training. As the sun and moon traded places and night fell once more, Lu Yuan opened the daily summary panel, ready to review the day's achievements. Su Lai swallowed 3 qi and blood pills, his expression resolute. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began practicing the extreme martial overlord fist. Time flowed by swiftly, and after 18 hours, Su Lai opened his eyes, which gleamed with determination. Without taking a break, he entered a 2-hour meditation. When he opened his eyes again, his aura had transformed, reaching the level of a 5th-level martial artist. and his mastery of the extreme martial overlord fist had advanced to a proficient level. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun was also training diligently. He concentrated on the extreme martial overlord fist for 5 hours and spent another 3 hours honing his body, increasing his qi and blood strength by 9 points. Wang Ming dedicated 10 hours to practicing the extreme martial overlord fist, his clothes soaked with sweat. Wen Ruo chose to spend 10 hours in the training tower, focusing on enhancing her own strength. Lu Yuan observed this scene with a bit of bewilderment. It was supposed to be a rest day, yet his classmates from class 3 of the freshman year were all working so hard. Particularly Su Lai, who trained for a full 20 hours with only brief breaks for meals and rest, earning him the title of the hardest-working workhorse of the day. Lu Yuan pondered if true geniuses were really this diligent, or if Su Lai had some sort of advantage. What surprised Lu Yuan the most was that Su Lai had already mastered the extreme martial overlord fist to a proficient level. This meant that Lu Yuan's own mastery of the technique was nearing perfection. The thought of achieving a perfect level in a grandmaster martial art was thrilling. Having been at the school for over a week, Lu Yuan's qi and blood strength and overall power were steadily improving. He decided it was time to stretch his muscles. He resolved to take on a task the next day and venture into the real wilderness to experience this world firsthand. Meanwhile, in a private villa, Bai Ji curled up on the sofa, her face pale. She was intently watching a projection replaying Lu Yuan's combat scenes from the resource competition. Since Lu Yuan's first day at school, especially after his second awakening, Bai Ji had been closely monitoring him. As the school's top new student mentor, she even accessed Lu Yuan's training records. Through her observations, Bai Ji discovered Lu Yuan's incredible talent. Despite not training much, his progress in qi and blood strength, mental power, and martial arts was exceptionally rapid. This talent left Bai Ji astonished. Even though Lu Yuan's talent was extraordinary, Bai Ji was still unsure if he met her teacher's standards. She decided to witness Lu Yuan's combat abilities firsthand for a final assessment. Bai Ji activated her wristband, and the projection switched to reveal a middle-aged man with thinning hair, none other than Wang Dezhu, the president of Zhongzhou University. "Uncle Master," Bai Ji began. Wang Dezhu smiled. "Bai Ji, what brings you here so late? Is it about your injury? If needed, I can send a grandmaster from the school to accompany you into the wilderness to find spiritual items." Bai Ji shook her head. "There's no need for a grandmaster. I want Lu Yuan to accompany me." Wang Dezhu looked puzzled. Bai Ji explained, "Teacher Dongfang Yu wants to take on a new disciple. Lu Yuan fits the teacher's requirements perfectly." Wang Dezhu nodded, then suddenly stood up, surprise flashing in his eyes as if he had thought of something significant. "It's great that senior brother wants to take Lu Yuan as a disciple. But why the urgency? Could it be that place is about to open again?" Bai Ji's teacher, Wang Dezhu's senior brother, named Dongfang Yu, was a genuine grandmaster and was currently striving for a higher realm. Although Dongfang Yu wasn't exceptionally gifted, his achievements were all thanks to a relic he possessed. It was rumored to be a divine inheritance relic. The relic was located in the starry battlefield and contained a true divine legacy. To pass the divine test, talent was the primary requirement. Dongfang Yu had been fighting in the starry battlefield for years for this legacy. Every disciple he took was to challenge the relic's trials. Most disciples perished in the relic, but those who survived gained immense benefits, becoming unparalleled geniuses. Countless people worldwide coveted the relic in Dongfang Yu's possession. Now, it seemed the relic was about to open again. Of course, the so-called divine relic was just a legend, and Dongfang Yu had never publicly acknowledged it. Even though Wang Dezhu and Dongfang Yu were brothers, he didn't know the truth. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Lu Yuan stretched lazily and picked up his wristband to check the task information released by the school. A blue holographic screen unfolded in midair, displaying a wide array of tasks. He quickly skimmed through them. A level 1 task required collecting the 5th limb of a reedy tiger, with a reward of 1 credit and a note emphasizing confidentiality. A level 2 task involved assisting in the investigation of a theft case by a group of stray cat level 2 beasts, rewarding 30 credits. A level 4 task required fighters above level 5 to head to the East Sea War Zone, with a reward of 100 credits. There were even some peculiar tasks, like a housekeeping task posted by a senior, specifically stating it was for male students only. These tasks were issued by the Task Hall of Zhongzhou University to accelerate the growth of new students, with most freshmen relying on completing these tasks to earn credits. However, Lu Yuan wasn't interested in these routine tasks. He craved more challenging opportunities. Just as he was feeling bored, his wristband vibrated twice. It was a message from teacher Bai Ji. "I want to invite you to join me in the wilderness to search for a special spiritual object, but it might involve venturing deep into the wild, which could be dangerous. Are you in?" Attached was a task link. Curious, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and clicked the link to view the details. It was a special task requiring him to protect teacher Bai Ji as they searched for a rare jade stone in the wilderness. The task warned of possible encounters with a large number of level 6 or higher beasts, advising participants to proceed with caution. The reward, however, was a substantial 300 credits. For Lu Yuan, who was eager for a challenge, this was perfect. After a brief consideration, he replied, "I'm in." Bai Ji quickly responded, "Thank you. See you at the school gate at 2 p.m. today. We might be in the wilderness for a while, so you can prepare in advance." After closing the chat, Lu Yuan realized that he had never truly ventured into the wilderness before and wasn't sure how to prepare. He opened a group chat named Six Grandmasters, a private chat group with 6 master fighters from Zhongzhou University. "Mentors, I'm planning to go into the wilderness. Any preparation tips?" Lu Yuan asked in the group, thinking he might as well get some perks from these seniors. After all, there were countless wilderness guides online, but he specifically asked these 6 masters for more than just advice. A few seconds later, Shan, known as the Sword Immortal of the Land, replied, "The wilderness is dangerous for other freshmen, but you're an exception. As long as you don't go too deep, you should be fine." "I plan to go deep into the wilderness," Lu Yuan stated bluntly. Shan paused for a moment and then solemnly listed 3 principles. First, don't provoke rats. Their numbers in the deep wilderness are infinite. Seeing one means there could be hundreds of thousands underground. Second, don't enter ruins lightly. You lack the experience to judge the dangers inside. Third, and most importantly, if you can't win, run. Lu Yuan was somewhat speechless, thinking this guy only offered vague advice. Just as he was about to ask for more practical suggestions, Lu Tai, the blacksmith, chimed in, "Come by the weapons building before you leave. I crafted some equipment a few days ago. You can take a set with you." Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. This was the kind of practical help he was looking for. It seemed like this wilderness expedition was already yielding unexpected benefits. Lu Tai, the most renowned forging master at Zhongzhou University, is rumored to have been mentored by the legendary Master Ma. The jade rui in Lu Yuan's hand was crafted by Master Ma himself and possesses extraordinary power. As Lu Yuan was immersed in the jade rui's might, he suddenly received a message from Master Jia. "I have a little something here too." Immediately, a location appeared, pinpointing the core area of the school. Master Jia is enigmatic, rumored to have worked on the front lines in repairs and to possess a collection of rare treasures. Feeling intrigued, Lu Yuan closed the chat interface, grabbed his shadow blade, and strode out the door. Meanwhile, a white-haired youth with a frosty demeanor entered the weapons building with long strides. Without waiting for the receptionist to inquire, he announced loudly, "Hello, I'm Yi Luyun, a new student, here to exchange for a weapon." Although he had already verified his identity with his wristband, he seemed eager to ensure everyone recognized him. The 2 receptionists' eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Luyun, and they began whispering to each other, "Wow, isn't he the genius among the freshmen this year? I heard he got an S rating. Then Yi Luyun must be the top of the class, right?" "Not quite, but he's probably second." The first is Lu Yuan, who's said to be both handsome and powerful. Hearing the receptionist's discussion, Yi Luyun's mouth twitched involuntarily. Lu Yuan again. He vowed to himself, next time, he would defeat him. He could never quite come to terms with Lu Yuan's presence. Thinking of the level 9 weapon Lu Yuan had acquired, Yi Luyun pressed his lips together and firmly stated, "I want to exchange for a level 7 weapon." The reward he received was only enough for a level 6 weapon, and upgrading to level 7 required an additional 500 credits. Although costly, a good weapon was necessary to hunt more fierce beasts. Freshmen could now take on tasks to earn credits, and he resolved to work hard to surpass Lu Yuan. However, Yi Luyun was surprised to find that the receptionists weren't paying attention to him. Instead, they were all looking toward the entrance. Following their gaze, he saw a tall, athletic young man stride in. Lu Yuan. Yi Luyun felt a sense of foreboding. Every time he wanted to showcase himself, this guy seemed to appear at just the right moment to disrupt his plans. It was infuriating. At the reception desk, the 2 receptionists quickly verified the identity information, their eyes gleaming. An S-rated genius. And still a freshman, so handsome. At Zhongzhou University, only the legendary strongest freshman, Lu Yuan, met all these criteria. Lu Yuan, who had made a name for himself in the resource competition, was now quite famous. Beside Lu Yuan stood an elderly man with a robust build and slicked back hair. "Master Lu, what brings you here?" The 2 receptionists immediately straightened up and bowed. Lu Tai gestured for them to continue with their duties, then led Lu Yuan inside. "Lu Yuan, I've just crafted 2 sets of level 8 weapons. Come take a look, and if they suit you, they're yours to use." "This doesn't seem right," Lu Yuan hesitated. "It's our stuff. What's not right about it?" Lu Tai said with a hearty laugh. As the 2 entered the elevator, the receptionists and Yi Luyun were left stunned. Level 8 weapons? This was the famously stingy Master Lu Tai, and he was offering Lu Yuan level 8 weapons. Watching the elevator door close, Yi Luyun was filled with mixed emotions. Is the gap between people really that vast? He, Yi Luyun, was a genius too. The elevator arrived on the 8th floor, where Lu Tai retrieved a large glass case. Inside, 36 flying blades lay quietly, each exuding a unique texture with a dark golden hue and featuring 3 menacing blood grooves. Psychic weapons. Lu Yuan marveled at the flying blades. These are for me. Though each blade was only about 30 centimeters long, they all had the strength of level 8 weapons. Altogether, this set required 4 to 5 times more materials than other level 8 weapons. In other words, the value of this set even surpassed ordinary level 9 weapons. If auctioned off, it would fetch at least $1 billion, and it was being given to him just like that. Master Lu Tai's generosity took Lu Yuan by surprise. But Lu Tai wasn't finished. He also produced a set of dark red armor made from special alloy. Level 8 armor, try it on, Lu Tai smiled. Looking at the weapons and armor before him, Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement and a deep sense of responsibility. The entrance of Zhongzhou University was bustling with people. Outside the gate, an exaggeratedly designed steel war vehicle, bristling with sharp spikes, drew everyone's attention. Yet, it was the woman leaning against the vehicle who truly captivated the crowd. Bai Ji. She wore tight jeans, her graceful figure starkly contrasting with the menacing war machine, her beauty breathtaking. She's so gorgeous, even as a girl. I want to be close to teacher Bai Ji. A student couldn't help but exclaim. The surrounding chatter grew louder. Is teacher Bai Ji going to the wilderness? I heard she hasn't left Zhongzhou City for a year. Maybe her injuries aren't fully healed yet. Remember last year when she broke through a pack of level 10 fierce beasts and got seriously hurt? Rumor has it she's been searching for spiritual items to heal herself. She must have found something. She's probably going out of the city with other teachers. As the discussion became more animated, a tall, robust young man in dark red battle attire approached, accompanied by a shiny silver mechanical dog. This was the little gadget that Master Jia had given to Lu Yuan, a small pet equipped with basic intelligence. Despite its unassuming appearance, the mechanical dog's capabilities were formidable. Constructed from high-strength alloy, it was primarily used to assist in dismembering fierce beasts. This functionality was why Master Jia had gifted it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had hit the jackpot this time. Just by casually mentioning something in a group chat with 6 masters, he acquired an 8th level battle suit, an 8th level flying blade set, and this intelligent mechanical dog. It was a delightful surprise. Bai Ji glanced over Lu Yuan, nodding slightly as if satisfied with his condition. She then nimbly hopped into the car and closed the door. The war vehicle, like an awakened steel beast, roared deafeningly and sped off under powerful horsepower, leaving behind a group of stunned students. Whoa, did I see that right? Was that Lu Yuan? Teacher Bai Ji was actually waiting for Lu Yuan, and it's just the two of them. Inside the steel war vehicle, Bai Ji focused on driving while explaining their mission to Lu Yuan. We need to head to the beast town first. An adventurer team there has the information about the spiritual item I need. She added, in my current state, using my internal power won't help my recovery. If there's any combat, it will be up to you. Of course, during the mission, you can choose to quit at any time. Bai Ji had waited an entire year for this lead. No matter what, she was determined to investigate this time. Additionally, she had another important goal, to witness Lu Yuan's true strength firsthand. Lu Yuan shrugged, his tone resolute. Since I promised you, I won't back down. He accepted teacher Bai Ji's mission to seek a challenge. As the engine roared and the scenery rushed past, Lu Yuan stole glances at teacher Bai Ji's flawless profile, silently marveling. No wonder she's the nation's goddess. Teacher Bai Ji is indeed stunningly beautiful. Meanwhile, the news of Lu Yuan riding with teacher Bai Ji spread like wildfire through the school. The group chat of Class 1, Year 3, exploded. Wow, I just saw Lu Yuan get into teacher Bai Ji's car. So jealous. Jian Kaitan Yi Lu Yuan responded coldly. Humph, instead of training hard, he's just going out with a beautiful teacher, wasting his talent. Lei Ting was forced to adopt the image of a perfect daughter from a young age, which led her to vent her true emotions online. She couldn't stand pretentious people and would insult anyone she deemed as such. In the class group chat, Lei Ting and Yi Lu Yuan were in the middle of a heated argument. Idiot, Lei Ting retorted bluntly. Yi Lu Yuan was furious. Where are you? I'll show you my ultimate martial arts punch. Their quarrel caused chaos in the group, with other classmates joining in the conversation. At that moment, Lu Yuan spoke up, his tone provocative. Dear classmates, let's be a bit more disciplined. Aren't you all practicing? It seems when Bai Ji and I return, you'll still be beneath me. His words silenced the group instantly. After a pause, Su Lai managed to reply with just one word, damn. Yi Lu Yuan wasn't backing down. Lu Yuan, don't get cocky. I'll challenge you when you get back. Lei Ting chimed in. Lu Yuan, take down this show-off with one move. While everyone was riled up, Lu Yuan smirked and typed one last line. Trash. I can take all of you on my own. Then he abruptly closed the chat group. Lu Yuan was well versed in the art of provocation, knowing that these proud geniuses were easily angered. As expected, his words had the desired effect. In the exclusive training ground for Class 1 of the freshmen, led by Su Lai. A group of 12 hadn't left since the resource competition. At this moment, they were practicing their ultimate martial arts punch with angry expressions, chanting slogans like, "Defeat Lu Yuan, reclaim Bai Ji." Other classmates were also busy, either completing tasks or training elsewhere. The entire class seemed to be in a frenzy, even walking faster than usual. Meanwhile, sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Yuan was oblivious to all this. He quietly opened a chat with Chao Kuan, teasing him. "Your goddess is really pretty." Chao Kuan immediately replied, "What the heck? Did you see my goddess? Take a picture for me." Lu Yuan laughed and responded, "Not only did I see her, but your goddess is about to take me out alone." Chao Kuan was incredulous. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He sent several messages in succession, asking for details. Just as Lu Yuan was feeling smug, Bai Ji suddenly jerked the steering wheel, quickly pulling the handbrake with her right hand. With a screeching sound, the car executed an exaggerated drift. "We're heading out of town, get ready." Bai Ji's voice interrupted Lu Yuan's moment of triumph. Outside Zhongzhou City, a strong scent of blood filled the air. Below the city walls, a line of military warriors wielding battle knives stood with grim expressions. The city gate remained tidy, but beyond it, the ground was strewn with dark red bloodstains and the bones of fierce beasts. The passing warriors exuded a powerful and steady presence, indicating their formidable vitality. Some excitedly dragged huge beast carcasses into the city, while others appeared weary and battered. Two severely injured individuals were carried back. One had 3 deep claw marks across his chest, with his heartbeat visibly pulsating, while the other had a severed arm, both wrapped in bandages. "Brother, what happened?" a passerby asked. The beast village was besieged by a horde of beasts. "It's been unusually dangerous there lately, with the beasts more aggressive than ever. It's best to avoid that area," the injured man replied weakly. Suddenly, a loud humming noise erupted. A black alloy combat vehicle sped out from the city gate, its tires screeching against the ground, executing a perfect drift before stopping at the checkpoint. Bai Ji emerged from the vehicle and handed a black credential to the saluting military warrior. "Safe travels." The warrior respectfully returned the document. Bai Ji nodded slightly, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle roared like a wild beast as it sped away, leaving onlookers envious. The heavily injured adventurer team watched the departing vehicle and sighed. "If only we had a combat vehicle, at least we could escape if we couldn't fight. Such an alloy vehicle costs at least $1 billion. Selling everything we own wouldn't be enough to buy one." In the true wilderness, fierce beasts were everywhere, with high-level beasts appearing unpredictably. In the forest ahead, more than 20 pairs of eyes glowing with an oily green light fixed on the vehicle. Silver Moon Wolf Pack. A level 2 pack beast, with a level 4 leader. Bai Ji remained unfazed, accelerating instead of slowing down. Boom. The vehicle plowed into a silver moon wolf, the side spikes turning into blades at high speed, shredding the nearby wolves. The vehicle shook violently, yet Bai Ji did not decelerate. Lu Yuan watched his calm teacher, Bai Ji, and quickly fastened his seatbelt, gripping the handle tightly. It wasn't until a beast carcass completely jammed the wheels that the vehicle was forced to stop. Bai Ji turned and got out of the car, while Lu Yuan, with a head full of frustration, silently cursed. Female drivers are indeed the most terrifying existence, even in this world. Why not take a detour when faced with so many beasts, instead of charging straight through? Despite his internal complaints, Lu Yuan never hesitated when confronting beasts. He drew his shadow blade, its long, straight blade adorned with wavy black patterns, ready to face the challenge. Swish! The blade flashed, and with a swift and brutal force, the shadowy figure's sword cleaved a silver moon wolf in half. Lu Yuan gripped the level 9 battle sword, feeling its nearly effortless sharpness as it sliced through the beast. His eyes narrowed, and with another flicker of the dark blade, the remaining 13 silver moon wolves were dispatched before they could even react. Even the level 4 silver moon wolf leader couldn't escape fate, falling under Lu Yuan's sword. "Guzi, get to work," Lu Yuan commanded sharply, signaling the mechanical dog to handle the spoils. The mechanical dog agilely leaped from the vehicle, approaching the silver moon wolf leader's corpse. Its front limbs extended 3 slender blades, beginning to precisely cut the beast's body. The dog's chip was loaded with extensive data on beasts, allowing it to accurately locate and carve out the most valuable parts. While the mechanical dog worked, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji kept busy cleaning the alloy battle vehicle of beast remnants. A few minutes later, they set off again, continuing their hunting journey. Over the next 6 hours, the duo traversed the wilderness, continuously encountering and slaying various beasts. The alloy battle vehicle had long been stained a dark red by beast blood, and the car's interior was thick with the scent of blood. Lu Yuan and Bai Ji were also spattered with blood, though it was all from the beasts. Thanks to the presence of many strong fighters in the war zone, no particularly powerful beasts appeared within a 1,000-mile radius. Up ahead is Beast Town. Bai Ji's slightly cold voice broke the silence inside the car. Lu Yuan looked up, and through the dim night sky, he could faintly make out the outline of a simple alloy wall in the distance. Finally, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Beast Town was only about 300 kilometers from Zhengzhou City, the journey had taken them 6 to 7 hours. With a screech of brakes, the blood-stained alloy vehicle stopped outside the gates of Beast Town. Bai Ji once again presented her Zhengzhou University instructor ID, allowing them to pass the check and enter the town. This was originally just the remnants of an ordinary town, Bai Ji explained to Lu Yuan. Over a decade ago, a large number of precious spiritual plants and items were discovered nearby. Once the news broke, the town was quickly fortified and has since become a gathering place for adventurers. Inside Beast Town, the atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter and chatter. Warriors in battle gear drank heartily and enjoyed feasting on beast meat. Many adventurers came here to rest and celebrate surviving another day after hunting beasts. The service staff, dressed provocatively in maid outfits or short skirts, moved through the crowd, their long, slender legs catching the eye. Despite the presence of the Warrior Alliance and various organizations, Bai Ji cautioned Lu Yuan, "Without strength, don't engage in trade here. You could easily become a target." After parking the vehicle in a designated spot, Bai Ji and Lu Yuan entered Beast Town. Bai Ji wore casual attire, and although stained with blood, it only highlighted her unique beauty. Her delicate features stood out starkly against the rugged town environment. Lu Yuan, dressed in dark red alloy armor, carried a hint of lethal aura, but his youthful face betrayed his inexperience in the wilderness. As soon as they stepped out of the vehicle, seasoned veterans' eyes were on them. Their gazes not only assessed the young pair, but also lingered on the valuable alloy vehicle. At that moment, a 10-person team emerged from the crowd. Clad in sturdy standard battle gear, the mixed-gender team exuded a fierce aura. Their demeanor was distinctly different from those around them, marking them as a professional adventurer team. The scar-faced leader approached with confident strides and greeted Bai Ji. "Hello, Miss Bai. We are the Su family adventure team you arranged to meet." In the dimly lit tavern, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji sat at the head of the table, their eyes sweeping over the members of the Su family team standing opposite them. Only a man with a scarred face sat on a low chair, reaching out a hand over a photograph. "Look, this is the blood jade wall," the scarred man said, pointing with his rough finger at the center of the photo where a blood-colored jade emitted an eerie glow. "We lost several brothers for this information. Miss Bai, you understand what I mean, right?" The scarred man forced a friendly smile, which only made his face appear more menacing. Bai Ji was prepared, her eyes flashing with mental energy as she calmly replied, "As long as you lead us to the blood jade wall, the promised reward will be given in full." "Yeah, that's what I mean." The scarred man grinned, speaking in a coarse voice. "I'm an unrefined guy. No harm intended. Don't be afraid. We'll set off tomorrow morning." They began discussing the details, talking about departure times and routes. Just then, the tavern door burst open, and a man and woman rushed in. Lu Yuan. It was Su Mei and Wu Lietian. Lu Yuan's lips curved slightly, and he understood. So this so-called Su family adventurer team was actually from the Su family, renowned for their elixir business. They often organized expeditions into the wilderness to find herbs and spiritual items. He hadn't expected to meet Su Mei here. Back in the city, Lu Yuan couldn't kill Su Mei directly, and now she had come to him. Su Mei's eyes were filled with barely concealed hatred as she gritted her teeth, saying, "It's you. How dare you? How dare you treat me like that?" She remembered how she had given Lu Yuan face, even going to apologize, only for him to throw her from a building and into a trash bin, breaking her tailbone. The scarred man's face darkened, asking warily, "You know each other? Uncle, kill him for me. You must kill him." Su Mei screamed, her face twisted with rage. The other members of the Su family team immediately stood, hands on their weapons, ready for a fight. However, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji remained calmly seated on the sofa, seemingly unaware of the murderous intent filling the air. Lu Yuan leisurely took a sip of his cold cola, slowly lifting his gaze. In the dim light, his eyes, clear as day, glinted with a silver sheen. Buzz. Silent, yet overwhelming. A powerful mental force crashed onto Su Mei's head. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, struggling in terror but unable to stand. Under this mental pressure, the other members of the Su family team unknowingly broke into a cold sweat. The scarred man's face twitched in fear as he looked at Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "A psychic. He's actually a psychic." The Su family team was completely stunned. They never imagined this young man, who seemed like a wealthy heir, was at least a level 5 psychic, capable of suppressing so many of them at once. The scarred man looked up at Lu Yuan, secretly sighing. This young man is truly extraordinary. Su Mei and Wu Lietian were also shocked. During the martial exam, Lu Yuan wasn't this powerful. Su Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as she said, "Your strength. How is it possible that your mental power has advanced again in such a short time?" She felt the vast gap between them, filled with shock and unwillingness. She felt nothing but despair. Lu Yuan stood over her, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic silver light. With a slight lift of his hand, everything in the room, sofa, coffee table, drinks, beer, slowly rose into the air, suspended midair. Tomorrow morning, leave on time, Lu Yuan said coldly, his tone brooking no argument. It was not a suggestion, but a command. With that, he turned and left with Bai Ji. The moment Lu Yuan stepped out of the private room, the floating items crashed down with a deafening thud, leaving chaos in their wake. The Su family members were stunned, fear washing over them like a tide. Yellow liquid flowed between Su Mei's legs, the acrid smell filling the room as the others gradually regained their senses. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Scarface's eyes as he asked, "Mayor, who exactly are they?" From Su Mei's trembling account, the Su family team learned of Lu Yuan's identity. Scarface mused, "Interesting. That woman, if I'm not mistaken, is Bai Ji, a teacher from Zhongzhou University. It said she's been seriously injured and hasn't made a move in the past year. Now she's searching for the blood jade essence wall, indicating severe mental damage." He grinned menacingly. A severely injured teacher and a genius college student. Tomorrow, stick to the original plan and take them to find the ruins. The others exchanged glances, one voicing doubt. "Brother Dao, we don't know the exact location of those ruins." Scarface gave him a silent look and made a slicing gesture across his neck. Realization dawned on them, and they all broke into sinister smiles. Their team was accustomed to double-crossing others, having obtained information about the blood jade essence wall through such means. Although Lu Yuan was powerful and Bai Ji was a university instructor, in the wilderness, they had countless ways to kill two inexperienced newcomers. Once dead, the bodies could be fed to beasts, leaving no trace of what happened. Meanwhile, in Su Mei's room, Lai Tian, "Do you think Uncle and the others can kill Lu Yuan?" Su Mei's face was deathly pale, her voice trembling. Lu Yuan had humiliated her multiple times, and today he had frightened her into losing control in front of everyone. She wanted nothing more than to kill him, but once calm, she felt more fear and regret. She couldn't have imagined that Lu Yuan would soar to such heights after their breakup. In just half a month, the difference was like night and day. Su Mei knew Lu Yuan's strength well, a level 5 warrior, level 4 psychic. Though her uncle was a level 6 warrior, experienced in the wilds, her confidence wavered. Wu Laitian, however, was brimming with confidence. "Don't worry, Su Mei. I've consumed so many rage blood pills, not for nothing. I've reached the late stage of level 3 now, and my latest improved pills are even more effective, allowing me to take more at once. Even if I can't kill him this time, I'll surpass him sooner or later." His voice took on an unnaturally soft tone, his eyes alight with madness. Wu Laitian gazed at the full bottle of Rage Brother pills in his hand, as if seeing endless hope. These were his latest version, made from an improved formula, with stronger effects but also greater side effects. Recently, Wu Laitian not only stopped growing facial hair, but his voice also became increasingly shrill. Watching Wu Laitian swallow 2 Rage Brother pills in one go, Su Mei's eyes twitched violently. Although she witnessed the same scene daily, she should have been used to it by now. Yet, deep down, an unsettling sense of foreboding grew stronger. Su Mei stared at the man in front of her, utterly shocked. She had never witnessed such ruthless methods. Wu Lietian's actions were truly appalling. However, she had to admit that this man was exceptionally talented in the art of alchemy. The formula he improved had increased the efficacy by a whole 10. It was precisely because of this talent that Su Mei recommended Wu Laitian to her family. Meanwhile, on the other side of the beast town, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji found a shabby inn. The house, built from worn-out alloy plates, had only one hard bed, yet it cost thousands per night. Bai Ji frowned and asked, "Do you have a grudge against that girl?" Lu Yuan gave a cold smile. "No worries, tomorrow there won't be any. I'll deal with her personally. But don't worry, Teacher Bai Ji, this won't affect your task." Bai Ji shook her head, her brows furrowed. "That's not what I'm worried about. These adventurers who have roamed the wilderness for years may not be very strong, but they are experienced. We don't fear a heating clash, but we must watch out for their tricks." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, and the two of them then went to their respective rooms. Lying on the simple bed, Lu Yuan opened the system panel to check the daily settlement information. Su Lai consumed 3 qi and blood pills, trained with the extreme martial overlord fist for 15 hours, meditated for 2 hours, and increased his qi and blood value by 8 points. Wen Ruo was in seclusion in the training tower, consumed a mind energy pill, trained all day, and entered a period of rapid mental growth, increasing her mental strength by 12 points. Yi Luyan consumed 3 qi and blood pills, fought for 7 hours, and killed 103 fierce beasts, increasing his qi and blood value by 15 points. Wu Laitian consumed 2 violent brother pills, increasing his qi and blood value by 12 points. Seeing Wu Lietian's data, Lu Yuan gasped. "This guy takes violent brother pills every day. Has he really found the secret? It's a pity there's no evil resisting sword technique in this world, or he might really soar to the top." However, Lu Yuan silently decided that tomorrow he would send these two on their final journey. Besides that, today's settlement panel held quite a few surprises. With the resource scramble over, the first-year third class earned 190 credits, and the school opened more permissions for the freshmen. The entire class experienced explosive growth, with the top 3 talents gaining about 10 chi and blood points daily. Wen Ruo's training efficiency significantly improved, and her mental strength could increase by about 10 points daily. Thanks to the concerted efforts of the whole class, Lu Yuan's chi and blood value increased by 123 points today, and his mental strength rose by 53 points. His attribute panel showed. Name: Lu Yuan. Chi and blood power: 199818 8th level martial artist. Mental strength: 3865 6th level mental master. Talents: Dominance S, Mind Awakening S, Overlimit Flash S, Dharma Gold Body A, Unstoppable A. Martial arts: Extreme Martial Overlord Fist Mastery, Quartet Intro, 10,000 Thunder Introduction, Demon Seal, / Perfect. Cultivation Method: 8-set Breathing Method Perfect, Mind Perception Perfect. Lu Yuan felt that the day he becomes a 9th level martial artist was getting closer, with less than 6,000 chi and blood points to go. This rate of improvement far exceeded his expectations, and he was confident that his classmates had even more potential to unlock. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the gates of the beast town, the Su family members were already waiting obediently. Among them were Su Mei and Wu Lietian, who immediately adopted a deferential posture upon seeing Lu Yuan and Baiji approach. "Lead the way," came a cold voice from inside the car. The man with the scarred face quickly plastered on a sycophantic smile and responded repeatedly, all right. Lu Yuan squinted slightly, his tone laced with impatience. "My patience is limited, so you better hurry up." Unlike his dear classmates, Lu Yuan had no patience for these people. Under the Su family's guidance, the convoy set off quickly. The Su family's adventurer team consisted of 5 motorcycles and a large off-road vehicle, working in seamless coordination, some scouting ahead, others managing risks. They had been traveling for hours without encountering any beast attacks. Whenever beasts appeared nearby, the 5 motorcyclists would drive them away. They are indeed experienced adventurers, Lu Yuan nodded to himself. Soon, they arrived at a ruined town. The buildings of the past had all collapsed, and on the barely visible roads, many vehicles were piled up, reminiscent of a chaotic escape during a beast invasion decades ago. Now, these vehicles were rusted, with only fragmented skeletons left in the driver's seats, and venomous insects crawling through the skulls. The man with the scarred face rolled down the window and said, "We were fleeing at the time too, so we only remember the general area. It's somewhere in these ruins." A cold smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. "Lead the way." Once inside the town ruins, the 5 motorcycles suddenly vanished. The man with the scarred face led them around in circles, pretending to search for the entrance to the ruins. However, Lu Yuan and Baiji were both psychic adepts with keen senses. They could clearly hear the sound of more and more beasts approaching, growing louder and closer. Suddenly, the Su family's adventurer team's off-road vehicle came to a screeching halt. The 5 motorcycles reappeared behind Lu Yuan and his group, pursued by dozens of beasts, most of which were above level 4. "The Su family's adventurer team is indeed untrustworthy," Lu Yuan sneered. "They want to use the beasts to ambush us. It's a good plan, but they've picked the wrong people." Lu Yuan glanced at Baiji. "I'll handle this. I have a personal score to settle with them. Don't worry, Teacher Baiji, I'll extract the information about the ruins before dealing with them." Baiji nodded, indicating she wouldn't interfere. Lu Yuan's eyes glowed with a silvery light as a large box materialized from his wristband. He opened it to reveal 36 blades, each emitting a purple glow. This was an 8th level psychic weapon, the Poison Dragon, given to Lu Yuan by Lu Tai, one of the 6 grandmasters at the school before entering the wilderness. Each Poison Dragon blade was laced with lethal poison, crafted to perfection by Master Lu Tai. With a flash of silver in his eyes, 12 Poison Dragon blades flew out one by one. Just as the scar-faced man poked his head out, a purple glint rapidly expanded in his pupils. 12 streaks of purple light sliced through the air, each precisely striking a person's leg. Lu Yuan wielded the Poison Dragon blade with movements as smooth as flowing water. The struck individuals fell to the ground, wailing in agony, their screams echoing one after another. "Oh, my leg! This blade is poisoned! It's poisoned! Don't kill me! Please don't kill me!" Amidst the screams were desperate pleas of fear, but they had no time to ponder why Lu Yuan was so powerful. The shadow of death loomed over everyone, and fear drowned their rationality like a tidal wave. The fate of 5 individuals at the rear was even more tragic. They had intended to lure beasts but, after falling from their motorcycles, became prey to the wild creatures. The roars of the beasts intertwined with their screams, painting a gruesome picture. Lu Yuan quickly approached the Su family's off-road vehicle. With a mere thought, 4 purple lights flashed. 4 of the 7 people on the vehicle were instantly decapitated, blood gushing forth. Out of the 12 adventurers from the Su family, 9 were dead, leaving only Scarface, Su Mei, and Wu Lietian. Su Mei lay on the ground, her face plastered with a sycophantic smile, her voice trembling as she pleaded, "Lu Yuan, please, don't kill me. I know I was wrong, please. Our Su family has masters too. Don't kill me, okay?" Before she could finish her sentence, a purple blade had already pierced her neck. Su Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as she clutched her wound, her body convulsing violently a few times before she lost all signs of life. Her eyes, wide open, still held a faint glimmer of the desire to live. Lu Yuan coldly regarded Su Mei's corpse, thinking to himself, the Su family does indeed have masters, but what does that have to do with a branch member like you? Who would care about your life or death? Nearby, Wu Lietian had large bloody holes in both his legs, yet he continued to crawl desperately away. Simultaneously, he kept stuffing irregular, blood-red pills into his mouth. With each pill swallowed, Wu Lietian's aura surged. Lu Yuan stood still, watching the scene unfold. However, it wasn't long before Wu Lietian couldn't go on. His body began to convulse violently, and a blood-colored liquid flowed continuously from between his legs. Damn, Lu Yuan thought in shock as he looked at the blood-red pills. Could those really be berserker pills? This guy's obsession with them is so deep that he ate himself to death. After confirming that the two had completely lost their breath, Lu Yuan delivered 2 more strikes. Gazing at the 2 corpses, he recalled the murderous intent he had felt towards them, especially Su Mei, back in Luo City. Yet now he felt little. Lu Yuan couldn't help but wonder if becoming so strong had made killing such weaklings too easy to derive any satisfaction. Subsequently, Lu Yuan turned to face Scarface. Using his mental power, he forcibly fed 2 berserker pills into the man's mouth. Scarface screamed in agony, clutching his groin as he writhed on the ground. It's breaking, it's breaking. The pain, it's too much. His clothes were soaked with sweat. With a cold smile, Lu Yuan threatened, "Tell me the location of the relic, or I'll make you eat the rest of these pills." Scarface managed to lift his head, fear etching his face as he looked at the blood-red pills in Lu Yuan's hand. Those were berserker pills. Just 2 had nearly driven him to the brink. The pain was unbearable for any man, except perhaps Wu Lietian. I'll tell. Scarface trembled, extending his hand. They got it from the relic. It can sense the location of the entrance. Lu Yuan took the jade stone from Scarface's hand and turned away. With a swift motion, a purple blade pierced Scarface's neck. Looking at Wu Lietian's body, Lu Yuan was somewhat curious. Wu Lietian had consumed at least 20 berserker pills, but how much vitality could that provide? However, he had no time to ponder, as the roar of an alloy battle vehicle was already approaching. The 2 quickly left the scene. Only then did the beasts lurking in the distance dare to rush forward, swiftly devouring the bodies until nothing remained. In this wilderness, murder and robbery left no trace. As night fell over the north and south of Fierce Beast Town, a campfire crackled and flickered outside the tent, where Lu Yuan and Bai Ji sat across from each other. Bai Ji was intently roasting the meat of a recently hunted Red Bull beast, skillfully rotating the spit to ensure even cooking on all sides. The meat was tender and juicy, its aroma mouth-watering. The mechanical dog lay on the ground, while the little white tiger perched on its head, drooling in anticipation. "It's ready," Bai Ji said softly, handing a skewer of grilled meat to Lu Yuan, who was engrossed in his phone's group chat. As Lu Yuan took the skewer, he couldn't help but look surprised the meat was charred beyond recognition. Bai Ji, for once, showed a hint of embarrassment. Lu Yuan shook his head and decided to take matters into his own hands. With his classic cumin grilled meat technique, he quickly won over the appetites of Bai Ji and the little white tiger. The tiger was now happily gnawing on a piece of beef leg larger than itself, devouring it with gusto. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 10 p.m. Lu Yuan opened his system panel, where the day's settlement information appeared. Yi Luyan engaged in an intense battle with a level 7 beast, blood value 9. Su Lai went on a rampage in the wilderness, slaying 88 beasts in a berserk state, blood value 10. Wu Lietian consumed 28 berserk pills, blood value 66, but ultimately died from an overdose. Su Mei was unfortunately killed after a fierce battle. Lu Yuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Wu Lietian. Despite the cost of his life, he was undoubtedly the most relentless workhorse today. Lu Yuan's own blood value increased by an impressive 195 points, a remarkable achievement for his freshman class. With the abundant resources of Zhongzhou University, the students' cultivation speeds were distinctly divided into 3 tiers. The first tier included Yi Luyun, Lei Ting, Su Lai, and Shang Xian, who were exceptionally gifted, with daily blood value increases reaching over 10 points, sometimes even surpassing 20. The second tier maintained a steady growth of about 8 points per day. The third tier was slower, with daily increases of only 35 points. Nevertheless, compared to his high school classmates, this progress was already astonishing. It was unlikely they would witness such a reckless training method as Wu Yetian's again. Bai Ji silently watched Lu Yuan. Over the past few days, her impression of him had only improved, especially today when he displayed decisive and formidable qualities that left her deeply impressed. Lu Yuan was not only incredibly talented, but also had a great disposition. Bai Ji had rarely seen him train, but that didn't matter. Some prodigies prefer to practice in secret, much like one of Bai Ji's fellow disciples. These types are the worst. They have a common habit of pretending to be unprepared and nervous before exams, only to outperform everyone when the results are out. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Yuan and Bai Ji split up as planned. Bai Ji drove an alloy war vehicle to explore the flat northern terrain, while a little white tiger, reluctant to part, almost cried. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, took his mechanical dog and headed south along the rugged mountain path near the beast town, where various dangerous beasts lurked. The roars of fierce beasts echoed through the forest, but Lu Yuan was fearless, charging straight at them with the mechanical dog right behind him. A level 5 reedy tiger barely had time to show its head before Lu Yuan swiftly severed its neck with a single slash, not even giving it a chance to see him clearly. Blood flowed down the black shadow blade as Lu Yuan continued forward, while the mechanical dog began to dismember the reedy tiger's corpse. Suddenly, Lu Yuan stopped, plunged the black shadow blade into the ground, and activated his wristband to check the task information from Zhongzhou University. A level 1 task required the unlimited collection of the fifth limb of the reedy tiger, with each one rewarded with 1 credit, equivalent to $10,000. Lu Yuan looked up towards the mountain top, where the scent of blood had already attracted dozens of reedy tigers. He quickly transmitted the collection target to the mechanical dog, and then charged up the mountain. Lu Yuan moved with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. Each deceleration was accompanied by a dark blade light and a splash of red. With his level 8 blood vitality and level 9 black shadow blade, in just 10 minutes, he had slaughtered all the reedy tigers on the mountain. The mechanical dog diligently followed, dissecting all the valuable parts from the beasts. Thus, Lu Yuan, with his blade and dog, began a massacre of the beasts to the south of the beast town until nightfall. As night descended, the beast town came alive with activity. Most warriors would return here in the evening. Teams with successful hunts had eyes glowing with joy, while others rushed in carrying injured teammates. Some complained about the unusually aggressive beasts in recent days, prompting some teams to return to the city earlier than planned. However, all the pain and frustration were left outside. Back in the beast town, the warriors indulged themselves, enjoying a vibrant nightlife. The temporary branch of the Warriors Alliance provided plenty of beast meat, music, and beverages. Whether or not they had successful hunts, the warriors could eat, drink, and enjoy performances by scantily clad dancers. Many swayed to the rhythm of the flashing lights and thumping music. Amidst the revelry, a large black bundle slowly approached from afar. It was a mechanical dog, accompanied by a tall, muscular young man Lu Yuan. At the entrance of the beast town, a few martial artists on guard were swaying gently to the music. Suddenly, they all stopped, their eyes widening in shock as they looked into the distance. Whoa, that guy brought back so much stuff. How many beasts did he have to kill to get all these valuable materials? That's impressive. Lu Yuan didn't head straight back to the inn. Instead, he went directly to the center of town to the Martial Arts Alliance. This organization has branches in every wilderness settlement, providing protection for martial artists and running trades in beast materials, spiritual plants, and supplies. Pushing open the hall door, Lu Yuan signaled his mechanical dog to place the backpack in front of the counter. A female employee in a black professional outfit approached respectfully and asked, "Sir, would you like me to inventory this for you?" Upon Lu Yuan's nod, she unzipped the bag. With a clatter, a dazzling array of beast materials spilled out, nearly bursting the bag. Unlike ordinary martial artists, Lu Yuan brought back small, but highly valuable materials: beast eyes, tiger claws, tiger teeth, and more. The employee was speechless with surprise and quickly called her colleagues to assist with the inventory. Other martial artists in the hall turned their gazes toward Lu Yuan, their eyes full of admiration. This young man is incredible, bringing back so many materials on his own. His vitality is so strong. He must be a top university talent. He's probably a junior or senior at Zhongzhou University. I once saw a senior who was a level 9 martial artist. An elderly man in a traditional Chinese suit, with graying hair, approached quickly, warmly extending his hand to Lu Yuan. "Hello, I'm the person in charge here." Immediately, another man in a sharp suit joined in. "If you have materials in the future, come directly to me. I'm the manager." Although the Martial Arts Alliance, as an official force of Xian Nation, holds significant authority, they place great importance on talents, especially young prodigies like Lu Yuan who haven't joined any faction. Fresh blood is crucial for any organization. Soon, the inventory results were ready. The employee respectfully handed over the list. 4th level reedy tiger claws and teeth, 193 pieces, totaling 980,000. 5th level Shadow Cat Claws, totaling 1,600,000. 6th level Fierce Lion Claws, totaling a staggering 9,320,000. Everyone present gasped. It's well known that martial artists rarely stay overnight in the wilderness, so these materials were likely Lu Yuan spoils from just one day. Although martial artists can earn a lot, it largely depends on their skill level. Earning over 9 million in a single day is a figure most martial artists can't even dream of. The manager at the Martial Artists Alliance was so thrilled by the substantial profits brought in by Lu Yuan that his hands trembled slightly. Do you have an account with us at the Martial Artists Alliance? If you do, I can transfer the funds directly, the manager asked eagerly. Lu Yuan nodded and pulled a gold card from his pocket. It was a premium membership card gifted by the Martial Artists Alliance after his college entrance exams. The manager's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the card. You're a VIP member of our Martial Artists Alliance, the manager exclaimed, suddenly realizing. A genius martial artist like you must have been discovered by the higher-ups long ago. What followed was a round of enthusiastic flattery. Lu Yuan, barely able to suppress his discomfort, managed to escape the hall of the Martial Artists Alliance. His phone vibrated, displaying a transfer notification. The Martial Artists Alliance, from Beast Town, has transferred 10 million to your account. A slight smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips. This manager was interesting, rounding up the amount to an even number. 2 weeks later, Lu Yuan returned to Beast Town, covered in blood and dragging a massive bundle. Everyone in town stood up in admiration, applauding him warmly. This young man is incredible. He's a complete lunatic. I've never seen a student from Zhongzhou University this fierce. The madman is back. My goodness, he must have brought back hundreds of kilograms of beast materials every day for the past 2 weeks. He's relentless. I feel like the number of beasts around has significantly decreased. Is he trying to wipe them out completely? The town buzzed with chatter. Over the past 2 weeks, Lu Yuan had been on a relentless hunt, losing count of the number of beasts he had slain. His account balance at the Martial Artists Alliance had grown to 35 million, and with this haul, it would likely surpass 40 million. Through his continuous hunts, Lu Yuan became a celebrity in Beast Town. Most of the older folks knew him, and some even called him the Madman. As usual, he entered the Martial Artists Alliance hall to handle the beast materials. As expected, his card balance now read 42,300,000. Just as Lu Yuan was about to head back to his hotel to rest, he received a message from Baiji. In the tavern, Baiji looked at Lu Yuan with satisfaction. Even she had been shocked by his performance during this period. This guy was terrifyingly strong, bringing back beast materials worth millions every day. You've been hiding a lot of your strength, Baiji said bluntly. Lu Yuan shrugged. It's all thanks to your guidance, teacher Baiji. Baiji nodded slightly, feeling both eager for Lu Yuan to become her junior fellow disciple and also doubtful that her master, Dongfang Yu, was fit to be Lu Yuan's teacher. She took a sip of her drink and said, "We'll head out one last time tomorrow, and then we should return." Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. We should indeed head back, but we still haven't found the entrance to that ruin. Over the past 2 weeks, he had nearly cleared the area around Beast Town, and Baiji had circled the area with that broken stone several times, yet they had found nothing. Baiji shook her head. Today, I sensed the general location of the ruin through the jade. Tomorrow will be our last attempt. If we can't find it, we'll head back to the city. We can't let it affect your participation in the freshman competition. Lu Yuan nodded. Indeed, the freshman competition for various colleges in Zhongzhou province was about to begin. The competition itself didn't hold much significance for him, but participating in it was necessary to enter the elite training camp. For the elite training camp, he had to participate. Back in his room, Lu Yuan opened his system panel to check the settlement information. Yi Luyan fought, trained, and meditated for a total of 22 hours. Extreme Dominance Fist advanced to proficient level, Vitality 22. Lei Ting used a second-tier spiritual item to assist training under the guidance of 2 masters for a day, Vitality 25. Sacred Heart meditated in the training tower for 24 hours, Vitality 20. Su Lai gained a deeper understanding of the Extreme Dominance Fist. He might one day perfect the ultimate martial emperor fist. Gentle. Today, Lei Ting was the most diligent workhorse. Seeing each classmate's progress, Lu Yuan felt gratified. Over the past 2 weeks, not only had he been working hard, but his workhorse classmates had also been pushing themselves fiercely. Everyone had entered a period of explosive growth in their vitality, soon propelling Lu Yuan to level 9. Through continuous settlement, Lu Yuan discovered many interesting things. Everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. Su Lai excelled in martial arts training, gentle in cultivating spiritual power, while Yi Luyan and Sacred Heart were adept at practicing techniques, quickly increasing their vitality. Other classmates also had their own strengths, but through their collective efforts, all their strengths became Lu Yuan's. Vitality, 20153 level 8 martial artist. Spiritual power, 3990 level 6 spiritual master. Now, Lu Yuan's vitality and spiritual power had made significant breakthroughs. Even the highly challenging master-level martial art, the ultimate martial emperor fist, had reached perfection. In the northern part of the fierce beast town lies a primal forest. This area, over 1,000 kilometers away from Zhongzhou City, is known as a forbidden zone of life. Even the most reckless adventurer teams are reluctant to venture here. Today, however, an unusual silence blankets the forest. The usual roars of fierce beasts, heard every few kilometers, are absent, replaced by an unsettling stillness. 5 heavily armed individuals cautiously step into this eerie quiet. They are the Iron Bear Adventurer team, consisting of 4 level 7 warriors and 1 robust level 8 female warrior. Despite their formidable strength, they remain extremely vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any lurking danger. As they advance, their expressions grow increasingly grave. One team member can't help but whisper, "Boss, should we retreat? It's too quiet here, something's off." They all understand that such silence in the wild suggests one of two possibilities. Either a powerful beast is deterring other creatures, or the beasts in the area have been completely slaughtered. At that moment, the robust woman signals for silence, her gaze fixed on a distant, bloodied carcass of a massive beast. Though its exact species is unrecognizable, the strength of its bones suggests it was a level 8 beast or higher. The team's expressions become even more serious. They notice signs of a fierce battle all around, indicating a violent clash had occurred. Suddenly, a team member exclaims, "Boss, look ahead." Following his gaze, the scene before them is chilling. The ground is littered with beast carcasses, and the ancient trees in the distance are stained with foul-smelling blood. Such devastation could only be caused by a swarm of demon rats. Realizing this possibility, the 5 hold their breath, fearing to make even the slightest sound. "Retreat," the female leader orders in a low voice. The 5 begin to retreat in unison, but one of them accidentally snaps a dry branch. In the deathly silence, the crack is piercingly loud. At that moment, a deafening roar erupts. A gigantic boar, as large as a truck and covered in steel-like bristles glowing red, charges out. It is a level 9 beast, the Crimson Flame Demon Boar. Without hesitation, the 5 turn and run, their minds focused on one thought. Whoever runs the slowest will die. Yet, a more bizarre sight unfolds. As they turn, they see a man and a woman approaching with calm composure. Du Weili shouts a warning, "Run! There's a level 9 beast behind you." But the pair seems oblivious. Bai Ji stops, gently stroking a small pet in her arms, as if on a leisurely outing. She calmly says, "Don't worry, he's strong." Her words don't seem to be a reassurance, but a statement of undeniable fact. Lu Yuan doesn't draw the shadowy war blade on his back. Instead, he charges at the Crimson Flame Demon Boar with bare fists. At this moment, the Iron Bear team truly senses the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Yuan. They stare wide-eyed, unable to believe what they are witnessing. Despite his youth, the young man exuded an intimidating aura, his alloy battle suit stained with blood, as if he had just emerged from a battlefield. Du Weili furrowed her brow, thinking to herself, "These two are formidable opponents." Suddenly, Lu Yuan shot forward like an arrow, contrasting sharply with the massive form of the Scarlet Flame Demon Boar. With a thunderous crash, fist met paw, and the boar's claws almost enveloped Lu Yuan. However, power didn't match size. Lu Yuan's punch sent the 9th level Scarlet Flame Demon Boar flying, showcasing the might of the supreme martial emperor fist. The battle raged on, with Lu Yuan's relentless blows forcing the demon boar to retreat. Enraged, the boar let out an earth-shaking roar, charging like an out-of-control truck. A red flash flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he fearlessly met the charge. With another resounding crash, Lu Yuan's punch shook the ground. The demon boar's head exploded like a watermelon, and its massive body collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan vanished from sight. The members of the Iron Bear squad were stunned, struggling to believe what they had witnessed. Even Bai Ji was surprised, fully aware of the significance of Lu Yuan's punch. Mastering the supreme martial emperor fist to perfection was an achievement in grandmaster-level martial arts. Zhao Wuji had trained for years to reach proficiency, yet Lu Yuan had achieved perfection in just 3 weeks, an astonishing feat. Bai Ji quickly regained her composure as the sensing jade finally reacted, indicating the relic's entrance was within this forest. Lu Yuan spoke in a low voice, "Let's go." As they prepared to enter the forest, the Iron Bear squad issued a warning. Du Weili said gravely, "This forest is overrun by demon rats. Although you're strong, as a professional adventure team, we must warn you that demon rats are the most dangerous beasts to provoke in the wild." She continued, "While individual demon rats are weak, their swarms are formidable. Even a grandmaster could struggle to escape unscathed. Each swarm consists of at least 1,000,000 rats, making them impossible to eliminate entirely." Nevertheless, Lu Yuan was eager to try. "I still want to test myself. As a spirit master, I'm not afraid of being surrounded, and we're about to leave the wilderness." I want to see my limits. Baiji's delicate brows furrowed with concern. The demon rat swarms are indeed troublesome. But in my current condition, I'd only hold you back. Little Bai and I will stay here to support you. Be careful, even as a spirit master, avoid direct confrontation with the demon rats. If things go wrong, retreat immediately. Allowing Lu Yuan to face the demon rat swarm alone was risky, but with Baiji injured, accompanying him would only be a burden. The wisest choice was to remain here to provide support. Lu Yuan took the jade from Baiji's hand and, without hesitation, turned towards the demon rat swarm, quickly disappearing from view. Lu Yuan sprinted through the forest, stepping over the carcasses of fierce beasts scattered across the ground. The sight before him was horrifying. Countless beast corpses lay strewn about, their flesh completely devoured, with even their bones covered in dense scratch marks. Most of these beasts had died while being eaten. Lu Yuan was shocked to realize that the weakest of the demon rats could kill such formidable creatures. He couldn't help but think of the staggering numbers of the demon rat colonies ranging from millions to tens or even hundreds of millions. A few hours later, as the trees thinned out, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the damp ground. Numerous holes began to appear in the earth, each large enough for a mechanical dog to enter. Lu Yuan extended his psychic power into these pits, but found nothing. Looking up, he saw that the mountain was almost entirely covered with these holes. Even for fierce beasts, creating so many pits in such solid rock was no easy feat if this was indeed the work of the demon rats. Their sheer numbers were astonishing. Without further hesitation, Lu Yuan followed the jade stone's guidance straight to the mountain's peak. The spiritual energy on the mountain was overwhelmingly abundant, and despite the demon rats feeding, many spiritual plants still thrived. Lu Yuan didn't waste the opportunity and ordered his mechanical dog to collect them all. At the summit, a gray rat man over 2 meters tall was absorbing energy from a massive golden rock. This was the king of the demon rat colony, and its ability to directly absorb energy indicated that it was at least at the 10th level, comparable to a master-level martial artist. Suddenly, the rat king sniffed the air, sensing danger. At that moment, a purple blade shot up from the mountain's base, piercing the rat king's paw. However, the king's defense was formidable. The venomous dragon blade barely broke the skin before being deflected. Immediately, a terrifying psychic force erupted, and 24 purple blades converged in midair, forming a circle that slashed and struck the rat king repeatedly. The rat king let out a chilling screech, its fur, harder than alloy, clinging to its skin as it desperately resisted the dragon's attack. Despite its efforts, the king's body was covered with hundreds of wounds, blood oozing out. As the rat king roared, countless demon rats poked their heads out of the holes, their rustling sounds echoing through the mountain valley. At this moment, a tall, robust young man stepped onto the summit. He wielded a shadowy war blade, with arcs of golden lightning dancing around him, resembling a thunder god. It was Lu Yuan, a 10th-level demon rat king. Truly worthy of being compared to a master-level existence, it can withstand my venomous dragon without unleashing any special abilities, Lu Yuan remarked, his gaze coolly fixed on the rat king. Although the rat king appeared to be covered in blood, the wounds were superficial, and the dragon hadn't pierced its skin. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Let's try this move then. A blinding explosion erupted on the mountaintop, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, as golden arcs of lightning formed a 30-meter-wide field of electricity. The rats that dared to peek out were instantly charred, and even the rat king was scorched under the relentless barrage. The entire mountain was swarming with these creatures. Although the strongest among them were only at level 2, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Thousands of fearless rats charged towards the golden lightning field, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades. In the blink of an eye, a pile of charred rat corpses accumulated on the ground. Lu Yuan realized that his power would soon be depleted if this continued. As the golden arcs dissipated, his eyes glinted with a silvery light. Using his psychic abilities, he wielded 24 venomous blades to create an impenetrable domain, slaughtering any rat that ventured within 10 meters. Yet, this was far from enough. The rat king, its eyes glowing a bloodthirsty red, shrieked to summon even more rats. The entire mountain seemed engulfed by a black tide, relentlessly crashing against Lu Yuan. Take out the leader first, Lu Yuan decided, charging at the rat king with his shadowy warblade. With a powerful slash, he sent the rat king flying, but felt no relief. His full-force attack had failed to penetrate the rat's defense, which was shrouded in a gray energy layer. After repelling the rat king, Lu Yuan got a clear view of the mountain's interior. The core had been hollowed out and was teeming with rats, their countless glowing green eyes filled with malice. To his amazement, a black diamond-shaped stone hovered in midair, with a distorted spatial portal at its center, clearly the entrance to the ruins. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed as he realized the situation was more dire than he had imagined. Jumping directly into the ruins was not an option. Facing such a horde would be suicide. More and more rats poured out from the mountain, forcing even the mechanical dog to take refuge in the trees. Golden Body. Unstoppable Force. Lu Yuan activated two A-level abilities simultaneously. A golden light burst from within him, enveloping him in a radiant glow. He unleashed the ultimate martial emperor's fist, his golden punch smashing into the Rat King and sending it flying dozens of meters. The level 10 Rat King, a formidable beast comparable to a grandmaster, was powerless against Lu Yuan. Even so, the thin energy mist surrounding the rat deflected much of the damage. Lu Yuan realized this was an advanced energy mastery, akin to the power human warriors wield upon reaching the grandmaster level. Even without mastering energy attacks, Lu Yuan, bolstered by his duel abilities, could still overpower the Rat King. The battle grew fiercer, and Lu Yuan knew this fierce struggle was only just beginning. Lu Yuan's prowess was astonishing. Even while fiercely clashing with the Rat King, he managed to skillfully control 24 poison dragon throwing knives. These lethal weapons flew through the rat hordes like the sides of death, claiming multiple lives with each strike. Blood splattered as the bodies of the rats piled up, quickly forming a gruesome mound 5 or 6 meters high, with crimson liquid trickling down, creating a horrifying scene. Immersed in the exhilaration of battle, Lu Yuan was completely absorbed. Yet, despite his overwhelming advantage, his mind remained clear. He knew well that the sheer number of rats was beyond what he could possibly annihilate alone. More challenging was the Rat King's cunning nature. Its formidable energy defenses made it difficult for Lu Yuan to breach. Over time, the Rat King became more cautious, avoiding direct confrontation, causing the battle to reach a stalemate. In such a situation, charging recklessly into the ruins was clearly unwise. However, Lu Yuan's keen eyes caught an unexpected sight: a group of rats stealthily attempting to move a massive golden stone. He recalled that upon his arrival, the Rat King seemed to be absorbing energy from that stone. Since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed, Lu Yuan thought to himself. Moreover, anything the Rat King values so highly must be extraordinary. A glint appeared in his eyes as a silent, yet soul-piercing power surged within Hyman aura of dominance. This S-level aura swept over a 100-meter radius, like an invisible shockwave. Thousands of rats were paralyzed under its pressure, their bodies collapsing lifelessly. Even the Rat King trembled, while the rats behind dared not advance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Yuan willed his mental power to act. The golden stone, coveted by the Rat King, levitated and landed securely in his grasp. With one arm holding his mechanical dog and the other clutching the golden stone, he dashed down the mountain without hesitation. Behind him, a flood of rats surged, creating a spectacular sight. As he ran, Lu Yuan quickly used his mental power to activate his wristband, sending an urgent message to Baiji. Come quickly. The large screens on the streets of Zhongzhou City flickered with urgent news, showing a dark swarm of demon rats sweeping across the land like a rolling black tide. Tens of millions of these creatures were surging from the north, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light and sharp teeth looking terrifyingly menacing. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained, and even powerful beasts and withered trees were devoured. The news anchor explained solemnly. Although the cause is unclear, this swarm of demon rats is unprecedented in scale, with at least tens of millions. If they strike Zhongzhou City, the consequences will be catastrophic. The scene switched to various military bases, where elite warriors and fighter jets were being urgently deployed to suppress this disaster. But could they arrive in time? If they were even a moment too late, the settlements in the wilderness would face utter destruction. A Yuan had just emerged from the cultivation tower and was shocked by the news. She clutched her clothes tightly, her eyes shimmering with psychic energy as she silently prayed. Please, let nothing happen to you. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, an alloy war chariot was speeding at full throttle. Baiji pressed the pedal to the floor, but still couldn't shake off the wave of demon rats surging behind them. Lu Yuan stood on top of the vehicle, continuously wielding the poison dragon to slay the rats, but against such a massive swarm, his efforts seemed insignificant. Lu Yuan knew that if it were just about escaping, he and Baiji might have a chance. But if these demon rats reached the human settlements, or even Zhongzhou City, the consequences would be unimaginable. With a solemn expression, he made a difficult decision. System, fuse the 3 S-level abilities. Lu Yuan called out in his mind. This was his last trump card to fuse the abilities of Dominance, Psychic Awakening, and Overlimit Flash into an S-level ability. Dominance. Lu Yuan decisively chose, simultaneously channeling his last bit of psychic energy to store the 24 poison dragons into his wristband space. As the system's prompt sounded, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented surge of power within him. He slowly raised his hand, his gaze fixed on the menacing Rat King among the millions of demon rats. Begone, Lu Yuan uttered in a low voice. Instantly, an invisible yet powerful aura erupted from within him. All the demon rats felt an irresistible pressure, as if they were facing not a human, but a dragon capable of obliterating everything. This aura was so powerful that it even affected the tangible space. Centered around Lu Yuan, a fan-shaped force extended forward, reaching over 1,000 meters. Under this pressure, the demon rats trembled and even began to retreat. Lu Yuan knew that there was hope of stopping this catastrophic swarm of demon rats. An invisible pressure swept across the area, causing trees and rocks within several kilometers to explode and the ground to cave in instantly. Countless demon rats perished under this terrifying aura, and even the massive demon rat king lost its will to fight, fleeing in panic with its tail between its legs. Leaderless, the remaining demon rats went berserk, scrambling to escape in all directions. This is the most terrifying aspect of dominancy, can instill fear in the weak, even causing instant death. Lu Yuan sat back in the co-pilot seat of the alloy war vehicle with a calm expression, only to notice that even the usually composed teacher, Bai Ji, was visibly shocked. "Is this your second awakening ability?" Bai Ji asked incredulously. This was not the power of an ordinary S-class talent, but a genuine S-class strength. Awakening an S-class talent on Earth is already incredibly rare, let alone Lu Yuan's ability to intimidate a level 10 demon rat king. Without the demon rat king's control, the swarm of millions of rats dispersed like a receding tide. Lu Yuan was also surprised by the power of this S-class dominant seed, was dozens of times stronger than S. He gazed at the retreating black tide, pondering, "When I become stronger, I must completely eradicate this demon rat tribe and uncover the truth of that mysterious relic." A day later, a bloodstained alloy war vehicle, covered in claw marks, roared into Zhongzhou City. The city guards saluted this battle-worn vehicle. Every warrior fighting beasts in the wilderness deserves such respect. Back at school, Lu Yuan quickly washed up and changed before heading straight to the freshman class 3 classroom. He noticed that after more than 2 weeks of training, his classmates had shed their student demeanor, their eyes now carrying a warrior's resolve. At that moment, the entire class was intently watching a wilderness live stream, displaying the area Lu Yuan had devastated with his dominance within a several-kilometer radius. Trees and rocks were reduced to dust, and the ground was littered with intact demon rat corpses. The classmates were in awe. Even the usually proud Yi Luyun admitted that his own dominance would need to be 100 times stronger to reach such a level. "Lu Yuan, you're back." Su Lai, with his cheerful disposition, approached with wide strides, but involuntarily shivered as he got closer to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, like a fierce beast disguised as a human. "Half a month away, and he's even more monstrous." Su Lai muttered quietly as he returned to his seat. The entire class was thrilled to see Lu Yuan back, confidently expressing that with him around, the upcoming Zhongzhou province freshman competition would surely be a walkover for their school. It's rumored that after the competition, an elite training camp will be launched, where top talents from various families will gather. During this period, everyone has undoubtedly experienced enough battles. The moment Zhao Wuji stepped into the classroom, the air seemed to freeze. His gaze was heavier than ever as he looked over the students who had been through the baptism of blood and fire. "Congratulations, everyone, for transforming from students into true warriors." His voice was steady and powerful. "From now on, you will face the world's fiercest and most formidable adversaries, beasts." The atmosphere in the classroom instantly tightened. Everyone in class 1 of the freshman year subconsciously clenched their fists. The past half-month of combat had deeply ingrained in them the terrifying nature of these beasts. They had witnessed too many comrades fall in battle against these creatures, and those scenes were hard to erase from their minds. Seeing the passionate students, Zhao Wuji sighed lightly and signaled for silence. The freshman year-end assessment at Zhongzhou University takes place on the front lines against the beasts. Although we have become martial artists, humans are always at a disadvantage in both numbers and strength when facing beasts. He continued, "Fortunately, most beasts lack intelligence and kill by instinct, sometimes even turning on each other. This trait has allowed humans to survive in the cracks and maintain this fragile balance. Every war zone is guarded by masters and grandmasters, while the more powerful king-level warriors are stationed in coastal areas. When you join the battle, you might be lucky enough to witness these powerful figures." This information was unprecedented for the students of Class 1. Even Lu Yuan, who had some guesses, was hearing the specific details for the first time. It reminded him of his past life in military school where even students couldn't know the true deployment of the army. Zhao Wuji's gaze turned distant, as if lost in memories. "Back in the war zone, I once saw a king-level warrior who could easily slay 6 third-tier beasts. It's said that in the starry sky, Marshal Saint Jigu has established a star university, gathering all sorts of prodigious talents." Suddenly, his tone shifted. "But that's beside the point. The most important thing today is the freshman competition. It starts in a week and is also our Zhongzhou University's resource contest. The winners will receive double rewards." He detailed the competition rules. The freshman competition in Zhongzhou province adopts a ring battle system. Our school's specially recruited students will be the defenders, The more challengers they defeat, the higher their points. These words immediately sparked an uproar. The students were abuzz with excitement and concern, especially when thinking about potentially facing strong opponents like Lu Yuan, Su Lai, or Wen Ruo, which filled them with dread. Yi Liuyun's gaze subtly shifted towards Lu Yuan, and he suddenly stood up. Teacher, I don't want to be a defender. Clearly, he had long wanted to challenge Lu Yuan. Zhao Wuji didn't question him further and directly agreed to his request. Meanwhile, Lei Ting also expressed her unwillingness to participate in the freshman competition, reportedly because her family had arranged special training for her. After class, Lu Yuan headed straight to the weapons building. Lu Yuan took out the golden stone he had seized from the Rat King, and its brilliant, transparent glow instantly illuminated the entire room. The stone was of extraordinary value, so much so that the Rat King had even summoned all his offspring to hunt him down for it. Master Lu, upon seeing the stone, leaped up as if injected with pure adrenaline, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His voice trembled with enthusiasm. Holy cow, this is a tier 3 gold crystal. It's the top material for crafting weapons. His expression was one of awe, as if he had just laid eyes on a priceless treasure, utterly devoid of his usual dignified demeanor. Brother Lu, this gold crystal isn't just a superior material. It also possesses incredible compatibility, able to perfectly blend with any other material, Lu said, rubbing his hands together like an eager child. Let me craft a weapon for you. I can upgrade your shadow blade, and it'll be done in just 10 days. If I were to forge a new tier 2 weapon from scratch, it would take at least 2 to 3 months. With the offer of a free weapon upgrade, Lu Yuan naturally couldn't refuse. After leaving his shadow blade, he headed straight to Master Jia to repair his mechanical dog, which had been damaged in the battle against the swarm of rat monsters. This trusty assistant, adept at disassembling beast corpses, had lost a leg in the fight, but its significant contribution to the wilderness mission warranted its repair. Although Lu Yuan hadn't completed the task assigned by Teacher Baiji, she still awarded him 300 credits, and they agreed to explore the small ruins again in the future. Back in his dormitory, Lu Yuan noticed the group chat was unusually lively. As the strongest in the class, he felt it was his duty to encourage his classmates to keep striving. So, he asked in the group, how's everyone feeling with the abundant resources these past 2 weeks? Enjoying your training? Enjoying it a lot. Baba Su Lai immediately replied. Want more? Lu Yuan continued to prompt. Yes, definitely. Spider-Man Wu Lei responded eagerly. Lu Yuan then launched into a motivational speech. The freshman competition not only offers competition rewards, but also prizes from the Central State University Resource Battle. It's like a multi-layered cake falling from the sky. Just a bite can provide a month's worth of training resources. The rewards from Central State University are thoughtfully designed to provide students with ample training resources while maintaining their drive. Although Class 3 had received the full reward from the last resource battle, it was only enough for about a month. For those who consume resources quickly, their credits were nearly depleted. A week later, on the eve of the freshman competition, Class 3's training ground was still bustling with activity. Everyone was training diligently, striving for higher rankings in the competition, and no one dared to slack off. Su Lai stood in the center of the training ground, his clothes soaked with sweat. He not only pushed himself hard in practice, but also shouted slogans to motivate his classmates. Train until you drop. Only through enduring hardships can you rise above others. His voice was hoarse yet resolute, echoing throughout the area. I trained for 18 hours yesterday, one student exclaimed. I did 20 hours, another immediately responded. The students of Class 3, Year 1 had pushed themselves to an astonishing level, and their intense training had become legendary throughout the school. At this moment, the training ground was surrounded by students who came to watch, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. These guys train for nearly 20 hours every day. They're insane. It's unbelievable. What kind of people are in Class 3 Year 1? Have you ever seen the sun at 3 a.m.? They say everyone in Class 3, Year 1 sees it every day. Impressive. Among these relentlessly training students, Lu Yuan was also working hard in silence. Determined to reach level 9 as soon as possible, he hadn't slacked off for an entire week. Finally, his efforts paid off. The system panel popped up. Name, Lu Yuan. Vitality, 25,609, level 9 warrior. Mental power, 4,363, level 6 mental master. Talents, dominance SS, golden body A, unstoppable A. Martial arts, extreme martial emperor fist perfect, quartet proficient, thunder summon proficient, demon seal / perfect. Cultivation techniques, master breathing technique beginner, 8th breathing technique perfect, mind perception perfect. System alert, you have an undiscovered extraordinary talent. Lu Yuan was thrilled. His vitality had surpassed 25,600, marking his advancement to a level 9 warrior. What excited him even more was that during this period, he had also trained in a master-level technique, preparing thoroughly for a breakthrough to the master realm. The upcoming elite training camp filled Lu Yuan with anticipation, unsure of how his new classmates would challenge him. But what excited him the most was the new alert on the system Panelon undiscovered extraordinary talent within him. Recalling Bai Ji's earlier explanation, Lu Yuan had a preliminary understanding of secondary awakening. In this world, everyone awakens their vitality and talents at the age of 10. However, some harbor deeply hidden or powerful forces that require specific stimuli or opportunities to manifest. This is known as secondary awakening. Although the system didn't provide specific awakening methods, the mere possibility of having such a potential left Lu Yuan exhilarated. Even without any leads at the moment, the system's evaluation of it as an extraordinary talent was indeed something to look forward to. The following day, the much-anticipated new student competition in Zhongzhou province commenced as scheduled. Zhongzhou city became the focal point of the entire province, with hundreds of thousands pouring into this bustling metropolis. Among the millions of newcomers, hundreds of thousands of elites emerged, earning the right to compete. Accompanied by teachers and leaders from various schools, they infused the city with unprecedented vitality. Excited youths could be seen everywhere on the streets and alleys. For many of them, it was their first time in Zhongzhou city, and their eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Cheers rang out from the teams of various schools. New City Martial Arts University, make a splash. Beat Zhongzhou, beat Zhongzhou. We at Shusher University must also give it our all. Every school was cheering for itself, creating an atmosphere that was both heated and tense. At this moment, Lu Yuan, Wen Ruo, and Su Lai arrived together. Lu Yuan's gaze occasionally fell on Wen Ruo, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly concerned about her impending role as a gatekeeper. Wen Ruo, remember, Lu Yuan said seriously. Once you cover your eyes, those in front of you are no longer people, but a pack of fierce beasts. Just like those demon rats, swarming everywhere. You don't need precise targeting, just slash everywhere. Wen Ruo nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at rice. She recalled her previous test experience and encouraged herself. I can do this. As long as I can't see or sense them, I won't be too nervous. Beside her, Su Lai's mouth twitched slightly, filled with words he dared not utter. He couldn't help but marvel. Wen Ruo was such a cute and innocent girl, yet under Lu Yuan's guidance, she's become one of the 3 most formidable freshmen at Zhongzhou University. As for the other 2, naturally, they were Su Lai and Lu Yuan themselves. Inside the competition venue, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Principals from universities across Zhongzhou province gathered in the stands, while the center seat was occupied by an elderly man with graying hair. Though frail in stature, he exuded an intimidating and deadly aura that was suffocating. The principal of Zhongzhou University stood up, looked around, and spoke loudly. Greetings to students and teachers from all over Zhongzhou province. This year's new student competition will be witnessed by principals from various schools, with Chief Instructor Su from the elite training camp personally officiating. The elderly man with graying hair rose slowly, his steady and powerful voice echoing throughout the venue. Hello, everyone. I am Su Chi from the South Sea War Zone, and also the instructor for this elite training camp. I will be selecting 10 participants for the elite training camp during this competition. He paused before continuing. The rules are simple. The more opponents you defeat in the ring, the higher your ranking. Now, let's welcome 10 students from Zhongzhou University to take the stage as the initial gatekeepers. Under everyone's gaze, 10 students gradually ascended the stage. Originally, there were 12 special recruits from Zhongzhou University, but Yi Luyun and Lei Ting voluntarily opted out of being gatekeepers. Lei Ting had family-arranged special training, while Yi Luyun simply wanted to challenge Lu Yuan. The freshmen from other schools focused their attention on the stage, carefully observing these 10 individuals. Clearly, they were already aware of the strength of Zhongzhou University's freshmen. Among them all, Lu Yuan undoubtedly became the most watched figure. That must be Lu Yuan, a girl whispered in awe. He's so handsome, I really like him. Indeed, a boy murmured. If only I could be assigned to this ring. Forget it, his companion quickly advised. Lu Yuan is too strong. I don't want to give away points. I hope I get picked by that pretty girl instead. As the competition was about to begin, the entire venue grew increasingly tense. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, eagerly awaiting this exciting and spectacular new student competition. The name, Wen Ruo, paired with her doll-like, delicate, and cute face, often lulled many challengers into a false sense of security. However, the students of Central State University avoided the 3 arenas as if they were plagued because they knew all too well the fearsome reputation of the demonic trio. Lu Yuan's strength was overwhelming. Su Lai's bizarre fighting style of crying while battling left opponents with lifelong trauma. And as for Wen Ruo, beneath her gentle and charming exterior lay a deadly intent. It was no wonder that none of the freshmen at Central State University wanted to face them. At the command of Principal Wang Dezhu, the drawing results appeared on everyone's phones. The arena erupted with mixed reactions. Oh no, I've drawn the Demon King Lu Yuan. How lucky it's Wen Ruo's group. Su Lai is so burly. Will one punch from him end me? Facing Lu Yuan, I bet it won't take more than 3 punches for me to be done. Lu Yuan stood on the arena, his gaze like lightning scanning the crowd. As the strongest at Central State University, he was well aware of the school's top-tier students and resources. What filled him with pride was that he personally trained 2 hard-working geniuses, Wen Ruo and Su Lai. At this moment, a jaw-dropping scene was unfolding on Su Lai's platform. The burly man was bawling his eyes out while sending challengers flying one after another. The audience watched in fear, as the combination of his hysterical crying and overwhelming attacks made them question his mental state. Meanwhile, Wen Ruo's arena was even more eerie. The seemingly delicate girl, once blindfolded, transformed instantly into a fearsome assassin, weaving a deadly web with 10 flying knives in the air. Her opponent was so terrified they burst into tears, begging for mercy and conceding defeat. On other platforms, Shang and Xian advanced smoothly due to their skills. Yet Lu Yuan's arena remained silent, with no one daring to step forward. As the referee began the final 10-second countdown, Lu Yuan finally spoke, a hint of resignation in his voice. Why don't you all come at me together? This scene only reinforced the belief among everyone. None of the strong figures at Central State University were normal. Their displayed prowess far exceeded the imagination of freshmen from other schools, confirming Central State University's prestigious status in the martial arts world. Below the stage, the crowd watched Lu Yuan with eyes full of fear. Anyone who approached him could sense an unsettling aura, as if they were facing not a human, but an ancient beast in human disguise. Even more terrifying was the heavy, ominous presence that surrounded Lu Yuan, a combination that made the new students shiver and none dared to step onto the stage. How about we all go at once? Someone whispered, and murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. All eyes turned to the referee at the edge of the stage, awaiting his decision. This experienced referee was momentarily at a loss. Never in his years had he encountered such an audacious participant claiming to take on 100 opponents. There were 181 new students below the stage. While most weren't particularly strong, even the weakest were first-level fighters. With so many working together, even an elephant could be overwhelmed by ants. In the stands, school leaders had received the referee's inquiry. Wang Dezhu, the president of Zhongzhou University, appeared confident. I think it's possible, but we should consult instructor Su's opinion. A flicker of interest crossed Su Qiqi's eyes. I don't mind. It's a good opportunity to see this student's true abilities. If he can defeat so many opponents, I'll give him a spot in the elite training camp. Other school leaders were less certain. Although most were below third-level fighters, there were 8 fifth-level fighters and even a 7th-level fighter, Yi Luyun, ready to join in. Beating such a lineup single-handedly would require at least the strength of an 8th-level fighter. How could a freshman possibly reach such heights? The 4 strongest freshman mentors at Zhongzhou University were secretly pleased. They knew Lu Yuan had completed a second awakening and was not only an 8th-level fighter, but also a 6th-level mentalist. Zhao Wuji shook his head slightly. This kid loves to stir things up, but he might need to take this seriously. The other 2 mentors nodded in agreement, except for Bai Ji, who kept a mysterious smile. She had witnessed Lu Yuan's true power firsthand, and these opponents were far from challenging. After receiving instructions from above, the referee quickly stepped to the edge of the stage and announced loudly, "Any student wishing to challenge Lu Yuan may now take the stage." With this declaration, the atmosphere around the stage became instantly tense. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to be the first to speak. Yi Luyun scanned the audience, a hint of disdain on his lips, thinking to himself, a bunch of cowards. He strode confidently onto the arena, which was the size of a football field. His voice boomed across the training ground. We are all geniuses, not weaklings, and certainly not cowards. United, we will defeat Lu Yuan. He raised his arm and shouted passionately. Second place will receive a level 9 weapon and 20 million, while those from 3rd to 10th place will get a 10 million reward. Yi Luyun's true goal was hidden in his heart: to defeat Lu Yuan in front of everyone and prove he was not inferior. His words stirred the crowd, and seeing a level 7 warrior step up gave others the courage to follow. A total of 181 challengers filled the massive arena. Lu Yuan watched coldly, his first target already locked. Yi Luyun. With a single step, his energy exploded, and he vanished. In the next moment, he was in front of Yi Luyun, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, followed by a barrage of rapid punches to his face. What innate talent! What incredible energy levels! None of it mattered in the face of Lu Yuan. Yi Luyun was left bruised and swollen, lying on the ground, desperate to escape. He realized the vast gap in strength and vowed never to show off again. On the stage, Lu Yuan relied solely on his energy, continuously throwing punches. The teachers in the stands were stunned. Was this the perfect level extreme martial overlord fist? Level 9 energy? It was unprecedented. Most shocked was Zhao Wuji, who had taught the technique. He couldn't believe Lu Yuan had reached such a level in just a month. Instructor Su Qiqi from the elite training camp watched with shining eyes. She had seen countless geniuses, but never someone so young who could master a grandmaster's martial art to perfection. It required not only exceptional talent, but also incredible diligence. The battle continued, with Yi Luyan once again suffering under Lu Yuan's relentless assault. The arena was filled with cries of surrender, as Lu Yuan's speed left the referee unable to keep up. In the end, only he remained standing proudly. The audience buzzed with chatter. He's a monster. His punches are relentless. He's more handsome than all three of my boyfriends combined. Look at Yi Luyan, trampled again. Some girls were hit too, but he doesn't seem to spare anyone. Don't say that. He's nice to his classmates and even gives out credits. In the stands, Instructor Su's eyes gleamed with excitement. This Lu Yuan, our elite training camp, must recruit him. The scene of the judges urgently calling for medical support resembled a well-coordinated post-battle rescue mission. The doctors quickly dispersed, carefully examining the injuries of each fallen competitor. The results were a relief. Everyone only suffered minor superficial injuries, including Yi Luyan, who appeared to be in the worst condition. The 181 challengers were carried off the stage one by one, their expressions filled with deep shock. Even after leaving the scene, they dared not look back at the arena. Lu Yuan had left them not only with a display of overwhelming strength, but also an oppressive aura that cast an indelible impression on their hearts. On the viewing platform, the four top freshman mentors exchanged looks of astonishment. Although they had anticipated Lu Yuan's exceptional abilities, none expected him to defeat so many opponents with such ease. What was even more astonishing was that he accomplished this feat without using weapons, mental strength, or innate abilities, relying solely on a perfect-level martial art. Zhao Wuji glanced at the departing Yi Luyan and shook his head helplessly. He could have been a good gatekeeper, but chose to seek thrills instead, and now pays the price. Despite his words, he fully understood the sentiment, recalling a similar formidable figure from their own cohort, who was known for shattering the arrogance of geniuses. While Lu Yuan's stage had concluded, battles continued fiercely on other platforms. Although other special recruits from Zhongzhou University were impressive, they clearly could not match Lu Yuan. Among the competitors from the other three major martial arts academies were 3rd and 4th level martial artists, with the strongest few 5th level warriors from Zhongzhou University making a significant impact. As the battles wore on, participants gradually withdrew. Even those who showcased incredible strength, like Su Lai and Wen Ruo, had to step down to rest after defeating dozens of opponents. The most surprising was Xiao Yan, who shifted from his previous aggressive strategy to a more enduring approach, eventually stepping back with a record of 85 victories. Without the top experts from Zhongzhou University, other freshmen finally had the opportunity to truly shine. The intense battles lasted until the afternoon of the second day. The final rankings were broadcasted repeatedly across the province. Lu Yuan topped the list with 181 points, Xiao Yan followed with 85 points, and Wen Ruo and Su Lai secured 3rd and 4th places with 46 and 43 points, respectively. Notably, the top 10 spots were entirely dominated by Zhongzhou University, with Class 13 claiming 5 of those positions. Had it not been for Yi Luyan's overconfidence leading to his defeat and Lei Ting's voluntary withdrawal, the class might have occupied 7 of the top 10 slots. Among them, Xiao Yan and Sheng Xian were standout performers, with Sheng Xian particularly impressive for defeating a special recruit to break into the top 10, showcasing remarkable strength. Xiao Yan secured 2nd place with an overwhelming advantage, standing directly behind Lu Yuan. As soon as the results were announced, disappointment was evident on the faces of the teachers and students from other schools. They had been confident about dampening Zhongzhou University's spirit, only to find the gap in strength was so vast. Zhongzhou University's Class 3 of freshmen is like a monster camp, a student in the stands exclaimed while comforting a crying female classmate. Especially Lu Yuan, Su Lai, and Wen Ruo, they're so formidable, it's almost traumatizing. Lu Yuan shows no mercy to girls, making so many of them cry. Someone murmured, "Are you out of your mind?" Another immediately retorted, "When fighting fierce beasts, should you go easy on the good-looking ones? In this world where strength is revered, capability is the greatest form of respect." Soon, the president of Zhongzhou University personally awarded the winners. Lu Yuan received the most unexpected reward, a relic emblem. This artifact is a lifesaver during relic explorations, allowing the user to instantly teleport back to the real world once activated. Back in the classroom of Class 3 of freshmen, everyone was basking in the joy of victory. All the students made it into the top 500 of Zhongzhou province, with 5 even breaking into the top 10, a remarkable achievement. "I've seen all your hard work during this time," Lu Yuan said from the podium, his gaze sweeping over each classmate. "Although you can't catch up to me now, if you persist, you'll eventually become just as strong." Then, Lu Yuan announced an important piece of news. "I've converted the entire 50 million prize for 1st place into cultivation resources, which are stored with Teacher Zhao. Any student who meets their cultivation goals can claim them." The classroom erupted with excitement. "Lu God, you're amazing. He's like a father to us. That's an average of 1.66 million per person, so generous. Cheers filled the room. Lu Yuan's reward system was meticulously designed. Maximum cultivation time per day could earn a qi and blood pill. Increasing qi and blood value by over 10 points could earn another, and training for more than 20 hours daily for a week could earn extra time in the cultivation tower. These seemingly modest rewards showed Lu Yuan's thoughtful consideration. Training? I'll move my bedding to the training field tomorrow. My toiletries are already there. If we're going to compete, bring it on. Who's afraid? At this moment, teacher Zhao Wuji entered the classroom with inspiring news. Looking at Lu Yuan, his heart was full of admiration. In all his years of teaching, he had never encountered a student so talented yet approachable. The slots for the elite training camp have been decided, and our class has 4 spots. They are Lu Yuan, Su Lai, Sheng, Xian. The news that class 1 of the first-year students received 4 slots for the elite training camp hit the classroom like a thunderbolt. In the list personally selected by instructor Su, Shengxin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Now that I have level 4 strength, this opportunity will make me even stronger. Shengxin clenched his fist, a determined look in his eyes. Master, one day, I will return to the temple and uncover the truth of what happened. As a monk who survived the massacre at the wilderness temple, Shengxin could never forget the horrifying scene of beasts slaughtering his fellow disciples. However, what surprised everyone was Yi Liuyun's exclusion from the list, causing quite a stir in the class. Standing in the corner, Yi Liuyun's knuckles turned white from clenching his fists. His capabilities were second only to Lu Yuan in the class, making the outcome difficult to accept. Zhao Wuji approached Yi Liyun, gently patting his shoulder. It's no use being upset. Instructor Su is a true grandmaster who has seen the harshest sides of this world. If you want to prove yourself, focus on improving your skills. Zhao Wuji understood that despite Yi Liuyun's remarkable talent and level 7 strength, making him second only to Lu Yuan among the freshmen, his chances of advancing to grandmaster were slim. This was the real reason the elite training camp didn't select him. Meanwhile, the rest of the class was focused on the resources they were about to receive. As the provincial champion of the freshman competition and resource battle, Zhao Wuji announced the generous rewards. Each person will receive 200 points, along with 24 hours each in the training tower, gravity chamber, and combat simulation room. The classroom erupted with excitement. That's even more than last time, someone exclaimed. The school is really going all out. But everyone understood the underlying message. Tensions were high on the front lines. By the end of their first year, they would be expected to fight. Once they entered their second year, they had to be ready to fill gaps in the battle zones and fight against the beast tides. This was the grim reality hanging over them. In this world, without strength, one couldn't control their fate. To survive and to honor Lu Yuan's contributions, the entire class sprang into action. Some headed straight for the training tower. Others rushed to the combat simulation room, and many chose to first exchange for training resources. In this life-and-death moment, every second counted. The school distributed new credits, and the students of Class 3 were racing against time to exchange them for cultivation resources. In the classroom, Yi Liyun held his swollen cheek, watching Lu Yuan's departing figure with determined eyes. Lu Yuan, I will definitely catch up to you. The students who secured spots in the elite training camp were even more motivated, working tirelessly. Among them, Su Lai stood out with his remarkable performance. This freshman from Class 3 was the king of the first role, practically rooted in the martial arts arena. He only spent 2 hours a day meditating for recovery, dedicating the rest of his time to training. Even the strongest, Lu Yuan, didn't dare slack off and chose to close himself off in the top level of the cultivation tower for intense training. 3 days flew by. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa, Bai Ji was having a video call with her teacher, Dongfang Yu. On the screen, Dongfang Yu, a stern and robust elder, was fighting in a dangerous environment. Old man, are you sure you want to form some relic exploration team? Bai Ji asked while stroking a small white tiger beside her. Girl, the relic I know of is about to close, Dongfang Yu said as he tore off a limb of an arthropod, green slime splattering onto the camera. Once it seals, who knows when it will open again. I've already found 10 master-level talents. If you have suitable candidates, feel free to recommend them. You old man, I've been injured for a year and you haven't visited, just giving orders, Bai Ji complained. However, I do have a best candidate. Is it that Lu Yuan you mentioned before? Dongfang Yu crushed a menacing bug underfoot. He's only level 9, too low. Didn't you say the relic test values talent more? This kid's talent is top-notch. Bai Ji confidently vouched for Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, at the top level of the cultivation tower, Lu Yuan was fully immersed in studying the master breathing technique. The technique recorded that to break through to the master realm, the power of vital energy is just the foundation. One must harness a stronger energy to achieve a higher level of life. Unfortunately, the technique didn't detail the nature of this power or how to acquire it. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and checked his attribute panel. Vital energy, 26003 level 9 warrior. Mental strength, 4563 level 6. Talent, dominance SS, golden body A, unstoppable A. Martial arts, extreme martial overlord fist perfect. Technique, master breathing technique beginner. System notice, there is an unawakened super talent within. During this time, motivated by Lu Yuan and the looming threat of fighting beasts, the entire freshman class 3 was training frantically. In just 3 days, Lu Yuan's vital energy and mental strength increased by over 400 and 300 points, respectively. Despite his significant progress, Lu Yuan remained unsatisfied. He yearned to find the opportunity for a breakthrough at the elite training camp. Today was the day of departure. He straightened his clothes, pushed open the cultivation tower's door, and with determination in his eyes, declared, "Elite training camp, here I come." Before leaving, Lu Yuan made a special visit to the armory building. As he pushed open the door, the receptionist's eyes lit up with excitement. "Lu Yuan, here to see the master?" Led by the receptionist, Lu Yuan walked into the workspace at the back. The deafening sounds of crafting filled the air, and waves of heat hit him. The large space was filled with massive metal machinery, some glowing red-hot, all designed for forging alloy weapons. Master Lu Tai was intensely focused on operating a fiery machine, hammering on a block of metal. Spotting Lu Yuan, he gave a warm smile. "Finally, you're here." Lu Yuan respectfully saluted, "Master Lu Tai." Lu Tai patted him on the shoulder and dug out 2 finely crafted wooden boxes from a pile of materials. "I put a lot of effort into forging these." Lu Yuan solemnly received the boxes and opened them one by one. Inside were 2 swords. One was dark green like jade, named Mou, and the other radiated like the scorching sun, named Yao Ri. As he gripped the handles, he could distinctly feel the contrasting powers within each sword. Mou emanated a cold, deep aura, while Yao Ri exuded intense heat. Lu Tai raised an eyebrow with pride. There's a fundamental difference between first-tier and second-tier weapons. First-tier weapons, despite having 9 levels, are just junk with varying alloy strengths. Only second-tier weapons, made with materials imbued with spirit, are worthy of a master's name. Lu Yuan slowly swung the swords, sensing their distinct, yet harmonious forces. This was Master Lu Tai's unique technique, using a special process to create resonance between weapons with opposing attributes. "Impressive, right?" Lu Tai asked, beaming. "Impressive." Lu Yuan gave a thumbs up. "These are truly gems among second-tier weapons." As they parted, Lu Tai personally saw him to the door, offering heartfelt advice. "The elite training camp is extremely dangerous. A talent like you must take care. And remember, if you find any good materials, come to me for weapon crafting." Lu Yuan respectfully bowed. "Thank you, old Tai." Among the 6 masters at Zhongzhou University, Lu Tai was particularly supportive of Lu Yuan. From gifting him high-level swords and armor to crafting weapons for free, he had invested a lot of effort in a short time. Lu Yuan understood that not only Lu Tai but also the other masters at the university hoped for his growth, despite the competition and rivalry among them. In a world where the goal is to cultivate powerful warriors, the mentors uphold a fair and just attitude. Outside the gates of Zhongzhou University, an elegant figure stood out. Teacher Baiji, dressed in a form-fitting qipao, leaned against a brand-new alloy war vehicle, her graceful silhouette perfectly outlined in the sunlight. As she spotted the familiar tall figure walking out from the university gates, she immediately beamed with a bright smile. This scene felt very familiar to Lu Yuan, reminiscent of the last time he ventured into the wilderness with Teacher Baiji. He courteously clasped his hands in greeting, while Baiji got straight to the point and stated the purpose of her visit. "I'm here today on behalf of my teacher, Dongfang Yu, to invite you to join the ruins exploration class." Seeing Lu Yuan's puzzled look, Baiji explained, "Although my teacher is merely a grandmaster and not the very best in terms of strength, he is quite experienced in exploring ruins. This training class was established mainly to explore a particular special ruin. Once he returns, you will be able to officially join." Lu Yuan gladly accepted the invitation and promptly inquired about the strength of the other class members. After a brief moment of thought, Baiji replied, "I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but they should all be at the grandmaster level or higher. They are very strong, but you shouldn't feel pressured. Your talent is no less than theirs. You just need more time to grow." Here, Baiji's tone took on a hint of helplessness. "If my injuries could heal, I would also join the ruins exploration class." Mental injuries are difficult to treat, and she could only wait for Dongfang Yu to return and help her find suitable spiritual items. However, she was not resigned to waiting idly and planned to explore the wilderness during this time to find spiritual items that might aid in her recovery. For Lu Yuan, this opportunity was particularly exciting. A class full of grandmasters, stronger than the elite training camp, and the chance to explore ruins was invaluable. What he looked forward to the most was that teacher Baiji, with her rare beast-taming talent, would also be part of it. After a brief exchange, Lu Yuan bid farewell to Baiji and boarded the school's special vehicle. Accompanying him were 9 others who had earned spots in the elite training camp. including Su Lai, Xing Xian, Wen Ruo, and Xiao. Soon, they transferred to a train heading directly to the Taiying Mountains. It was said that the elite training camp was established in this perilous mountain range, teeming with powerful beasts. On the train, a male student couldn't contain his excitement. The elite training camp. Only 10 spots in the entire Zhongzhou province. My parents were so thrilled when they heard. They couldn't sleep the whole night. Lu Yuan glanced around and noticed the 5 other qualified students sitting with him, 3 males and 2 females, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation. It is said that among the students who joined the elite training camp, around 80% managed to reach the master level. This news caused quite a stir among the camp members. "We are 10 people, at least 8 of us will become masters," the burly boy exclaimed excitedly, looking around. However, his smile quickly froze as he realized a harsh reality. Among the 10 of them present, his energy level in the late stage of level 4 was second to last. Except for the young Shang Xian, who was still in the early stage of level 4. Everyone else had reached level 5 or higher. This meant that statistically, he was likely to be the unlucky one who wouldn't reach the master level. This realization left him in a daze. The 2 girls beside him paid no attention to his distress. Their gazes were fixed on Lu Yuan. In stark contrast to the talkative boy, Lu Yuan maintained a serene composure. Combined with his striking appearance, this made the 2 girls secretly intrigued, wanting to find a way to get his contact information. However, they both knew that even though they were in the same elite training camp, they were on a different level compared to Lu Yuan. A genius like him was destined to use the training camp as a stepping stone to greater achievements, while they would need to give their all just to avoid being eliminated. A few hours later, the train arrived smoothly at its destination. As they disembarked, the majestic and expansive Taiying Mountains came into view. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, this mountain range, which was once just over 3,000 meters high, had now soared to an astonishing height of over 10,000 meters. The sea of clouds swirling halfway up the mountain and the steep cliffs that seemed carved by knives created a scene of awe-inspiring grandeur. At the foot of the mountain, more than 30 people had already gathered, all exuding a powerful aura. Everyone was scrutinizing the 10 from Zhongzhou University, with their focus eventually settling on the trio led by Lu Yuan. Indeed, they are all elites, Su Lai thought to himself, feeling the pressure deeply. Even though he had trained intensely for a month, his energy level had only reached level 5, offering no advantage among these prodigies. Wen Ruo felt uncomfortable with the attention and instinctively hid behind Lu Yuan, staring down at her toes. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Yuan softly said, "Yes, everyone here is an elite." Soon, Instructor Su strode over with a confident and spirited woman. When Su Qiqi's gaze fell on Lu Yuan, a hint of approval flashed in her eyes. This young man was her meticulously chosen top talent, someone who in previous years could easily have contended for the top 3 or even the championship in the elite training camp. However, this year was different, as the camp had welcomed a few students who seemed like they were sent from the heavens. Su Qiqi surveyed the group of students before her and spoke in a deep voice. "Students, it wasn't easy to get here. But the elite training camp is not a place where just anyone can stay. In the past, you might have been considered geniuses, but now you need to prove with your strength that you deserve the resources here." Her voice echoed clearly across the field. Before nightfall, only the first 50 to reach the mountain summit will pass the entrance assessment. Remember, there are other competitors approaching from different directions, so you need to be quick. Her words were like a bombshell, causing a huge commotion among the crowd. There's still an assessment. Weren't the spots already secured? Questions and doubts erupted. Yet, the 2 instructors ignored these objections. Su Qiqi and the female instructor leaped into the air, using a unique method between flying and jumping, leveraging the trees to ascend swiftly, disappearing into the dense canopy of the Taiying Mountains. "Grandmasters," someone exclaimed in shock. The realization that the instructors sent to welcome them were Grandmaster-level experts left everyone stunned. The students knew that individuals of this caliber typically held critical positions in major war zones or frontline cities, serving as the backbone of humanity. As the crowd turned their attention to the mountain, the air seemed to freeze. The occasional glimpse of massive shadows in the dense forest was terrifying. A level 5 venomous horned rhinoceros, a level 8 cat demon, a 3-headed fierce dog. "I'm only at level 5 strength, how can I possibly make it up there?" someone muttered under their breath. Other freshmen from Zhongzhou University also appeared particularly tense. Despite their considerable strength, the numerous fierce beasts on the mountain posed a significant threat. The boy who had been chattering nonstop on the train looked pale and suggested to Lu Yuan that they team up. For other students also looked at him expectantly, but Lu Yuan decisively refused. In his view, helping hardworking classmates gain resources was one thing, but the qualification for the elite training camp had to be earned individually. As for Wen Ruo and the others, they, like Lu Yuan, were true geniuses at heart and would never ask for help. True geniuses are often proud and independent, and there's no way they would rely on Lu Yuan's help for something like this. With determination in her eyes and a shy smile on her lips, Wen Ruo declared, "I will act alone." Since joining Zhongzhou University, Wen Ruo had been eagerly anticipating the chance to hunt fierce beasts outside the city. However, Lu Yuan had kept her focused on training in the cultivation tower. Her hard work had paid off, as her mental strength had advanced to level 4. Now that the opportunity to hunt had finally arrived, she was not going to miss it. Lu Yuan watched the eager young girl before him and gently shook his head. Although he had yet to see her in battle against a fierce beast, he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. "You must be careful when facing these beasts. Don't underestimate them," he cautioned. Wen Ruo nodded vigorously, though she was puzzled. Why would anyone need to underestimate a beast? Just kill it, she thought. Nearby, Su Lai slammed his siege hammer into the ground with determination. "I'll handle this on my own too." He was no longer the person who avoided confronting his flaws. Today, he was ready to astonish the elite training camp. Xian, with his hands clasped together, stood with his bald head shining under the sun. "See you at the top," he said. Even though he hadn't reached the 5th level of a warrior, he had his own pride. If he couldn't achieve this, how could he talk about avenging his master back at the temple? Xian had already started ascending the mountain. While the weaker ones were still discussing forming teams, the stronger ones had already taken action. As they entered the Taiying Mountains, the roars of fierce beasts echoed around them. Roar, howl, a group of level 5 and 6 azure wolves appeared. Lu Yuan recalled the information he had read a couple of days ago and recognized them as Qingfeng wolves, a first-tier fierce beast. The first tier referred to levels 19, while the second tier was levels 1019, corresponding to the warrior levels. He learned this categorization while studying texts above the Master Realm. As a formidable level 9 warrior, any first-tier beast was merely a toy in Lu Yuan's eyes. His eyes narrowed slightly as a dazzling golden long blade flew out from his wristband. As a Qingfeng wolf lunged at him, it seemed to impale itself on the blade, piercing its chest. Lu Yuan swiftly reversed his grip and struck again, slicing through its neck. The green glow in the beast's eyes faded. The mission was to reach the summit, and Lu Yuan had no intention of lingering. After defeating the Qingfeng wolf, he immediately unleashed his S-class aura, releasing a mental deterrence. Buzz, the invisible mental shockwave spread out, and the once fierce wolf pack cowered, whimpering like frightened children, as if they were begging for mercy. Lu Yuan's figure had already vanished from their sight. The geniuses selected from other regions were stunned by this scene. No way it's that easy. These azure wolves are supposed to be level 5 beasts, yet they didn't attack and just lay down? Could this challenge be testing our courage? They wondered. Ho Jingliang's face lit up with excitement. Yes, the instructor did say we needed enough courage. While others were still confused, he confidently sheathed his weapon at his waist. "Watch as I show you how it's done, fools," he boasted, stepping onto the wolf carcasses and entering the Qingfeng wolves' territory. The wolves, who had been subdued by the aura, regained their ferocity and lunged at Ho Jingliang. Swish! He was knocked back even faster than he had arrived, crashing through several trees before landing heavily against a rock. "Damn," was all he managed to say before losing consciousness. At the summit of Mount Taiyang, 3 young men had already claimed the high ground, gazing down at the climbers below as if they ruled over the world. On the surface, they seemed normal, but each carried a hint of madness. One of them, a bald, muscular man named Gong Jing Xang, had eyes that were bloodshot, giving him the appearance of someone ready to erupt in violence at any moment. Beside him stood a man with effeminate manners, who teasingly said, "Come on, old Gong. No need to be so irritable." "Damn it." Gong Jing Xang exploded with rage, his blood surging. "You damn pervert. Call me that again, and I'll kill you." Instead of being intimidated by the threat, the effeminate man seemed even more excited, continuing in a syrupy tone. "Oh, my bad. Calm down. Old Gong, getting angry is bad for your health." Just as Gong Jing Xang was about to make a move, the third person, Qin Yi, spoke calmly. "Knock it off." He was toying with 5 fist-sized jade beads, exuding a commanding presence with every gesture. His words immediately silenced the other two, who showed a hint of fear in their eyes. "Someone's coming up," Qin Yi said, barely lifting his eyelids. As he spoke, a tall, strong young man named Lu Yuan appeared in their line of sight, exuding an aura reminiscent of a fierce beast. Qin Yi glanced at him and remarked, "A special kind of talent, perhaps? Too bad he's just a weakling who just reached level 9. With that, he closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to Lu Yuan's presence. The effeminate man restrained his exaggerated body language, attempting to speak normally. "Boss, this is Earth, and an 18-year-old level 9 warrior is quite strong, you know." Yet, even as he spoke, he couldn't help but make gestures akin to a girl pouting, which was unsettling. Lu Yuan was surprised. Despite moving at full speed, these 3 had beaten him to the top. He quickly concluded that they must be masters, as only masters could possess such incredible speed. Rather than feeling intimidated, this realization only fueled his fighting spirit. At that moment, Two more individuals reached the summit, Xiao Yan and a woman. The woman, despite her stern expression, was agile, her muscles well-defined and toned like a trained female warrior. After nodding at Lu Yuan, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the three experts. Wen Ruo stood still, her presence seemingly blending seamlessly with the surroundings. However, when her gaze unintentionally swept over Lu Yuan, an instinctive alertness surged through her, causing her to shiver as a sense of impending danger washed over her. Meanwhile, in the elite training camp's monitoring room, three instructors were intently watching the screens in front of them. One of the displays was replaying a stunning scene. Three young masters of martial arts were walking on air, reaching the peak of Tying Mountain at incredible speed. One of them possessed an S-level psychic awakening ability, while the other two had S-level talents. These three didn't get in here based on their abilities, the spirited female instructor said with clear dissatisfaction in her voice. They used their family connections to sneak in through the back door of Shinkong University. She recalled her own struggles to get into Shinkong University, which ended in disappointment, intensifying her sense of injustice. Su Qiqi shook her head gently and added, "It said that during their time at Shinkong University, they all had psychological issues. But regardless, in the elite training camp, especially that guy named Qin Yi, he's practically unbeatable. Everyone knows how terrifying the power of a psychic master at the grandmaster level can be." The screen shifted to other trainees, and Su Qiqi's gaze landed on Lu Yuan, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "If it weren't for those three masters, Lu Yuan, whom I have high hopes for, would definitely be the top of this training camp. It's a shame, really, luck just isn't on his side this year." At the top of Tying Mountain, Wen Ruo excitedly leaped to the peak, but upon noticing the dozen unfamiliar gazes around her, she quickly hid behind Lu Yuan like a startled deer. Despite being covered in the blood of fierce beasts, her eyes still sparkled with the thrill of battle, and a barely concealed smile lingered on her lips. Following closely behind, Su Lai and Sheng Xian clambered up, looking disheveled. Their bodies were covered in small cuts, and their breathing was erratic, indicating the numerous challenges they faced on their ascent. The attention of those at the summit was focused on Su Lai, and they silently cursed him, thinking, "There's definitely something wrong with this guy's mind." The scene of him crying while slaying beasts was truly striking. What was even more astonishing was that the more tears he shed, the more ferocious his attacks became, as if each blow carried a profound sense of remorse. Not far from him, a seemingly delicate and sweet girl revealed a completely different side. She chased after the beasts with unrestrained excitement as she brought them down, sending shivers down anyone's spine. A few freshmen from Zhongzhou University timidly gathered around Wen Ruo. "If it weren't for you taking down so many beasts along the way, we wouldn't have made it to the top," they said, trying to express their gratitude despite the fear in their eyes. "Thank you so much." These two boys and three girls had survived by following Wen Ruo, yet at this moment, they found the petite girl before them more terrifying than the beasts themselves. As night fell, more and more survivors gathered at the mountain peak. Suddenly, it became as bright as day, as the gate behind them slowly opened to reveal three powerful instructors, two men and one woman. Su Qiqi surveyed the students with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the selection for this elite training camp. "Congratulations to the 38 of you for successfully being selected for the elite training camp," Su Qiqi began. "Now, please follow us into the camp. This is actually a special small relic site. For the next 3 months, apart from going out on missions, you will train here." As they followed the instructors deeper into the camp, Su Qiqi continued, "The primary goal of joining the elite training camp is to reach the grandmaster level. If you fail to meet this requirement before graduation, you will be deemed unqualified. I know that most of you know little about the grandmaster realm. So let me explain. There are two types of grandmaster martial artists, the new martial artists and the ancient martial artists." Finally, he made it up. Just then, a young man covered in battle scars rushed to the front gate. His clothes were soaked in blood, and the spear in his hand was etched with marks from fierce combat. However, when the three instructors from the elite training camp turned to look at him, there wasn't a hint of sympathy in their eyes. "Sorry, you've exceeded the time limit. There's no room for negotiation on this." As the gate slammed shut, the trainee collapsed, dropping to his knees heavily, his voice hoarse as he repeated, "I made it up here. I made it up here." The scene inside the elite training camp was awe-inspiring. Buildings reinforced with alloy stood tall, several uniquely designed warplanes were parked neatly, and a dozen specially made alloy armored vehicles gleamed with a metallic sheen. 2 rows of fully armed soldiers stood straight on either side of the road, saluting the crowd with standard military precision. But the most striking feature was the space portal at the center, emitting a strange glow. Led by the 3 instructors, the trainees stepped into the portal one by one. After a dizzying spin, Lu Yuan opened his eyes to a bizarre world of ice and snow. Inside this relic was a snowfield, with ancient-style Chinese architecture in the distance, and several towering structures reaching into the clouds. Instructor Su Qiqi, with her graying hair, was explaining the origins of this world to everyone. This small relic was once part of a complete world, but it was destroyed during a war with other races. This is just a fragment of a world connected to Earth. Most small relics are formed this way. Although they are just space fragments, they retain the imprints of civilization. Those who arrive first often gain more, as the ancient relics have been explored repeatedly, and most valuable items have been taken. Looking at the relic before him, Lu Yuan couldn't help but recall the relic he had discovered in the past. Unfortunately, there were too many demon rats then, and he wasn't strong enough to handle them. But now, having absorbed the powers of these geniuses, he should be ready. His gaze swept over his fellow elite training camp students, lingering a moment longer on the three masters. Instructor Su continued explaining the unique aspects of this place. The concentration of spiritual energy here is 3 to 5 times that of Earth. Spiritual energy is a general term for various energies, including source energy, dark energy, cosmic energy, and more. In this environment, your training speed can increase 2 to 3 times, and breaking through to the master level will be easier. These words immediately caused a stir, and everyone was filled with excitement. No wonder they say entering the elite training camp brings you closer to breaking through to master level. It turns out there are such benefits here. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Lu Yuan followed silently in the group, deep in thought. As soon as he stepped into the ruins, an intense energy surged towards him. As a martial artist who had mastered the breathing techniques of a grandmaster, he could clearly discern the pure energy required for breaking through to the grandmaster level. The air was filled with a refreshing medicinal fragrance, and as far as the eye could see, the snowy plains were dotted with vast fields of medicinal herbs. The spiritual plants and precious herbs swayed in the cold wind, emitting a captivating aroma. The herbs cultivated in such a uniquely favorable environment were bound to be extraordinary in their effects. The instructor led the group through winding corridors to a spacious hall. In the vast room, the only furnishings were the neatly arranged weapons along one side of the passageway, gleaming coldly. This will be your classroom from now on. The instructor's voice echoed within the hall. 3 instructors provided a detailed explanation of the core aspects of the elite training camp: cultivation, diet, and task execution. The most crucial goal was to break through to the grandmaster level. Although most had already familiarized themselves with the camp's rules, hearing it firsthand stirred excitement among them. However, as Su Lai observed the surrounding 5th and 6th level martial artists, he couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Even with the abundant energy here, achieving a breakthrough to the grandmaster level in a short time seemed like a fantasy. He was considered a genius in high school, but at Zhongzhou University, he was merely average, and in this elite training camp, he seemed even more ordinary. If not for Lu Yuan's encouragement, he might still be stuck at the 4th level martial artist stage. Although Xian was exceptionally talented, being the youngest and having the lowest cultivation level in the class, the path to becoming a grandmaster inevitably made him anxious. In contrast, Wen Ruo, having spent over a month in the cultivation tower at Zhongzhou University, was well aware of the effects of increased spiritual energy. The double spiritual energy at the top of the tower had significantly boosted her strength, and the triple concentration here would at least help her break through to a 9th level spiritual mind master. While the group was buzzing with excitement and discussion, Qin Yi and his 2 companions appeared particularly disdainful. Qin Yi held 2 jade-like spherical weapons that spun rapidly under his mental power, his eyes filled with impatience. "Boss, don't you find the looks on these country bumpkins amusing?" The effeminate young man beside him chuckled, covering his mouth. Seeing the discussion grow louder, Su Qiqi raised a hand to signal for silence. "Next, let me introduce the path to becoming a grandmaster." He activated a holographic projection, and the image of a tall, muscular young man wielding a battle knife appeared in midair. There are 2 paths for martial artists to become grandmasters: new martial arts and ancient martial arts. Ancient martial arts focus on refining qi and blood and have extremely high requirements for aptitude. Take Lu Yuan as an example, at a 9th level martial artist, only 18 years old, with a qi and blood value of 26,003 and a talent for awakening mental strength. Although we don't have an ancient martial arts grandmaster in our training camp, his example is the most representative. Instructor Su stood on the podium, his gaze piercing as he scanned the students below, ready to unveil the secrets of martial arts realms. The limit of blood and energy for a level 9 warrior is 51,200 points. Once you surpass this threshold, you can advance to the realm of blood and energy master, he declared with a commanding voice. This level has only 1 stage. As you continue to refine your physique, reaching 102,400 points, you can break through to the grandmaster realm. After a brief pause, he continued, "The path of blood and energy is arduous and demanding, requiring exceptional talent. However, Lu Yuan and Su Lai among you have the potential to embark on this journey." The room erupted in astonishment. Especially the students from Zhongzhou University, including Su Lai and Wen Ruo, were left with mouths agape. Lu Yuan was already a level 9 warrior? This meant he had surpassed all the geniuses in Zhongzhou province, yet had not shown his full potential. Xiaoyan clenched his fists, his eyes glowing with surprise and determination. The elite training camp was his best chance to surpass Lu Yuan. In the new martial path, Instructor Su introduced another cultivation route. Involves channeling the Earth's spiritual energy into your body after reaching the level 9 limit, absorbing an energy called source energy to elevate your life level. A hologram then displayed an image of an androgynous young man. Tang Zhou, 19 years old, a first-rank master with a source energy value of 15, and its grade talent, Chu Lian. Is the potential of the new martial path greater? Su Lai couldn't help but ask. Su Qiqi shook his head and explained. Both paths have comparable combat power and development potential. To illustrate, the renowned Ji Gu from our race followed the ancient martial path. With pure blood and energy strength and martial willpower, he alone intimidated star beasts and protected humanity for a century. Lu Yuan pondered the information. The ancient martial path boasts incredible combat power but demands extremely high talent and vast resources, with little extension of lifespan. Each level requires doubling the blood and energy value. Master 51,200 points, Grandmaster 102,400 points, Martial King 204,800 points. Meanwhile, the new martial path emphasizes source energy compatibility, each level divided into 9 stages, requiring compression of source energy to guide a more powerful infusion, significantly extending lifespan. Starting from first rank master with 10 source energy points, it progresses to 20 points for second rank, 40 for third rank, and so on. For ordinary people, and even for extraordinary talents, these two paths usually offer only one choice. Once you accept the spiritual energy infusion, your blood and energy are converted to source energy, and starting over with blood and energy would require beginning anew. However, this restriction seemingly doesn't bind Lu Yuan. The holographic projection flickered, revealing a tall figure Qin Yi. System data appeared soon after. Grandmaster level psychic. Age, 18. Mental strength, 52,100. Talent, telekinesis awakening S level. The instructor explained in detail. The classification of psychic levels is the same as ancient martial arts, with each major realm having only one level. The core of advancement is continually enhancing mental strength. The entire room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yi and the two others, filled with disbelief. The bald, strong man was evidently a grandmaster as well. 3 grandmasters. Someone whispered. To reach such a level just upon entering the camp. Is this the value of the elite training camp? What was particularly shocking was Qin Ye's age achieving the level of a grandmaster psychic at just 18. This talent left everyone present feeling breathless. They all understood that the gap between them and these 3 would only continue to widen. The students from Zhongzhou University felt especially emotional. They had once thought Lu Yuan, with his 9th level vital energy, was a genius among geniuses, yet here he ranked only 4th. The higher the level of the place, the denser the concentration of talent. Those once unattainable existences were merely ordinary here. Su Qiqi, with his gray hair, coughed lightly and concluded, everyone now has a basic understanding of the 2 advancement routes for grandmasters. You must carefully choose your future path based on your own situation when you return. After briefly explaining the points to note, the 3 instructors left to start creating personalized training plans for the 38 students. They quickly reviewed the data of the 2135 elite training camp students. Psychics, 10 people. New martial source power, 26 people. Ancient martial vital energy, 2 people. Recommendation: choose the new martial route. More than half of the students had a talent rating of B or above, including 3 with S-level talent and 3 with S-level talent. Since ancient martial arts training heavily relies on talent, it wasn't used as an absolute standard during admissions, but rather as an added bonus. In the new martial era, talent was more like a combat power enhancement skill. The instructors understood each other. It was time for these young people to experience real hellish training. To rise to the grandmaster level in a short time, they must exert several times the effort of ordinary people. After the instructors left, Su Lai excitedly announced, I've decided to pursue the vital energy route. That indeed suits you best. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. The potential for vital energy martial artists is extremely high, with the Supreme Peacemaker being the best example. However, this path has a clear shortcoming. It demands extremely high personal aptitude. Without sufficient aptitude, breaking through in the future will be difficult. Moreover, in cultivating vital energy, one's level of life doesn't change with the advancement of realms. In the evolution of cultivation systems, Qi and blood warriors possess formidable combat power but face the critical weakness of a shortened lifespan. This has led to the rise and popularity of the new martial system, as no one wants to die young. Shan and Xiaoyan have both chosen the path of new martial arts, while Wen Ruo has opted for a more cautious strategy focusing on mental power with Qi and blood as a supplement. Yuan, what is your choice? Wen Ruo looked at Lu Yuan with anticipation in her eyes. The other three also turned their gazes to this exceptionally talented youth. In their hearts, Lu Yuan was a prodigy. With S-level psychic talent and excellent qi and blood qualifications, he had already become a 9th-level warrior. It seemed all three cultivation paths were open to him. However, no one can master all paths on the journey of cultivation. Whether it's ancient martial arts, new martial arts, or psychic mastery, each direction requires a significant investment of time and effort to achieve success. Facing their expectations, Lu Yuan responded with a gentle smile. I want to try them all. I choose ancient martial arts, Su Lai said through gritted teeth. Lu Yuan patted his shoulder lightly, his eyes filled with firm belief. I believe you can succeed. This trust stemmed from recognizing Su Lai's persistent efforts. A lack of aptitude can be compensated with resources, but unwavering perseverance is most precious. Moved, Su Lai immediately threw himself into training, locking himself in an energy-filled room. Despite his exhaustion, he continued to train his qi and blood. This relentless attitude left Wen Ruo, Xian, and Xian in awe, truly worthy of being called the top student at Central State University. Inspired by Su Lai, the others also began their training. However, Qin Yi and his fellow master students scoffed at this. Fools who overestimate themselves, Gong Jing Xang sneered. Choosing ancient martial arts means you'll never break through in this lifetime. Tang Zhou added with a mocking tone. These ordinary people who know nothing about ancient martial arts have no idea what it entails. Back in his room, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on a yoga mat in the simple setting. He opened his system panel, revealing a series of data. Qi and blood value. 26003 9th level warrior. Mental power. 4563 6th level. Talents. Dominant SS. Golden body A. Unstoppable A. Martial arts. Extreme martial overlord fist perfect. Quartet proficient, etc. Techniques. Master breathing technique beginner, etc. The system indicated that he still had an unawakened super talent within him. As night fell, the system began its first settlement of the elite training camp, granting Lu Yuan the power of all his classmates. Through this settlement, he learned about each classmate's special attributes, from Qin Ye's S-level psychic talent to Gong Jing Xang's path to madness, and the unique experiences of others. As the information of 38 classmates appeared in succession, Lu Yuan's qi and blood value and mental power surged dramatically. Even more astonishing, a brand new attribute panel source power value appeared on his interface. During this astonishing transformation, Lu Yuan felt three types of power surging within him simultaneously. The increase in his vitality was the most remarkable. The numbers surged like a tide: 26,003, 30,000, 40,000, 60,000, finally settling at 88,903 points. Of this, the accumulated vitality from the remaining 34 classmates in his class contributed a total of 62,900 points. This overwhelming vitality force reverberated around him, constantly flushing through his meridians and bones. Although he had broken through to the Grandmaster level, as the instructor mentioned, the enhancement to his life level was indeed limited, and the increase in lifespan was not significant. This explains why few modern practitioners choose the ancient martial arts path. Unlike the previous two times, Lu Yuan demonstrated exceptional control this time. Even with his vitality skyrocketing to the later stages of the Grandmaster level, he could calmly suppress the turbulent power within, preventing it from running rampant. The enhancement of his psychic power was equally astounding. Excluding Qin Yi, the average value for the 10 psychic practitioners in his class was only around 500 points. However, as the power accumulated, the numbers climbed steadily: 4,563, 8,000, 10,000. Finally halting at 73,163 points. Among this, ordinary classmates contributed 16,500 points, while Qin Yi alone provided 52,100 points. I really need to find more talents, Lu Yuan mused to himself. After breaking through to the Grandmaster level, Lu Yuan's mental perception underwent a qualitative leap. When he closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, the world that was once as blurry as severe myopia became incredibly clear. The most striking development was the awakening of his source power. Although Tang Zhou and Gong Jing Xang only contributed 32 source power points, it brought about a significant enhancement in his life level. His source power directly broke through to the second stage of the Grandmaster level, and Lu Yuan clearly felt the transformation of his body. His muscle lines became more perfect, and his internal structure was quietly changing. The white energy orb he conjured in his hand was a mysterious power that could emanate from his body and attach to his weapons and body. As his power increased, Lu Yuan's talent panel shone brilliantly. 3 level talents, 12 level talents, and 2 level talents: Rapid Burst and Chu Lian. The most astounding were his 3 S-level abilities: Psychic Awakening, Red Lotus, and Combat Instinct. Truly, being selected from the 7 major base cities of the entire Xia country, they are indeed extraordinary. Lu Yuan sincerely marveled. A few days later, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with a silver light, a familiar sensation that reminded him of the helplessness he once felt facing the swarm of rats. Now, not only had he regained his lost psychic awakening ability, but it had also advanced directly to an SS level, filling him with a surge of joy. He immediately began the talent synthesis. By combining 5 A-level talents with the S-level talent of Chu Lian, he forged the even more powerful Dharma Golden Body S-level talent. This was his only defensive talent, capable of withstanding both physical attacks and mental assaults. As a master-level psychic, he understood the importance of such defensive capabilities. Next, Lu Yuan enhanced his rapid burst talent. Even at the master level, increasing speed remained a challenge, and this ability to instantly accelerate was undoubtedly a crucial trump card. In addition, he had mastered numerous second and third-tier martial arts, which would need to be honed through future battles. When he checked his status panel again, a series of astonishing numbers caught his eye. Vitality, 88,903. Master level mental power, 73163. Master level source energy, 32. His talent list was even more impressive. Psychic Awakening SS, Red Lotus SS, Combat Instinct SS, Dominance SS, Dharma Golden Body SS, Rapid Burst SS. The martial arts section included Extreme Martial Overlord Fist Perfect, Quartet Perfect, Dominant Blade Proficient, Thunder Summoning Skilled, Demon Sealing / Perfect, Endless Fire Feather, among others. The skills section showed Master Level Breathing Technique Skilled, 8th Breathing Technique Perfect, Psychic Perception Perfect. The system also specially noted an ultra-strong talent within remains unawakened. A slight smile played on Lu Yuan's lips, and the surging power within him gave him unprecedented confidence. At that moment, he longed to find an evenly matched opponent for an exhilarating battle or to unleash havoc in the wilderness. Only through real combat could he truly test the power of these talents and martial arts. The next morning, the cafeteria was packed with eager students. This was no ordinary meal, but one custom-tailored by professional nutritionists according to each individual's data, using ingredients like level 6 and above fierce beast meat and spirit plants and treasure herbs cultivated from relics. The aroma of the food was so enticing that even the usually calm Xiao Yan couldn't help but express admiration. Lu Yuan also felt an insatiable hunger, as if every cell in his body was clamoring for energy. At the dining table, Wen Ruo had already polished off 3 large bowls, and Su Lai was devouring his 13th. But the ultimate king of the meal was Lu Yuanhe consumed a staggering 20 bowls. This wasn't gluttony. After his breakthrough the previous night, his body was in an extreme state of hunger, desperately needing energy replenishment. The meals made from beast meat and spirit plants provided effects surpassing ordinary elixirs, perfectly meeting his body's needs for optimal sustenance. In a distant corner, Qin Yi, Gong Jing Xang, and Tang Zhou looked on with disdain as the other trainees in the cafeteria devoured their meals. Gong Jing Xang rubbed his temples, visibly annoyed. These country bumpkins are unbearable. I'm thinking of asking the instructor for leave and coming back for the assessment. What do you guys think? Tang Zhou, exuding an unsettling aura of effeminate charm, sidled up with a coy smile. You're in such a hurry. Are you trying to take me home with you? Gong Jingxiang's eyes briefly showed pity before he erupted in anger. Damn it. You creepy freak. If you ever use your disgusting abilities on me again, I'll crush you. Oh my. You're so violent. I love it, Tang Zhou teased, dodging a punch and swiftly exiting the cafeteria, disappearing from sight. After everyone finished their meals, they began heading to the classroom. At the back, Su Lai watched Lu Yuan ahead, frowning. I was so focused on eating earlier, I just noticed that the boss seems different. His skin looks better, his demeanor has changed, and there's something else I can't quite put my finger on. Indeed, after last night's breakthrough, Lu Yuan seemed completely transformed. His aura was no longer as fierce and sharp as before. Instead, it was like a sheathed legendary sword, its brilliance contained but unmistakable, though its true power remained elusive. A Yuan, have you become stronger? Wen Ruo noticed the change. Lu Yuan gave a calm smile. Just a bit. Although he said this, his thoughts were already drifting towards the depths of the ruins. With his newfound strength, he was eager for a thrilling battle. Naturally, his target was the horde of demon rats that had once hunted him relentlessly. He had never forgotten being chased by the Rat King for miles. Moreover, the rat horde occupied a small, unexplored ruin, surely hiding valuable treasures. Once the idea took hold, it was hard to suppress. Lu Yuan's gaze involuntarily turned towards the direction of the 3 instructors. Can you take leave from the elite training camp? In a brightly lit meeting room, 3 instructors from the elite training camp gathered around a spread-out map, discussing the upcoming phase assessment task. What about the second-tier beast beyond the Taiying Mountains as the first assessment target? Instructor Su suggested thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Jiang Shui, a short-haired, athletic female instructor, nodded in agreement and accepted Su Qiqi's order. Keep track of that beast's location and start the assessment in a week. When discussing the second assessment location, Jiang Shui raised an eyebrow slightly. The mention of Luoqing ruins seemed to freeze the air. Known as the Beast's Nest, even master-level experts must proceed with caution there. Despite doubts about the newcomer's survival abilities, she chose to remain silent as Su Qiqi pointed to a spot on the map over an oceanic archipelago. The other two instructors' expressions changed abruptly at the choice of the Sakura Islands for the final assessment location. Recent news about the islands had been overwhelming, with beasts exhibiting bizarre mutations. In these turbulent times, only Xia, the world's strongest nation, had the capability to handle such a crisis across the sea. Su Qiqi explained, "This is a task from the Martial Alliance, with a team led by a Martial King-level expert to clear high-tier beasts. We are responsible for handling low-tier beasts and training these students." As they discussed, a tall, robust young man approached and bluntly requested, "Instructor, I'd like to take a leave." This unexpected request shocked the three instructors. Su Qiqi's expression turned stern. "Nonsense. Asking for leave just after joining?" Faced with Lu Yuan's persistence, the instructors were clearly displeased. Although the elite training camp permitted leave, it required sufficient strength as a qualification. Later in the classroom, Su Qiqi sternly admonished, "Don't think that high talent skill levels and high blood energy values allow you to do whatever you want. These aren't the most important things. Otherwise, Shinkong University would have already specially recruited US-level talented geniuses. Even a dog, with enough resources, can train to the 9th level blood energy limit. In the new martial era, enhancing source energy compatibility is key." Su Qiqi particularly emphasized, "Of course, if Lu Yuan and Su Lai want to pursue the ancient martial route, they can come to me individually." Su Qiqi felt disappointed because Lu Yuan was the genius he valued most. Such talent should focus on enhancing source energy compatibility in preparation for advancing to master level, not requesting leave at this time. As the instructor finished speaking, all the trainees instinctively turned their eyes toward Lu Yuan. It was clear to everyone who this certain person the instructor referred to was. Su Lai was the first to give Lu Yuan a thumbs up, saying, "Awesome. Boss, this is all thanks to you." Wen Ruo, an old classmate, covered her mouth and giggled, already accustomed to Lu Yuan's lively personality. Meanwhile, Xian frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of warning. "Lu Yuan, I suggest you focus on training, or I might just catch up with you." Lu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, you'd better step up your game then." Subsequently, Su Qiqi began to formally introduce the rules of the elite training camp. Her voice was clear and serious. "Here, everything requires the consumption of contribution points. With enough contribution points, you can do anything. Completing tasks, assessments, and challenges will earn you contribution points. All activities in the camp, including sleeping, eating, and training, require contribution points. Without them, you don't even have the right to sleep." This statement widened everyone's eyes. However, Instructor Su quickly added, "But we are humane. For the first 3 days, you can eat and stay for free. Now, we are heading to the Source Power Trial Tower, your opportunity to earn contribution points." At the base of the 7-story ancient tower, Instructor Su pushed open the heavy stone door, specifically addressing Lu Yuan. "If you want to take a break, prove your strength by reaching the 2nd level." With a rumbling sound, the 7 stone doors opened simultaneously, and the trainees entered through different entrances. As they stepped through the stone door, the scene before them transformed abruptly. The original tower structure turned into a wild jungle, with trees feeling real to the touch and the air filled with a damp, decaying scent. While Lu Yuan and several unfamiliar trainees were exploring the environment, countless pairs of crimson eyes suddenly flickered in the jungle. Twisted creatures appeared one after another, each nearly 3 meters tall, with long limbs and fingertips extending into sharp blades. In mere seconds, at least 100 of these creatures surrounded them. Fear was written on the faces of the other trainees, but Lu Yuan seemed intrigued. When one creature swung its sharp claws at him, Lu Yuan boldly caught the glinting claws barehanded. Under the astonished gaze of the others, he slowly applied pressure, accompanied by the screech of metal grinding, and completely crushed the sharp claws. Meanwhile, on the 2nd level of the Source Power Trial Tower, 3 instructors addressed 3 master-level trainees, saying, "You will train here. The source power creatures here are better suited to your abilities. Be careful not to harm other trainees." With that, they left, and the 3 master trainees dispersed to explore in different directions. The fragments of the claw transformed into blue-white light in the air, weaving their way into Lu Yuan's body. This unexpected discovery brought a gleam to Lu Yuan's eyes. These creatures were actually composed of pure source energy. He could clearly feel a slight increase in the source energy within him, subtle, yet undeniably real. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and a powerful aura erupted from him. Boom! A single heavy punch shattered the massive creature into pieces, and more source energy surged into his body. Although each gain was minor, the sheer number of creatures before him was considerable. A hint of anticipation flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he scanned the surrounding source energy creatures. Several warriors behind him exchanged a glance of joy. Lu Yuan may be a level 9 warrior, but if he can crush these creatures with one punch, his strength shouldn't be that overwhelming. Let's attack together. However, as they charged forward, the creatures' eyes glowed with a crimson light. In a split second, claws pierced through their chests. Ah, damn. They clutched their abdomens and were instantly ejected from the trial, reappearing inside the ancient tower. An illusion? Thank goodness it's just an illusion. They panted with lingering fear. These creatures are comparable to level 9 beasts, yet why can Lu Yuan obliterate them with one punch? Isn't he also only level 9? The scene of Lu Yuan smashing creatures and absorbing source energy replayed in their minds, but they couldn't comprehend it. Having discovered that killing creatures could absorb source energy, Lu Yuan began an efficient sweep. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the flurry of punches, faint blood-colored light flickered, and not a single creature could get close to him. His combat instincts grew sharper, bolstered not only by his S-grade talent, but also the rich battle experience provided by Xiaxining. Every punch instinctively hit the creature's vital points, ensuring a one-hit kill. This was the true power of the extreme martial overlord fist. Whether ancient or modern martial arts masters, when executing second-level or higher techniques, phenomena would manifest. Ancient martial arts gathered blood-colored energy, while modern ones displayed blue-white light. After clearing all the source energy creatures on this floor, Lu Yuan headed straight to the second floor. Instructor Su had said that passing the second floor meant achieving the goal. In the monitoring room backstage, Jiang Shui sipped her coffee while watching the screens. On the screen, a girl with well-defined muscles was skillfully maneuvering between two level 8 creatures. Her movements were agile, using fists, elbows, and knees as her weapons. The combat scene flowed like a dance, and soon she effortlessly dispatched the two creatures. Combat instinct, Jiang Shui murmured in admiration, and the burly male instructor beside her nodded in agreement. With such talent, one doesn't need to think or judge during combat. The body instinctively makes the best response. This boy is even more terrifying, Jiang Shui suddenly exclaimed, shifting her gaze to another screen displaying the slightly lean figure of a young man. In the surveillance footage, the young man is engulfed in crimson flames, resembling a blazing inferno. His figure flickers across the screen, and in an instant, he reduces the 5 attacking monsters to ashes. This SS-level talent is unparalleled in the entire elite training camp. Jiang Shui watches the footage, reflecting that although the importance of talent diminishes at higher levels, the terrifying destructive power of an explosive talent like Xiao Yan's is still undeniable. As the two grandmasters express their amazement, a blinding red light flashes, and an alarm pierces the silence. Warning! Warning! In Trial 3, the source energy creature mortality rate is 100. A power fluctuation surpassing a grandmaster has been detected. Damn, who put a grandmaster-level student on the first floor? Jiang Shui sits up abruptly, quickly switching the surveillance feed. The scene before them leaves the two grandmaster-level instructors speechless. The entire trial ground is in ruins, with deep battle scars across the ground and forest, as if a colossal beast had rampaged through. Even more astonishing is that the hundreds of second-tier source energy monsters, meant for a month-long trial, were completely wiped out in a single session. The blood-red phenomenon left on the ground makes the two instructors exchange knowing glances. They understand all too well what this means. This is footage of Lu Yuan, and he is actually an ancient martial arts grandmaster. Previously detected as only early level 9, he had clearly concealed his true strength. The words, ancient martial arts grandmaster, make Jiang Shui tense. In an era dominated by new martial arts, such fearless individuals are rarely seen. Although new martial artists advance quickly and live longer, in battles of the same level, they often fall short against ancient martial artists. This is bad. Jiang Shui suddenly realizes the severity of the situation. Quick, go save the 3 of them. Before she finishes speaking, the male instructor has already dashed out of the room. On the second floor, there are 3 arrogant grandmaster-level students who, if they clash with Lu Yuan, may very well lose their lives. On the second floor of the Source Energy Trial Tower, heavy footsteps echo from the stairwell. A tall, muscular figure ascends slowly. It is Lu Yuan. Gong Jing Xang stands in place, his eyes full of disdain. Lu Yuan? A level 9 nobody. Either get down there yourself, or I'll beat you down. Before he can finish, a terrifying surge of energy and blood erupts from Lu Yuan. Gong Jing Xang's pupils contract, and he instinctively retreats, but a heavy punch, cloaked in a blood-red phenomenon, is already upon him. Boom! Gong Jing Xang's nose shatters with the impact. Before he hits the ground, Lu Yuan grabs his arm and slams him down like a piece of trash. Standing over him, Lu Yuan smirks coldly. Against someone as useless as you, there's no need to hold back. Then comes punch after punch, each one shaking the earth. Behind a stone door not far away, Xiaoxining struggles to calm her rapid breathing, instinctively sensing an extremely terrifying presence outside. When she shakily pushes open the stone door, the scene before her sends chills down her spine. Lu Yuan is straddling the blood-soaked Gong Jing Xang, raining punches down, blood splattering with each blow. Sensing her gaze, his bloodied yet still fair and handsome face slowly turns, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Xia Xining instinctively closes the stone door, slumping against the wall, her chest heaving violently. The aura of that young man named Lu Yuan is simply too terrifying. She will never forget this scene. Please, please stop. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Gong Jing Xang collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling with tears. His eyes were swollen shut, yet he could still vaguely see the terrifying, blood-stained vision on Lu Yuan's fists. At this moment, the dignity of the once mighty genius master was completely shattered. Fear surged within Gong Jing Xang as he realized the person before him was an ancient martial arts master. Having once aspired to pursue the path of ancient martial arts, he understood more than anyone the terrifying power it held. Gong Jing Xang had abandoned ancient martial arts not due to failure, but because of the allure of longevity. While ancient martial arts boasted incredible combat prowess, its practitioners had lifespans similar to ordinary people. In contrast, new martial arts allowed masters to easily live past 150 years, and grandmasters could enjoy a lifespan of up to 200 years. This stark difference led the majority of martial artists to choose the path of new martial arts, and it instilled a deep, instinctual respect for ancient martial artists in everyone. Boom! Another heavy punch landed, leaving Gong Jing Xang's face swollen beyond recognition. Will you train properly from now on? Lu Yuan asked coldly. After yesterday's evaluation, he discovered that Gong Jing Xang's talent surpassed even Qin Ye's. Yet, after being demoralized by the geniuses at Shinkong University, he had completely given up on training, not touching his skills for over 3 months. Gong Jing Xang was utterly bewildered. He thought he was being beaten for his excessive behavior, not for his lack of effort in training. Even his father never criticized his lazy attitude, so why was Lu Yuan so furious? Overwhelmed with confusion, Gong Jing Xang finally lost consciousness. Just then, a series of light footsteps approached. Tang Zhou dramatically covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Old Gong! Did you actually kill Old Gong?" Seeing the master lying motionless on the ground, a flash of genuine fear crossed Tang Zhou's eyes before he dropped to his knees, pleading, "Don't kill me. I didn't see anything." However, as he feigned ignorance, a strange pink glow flickered in his eyes. Chu Lian was activated. Lu Yuan snorted softly, instinctively activating his golden body. A golden light surged from within, perfectly shielding him from the mental attack. With a mental strength 10 times that of his opponent, Chu Lian not only failed to affect Lu Yuan, but also triggered a severe mental backlash. In the darkness, Tang Zhou saw a pair of terrifying eyes glowing red. The tsunami-like mental assault overwhelmed him, shattering his consciousness like a small boat in a storm. He fell heavily to the ground, his mind blank. Looking at yet another unconscious opponent, Lu Yuan felt slightly helpless. However, this brief battle had given him a profound understanding of the power of the innate skill of combat instinct, which far exceeded his expectations. He already possesses numerous abilities. These innate talents, martial arts, and various combat techniques are second nature to him. However, fully mastering and integrating them is not an easy task. Yet, with the support of his combat instincts, Lu Yuan is gradually achieving this goal. In the monitoring room, Jiang Shui was practically pressing her face against the screen, afraid to miss any detail. Although many functions of the source energy trial tower from an extraterrestrial civilization had been damaged in battle, and the remaining parts were somewhat flawed, it was still barely operational. The second-floor surveillance footage was blurry, yet it clearly captured an astonishing scene. Lu Yuan, enveloped in a blood-red aura, relentlessly punched Gong Jing Xang into unconsciousness. Throughout the entire process, this new martial arts master was unable to fight back at all. As an instructor, Jiang Shui was not surprised by this scene. After all, Lu Yuan is an ancient martial arts master, and although both are masters, they follow completely different paths. Ancient martial arts practitioners gain their strength by trading their lifespan, making them true hexagonal warriors, excelling in attack, defense, speed, and recovery. Even those psychic masters capable of fighting above their level may not necessarily defeat an ancient martial arts master of the same realm. When Jiang Shui glanced at the combat power index monitor in the upper right corner, the data clearly confirmed this. Gong Jing Xang, 130,100. Lu Yuan, 890,000. 890,000. Jiang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. It's known that the combat power index for masters typically ranges from 100,000 to 1 million, and Lu Yuan had reached this astonishing figure without even exerting his full strength. This implies that when he fully unleashes his power, his combat power index could very likely surpass 900,000, or even higher. Jiang Shui frowned, analyzing the cause of this anomaly. Either Lu Yuan is not a newly initiated master but has reached the mid to late master stage, or he possesses some hidden, more powerful innate ability. Either possibility suggests that Lu Yuan's true strength is already comparable to that of a grandmaster. At that moment, at the entrance to the second floor of the Source Energy Trial Tower, several military master-level experts were exchanging serious looks with Instructor Huang. As they conversed, a loud noise suddenly came from within the tower, followed by the slow opening of the stone door. A tall, slender, and elegantly featured girl with black hair Xian rushed out. Despite her austere talent, she appeared pale, as if something terrifying was chasing her. She quickly hid behind the instructor, and the sound of dragging footsteps soon echoed from the dark passage. A tall, strong young man emerged, dragging a person by the ankle in each hand. It was Lu Yuan, who casually tossed the two individuals aside. One was beaten beyond recognition, and the other was unconscious. Tangzhou. Instructor Huang recognized one of them, looking gravely at the other unconscious figure. The military experts stationed here looked dazed, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at the two faces that had been beaten beyond recognition. Gong Jing Xang. Instructor Huang swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. Are these two master-level students? Who on earth could have beaten them like this? Lying on the ground were Gong Jing Xang and Tang Zhou, once revered as genius masters, now lifeless as if they were mere beaten dogs. The perpetrator, Lu Yuan, stood nearby, drawing the astonished gazes of the military experts. At that moment, Su Qiqi approached quickly. Boss, you're here too. He couldn't take his eyes off Lu Yuan, his outward calm masking the storm of emotions within. Unlike the others, Su Qiqi had witnessed firsthand the terrifying power of ancient martial artist strength gained at the cost of one's lifespan, enough to instill fear. At the dawn of spiritual revival, it was through ancient martial arts that humanity managed to survive in a harsh environment. However, with the advent of new martial arts, the old ways gradually fell into obscurity. This shift was understandable. Ancient martial arts were difficult to master, whereas new martial arts were easier to learn, capable of elevating one's life level and extending lifespan. In the era of ancient martial arts, becoming a master required exceptional talent, but in the era of new martial arts, even masters and grandmasters were considered middle-tier combatants. Su Qiqi patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Well done. Lu Yuan, you've truly outdone yourself. But we need to discuss your leave application. Go rest for now. In this source energy trial, you killed 130 monsters and earned 130 contribution points. You should check out the various accelerated training methods available in the camp. In the classroom, many had already returned to practice martial arts. As soon as Su Lai saw Lu Yuan, he rushed over excitedly. Boss, I've got the scoop. He pointed to the towers outside, explaining, these are great places for accelerated training, but only two are currently available. The Divine Visualization Tower and the Demon Blood Tower, for enhancing mental power and vitality, respectively. The cost is 10 contribution points per day. Gazing at the surrounding relics, Su Lai marveled. This place is amazing. If we could find an undeveloped relic, we'd hit the jackpot. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. The most pressing issue now was how to wisely utilize these contribution points. Gentle approached Lu Yuan quietly, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. I just single-handedly defeated 13 level 6 monsters. Each one gives a contribution point. I want to give all these points to you for your training. Lu Yuan looked in surprise at the girl in front of him, who had already advanced to a level 4 spiritual practitioner. Gentle was always like this, doing astonishing things without drawing attention. Yet at this moment, he was more interested in exploring the ancient tower emitting a white glow than in training. The Divine Contemplation Tower. An elderly man with one arm and one leg was sitting in a chair outside the building, swaying gently. Sir, I want to book a week's usage, Lu Yuan said with a respectful gesture. The old man stopped swaying, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. Young man, it's 10 contribution points a day, 70 for a week. No discounts, he said, having been a guard here for 10 years after retiring from the front lines and knowing every student's situation well. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan scanned his face on the identity verification machine, showing a balance of 130 contribution points. This scene not only shocked the elderly guard, but also made Gentle's eyes widen. Go ahead, Lu Yuan patted Gentle on the shoulder. Me? Gentle looked bewildered. But I want to hunt beasts. The assessment is in a week, Lu Yuan insisted, pushing her into the tower. Focus on your training first. As the doors closed, Gentle felt both touched and pressured. She silently vowed to become stronger so she could help Lu Yuan in the future. Meanwhile, in the training camp's conference room, 3 instructors were intently watching Lu Yuan's performance in the energy trial tower. The young man on the screen displayed an astonishing level of ancient martial arts skill, with a combat power index reaching 890,000, far surpassing the level 9 measured at entry. This guy is a total anomaly, Su Qiqi remarked. His mastery of perfect level swordsmanship, boxing, mental strength, vitality, and combat willpower is all at an incredible level. Jiang Shui pursed her lips. She had worked hard for a spot at Starry Sky University, but it was clear that Lu Yuan was more qualified. However, to truly enter Starry Sky University, he would need to advance to the level of a martial king. In the end, Su Qiqi made the decision. For his first assessment, let him single-handedly hunt a second-tier beast to see how he performs in actual combat. As for the holiday, it's approved. The cafeteria was filled with the enticing aroma of meat as Su Lai proudly carried a large basin of meat from a level 9 fierce beast, beaming as he showed it to Lu Yuan. Boss, today we're having an all-meat feast, he declared enthusiastically, pouring a generous amount of chili sauce into the basin. The food at the elite training camp is so good, I don't want to leave. Lu Yuan smiled back. Train hard, and there'll be no shortage of fierce beast meat in the future. As the two of them dug into the meat with their hands, their classmates around them were deep in discussion about the morning's source energy trial. Those creatures were even scarier than the fierce beasts. One trainee whispered, "This relic is a remnant of some civilization, and these monsters might be the enemies that destroyed it. If we lose to the Zerg or the fierce beasts, could Earth become someone else's relic?" Another chimed in. "I heard that planets occupied by the Zerg are completely devoured, not even a trace left." Just then, Qin Yi entered the cafeteria alone. Unlike his usual arrogant demeanor, today he was unusually silent, his eyes unfocused as if he had suffered a major blow. He quickly packed his lunch and left in a hurry, sparking even more intense discussions. "I heard 2 masters got beaten up. Why aren't Gong Jing Xang and Tang Zhou here? Why is Qin Yi eating alone? I heard someone killed all the source energy creatures. Even the 3 instructors were alarmed." Lu Yuan quietly chewed his meat, recalling the battles in the source energy trial tower that morning. Although the creatures had thin source energy within them, after defeating 130 of them, his source energy value unexpectedly increased by 1 point. This pleased him greatly, as the primary function of the source energy trial tower was to enhance source energy compatibility, making the infusion of spiritual energy smoother. Meanwhile, Su Lai observed Lu Yuan discreetly as he ate. Each time he sensed that indescribable fierce beast-like aura from Lu Yuan, his legs would involuntarily grow weak. He was increasingly convinced that Lu Yuan had never truly shown his full strength. As the crowd discussed, all eyes instinctively turned to Xia Xining. As a top 10 talent in the elite training camp, her exceptional talent and outstanding energy level made it easy for her to break into the second level of the trial tower, which should have been a point of pride. However, her current behavior was puzzling. Hearing the murmurs around her, Xia Xining's face was pale and devoid of color. She sneaked a glance at Lu Yuan and then, as if she had seen something terrifying, almost fled the cafeteria in a hurry. "See, I told you there must have been a colossal battle on the second level." Even Xia Xining was left with a psychological shadow, someone whispered. Xiaoyan shook his head, his expression firm. "Impossible. Even if there is a 4th master student, they would just be new to the master realm. How could they defeat 2 masters at once? This rumor doesn't hold water." Despite saying this, Xiaoyan's gaze thoughtfully lingered on Lu Yuan. Besides Xia Xining, Lu Yuan was another possible candidate for entering the second level. This was part of his bet with the instructor. "Did you enter the second level?" Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but finally asked. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Wait, you said you went in?" Xiaoyan's eyes widened in surprise, and everyone else's gaze also focused intently on Lu Yuan. Just then, Instructor Jiang Shui appeared at the cafeteria entrance, her military boots echoing. She scanned the room before heading straight for Lu Yuan. "You have completed Instructor Su's task and can leave the elite training camp at any time. If you have a moment, you might want to visit Gong Jing Xang before you go." No sooner had she spoken, the cafeteria fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed frozen, mouths agape as they stared at Lu Yuan. Xiao Yan was especially shocked. "So all the rumors are true? 2 masters were knocked out, and the source energy creatures were cleared out. All true." Su Lai and Sheng Xian also widened their eyes. Sheng Xian silently recited a Buddhist mantra, relieved that he had long given up on competing with Lu Yuan. "Are you the legendary 4th master student?" Xiaoyan stammered. "Yes." Lu Yuan nodded calmly. "There's no need to hide something like this. I hope when I return, you'll all have become stronger." After Lu Yuan left, the cafeteria erupted in excitement. Everyone discussed how Lu Yuan was not only a master, but could also simultaneously defeat Gong Jing Xang and Tang Zhou, his strength at least reaching the 3rd level of mastery. Could it be ancient martial arts? Impossible. Who would give up the life-level advancements brought by new martial arts? There hasn't been a new ancient martial arts master in years. Although ancient martial arts are powerful, they've been drowned by the tides of time. Now is the era of new martial arts. The atmosphere in the hospital room was suffocatingly tense. Gong Jingxiong lay on the bed, his facial wounds still faintly aching, but it was his pride that hurt more. Not long ago, Instructor Jiang Shui had come specifically to warn him to keep quiet about being injured by Lu Yuan. lest the ancient martial arts master face repercussions. This added to his bitterness. Was no one concerned about his injuries? Qin Yi and Tang Zhou sat silently by the bedside. Just then, a tall figure appeared at the door. The moment Lu Yuan's lean and muscular frame entered, the tension among the three in the room intensified. Lu Yuan. Gong Jing Xang spat out the name through gritted teeth, his cheeks burning. Don't misunderstand. The instructor sent me to check on you, Lu Yuan said as he walked in, casting a disdainful glance at Gong Jing Xang. But really, you're too weak, 2 punches and you're down? Gong Jing Xang's expression was conflicted. Are you here to humiliate me? That only makes me think you're not much better. Lu Yuan shook his head and placed a specially prepared nutritious meal on the bedside table. Train well if you want revenge. This unexpected concern left Gong Jing Xang momentarily speechless. However, Lu Yuan's next words made his face darken further. If you're still this weak when I return, I'll beat you in front of everyone again. With that, he left a red-marked dent in the bed. Before leaving, Lu Yuan added, if you train hard, I can give you a chance to prove yourself without using my martial arts master skills. After Lu Yuan left, Qin Yi finally dared to speak. When he comes back, I'll teach him a lesson for you. Tang Zhou gave Qin Yi a cold look. You only get bold when he's gone. You didn't even dare to say a word when he was here. He glanced thoughtfully at the door, pondering that perhaps Lu Yuan was the right choice for leader. Back in his dorm, Lu Yuan packed his bags while contemplating his training plan for Gong Jing Xang. A mix of harshness and kindness, coupled with the right amount of threat and hope, was the best way to reach Gong Jing Xang's fragile heart. Although he often said, classmates are like cattle and horses, he believed every classmate deserved respect and equality. He hoped to lead everyone to progress and grow stronger together. Under Lu Yuan's leadership, Class 3 of the freshman year had gained incredible resources, and everyone's progress was astounding. He believed the elite training camp would be the same, especially for the likes of Gong Jing Xang, Qin Yi, and Tang Zhou, the best of the best, who should work twice as hard. Of course, if they remained unmotivated, Lu Yuan wouldn't force them after all. There was always the relic exploration class mentioned by teacher Baiji. The class was formed by a master, and Lu Yuan knew it was his next major goal. After packing a few sets of clothes, he carefully placed the special reward he received from the freshman competitioner relic badge into his bag. Once charged, this badge allows for instant teleportation during relic explorations, making it an essential tool for travel and adventure. After leaving the elite training camp, Lu Yuan boarded a train heading to Zhongzhou City. However, as he departed, a wave of excitement swept through the training camp. The first to stir things up was Su Lai. With a philosophy of train hard, go crazy, he sparked a frenzy of intense dedication. Starting with a simple 2-hour boxing warm-up, Su Lai stayed in the classroom, focused on his cultivation. His relentless energy quickly inspired other students from Zhongzhou University. Xiao Yan watched Su Lai, known as the #1 dedicated student of Zhongzhou University, with deep admiration. It said that Lu Yuan's influence drove Su Lai to such lengths. Focusing on cultivation might be the key to Lu Yuan's mastery, Xiao Yan thought, resolving to enter the Blood Tower and begin his own intense training with the abundant spiritual energy there. Late at night, Su Lai remained tirelessly committed to his practice in the classroom. Those who had previously dismissed him couldn't help but respect this tenacious individual who could concentrate on training for 10 hours straight. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, staying overnight in the beast-infested town, opened his system panel to check the daily results. Su Lai, 12 hours of training, Qi and blood value 76. Wen Ruo, 18 hours of focused training, mental strength 86. Yi Luyun, abandoned extreme martial overlord fist to focus on Qi and blood, 40. Li Jiejia, 18 hours of training, Qi and blood value 6. What? Such a huge increase. Lu Yuan was astonished by the training results from the elite camp. The class of 38 students averaged an increase of 18 Qi and blood points today, totaling 666 points, even with many still adjusting to the environment. Resources are indeed crucial for martial artists. He was particularly pleased with Su Lai, the diligent student he had personally mentored, who not only worked hard himself, but also motivated others to do the same. In contrast, the freshman class he originally led, though they had developed good habits and could provide over 200 Qi and blood points daily, still lagged behind the elite camp. 2 days later, a slender figure was sprinting across the wilderness. Lu Yuan's strength had improved dramatically, 10 times stronger than during his last entry into the wild, allowing him to no longer avoid powerful beasts. Guided by memory, he dashed towards the direction of a small relic. Eventually, Lu Yuan stopped at the edge of a small forest. The sound of rustling came from within. The wild? A small forest? This late, could there be someone there? On this moonlit night, Lu Yuan suddenly halted. His eyes glimmered with a silver light as his mental energy delicately probed into the dark grove ahead. At the very edge of his mental detection range over 1,000 meters away, he witnessed a breathtaking chase scene through the sparse shadows of the trees. Three martial artists were desperately fleeing, pursued by a pack of ferocious beasts. Leading the escape were two young level 8 martial artists, both appearing to be around 30 years old. However, what truly caught Lu Yuan's attention was the female martial artist trailing at the end. Clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, her perfect physique and the enormous blade in her hand, almost as tall as she was, created a stunning silhouette in the moonlight. Dongfang Xia, master-level source warrior whose prowess left Lu Yuan inwardly astonished. Encountering a team with a master in this vast wilderness, spanning thousands of miles, was a rare occurrence. Even more concerning was the formidable lineup of beasts pursuing them, led by 5 Tier 2 beasts, followed by 8 or 9 Level 9 beasts. While most would choose to offer assistance in such a situation in the wild, Lu Yuan maintained a cautious stance, observing the unfolding events. He noticed Dongfang Qi's battle attire was already damaged in several places, her fatigue apparent, yet she continued to hold her ground. Her movements were like a dance, the massive blade tracing arcs of cold light in the air, repeatedly forcing back 3 aggressive level 9 silver moon wolves. Dongfang Qi inwardly cursed her 2 teammates who had abandoned her. Had they helped her fend off these level 9 beasts, she was confident she could have slain the 5 Tier 2 beasts. But now, those Tier 2 beasts cleverly used the level 9 beasts to wear her down, denying her a direct confrontation. In this life-or-death moment, Dongfang Qi acted decisively. "Thunderblade!" she shouted, gripping the hilt with both hands as arcs of blue and white lightning danced along the blade. With a cry, the thunderous blade cleaved through a level 9 beast. She used the momentum to leap into the air, her heart filled with regret. Her sister Bai Ji had once warned her that beasts were plotting to hunt down genius martial artists, and now she realized it was true. Even with her powerful lightning attribute abilities, the entanglement of so many level 9 beasts made it difficult to defeat the 5 Tier 2 beasts. Worse still, her communication bracelet was damaged, preventing her from calling for help from the battle zone hundreds of kilometers away. As Dongfang Qi found herself in dire straits, she suddenly noticed a young man standing calmly not far ahead, wielding a dark long blade. "Get out of here. There are Tier 2 beasts behind," she urgently called out, not hesitating to warn him. She had no intention of dragging a stranger down with her, but the other 2 level 8 warriors were beyond caring about such things. As soon as they saw Lu Yuan appear in their line of sight, they rushed towards him, like drowning men reaching for a lifeline, clearly planning to use this stranger to distract the ferocious beasts. In a life-and-death situation, the man with triangular eyes and the one with the slick-back hair both wore fierce expressions. They knew this was a grave crime, but their survival instincts overpowered any moral constraints. Just as they reached out to grab Lu Yuan, he vanished from sight in a blur. With 2 dull thuds, the 2 warriors were kicked back several meters by a powerful force. Before they could even react to what had happened, the 2 beasts had already pounced on them. Their screams were abruptly cut off, leaving only the sound of beasts tearing flesh. Lu Yuan coldly watched the scene of the 2 being devoured alive. With the aid of his S-level speed burst talent, his speed was nearing the sound barrier, a level that even grandmasters would envy. For ordinary people, breaking the sound barrier was a feat for the martial king realm, but for Lu Yuan, endowed with numerous talents, such limits were insignificant. His figure flickered among the beasts, each appearance accompanied by a ghostly blade aura wrapped in dominance. With each swing of the ink jade warblade, a dozen slashes were executed in an instant. Whether it was a level 9 or Tier 2 beast, they could only fall dead with a single strike in front of him. In just a few seconds, the heads of 5 Tier 2 beasts had rolled to the ground. Dongfang Qi stood there, stunned, her chest heaving violently, clearly still in shock from the astonishing scene. "Why are you just standing there? Move," Lu Yuan said without turning his head. By the campfire outside the grove, the crackling of flames was constant. Through conversation, Lu Yuan learned some surprising information. Dongfang Qi was not only the strongest senior at Zhongzhou University, but also a friend of teacher Baiji and the daughter of Dongfang Yu, a student in the relic exploration class. "I came here to find a spiritual item to help my sister with her mental strength," Dongfang Qi said, her eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. "Unfortunately, the relic is guarded by a horde of demon rats, and it's impossible to enter." She still couldn't believe that the overly handsome young man before her could so effortlessly kill 9 level 8 beasts and 5 Tier 2 beasts. "My goal is also that relic," Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile. "But," Dongfang Qi exclaimed in surprise, "the number of demon rats there is too great. Even a grandmaster can't break through." She spoke with resignation, having been chased by the 5 Tier 2 beasts for an entire day and night without even nearing the mountain. Lu Yuan simply nodded silently, seemingly unfazed by the challenges ahead. He was well aware of the vast number of the demon rat horde, but as an extraordinary master with the triple power stack, he felt no fear. Lu Yuan lightly tapped his fingers, and the familiar attribute panel unfolded before him. The data on the panel filled him with confidence. Vitality 91, 528 far exceeding that of an ordinary master. Mental power 74, 281 reaching the pinnacle level of a master. Source energy 34 brimming with formidable power. Most astonishing were his 6 S-level talents. Telekinesis Awakening SS, Red Lotus SS, Combat Instinct SS, Dominance SS, Golden Body SS, and Rapid Burst SS. His martial arts skills were equally intimidating. Mastery in Endless Fire Feathers, Perfect Extreme Martial Overlord Fist, Perfect Quartet, Mastery in Overlord Blade, Proficient in Thunder Summoning, and Perfect Demon Seal Slash. The system also highlighted an immensely powerful latent talent remains unawakened within him. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the SS talent and third-tier martial arts provided by Xian. Red Lotus and Endless Fire Feathers. This combination of abilities was enough to incinerate the entire demon rat horde to ashes. Just as he was about to take action, his wristband suddenly flashed a faint red lighter rescue signal. Dongfang Qi also leaned in to check. Lu Yuan immediately activated the signal, and a three-dimensional map unfolded. 2 green dots flashed on the map, surrounded by a dense sea of red dots, like a blood ocean engulfing the green points. This was the most basic form of distress signal in the wild, one that any warrior in danger could send out. Dongfang Qi had been unable to call for help earlier because her wristband was damaged. On the map, green dots represented warriors, while red dots marked the ferocious beasts. Dongfang Qi didn't speak. She simply looked at Lu Yuan. Having just been rescued, she understood her precarious situation and wouldn't rashly ask her savior to take another risk. Yet her eyes showed determination no matter what. She intended to investigate. It must be the demon rat horde, Lu Yuan said, standing up with the black jade warblade firmly in hand. His mission was to hunt the demon rats, and this rescue signal conveniently pointed him in the right direction. Can I go with you? Dongfang Qi's long blade glinted coldly as she looked intently at Lu Yuan. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. All right, but I'm not going to protect you. He was well aware of the vast numbers of the demon rat horde, and any additional fighting strength was welcome. Moreover, Dongfang Qi was undeniably skilled, and she might soon become a classmate in the relic exploration team. Known for his helpful nature, Lu Yuan was always eager to assist classmates in honing their skills through real combat. I promise I won't hold you back, Dongfang Qi replied eagerly. The two master fighters moved swiftly through the forest, leaping from branch to branch, their figures occasionally visible. Dongfang Qi's melodious voice continued to fill the air as they traveled. Noticing the mark on Lu Yuan's wristband, a hint of delight flashed in her eyes. You're also from Zhongzhou University, senior? Hello, junior, Lu Yuan replied playfully. Which year are you in? Dongfang Qi's tone grew noticeably warmer. This year. What? But I'm a senior. I know, junior. Dongfang Qi's eyes lit up. I remember Sister Baiji mentioning someone she really admires from this year's freshman. That must be you, right? Oh, I recall now. You were the one who went to the wilderness with Sister Baiji recently. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Dongfang Qi couldn't help but tease. A lot of people at school are envious of you for being able to go into the wilderness with Sister Baiji alone. Throughout their conversation, this long-haired, well-proportioned woman behaved like a curious admirer, eagerly inquiring about various matters. In return, Lu Yuan gleaned valuable information about Dongfang Yu from her. An hour later, deep in the mountains, a middle-aged couple was fiercely battling against the demon rat swarm. Lei Yintian and his wife unleashed terrifying energy with each strike, reducing hundreds of demon rats to ashes. Yet, the rats surged endlessly like a tide, overwhelming in number. Old Lei, are we going to die here? The shapely woman looked at the sea of rats with despair in her voice. Don't worry, dear. I'll risk my life before I let you die here. Lei Yintian, tall and thin as a bamboo pole, declared firmly. Thunderstrike, he roared, his fists erupting with arcs of blue and white lightning. In the ensuing thunderous explosion, thousands of demon rats were charred to cinders. Yet, even such a powerful move seemed insignificant against the seemingly endless swarm. Both of them were filled with despair. Faced with the overwhelming horde of demon rats, Lei Yuntian and the elegant woman beside him knew well that even if someone received their distress signal, it would likely be futile. Unless a grandmaster arrived in person, but given their nearly depleted energy, they feared they wouldn't hold out until help arrived. At this critical moment, a deafening thunder suddenly echoed from afar. A black figure descended from the sky, a young girl clad in a tight battle suit, wielding a lightning blade tens of meters long. With a sound like 1,000 birds chirping, a terrifying bolt of electricity crashed into the swarm of demon rats. As the lightning dissipated, a young man and woman stood side by side. Lei Yuntian looked at the faint arcs of lightning in his palm, admiring the girl's power, realizing that his proud a-level talent was merely a toy in comparison. What happened next left the Lei couple astounded. Dongfang Qi swung her long blade, each strike accompanied by devastating lightning, like a thunder god incarnate. The elegant woman marveled silently. realizing that this girl's control over lightning far surpassed that of Tinger, and even she herself might not be a match. Even more impressive was the other young man, Lu Yuan, dual-wielding the radiant sun and black jade. His movements were ghostly, each appearance marked by dozens of swift strikes. Wherever he passed, the demon rats were reduced to minced meat, and even the lesser rats instinctively retreated in fear. As a seasoned master, Lei Yuntian immediately recognized Lu Yuan's extraordinary nature. His every slash compressed power to the utmost, and his speed rivaled that of a grandmaster. Since when did the Central Province produce such an exceptional young master? Lei Yuntian pondered. Seeing the black wave of demon rats growing more intense in the distance, the Lei couple expressed their gratitude to the duo and suggested making a swift escape. However, to their surprise, Lu Yuan pointed his blade toward the mountain peak and calmly stated, "My goal is to kill it." Following his gesture, they saw a mutated rat king standing on the mountaintop. It had grown to over a person in height, with spines like steel needles on its back. Most terrifying were its 4 pairs of crimson eyes, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. A Tier 2 rat king. Lei Yuntian's pupils contracted sharply, and his face turned pale instantly. The massive demon rat before him, with 4 pairs of eyes glinting eerily, had clearly reached the peak of the 2nd tier, with faint signs of breaking into the 3rd. Though demon rats are the lowest of the ferocious beasts, few dare to provoke them. This is not only because they live in groups, but also because each group is led by a powerful ruler, the Rat King. The stronger the Rat King, the more terrifying its innate abilities, which can drive the entire rat horde into a frenzy. Lei Yuntian exchanged a grave look with his graceful wife. The joy of surviving a disaster was gone from their faces. With their mid-master level of cultivation, they were no match for this mutated Rat King, let alone the countless low-tier demon rats. This Rat King has mutated. Its power is extremely formidable. Lei Yuntian's hands trembled slightly, but his eyes glowed with determination. "We'll hold them off. You all retreat. Even if we are devoured, we must not let 2 talented warriors fall here." Lu Yuan heard these words, but kept his eyes fixed on the Rat King, a faint aura of dominance surrounding him. The Rat King, sensing this presence, let out an ear-splitting screech. Sound waves visibly rippled through the air. Its mismatched eyes gleamed with bloodlust, locked onto Lu Yuan. It had recognized this human, the same one who had recently snatched the golden crystal and used powerful mental force to scare it into retreat. Even after absorbing the power of the ruins and advancing its level, the deep-seated fear of Lu Yuan remained. "Then let my offspring tear you apart." With the Rat King's continuous shrieks, millions of demon rats surged from within the mountain, their red eyes frenzied, turning the entire mountaintop into a gray flood. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly, his eyes flashed with a silver light. 36 flying blades emerged from his bracelet, slicing through the air under his mental control, leaving trails of purple shadows and shredding all demon rats within 100 meters. The scene stunned everyone present. A master-level mental manipulator. Lei Yuntian's eyes widened in disbelief at the young man. Having been a master for over a decade, he had never seen such a young prodigy, who was not only a master-level martial artist, but had also elevated his mental strength to the same level. Dongfang Qi was even more astonished. She clearly remembered that Lu Yuan had only enrolled at Zhongzhou University as a freshman a month ago, and was likely just 18. An 18-year-old master-level mental manipulator. Dongfang Qi murmured, "Sister Baiji, that's not what you told me before." At this moment, the 3 of them no longer worried about the overwhelming swarm of demon mice in front of them. With a master-level psychic present, even the distant, massive Rat King showed signs of fear. However, the Rat King did not retreat, for its millions of descendants were its true trump card. The Rat King let out an earth-shattering roar, not just an ordinary cry, but its innate ability as the Rat King rat berserk. This unique bloodline ability only affected its own offspring, and was the very reason it had the right to be the Rat King. As its level increased, the power of berserk became more terrifying, and the cost for those affected grew even more severe. Instantly, blood tears seeped from the eyes of the demon mice scattered across the landscape. Their bodies began to twist and deform, muscles swelling to form terrifying, irregular protrusions. Though their forms became monstrous, their combat power increased exponentially. All the berserk demon mice locked onto Lu Yuan as their sole target. "We can't stop the mouse tide," Lei Yuntian said gravely, his fists unleashing arcs of lightning with each punch, killing hundreds of low-level demon mice. Yet these berserk mice had completely lost the instinct to survive, charging forward relentlessly. Supporting Lu Yuan seemed impossible, and even self-preservation was in question. Dongfang Qi was in even more danger, surrounded by arcs of lightning. Each swing of her long blade could kill thousands of mice, but her breathing was already labored. Her energy had not fully recovered, and she was at her limit. But as long as Lu Yuan fought, she would not retreat. Lu Yuan did not retreat. Instead, he charged directly into the mouse tide. Come on. He gazed at the Rat King on the mountaintop, and suddenly, a wild flame ignited in his right palm, enveloping him entirely. The red lotus form activated, and crimson fire feathers formed behind him. With a whoosh, Lu Yuan's figure vanished, leaving only a crimson afterimage and falling fire feathers in the eyes of the three. These feathers ignited the demon mice they touched, creating a deathly line of fire stretching for thousands of meters. Any mice that came into contact were consumed by the crimson fire. Under the scorching flames, the demon mice scattered in panic like ants on a hot pan, unaware that their actions only spread the crimson fire to more companions. In just a few seconds, the foot of the mountain was engulfed by a sea of red flames. Simultaneously, a trace of Lu Yuan's imposing aura compelled all the mice that sensed it to exit their berserk state and flee in all directions. Holy crap! Lei Yuntian was dumbfounded, his face lit by the expanding sea of fire. This level of widespread destruction surpassed his understanding of power. This is at least an S-level innate skill, Dongfangqi exclaimed. As the daughter of a grandmaster, she had seen countless geniuses, but never a youth as astonishing as this. Lu Yuan stood in midair, stepping on the sea of fire like a war god born from the flames. He gazed at the Rat King on the mountaintop, and in the next moment, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, shooting straight toward the summit. As fire feathers fell, venomous dragons rampaged, and in the Rat King's four eyes, the crimson dot rapidly expanded. In a flash, Lu Yuan's figure swept past the Rat King, and a bright red line appeared on the thick neck of the Rat King. A flash of a white blade swiftly sliced through the neck of the Rat King, spraying foul-smelling blood as its twisted, menacing head slowly fell to the ground. This was a Rat King at the peak of the second tier, yet it was killed in a single strike. A raging inferno engulfed the mountains, like a massive net of death, enveloping the entire peak. Countless demon rats writhed and wailed in the flames, while more were consumed by the fire, which spread with alarming speed, like a virus multiplying. Though this horde of millions of demon rats wasn't entirely wiped out, there was no escape for them. In the glow of the fire, the Lei family's master and his wife looked on in shock. Even 10 master martial artists joining forces might not have been able to slay this Rat King, let alone annihilate such a vast swarm of demon rats. Impressive, Lei Yuntian exclaimed slowly. The elegant woman beside him was equally astonished, whispering, "This young man is even more formidable than my husband." Dongfangqi stared at the sea of fire. Determination set in her heart. She would recommend Senior Lu Yuan to her father as soon as she returned. Having been surrounded by martial artists since she was young, she held a deep respect for the strong. At this moment, Lu Yuan was not only a savior but a martial artist worthy of admiration in her eyes, making the title senior seem fitting. However, there was something more pressing at hand: the relic. The couple had risked entering the demon rat's territory clearly for the relic. Dongfangqi silently resolved that any treasures found here should be offered to her senior first. With a swift motion, her blade cut through the flames as Dongfangqi stepped forward, subtly positioning herself between the Lei couple and the relic. "Senior, you saved our lives. You should be the first to enter the relic." The Lei couple, though eager to enter the relic, understood that without these two young people, they would have perished long ago. They nodded slightly. Of course, of course. Surviving was fortune enough. Lu Yuan looked down at the three from above, satisfied with this reserve team, good talent, and understanding of the situation. If they continued to train diligently, they would be perfect. Amused by Dongfangqi's address, he replied with a hint of mischief, "Once I return from the relic, junior sister can enter next." Experienced martial artists knew well that in small relics, the first to enter claimed the best treasures. As more people entered, the quality of the rewards diminished. Such situations often led to disputes among martial artists. But this time was different. Their lives had been saved by Lu Yuan, so the right to explore was naturally his to allocate. Lu Yuan, standing on his radiant sword, slowly descended to the relic's entrance suspended in midair. He retrieved the relic emblem, which had begun to gleam brightly, enveloped in a special energy that seemed to resonate with the relic. The relic emblem was finally activated. In small ruins, typically no creatures exist, and there are usually no dangers. However, no one can be certain what unexpected situations might arise in an unexplored ruin. Therefore, it's essential to be fully prepared. After confirming that the relic badge was functional, Lu Yuan didn't hesitate and entered the spatial passage. The world spun around him. 3 seconds later, as the twisted space gradually normalized, the scene before Lu Yuan transformed into a narrow cave. The cave was so tight that the tall Lu Yuan could barely squeeze through. Soon, he emerged from the cave, greeted by dazzling light. Lu Yuan raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare and squinted into the distance. It was an endless mountain range. Shrouded in mist, the mountains faintly resembled the coiled body of a giant dragon. The cliff at the mountain's peak was even carved into the likeness of a dragon's head, an impressive sight. The source of the blinding light was a massive pearl in the dragon's mouth, illuminating the entire relic world. Yet, this world was eerily silent. There was no sound, not even a whisper of wind. It was deathly still. Lu Yuan walked slowly up the mountain. So many spiritual plants. Although he didn't know much about them, the fragrant aroma and the vivid colors of the plants among the wild grass indicated their extraordinary nature. There were also some special-looking minerals. After a scan with his bracelet, information about various treasures appeared before Lu Yuan. Second-tier spiritual plants, such as the rainbow dress flower and glass lily. Third-tier spiritual items like crystallized marrow, blood jade essence wall, and thunder crystal stone. In the outside world, second-tier spiritual plants of this age and quality were worth at least 1 million. These were all valuable items. As for the third-tier spiritual items, they were even more precious. The blood jade essence wall. This was something Teacher Baiji had always sought. Lu Yuan touched the blood jade essence wall. It was cool, yet smooth to the touch. Quite pleasant. However, he was contemplating the price at which he should sell it to Teacher Baiji. Rumor had it that it could fetch billions at auction. Teacher Baiji was likely wealthy, so a 50 markup seemed reasonable. Lu Yuan pondered this briefly, then examined other spiritual items. Crystallized marrow. If the blood jade essence wall was a priceless treasure, then crystallized marrow was beyond price. This spiritual item could cause beasts to mutate and significantly enhance a warrior's vitality and physical strength. However, the process of absorbing crystallized marrow was long and painful. Currently, it could only be found in a few relics. Extremely rare. It was sold by the gram. Lu Yuan casually picked up a pound of crystallized marrow. The Rat King must have absorbed some of its power, hence its mutation. Unexpectedly, he had already acquired 2 top-tier spiritual items upon entering. The rumors were true. The first explorer into a small ruin would indeed discover peerless treasures. Those who followed would only get the leftovers. Lu Yuan placed the crystallized marrow into his bracelet space. Suddenly, he looked up, staring intently into the thick fog. Roar at that moment, a deafening dragon's roar echoed from the deep mountains. I am the lord of all spirits, a born deity, a natural dragon. Mortal, bow before me. Roar with a mighty roar, a colossal creature burst from the mist and fog. Camel head, deer antlers, rabbit eyes, ox ears, serpent neck, clam belly, eagle claws. It was a Shenlong, a divine dragon from Xia Kingdom legends. On Earth, there were beasts that mutated into legendary western dragons or various sub-dragon species. But this was a true Shenlong. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate. He immediately activated his bracelet space, preparing to use the relic badge to leave. As the massive dragon circled in the sky, Lu Yuan finally saw its true form. This was no divine dragon, but a shriveled monstrosity. Its body lacked even a single dragon scale, replaced instead by a mass of repulsive, toad-like bumps that were sickening to behold. The deformed dragon hovered above the mountaintop, its enormous head casting a shadow over the dragon statue below. Its crimson eyes reflected Lu Yuan's figure as it let out a deafening roar. Mortal, how dare you trespass into my domain? Only death can absolve your sins. Lu Yuan stood unwaveringly, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized this dragon. Though it bore some semblance to the mythical dragons of Xia, the bumpy, shriveled body exuded an eerie aura. More suspicious was the fact that this so-called dragon only threatened with words, neither attacking nor approaching. If it were truly the legendary dragon of destruction, it would have struck with thunderous might upon seeing an intruder. Clutching the relic emblem in his hand, Lu Yuan advanced slowly. To his surprise, a flicker of fear crossed the dragon's eyes, and it began to retreat. As the distance closed, it soon fell within the range of Lu Yuan's mental detection. Just as I thought, it's a fake. In Lu Yuan's mental perspective, there was no divine dragon, merely a weak creature bluffing its way through. He immediately dashed towards the mountaintop, unleashing 36 poison dragon blades like arrows from a bow. A series of squelching sounds followed as the blades effortlessly pierced the dragon's illusory form. The shriveled body burst like a deflated balloon, revealing its true identity, a menacing giant serpent with spines along its back. Chime snake. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed. This was a common beast on the continent of Olo, known for its high intelligence and cowardice, adept at mimicking various creatures to hunt, earning it the name imitation hunter. However, this particular Chime snake was unusual, with spines resembling the Rat King, likely mutated after consuming a large amount of crystallized marrow, allowing it to break through its limits and reach peak second-tier level. The unmasked Chime snake glanced at Lu Yuan and turned to flee. However, the 36 poison dragon blades had already transformed into a storm of blades, shredding it to pieces. Fetid blood and entrails splattered across the dragon statue, painting it a vivid red. Stepping over the blood-soaked ground, Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto an object in the dragon statue's mouth, a large, teal egg with faint dragon scale patterns on its surface. Even from a distance, the egg's vibrant life force was palpable. This is a dragon egg. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he used his mental power to keep the massive dragon egg steadily suspended in front of him. When his palm gently touched the surface of the eggshell, he could clearly feel the rhythmic beating inside, like the pulse of life. After confirming that the dragon egg was still full of vitality, Lu Yuan's heart raced. Although he couldn't determine its specific species or bloodline purity, this discovery was enough to make his blood surge with excitement. Once successfully hatched, he would own a real dragon. This wasn't just an ordinary four-legged lizard, but a potentially magical creature with true dragon bloodline. It's well known that even a trace of dragon blood can cause a beast's strength, potential, and intelligence to leap to new heights. What excited Lu Yuan even more was that the ruins also contained a genuine dragon skin. This meant that real dragons once existed in this world. Such a precious dragon egg is an invaluable treasure for any beast master. Even if it meant going bankrupt, beast masters would compete fiercely for it. If the news of owning a dragon egg with true dragon bloodline spread, it would undoubtedly attract beastmaster forces from all over the world, bringing unimaginable wealth. However, Lu Yuan had no intention of selling it. Though he wasn't a beastmaster yet, the future held endless possibilities. He had long coveted teacher Baiji's abilities, and once he joined the ruins exploration class, he could not only become a beastmaster, but also aspire to become a dragon master. Imagining himself as a majestic dragon rider in the future, Lu Yuan couldn't help but look forward to it. Calming his excitement, Lu Yuan continued to explore the small, untouched ruins. With years of accumulation, the spiritual plants here were ancient, and even the beast remains, various minerals, and spirit stones were imbued with an extremely rich aura. By the end of the day, in the deep of night, Lu Yuan let out a long breath. He had thoroughly explored the entire ruins, reaping tremendous rewards. His space bracelet, 3 cubic meters, was filled to the brim with various spiritual items and plants. Additionally, he had hastily bundled a few large beast hides into a package, containing the mysterious dragon egg and numerous precious spiritual items and plants. Looking at his haul, Lu Yuan beamed with satisfaction and began making his way to the ruins' teleportation channel. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain outside the small ruins, Dongfang Qi sat in meditation amidst the foul-smelling environment littered with charred magic rat corpses. As Dongfang Yu's daughter, she knew the ruins must hold great treasures, and as the first explorer, Lu Yuan's gains would be substantial. To ensure everything remained under control, she needed to restore herself to peak condition before Lu Yuan emerged. With a soft hum, the air at the entrance of the ruins rippled as the spatial passage flickered. In the next moment, a tall and slender figure stepped out steadily. It was Lu Yuan. What drew even more attention was the large, floating bundle of animal hide beside him, as tall as a person and bulging as if filled with treasures. Dongfang Qi remained calm, merely raising an eyebrow slightly. As the daughter of Dongfang Yu, she was well-versed in such matters and knew that an undeveloped ruin surely held abundant treasures. At this moment, her body was brimming with source energy, and she vigilantly observed her surroundings. After all, in this wilderness, competition for treasures was only to be expected. The lay couple, however, couldn't hide their shock and desire. They were well aware that the spiritual plants and items within the ruined space would increase in quality over time. An ordinary first-tier spiritual plant, after hundreds of years of accumulation, could multiply in value several times, or even tenfold, comparable to a second-tier spiritual plant native to Earth. Not to mention those unique spiritual plants and items that Earth did not possess, their research value was immeasurable. Despite this, the couple would never turn against their lifesaver. Seeing the peaceful atmosphere, Dongfang Qi softly said, "Senior, shall we return to the city?" "You're not going in?" Lu Yuan asked in surprise. Dongfang Qi shook her head, politely declining. With a Grandmaster father as her protector, she had little interest in the treasures within the ruins. Lu Yuan secretly sighed. A hint of anticipation rising in his heart. Becoming classmates with Dongfang Qi would mean having a Grandmaster as an ally. The lay couple, both surprised and delighted, repeatedly cupped their hands in thanks, saying, "Words cannot express our gratitude. Old Lay's life is yours from now on. Just call on us if you need anything." After exchanging contact information, Lu Yuan and Dongfang Qi turned and left. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, the lay couple exchanged a sigh. Young people these days are truly extraordinary. The graceful woman shivered, recalling the moment they were nearly devoured by the demon rats. "Our daughter, Ting'er, is at Zhongzhou University. I wonder if she knows them," Mr. Lay mused. "Never mind. Let's focus on finding the third-tier spiritual item, the Thunder Crystal Stone. It's a treasure that can enhance thunder attribute talents." The couple spared no effort to ensure their daughter Lei Ting excelled in her special training. They not only enlisted a highly skilled mentor for her, but also prepared a wealth of precious spiritual items and plants. However, when they entered the ruins, the scene before them left them stunned. A mountaintop that looked as though it had been ravaged by a giant machine, now a desolate wasteland. Lei Yuntian looked at the devastation and shook his head with a wry smile. That young man's methods are truly impressive. Forget the Thunder Crystal Stone, there probably isn't a single valuable stone left. Despite this, the couple held no resentment. Instead, they were filled with gratitude and admiration for Lu Yuan. 2 hours later, Lu Yuan didn't return to school directly. Instead, he went to the Central State City Warrior Alliance branch. Even though it was late at night, the hall was filled with powerful warriors, drinking and feasting, creating a lively atmosphere. When Lu Yuan appeared, using his psychic power to carry a massive bundle, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Wow, a psychic master! That huge bundle, could it be full of beast resources? It's worth at least several million. And so young. Wow, psychic masters really have it easy when hunting beasts. The warriors whispered among themselves. It was well known that ordinary warrior-level adventurers or beast hunters, even risking their lives, would only earn tens of thousands, breaking a million only with good luck. After Lu Yuan showed his high-level membership, he requested a private training room and an appraiser. A maid-clad receptionist led him to the elevator, asking about the room level and duration. The most expensive one, for 3 months, Lu Yuan replied briefly. The maid's eyes gleamed with delight as she pressed the button for the 33rd floor. This top-tier training room cost 250,000 a day, and even with a high-level membership discount, 3 months would amount to nearly 20 million. She was secretly pleased, anticipating a handsome commission. The 33rd floor had only one room, offering extreme privacy, and ordinary people couldn't even access this level. After entering the luxurious room, Lu Yuan first washed off the bloodstains, then opened the training room door. Outside, besides the maid, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit was waiting. Mr. Lu Yuan, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Fang Hongsheng, the head of the Warrior Alliance Central State Branch. Your performance in the martial exam and the Central State Newcomer Competition has made you quite famous. Lu Yuan simply nodded in acknowledgement and invited them in. Under Fang Hongsheng's watchful gaze, Lu Yuan focused his mind, and dozens of glowing spiritual plants emerged from his bracelet, neatly arranged on the table. Is this mirrored flower, glazed lily? Fang Hongsheng's eyes widened. And Thunder Crystal Stone? You're selling all these to the Warrior Alliance? Lu Yuan nodded. These were actually the most common finds. The real treasures were still hidden in his bracelet space. Soon, Fang Hongsheng completed a detailed appraisal and wrote the total amount at the bottom of the form, 1.53 billion. This figure, far exceeding Lu Yuan's expectations, left him momentarily surprised. In a luxurious villa at Zhongzhou University, Bai Ji and Dongfang Qi lounged lazily on a leather sofa, both dressed in light silk pajamas. Dongfang Qi's large eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly spoke up. Sister Bai Ji, I met Lu Yuan, the one you often mention. His strength far exceeds what you described. Bai Ji raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of surprise. Knowing that this young junior had always set high standards, it was indeed remarkable for her to be so impressed. Dongfang Qi continued. He has already advanced to the Grandmaster level, and his power is terrifying. She deliberately left out Lu Yuan's dual Grandmaster status, as well as his astonishing talent and martial arts prowess. Grandmaster, Bai Ji mused. Lu Yuan's advancement was inevitable, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. She murmured softly. Exploring the master's relics might require the old man himself to recruit such a genius. The next morning, when Lu Yuan returned to Zhongzhou University, he found the classroom of Class 1 empty. Following the sounds to the martial arts field, he saw his classmates training diligently. The scene surprised him even though the class was already competitive before he left. The current atmosphere of hard work was even more intense. When his classmates saw Lu Yuan appear, they immediately started buzzing with excitement. Wasn't Lu Yuan in the elite training camp for 3 months? Probably preparing for the University League. With his strength, he might only be a substitute this year, given that many senior students from the elite training camp are already at the Grandmaster level. After a brief exchange of greetings, his classmates returned to their training, eager to show Lu Yuan that they were not wasting time. Watching the fervent scene, Lu Yuan couldn't help but compare his billion-dollar balance with his classmates' efforts for 50 million. At that moment, the Lei couple approached with their daughter, Lei Ting. Today, Lei Ting had abandoned her usual smoky makeup, appearing fresh-faced and neatly dressed, embodying the image of a well-behaved student. Lu Yuan, my young friend. Lei Yuntian exclaimed with delight upon recognizing Lu Yuan. Lei Ting, quickly greet your uncle. He's the man who saved your mother and me. What? Uncle? Lei Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. We're classmates. However, upon learning that Lu Yuan was her parent's savior, she respectfully clasped her hands in thanks. Thank you, Lu Yuan. As she recalled her parents' accounts of their mysterious savior, she never imagined it would be her classmate standing before her. Lei Ting was utterly shocked Lu Yuan was actually a Grandmaster-level martial artist. This revelation struck the Lei couple like a bolt of lightning, leaving them frozen in place. Even more unbelievable was the fact that this prodigious talent, who had achieved Grandmaster status in both source energy and mental strength, and could even unleash a power akin to a great Grandmaster, was merely a freshman in the same class as their daughter. Looking at his silent daughter, Lei Yuntian spoke with satisfaction. Our Lei Ting is excellent in every way, just a bit too honest and quiet. But with a classmate like Lu Yuan as an example, I believe she'll have more motivation to train. Lu Yuan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye upon hearing this. Lei Ting, honest, quiet? In the group chat of Class 3, she was involved in almost every argument. How could she be considered honest? Lei Ting wished she could disappear into a hole, her face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, the Lei couple soon received a message from the Martial Artists Alliance, and, after thanking Lu Yuan once more, left in a hurry. Not long after, Zhao Wuji rushed to the training ground, eyes gleaming as he saw Lu Yuan. How did you come back so soon? The elite training camp just started. I had some matters to attend to. I'll be heading back in a couple of days, Lu Yuan shrugged. Zhao Wuji immediately suggested, perfect timing. Let's spar with the extreme martial overlord fist and give the students a demonstration. With that, he pulled Lu Yuan onto the training platform. No need to hold back your strength. Let's show them your true skills. The students below erupted in excitement. A teacher at the peak of level 9 versus a student who had showcased level 9 blood energy during the freshman competition. This was a match to be anticipated. As the two assumed the starting stance of the extreme martial overlord fist on the stage, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. With a loud boom, they simultaneously launched themselves forward. Yet, in the instant their fists collided, Zhao Wuji was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, tumbling off the stage in disarray. What the heck? Did teacher Zhao get knocked out in an instant? The whole class was dumbfounded. Struggling to his feet, Zhao Wuji looked at Lu Yuan in astonishment. A grandmaster. You've broken through to grandmaster so quickly. The speed of this terrifying advancement left him utterly baffled. At that moment, the 6 grandmasters of Central State University were dragging a bewildered Principal Wang Dechu towards them. Grandmaster Lu and the others were all visibly excited, their eyes shining. While they each excelled in secondary professions like alchemy, weapon forging, and high-precision machinery, these skills required precious resources. And in the photos Lu Yuan had just posted in the group chat, there were piles of second and third-tier spiritual plants, materials, and very treasures they had long dreamed of. Zhao Wuji, who had been knocked out with a single punch, stood in a daze, his face showing a sense of loss. His mind drifted back to his 3 encounters with Lu Yuan. The first time was during the entrance assessment, where Lu Yuan was just an exceptionally talented genius in his eyes. The second time, they ended in a draw while sparring with the extreme martial overlord fist, and he was secretly holding back his strength. But this third time, to be defeated in one punch was a shocking leap in power for Lu Yuan. As Zhao Wuji was lost in thought, 6 venerable masters from Zhongzhou University suddenly burst into the training ground of the freshman class, carrying Principal Wang Deju, their eyes burning with excitement. Without any explanation, they pulled Lu Yuan towards the weapons building. Under the trembling gaze of Master Blacksmith Lu Tai, Lu Yuan retrieved over a dozen third-level spiritual materials and ores from his storage ring. Lu Tai was so excited that his hands and feet shook as he caressed these rough ores like treasures, promising to upgrade Lu Yuan's 2 long knives and flying blades to top-tier third-level weapons. With that, he rushed into the workshop, the sound of forging ringing out. Next, Lu Yuan presented over a dozen third-level spiritual plants to the master skilled in alchemy. When asked about specific needs, Lu Yuan suggested the production of the kidney-strengthening essence pill, a second-level pill, with a gentle effect that rapidly boosts the user's vitality within 72 hours, earning it the nickname Volume King Pill. The venerable masters looked at Lu Yuan with admiration. This young man's rapid increase in strength clearly came from extraordinary effort. They all pledged to complete the alchemy as quickly as possible, then gradually departed, leaving behind a stunned Zhao Wuji and Wang Deju. Finally, Wang Deju couldn't help but voice his disbelief. Holy cow, Lu Yuan, did you rob the Martial Alliance or something? His tone was filled with incredulity, given the astonishing value of the treasures Lu Yuan had brought out. When Lu Yuan revealed over a dozen third-tier spiritual plants along with several rare minerals and spiritual items, everyone present was stunned. Some of these treasures were so rare that even the well-informed Wang Deju had never seen them before. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhao Wuji's eyes as he quietly speculated. This kid probably stumbled upon an undiscovered relic. Typically, the entrance to a small relic would have a dense energy presence, attracting second-tier or higher beasts. To explore such a relic, one must have the strength to defeat second-tier beasts. Wang Deju nodded in silent agreement, deeply shaken. A freshman who had only been in school for a month had already reached such a level, completely overturning his understanding. Around 9 in the evening, Lu Yuan arrived at Teacher Baiji's home. Dressed in a white shirt and jeans, Teacher Baiji was sitting on the sofa waiting. Seeing Lu Yuan arrive, she immediately stood up to make tea for him. I asked you to come over this time to discuss the relic exploration class, Baiji said while pouring tea. She had always been very impressed with Lu Yuan's talent, hard work, and combat intelligence made him an ideal warrior. Yet, even so, Lu Yuan's rapid breakthrough to the master level was beyond her expectations. Dongfang Qi has already informed my mentor about your breakthrough, Bai Ji said with a slight smile. The old man is eager to take you as his disciple. He'll come personally to invite you, and he's got quite a stash of treasures. But there's no rush to respond. He won't return until after the college league. Whenever she mentioned this mentor, Bai Ji's tone carried a hint of resentment. Lu Yuan understood why, after all, when Bai Ji was seriously injured, this mentor chose to go to the starry battlefield and hadn't returned for over a year. During their conversation, Bai Ji suddenly brought up, I heard from the little girl that you obtained a piece of blood jade wall in the relic. I wonder if you would consider trading it with me. She seemed a bit embarrassed as she made the request, clearly unaccustomed to asking for things. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan tapped his bracelet, and a blood-colored jade stone appeared out of thin air. Seeing the blood jade wall she had been searching for over a year, Bai Ji suppressed her excitement and said, I don't have cash on hand, but I do have a drop of dragon blood with 10 purity, worth at least 2 billion on the market. If you're willing, we can trade. She took out a transparent vial from her pocket, containing blood that flickered like flames. Seeing Lu Yuan's puzzled look, Bai Ji explained, this was obtained from the Ice Dragon relic. It not only enhances physical defense and boosts vitality, but also significantly increases the potential of dragon-type beasts. Thinking of the dragon egg he was incubating, Lu Yuan agreed to the trade without hesitation. This brought him one step closer to his dream of becoming a dragon knight. In the Martial Artists Alliance training room, Lu Yuan was intently browsing online information about dragon blood and dragon-attributed fierce beasts. His brow was slightly furrowed, and a thirst for knowledge gleamed in his eyes. As he delved deeper into the research, he gradually realized that dragon blood was as rare as crystallized marrow, only found in a few special relics. The research clearly indicated that dragon blood had a significant effect on enhancing the potential of young dragon beasts. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan decisively poured the dragon blood over the huge dragon egg. The moment the crimson liquid touched the shell, it seemed to be absorbed by some mysterious force, disappearing instantly. As a psychic, Lu Yuan keenly sensed the subtle changes in the aura within the dragon egg. Although his understanding of beast eggs was limited, he had previously noticed that the life force inside the egg was very weak, possibly drained by the serpent. Now, the infusion of dragon blood was undoubtedly a vital boost, replenishing the energy the young dragon desperately needed. Lu Yuan gently leaned against the dragon egg and opened the system interface. The daily settlement panel appeared before him. Li Jingyi practiced the Extreme Martial Overlord Fist for 23 hours. Shun Ming studied the Extreme Martial Overlord Fist for 18 hours. Su Lai diligently trained for 23 hours and 30 minutes. Blood energy 66. Wen Ruo focused on training for 23 hours and 20 minutes. Blood energy 18, mental strength 60. Yi Luyan trained hard for 22 hours. Blood energy 29. The entire first-year third class had significantly increased their training time, earning the title of the best performers of the day. Lu Yuan was surprised as he looked at the settlement panel. It was the first time such high praise had appeared. Indeed, everyone in the class had put in extra effort today, with an average training duration exceeding 20 hours. With the results of his classmates' hard work, not only did Lu Yuan's blood energy and mental strength increase, but his understanding of the Extreme Martial Overlord Fist also reached a new height, giving him a vague sense of a breakthrough. He speculated that with the collective effort of the class, the Extreme Martial Overlord Fist might reach perfect proficiency. Today, Lu Yuan was unusually focused, not indulging in games. He meticulously organized all his insights about the Extreme Martial Overlord Fist in his mind and wrote a detailed training guide, which he then posted in the class group chat. Lu Yuan tagged everyone in the group. Here's a training guide for the Extreme Martial Overlord Fist, containing all my insights on this technique. Feel free to discuss and improve together. As soon as the message was sent, the class group chat exploded with activity. Su Lai, Master, I bow to you. Yi Luyun, although I found my own path and decided to stop practicing martial arts, Lu Yuan's guide is indeed profound. Zhao Zilong, awesome, 666. Zhao Wuji, impressive, impressive. Lu Yuan's understanding of the Extreme Martial Overlord Fist has reached its peak. However, some explanations are too complex, so I suggest classmates progress step by step. Su Lai, I'm feeling it. Let's get started. Handsome novel reader. Update soon. I can't sleep at night. The following morning, Fang Hongxing personally delivered the beast control bracelet and third-tier storage equipment that Lu Yuan needed. He explained, Mr. Lu, this was urgently dispatched from the headquarters in Shanghai last night. However, this is just the most basic beast control bracelet, only capable of storing beast eggs, not actual living creatures. Fang Hongxing handed the bracelet with a jade pendant to Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan took the bracelet, a silver light flashed in his eyes as he carefully examined the extraordinary equipment. Inside, there there's an expansive space filled with abundant spiritual energy. Lu Yuan carefully sensed the beast control bracelet in his hand, discovering a unique restrictive power within it, distinct from ordinary storage devices. In addition, Lu Yuan acquired a Tier 3 storage ring. This seemingly ordinary ring holds a vast internal space of 100 cubic meters. Even after half a month of wilderness exploration, filling such a large space would be challenging. Naturally, the cost of such spatial equipment is astronomical. The total for both items reaches 13 billion, 10 times the price of similar level gear. Although Lu Yuan couldn't afford that much cash, he possessed a rare treasure. When he revealed the crystallized marrow, Feng Hongsheng's eyes were immediately drawn to the gem-like, glowing crystal. "Lu, my brother, you have such a treasure," Feng Hongsheng exclaimed. "This is crystallized marrow that can directly increase your vital energy." Although the process is excruciating, some daredevils are willing to endure the pain to grow stronger. On the market, each gram of crystallized marrow sells for 9 to 10 billion. Lu Yuan smiled calmly. How about exchanging 13 grams of crystallized marrow for these 2 pieces of spatial equipment? Feng Hongsheng nodded repeatedly in agreement and personally saw Lu Yuan off downstairs. In the lobby, Lu Yuan noticed that the spiritual plants and items he sold to the Warrior Alliance yesterday were prominently displayed, making quite an impression. The strategy seemed effective, as the lobby was bustling with people. At that moment, the lay couple anxiously stopped Feng Hongsheng, hoping for a discount on the purchase of thunder crystals for their daughter Lei Ting's special training. They had already spent nearly $1 billion on the training preparations. Before Feng Hongsheng could refuse, Lu Yuan recognized the lay couple, and the atmosphere changed instantly. Feng Hongsheng's attitude shifted immediately. "My apologies for not recognizing friends of young Lu. Consider the thunder crystals a gift from me, as an apology." The thunder crystals, a Tier 3 spiritual item worth 150 million, were offered just like that, leaving the lay couple stunned. From a distance, Lei Ting witnessed the scene and couldn't help but marvel at how her once mischievous classmate now commanded such respect, even from the head of the Warrior Alliance. This further strengthened her resolve to train diligently. At the entrance of Central State University, the freshmen of Class 1 gathered. Their homeroom teacher, Zhao Wuji, announced a new elimination system. Monthly increases of 100 points in vital energy were required, and 60 points for spiritual masters, with a minimum daily training time of 10 hours, or they would be directly expelled from the class. Faced with the chorus of protests from the students, Zhao Wuji revealed a knowing smile. "Heh, Lu Yuan has already found a great place for you to train. As long as you work hard, meeting these standards will be no problem. Speaking of which, you've all heard of the relic space, right? The spiritual energy within the ruins is far more abundant than on Earth, with some areas even reaching several dozen times the usual levels." As soon as this news broke, the initially hesitant freshmen of Class 3 became excited and eagerly set out towards the wilderness. Faced with a journey of over 1,000 kilometers, the group chose not to take a vehicle, but instead ran with the speed and endurance of martial artists. Lu Yuan, positioned in the middle of the group, exuded a subtle yet intimidating aura that kept passing beasts at bay. Despite this, they only reached their destination at sunset, having set out at 6 in the morning. As they stood at the foot of the mountain, the sight before them was astonishing: a mountain peak covered in the corpses of demon rats, numbering at least 1 million by conservative estimates. Yi Luyan turned to Lu Yuan, struggling internally to believe this was the work of one person, though reason told him it indeed was Lu Yuan's doing. Zhao Wuji, taken aback by the gruesome scene, gasped. He realized he had grossly underestimated Lu Yuan's strength. Lu Yuan had become unimaginably powerful. At that moment, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his keen senses detecting something amiss. Traces of other people's presence lingered on the mountain, with chaotic footprints indicating a group had been there. In the shadows of a cave entrance at the mountain's peak, a scar-faced man was spying on the group below, eyes glinting with greed. He quickly slipped into the ruins entrance, where 7 or 8 menacing-looking men were already searching for something. "Damn it! This place has already been cleared out," someone cursed. Just then, the scar-faced man urgently reported, "Boss, a group of students is outside, and there are a dozen water-element girls too." These words immediately ignited the gang's evil desires. They crouched at the cave's entrance, greedily eyeing the freshmen below. A bald, tattooed man suggested with a sinister grin, "Kill the men and keep the women. This ruin's entrance is hidden. If we seal it off, we can rule here and create our own power." These men were martial artists who had fled the frontline wars, roaming the wilderness for years, committing all manner of heinous acts. Now, they were sizing up their prey with experienced eyes. "Looks like a college class, pretty strong, with a level 9 martial artist as their teacher. But they're in for a nasty surprise with us." Confident there was no danger, these outlaws were eager to carry out their wicked plan. A group of people quietly slipped into the spatial tunnel, waiting for their prey to arrive. When they first emerged from the relic space, Lu Yuan had already sensed them with his powerful mental ability. but he chose to remain inactive. Under Lu Yuan's lead, the group gradually entered the relic space. Before the students could begin their exploration, they came face to face with 9 menacing brutes. These men's eyes roved hungrily over the female students, like wolves eyeing their prey. "This girl has a great figure," the man with a scarred face said, licking his lips with a lecherous gleam in his eyes. The bald, tattooed man cracked his knuckles eagerly. "How long has it been since we've been with a woman? Today, we're going to have some real fun." Yi Luyun snorted coldly. "Shut your filthy mouths." But Zhao Wuji quickly stepped in front of everyone, his tone serious. "This place is claimed. We should leave now." He recognized them as the wild men outlaws without city identities, not acknowledged by any nation. Most were serious criminals or deserters fleeing the front lines. The most daunting was the bald, tattooed man, who was shockingly a master-level fighter. "Leave? Too late," the bald man sneered. "Brothers, kill all the men." As the brutes approached with sinister smiles, Lu Yuan's figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, with a dull thud, one of the brutes exploded into a mist of blood. Following that, 7 afterimages appeared simultaneously before the remaining brutes, each delivering a lethal strike from different angles. Before the blood mist had even dispersed, Lu Yuan had returned to his original spot, his clothes unruffled. The sole surviving master-level brute collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with terror. You're at least a grandmaster. How can you be so young?" Before he could finish, Lu Yuan delivered the final blow, completely obliterating him. The first-year class 3 students were dumbfounded, as if frozen in place. Those around Lu Yuan wore expressions of utmost shock. "Lu Yuan is amazing. He took down 7 people with a single punch. Wow, he moved so fast I couldn't even see it." Yi Luyun watched Lu Yuan in awe, feeling the same kind of strength in him, but far more powerful and controlled. "I see now, my grasp of power is so shallow," he couldn't help but remark. Yi Luyun gazed at the invisible power of dominance in his hands, feeling the immense energy coursing through his body. This power lit up his eyes and solidified his training path aimed to perfectly merge his vitality, spirit, and dominance to forge an ultimate force capable of overwhelming anything in an instant. Nearby, Zhao Wuji stared intently at Lu Yuan's seemingly ordinary fist, unconsciously swallowing hard. He felt a surge of relief, grateful that Lu Yuan had held back during their previous sparring session. Everyone quickly adapted to the new environment. The concentration of spiritual energy here was astonishing, at least 2 to 3 times that of the outside world, making their training more efficient than even the school's training tower. This discovery thrilled everyone. With the united effort of the entire class, wooden huts swiftly sprang up in the most spiritually abundant area atop the mountain, and they immediately dove into their training. 5 days passed in a flash. Lu Yuan closed the game interface with some boredom. "Not fun. I accidentally maxed out my spending." He opened the system to check the settlement panel. Yi Luyun, 18 hours of training, 2 hours of hunting, vitality 87. The training data for classmates like Wang Meng and Wen Ruo followed. Some focused on the 3rd-level martial art, triple slash, while others delved into the psychic martial art, heaven-defying blade, each with their own strengths. Lu Yuan carefully reviewed each classmate's settlement information. Since Class 3 of the freshman year entered the ruins, their training speed had significantly increased, with remarkable results. Even the most average students gained 5 points of vitality each day. Meanwhile, the elite training camp's holographic simulation game, Endless Trials, had pushed martial arts training efficiency to unprecedented heights. Lu Yuan's own attribute panel was particularly impressive. Vitality 97,423 master level. Mental power 76,103 master level. Source power 35 second master level. Talent skills, Psychic Awakening SS, Red Lotus SS, among other top-tier talents. Martial arts, mastery of heaven-defying blade, mastery of triple slash. The only thing puzzling Lu Yuan was that Su Lai, who usually followed his lead closely, had barely trained over the past 5 days, and he couldn't figure out why. "It's time to head back," Lu Yuan thought to himself as he stood up. Currently, Class 1 of the freshmen has settled into a routine. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy from the relics, every student's cultivation speed has improved significantly, and this enhancement is expected to last for quite some time. As the train slowly made its way towards the Taiying Mountains, Lu Yuan, feeling bored, took out his phone and sent a message to his aunt. The chat window quickly lit up. "Don't cause trouble. I'm busy with research lately," Aunt Wu Xian replied. "What are you researching?" Lu Yuan asked. "Talents." His aunt's response perked him up. "We've discovered a special device left by our ancestors in the ruins that can awaken latent talents in people. Once we put it to use, the probability of humans awakening their talents will increase significantly. In about 20 years, humanity will undergo a new wave of evolution." His aunt continued. In the early stages of spiritual energy revival, the abilities humans awakened were limited to enhancing physical and mental strength. As the overall level of human life evolved, more diverse talents began to emerge. Can I use it? Lu Yuan asked excitedly. Of course you can, his aunt replied confidently. Just wait. Soon you'll see your beautiful aunt on TV. I have to get back to work now, and you should focus on your cultivation. As his aunt's profile picture dimmed on the screen, Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. A controllable awakening of talents. This might be the key to activating the super talent hinted at by the system notification. For days, he had been clueless about how to activate his talent, and he couldn't find any information online. However, another issue puzzled him. Lai had not been training lately and hadn't responded to any messages. Had he lost his motivation, or was he disheartened by a failed confession? To uncover the truth, we must go back to 5 days ago at the elite training camp. On the arena, Su Lai and Qin Yi stood in a tense standoff. Without your master around, you still dare to act all high and mighty? Qin Yi sneered, clearly disliking Su Lai. A mere level 5 nobody, constantly bragging about leading the elite training camp in cultivation. Do you think getting close to Lu Yuan allows you to do whatever you want? Who are you calling a fool? Su Lai retorted. I'm calling you a fool. Qin Yi blurted out, realizing too late that he had fallen for Su Lai's provocation, as laughter erupted from the audience. You're dead today. Qin Yi's face darkened. And if Lu Yuan dares to come back, he'll be in for a surprise too. Inwardly, Qin Yi fumed. After spending a year at Starry Sky University as an underdog, he finally returned to Earth as a top talent. How could he tolerate a country bumpkin overshadowing him? So what if Lu Yuan was a master? Qin Yi had become a master-level psychic at 18, rivaling even ancient martial artists. Fueled by rage, Qin Yi soared into the air, sending 5 enormous spheres hurtling towards Su Lai. As a level 5, Su Lai couldn't react in time to the master-level psychic's attack. The spheres grew rapidly in his pupils before crashing heavily into him. Boom, boom, boom. Su Lai spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flung backward, limbs twisted unnaturally. Stop! A fiery red figure streaked across the sky, like a bullet engulfed in flames. Xian, with a grim expression, quickly stepped in front of the severely injured Su Lai. Xian, surrounded by a golden aura, followed closely behind. As soon as the news spread, all the students at Zhongzhou University who weren't training rushed over. Their expressions were resolute. As fellow students of Zhongzhou University, they would not tolerate any bullying of their peers. Qin Yi glanced at the battered Su Lai on the ground, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He sneered. In the elite training camp, strength reigns supreme. Once on the stage, it's all about skill. I didn't expect Su Lai to be so weak. If anyone disagrees, feel free to challenge me. I promise to go easy on you. These righteous words made Xian clench his teeth in frustration, yet he was helpless. What Qin Yi said was true, and more frustratingly, no one present was his match. This bully was indeed incredibly strong. Xian and Xian quickly lifted Su Lai and left in search of medical help. We'll wait for Lu Yuan to return. The space portal of the elite training camp rippled as a tall, muscular figure stepped into the ruins. The guards stood straight, only whispering after the figure disappeared from sight. Is that Lu Yuan? The one who beat up 2 master-level students. It must be him. No one else has such presence. There's going to be a good show. Qin Yi publicly crippled Su Lai's limbs, which is a blatant provocation. Lu Yuan learned the whole story from Xian, and his expression turned icy. He headed straight to the medical room. As he entered, he saw Su Lai, covered in bandages, sweating profusely as he practiced his punches. Boss, why are you back? Su Lai was stunned. To seek justice for you, of course. Lu Yuan helped him onto the bed. I'm fine, Su Lai said, avoiding his gaze. The Qin family had the backing of Fengyun Martial Hall, one of the 3 major martial halls in Xia country. He didn't want to drag Lu Yuan into conflict with such a powerful force, which was why he hadn't told him earlier. Lu Yuan looked directly into Su Lai's eyes and asked solemnly, do you want to take revenge yourself? After a moment's gaze, Su Lai's eyes reddened, and he nodded firmly. Good. Lu Yuan patted his shoulder. Trust me, the day you surpass Qin Yi isn't far off. I trust you. Boss, Su Lai said with determination. I want to walk the path of ancient martial arts. This thought had been burning in his heart for days, and now it finally erupted. Lu Yuan grinned without saying much. Everyone should be responsible for their own choices, and as a close friend, all he could offer was support. He took out a small piece of crystallized marrow and briefly explained. This is a miracle medicine for ancient martial arts practitioners. It can quickly enhance your energy, bones, and body, but it will cause intense pain. Try and see if you can endure it. If not, I have other spiritual items. Su Lai nodded solemnly. He feared nothing more than pain, and if it got too much, he could always cry it out. Crying would release most of his stress and pain. Lu Yuan exited the room, pausing at the door to say, I'll go and collect some interest first. I'll break Qin Yi's limbs, so he can lie in bed and watch you grow stronger. If he recovers, I'll break them again, until you surpass him. In the virtual network chamber, 3 instructors entered in a single file, their expressions serious as they sent a message to all the trainees. A new training plan will be implemented today. Please log out of the virtual network. Jiang Shui stood by, pen and paper in hand, diligently recording each trainee's training data. With a rhythmic mechanical sound, the rows of virtual network pods below slowly opened. The trainees gradually awakened, their eyes shimmering with barely concealed excitement. Though it wasn't their first time using the virtual equipment, the sensation of being reborn upon waking still stirred their hearts. In the virtual network, not only could they learn martial arts techniques by watching recordings of veterans' real battles, but they could also validate their training results in simulated life-and-death fights. After battles, they could analyze the recordings frame by frame, studying every minute movement in detail. This technology-assisted training method allowed their martial arts skills to advance rapidly. Additionally, the extreme stimulation from virtual life-and-death duels could excite their entire bodies, significantly enhancing energy absorption efficiency and noticeably improving their cultivation levels. Qian Yi stood aside, watching the excited country bumpkins, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. I've won 2 more matches. My rank in endless mode has reached bronze 139 points, he announced loudly. His words immediately drew gasps of admiration. Wow, bronze 139. That's definitely the highest rank in the class. So impressive, I haven't even qualified for iron yet. Amidst the envious gazes, Qian Yi smirked proudly. Not only was his rank high, but due to his familiarity with the virtual network, he had quickly raised his proficiency in the 3rd-tier martial art, Heaven-Defying Blade, to the proficient level in just 3 days. He looked around at the trainees from Zhongzhou University with a sense of superiority. Might be a nobody at Starry Sky University, but on Earth, among his peers, he was undeniably the strongest. Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly, letting out a cold snort. Although he had made rapid progress since the elite training camp started, with his vitality increasing by 1234 points in a week, catching up to Qian Yi would still take some time. However, he was confident that day was not far off. In contrast, Sheng Xian remained calm and focused on his training, maintaining a peaceful demeanor even after being injured by Qian Yi. Gong Jing Xang and Tang Zhou also emerged from the virtual pods, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Qian Yi. I won another match, and my rank is now Iron 105, Gong Jing Xang said excitedly. Tang Zhou, on the other hand, looked a bit disappointed. I lost, and my points dropped to Iron 65. As fellow trainees from Starry Sky University, they were well aware of the advantages of virtual network training. Not only could it efficiently enhance martial arts proficiency, but rank advancement also brought additional monetary rewards. In this world, advancing in rank often comes with generous rewards. The Iron rank grants a Tier 3 stabilizing pill, the Silver rank offers a Tier 4 Meridian elixir, and the Gold rank provides the precious water of life. What's even more enticing is that reaching the highest rank can earn you personal guidance from the top warrior, Zhiga, and possibly the chance to be taken as a disciple due to exceptional combat talent, as legend has it. Inside the virtual network training room, Instructor Jiang Shui's voice resonated clearly. Today, we'll be holding a 1,000-person battle royale. You will face off against trainees from 4 other elite camps, as well as virtual warriors and fierce beasts. This is a warm-up before the formal assessment. I hope you all demonstrate your true capabilities. As soon as the words were spoken, the training room buzzed with excitement. What about geniuses from other countries? Someone shouted. In this era, our Xia kingdom is the strongest. Without our powerful warriors, humanity would have long been wiped out by the beasts. At that moment, a loud boom interrupted the discussions. The training room door was kicked open, and through the blinding light, a tall and imposing figure walked in. Lu Yuan had returned. His gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping over everyone present, exerting a silent, suffocating pressure. Gong Jing Xang and Tang Zhou trembled under this oppressive gaze. Don't see me, don't see me. Gong Jing Xang mumbled repeatedly. Tang Zhou went as far as to raise his hands in surrender. I didn't hit your people. It was Qian Yi alone. We've already severed ties with him. Suddenly, a blood-red aura flashed around Lu Yuan, and he instantly vanished, reappearing with a fierce kick that slammed into Qian Yi's chest. Caught off guard, Qian Yi was thrown against the wall, his chest caving in as he coughed up blood. The force of the kick was so immense that he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. The 3 Grandmaster-level instructors couldn't react in time until Su Qiqi firmly placed a hand on Lu Yuan's shoulder, sternly saying, "The elite training camp does not allow private fights." Jiang Shui quickly stepped in to mediate. Lu Yuan, any disputes can be settled in the ring or within the virtual network. Are you participating in the upcoming 1,000-person battle royale? Lu Yuan met Jiang Shui's gaze, his voice icy. Will the virtual network enable full pain sensation? 100% pain sensation. Good, then let's do it. Lu Yuan's response was brief and resolute. The atmosphere in the training camp instantly froze. All the trainees stared blankly at Lu Yuan, struck speechless by his sudden outburst and the terrifying strength he displayed. Everyone present finally realized that even among the elite training camp members, the gap in strength was as vast as an unbridgeable chasm. Qin Yi, who once seemed unattainable in their eyes, was now kicked to the ground by Lu Yuan, unable to stand. This completely overturned their understanding of power levels. This is ancient martial arts, someone whispered in shock, pointing at the blood-red phenomenon surging within Lu Yuan. The path of ancient martial arts requires burning one's lifespan and bathing in bloodlight, a staggering power that remains unmatched even in the new martial arts era. Discussions erupted among the crowd. They found it hard to believe anyone would choose the path of ancient martial arts. New martial arts not only are easier to cultivate, but also can extend life by hundreds of years. Although ancient martial arts completely overpower fighters of the same level in combat, they offer almost no enhancement to life levels. This explained why the top warrior, Zhiga, could single-handedly guard the starry sky for a century. Even the usually arrogant Xian was dumbfounded. He had felt pressured when he learned that Lu Yuan had advanced to a master, but discovering that Lu Yuan was an ancient martial arts master left him feeling utterly outclassed. Gong Jing Xang remained silent. Empathizing with Qin Yi's situation had once been beaten by Lu Yuan to the point of incapacity. Now, Qin Yi cowered behind the instructor, unable to muster the courage to face Lu Yuan's overwhelming aura. The three Grandmaster-level instructors also showed signs of apprehension. The energy surging around Lu Yuan was like a raging storm, placing immense pressure on them. Finally, Instructor Jiang Shui broke the silence, signaling Lu Yuan to enter the virtual network pod to familiarize himself with the Battle Royale test environment. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. For Qin Yi, participating in the Battle Royale test might be the best option even if he didn't want to join. He wouldn't dare act rashly in the face of Lu Yuan's threat. At this moment, he could only comfort himself with the thought that he might not encounter Lu Yuan in the test. When first entering the virtual network, it's necessary to use a virtual pod for assistance. This ensures safety, and only once you're proficient can you access it anywhere using simpler devices. Lu Yuan lay flat in the silver-white virtual pod, and as his consciousness transitioned, the scene before him instantly changed. A room brimming with futuristic technology appeared. Metallic walls reflected soft light, and various holographic projections flickered in the air. He moved his virtual body, every subtle sensation indistinguishable from reality, showcasing the power of the astonishing technology discovered in the alien civilization's ruins. This system could perfectly simulate all aspects of the human body, such as blood flow, physical form, source energy, and mental state, except for innate abilities. However, this didn't matter to Lu Yuan at the elite training camp level. He was undoubtedly the strongest, whether in terms of vitality, mental strength, or martial arts prowess. Suddenly, a scarlet holographic prompt unfolded before him. First Elite Training Camp Battle Royale, inviting your participation. Lu Yuan unhesitatingly agreed. The scene shifted again, and he found himself in a fully equipped armory. The walls displayed a variety of weapons, ranging from cold steel to modern equipment. The system prompted him to choose a code name, and after a brief consideration, he chose Hunter. Lu Yuan quickly completed his equipment. Select Iona, standard weapon similar in feel to the solar blade, 36 intricate throwing knives, and a black tight-fitting combat suit capable of reducing damage. In this Battle Royale mode, all equipment was indistinguishable from reality. Weapons would wear down, and armor provided actual protection. Ignoring the team-up option, Lu Yuan quietly said, "Let's begin." A flash of white light, and his figure vanished. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, the spectator area was already filled with various elites. A burly man from the Pavilion Martial Arts Hall was campaigning for their prodigy, Qin Yi. Others discussed the master-level source martial artist Gong Jing Xang from the Star University. Among the 5 global elite training camps, Xia country boasted 3 Taihang Mountain, Magic City, and the capital, while the other 2 were in the Euro continent and the Free Alliance. However, the major families and training camp instructors held little regard for the latter 2, as Xia country's dominance in the martial field was overwhelmingly superior. The 3 instructors from the Taihang Mountain training camp exchanged knowing glances, having deliberately concealed Lu Yuan's identity as an ancient martial arts master, ready to deliver an unexpected surprise to the other camps. The battlefield was a virtual space simulating Earth's wilderness environment, covering an area of 500,000 square kilometers. As blinding white light accompanied the transition, Lu Yuan's surroundings changed abruptly from a bright room to a dim forest setting. The scent of decay wafted through the air, and he immediately extended his mental strength, keenly detecting the unusual fluctuations around him. Someone was there. A woman's voice, tinged with a hint of tension, emerged from the swamp. "Brother, are we supposed to hide here?" In this simulated wilderness battleground, for figures were currently lurking deep within the marsh. Covered in mud, they were taking advantage of the complex terrain to bide their time. This battlefield was diverse, featuring snow-capped mountains, lakes, and marshlands, and it was populated by numerous fierce beasts, including some at the formidable Tier 3 Lord level. Zhao Zhao, don't worry. One of the male students reassured in a low voice. We've all trained in the art of turtle breathing. Combined with our techniques, there's no way we'll be discovered. When the time is right, we'll rush out and score. For most students, survival in such a perilous environment was the primary goal, with hunting being secondary. As skilled camouflage experts, hiding was clearly the wisest choice. Relax, Zhao Zhao, trust your brother. No one can find us. We just need to wait for the circle to close. Despite being covered in mud, their faces couldn't hide their smug expressions. Just then, a tall figure silently appeared behind them. Holy crap, scared the hell out of me. Brother, we're done for. What if we're discovered? Don't be afraid, guys, one of them said bravely. It's just one person. He's here to deliver us some points. In Battle Royale mode, we can team up in fours, and a lone wolf is no match for us in this team-based environment. Let's go, guys. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, and a blood-red aura flickered around him. He stomped the ground with his legs, launching himself like a cannonball. Boom, 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 boom. For powerful punches, for lifeless bodies. The entire encounter lasted less than a second. The squad didn't even have time to react. Their smiles hadn't fully faded before their lives were extinguished. Although innate abilities couldn't be used in the virtual network, Lu Yuan's terrifying vitality still held an overwhelming advantage. Looking at the realistic bodies on the ground, Lu Yuan was slightly surprised. Then a prompt appeared before him. Eliminated 4 opponents, points 4. Codename, Hunter. Affiliation, Taiyang Mountain Elite Training Camp. Rank, first place. Eliminated students, 4. Current points, 4. The ranking in Battle Royale mode was based on a combination of points and survival time. Each eliminated student was worth 1 point, while eliminating beasts awarded points based on their strength. Lu Yuan glanced at the leaderboard and found that everyone else had 0 points. After all, the game had just begun, and most were cautiously exploring. None were as decisive as him. Awesome. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. For the first time in years, he could fight so freely. Transforming into a blur, he sprinted forward. Keep going. He was like a streak of blood-red light, charging recklessly through the forest and crashing directly into a group of fierce beasts. This astonishing scene immediately electrified the audience, with exclamations erupting one after another. Whoa, that's insane. This young man is a monster. In the audience, the leaders of various factions exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and greed. They knew full well that someone who could achieve such power at a young age must have been carefully nurtured by a major power. Only with a constant supply of resources could a young person break through to the master level while still in their teens. Whose prize protege is this? Show yourself quickly. If you keep hiding, this old man might just snatch him away. One leader couldn't help but shout. In a corner, 3 instructors from Taiyang Mountain were secretly delighted. Su Qi shook his head with a light laugh. Lu Yuan, that kid, seems to have no plans of keeping a low profile. Jiang Shui also sighed. Ancient martial arts are too crazy. No, it's this guy who's too crazy. Although they hadn't personally encountered an ancient martial artist, they could see Lu Yuan's uniqueness through the battle videos. On the battlefield, Lu Yuan was facing a mid-second-year King Kong giant ape. This colossal creature was over 10 meters tall, but in Lu Yuan's eyes, it was just an exciting opponent. He leaped into the air, landing a heavy punch right between the ape's eyes, instantly knocking it down. Then, the surrounding 20 or so first-tier King Kong giant apes, before they could react, were slaughtered like wheat before a scythe. Shaking the blood off his fists, Lu Yuan's mouth curled into an excited smile. This was the 5th group of fierce beasts he had wiped out, yet he had seen no sign of other students. Perplexed, he opened the map and discovered that his location marker had turned bright red, with the words Hunter boldly displayed beside it. Forced to be marked in red. Lu Yuan chuckled. Being too strong can be a hassle. Before he finished speaking, he vanished from his spot, beginning his search for new targets in the forest. At that moment, red lights flashed on all participants' maps, causing a wave of panic. What is Hunter? The one with the most kills gets marked in red. Run! As everyone fled in panic, they curiously opened the points leaderboard. Codename, Hunter. Affiliation, Taiyang Mountain Elite Training Camp. Rank, first place. Killed participants, 4. Current points, 94. In this thrilling battle royale, a fearsome hunter was stealthily closing in on his prey. Stop hiding, everybody up, run. Terrified shouts echoed throughout the area. Oh my god, the hunter is here. The crowd surged outward like a tide, and even members of different teams had no time to fight each other. Everyone had only one thought in mind: escape the terrifying hunter. The scoreboard was suffocating. Second place had only 9 points, while the first had a staggering 90. Who dares to face this maniac? Someone shouted while fleeing. Which training camp produced such a monster? A trainee from the Taiyang Mountain Elite Training Camp suddenly stopped, his face full of fear. I know who he is. In our camp, he took down 3 master-level trainees, all by himself. The surrounding escapees halted in shock and asked, "Your camp has 3 masters? Our Shanghai elite camp only has 1. Could he be a grandmaster?" Someone speculated with a trembling voice. Before the words were out, a figure enveloped in a red aura soared over their heads, descending like a deity to block their path. Instinctively, the escapees backed away, shoving each other to use their companions as shields. "Don't come any closer. I'm very strong," someone shouted, trying to sound fierce but clearly fearful. Lines of exasperation appeared on Lu Yuan's forehead as he said coldly, "You've been eliminated." Scarlet light flickered around him as he punched, shattering the head of the young man pushed to the front. The rest barely had time to turn before they were sent flying like kites with broken strings. "Brother Yuan." The last familiar-looking youth collapsed to the ground. "We're from the same training camp. Spare me this time. Just one punch. It won't hurt." Lu Yuan's voice remained icy. With a loud crash, that familiar face vanished into nothingness. Meanwhile, in the distant swamp area, Qin Yi stared at the hunter's mark on the map, feeling a silent alarm. He knew Lu Yuan too well. This level of monstrous strength could only belong to him. In the spectator stands, Lu Yuan's actions were already displayed on the big screen. The audience murmured, "The entertainment value is too low. It's like a mowing game." Qin Jun, the chubby member of Fengyan Martial Arts Club, patted his round belly and analyzed. This kid is using the extreme martial overlord fist of the martial saint. Every move is seamless, clearly at a perfect level of proficiency. Xiaoyan looked at the leaderboard, where Lu Yuan's name was far ahead, and shook his head helplessly. This guy really isn't holding back at all. The 3 instructors from the Taiying Mountain training camp stood at the sidelines, wearing knowing smiles. Other instructors from surrounding camps cast curious glances their way. "You 3 are incredible. You've managed to train a master of ancient martial arts. How did you do it?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Su Qiqi shook his head proudly. "You'll understand during the final test." He initially intended for Lu Yuan to showcase his talents during the final assessment, allowing various factions to offer opportunities, giving Lu Yuan more choices. However, revealing his skills early wasn't a problem. With Lu Yuan's strength, he could shine brilliantly at any time. A few foreign instructors with golden curls approached sincerely. "The strength of Xia's warriors is truly admirable. Our Free Alliance still has much to learn from Xia." Su Qiqi accepted the compliment with ease. "Indeed, you have a lot to learn." This was not an exaggeration. Martial arts and techniques originated in Xia, and the level of martial artists in other countries generally lagged behind. Now, the whole world was striving to catch up with Xia. At that moment, in the center of the battlefield, a nearly 2-meter tall strongman drew attention. He stood shirtless, his muscles like forged steel, wielding a massive shield taller than himself, as he was besieged by 4 Free Alliance trainees. Bang, bang, bang. A fair-skinned, blonde giant swung a colossal hammer, repeatedly striking the shield. "A genius from Xia? Is this all you've got? So what if you have level 9 vitality? You're still useless," they mocked. "You shouldn't be called Xuanwu, but a turtle or a tortoise." They attacked recklessly, oblivious to the fact that Xuanwu remained unmoved. Their hearts were elated, finally finding an outlet for the century-long frustration of being overshadowed by Xia on this battle royale field. In the spectator seats, the strong figures from Xia frowned. Why wasn't Xuanwu, with his peak level 9 vitality, fighting back? Why wasn't he dealing with these weaklings? "Damn, this is infuriating." An elderly man with fiery red hair in the flame martial hall seats suddenly burst into laughter. "You old folks don't understand anything. Xuanwu is a peerless genius who reached the gold rank in endless mode. How could he be taught by you?" This statement left the crowd in shock. A level 9 martial artist able to solo reach the gold rank meant his combat power was among the top 100 globally, capable of defeating even master-level warriors. The red-haired elder crossed his legs proudly. "My grandson has already been chosen by the Martial Alliance. Once he graduates from the elite training camp, he'll directly enter the genius class at the Universal Martial Hall." This declaration brought a brief silence over the crowd. Although all present were important figures from various factions, few could ensure their descendants a direct entry into the genius class. Though still far from the inner circle, a significant opportunity is on the horizon. In this land, the 3 great martial arts academies of Xia country stand tall like towering peaks. Tianxia Martial Arts Academy, Flame Martial Arts Academy, and Wind and Cloud Martial Arts Academy. These 3 academies were founded by the top martial artists of Xia country, with Tianxia Martial Arts Academy being the most prominent. Tianxia Martial Arts Academy, established by the top warrior Zhiga, is hailed as a cradle for the world's most talented individuals. It is closely linked to Starry Sky University, almost serving as its preparatory school. Gaining entry to Tianxia Martial Arts Academy is akin to holding a ticket to Starry Sky University, a dream beyond reach for most people. At this moment, a shocking piece of news is spreading through the martial arts world. A young man codenamed Xuanwu has received an early invitation to the Tianxia Martial Arts Academy's genius class. This news has caused an uproar among major powers, with everyone eager to witness the true capabilities of this prodigy. In contrast, several instructors from the Free Alliance are unusually excited. To them, suppressing Xia country's talent would be a major victory. Haha, our Free Alliance has its own geniuses. Although this Xuan Wu is a 9th-level peak warrior and only 18 years old, he is indeed a prodigy among prodigies. But this time, our Free Alliance will shine. The instructor's smile stretched wide. At that moment, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The burly man codenamed Xuan Wu was surrounded by white ripples, and with a shock strike, he slammed his heavy shield into the ground. A terrifying shockwave erupted, sending 4 of the Free Alliance's talents flying like straw dolls. The crowd was in an uproar, except for an old man with red hair who remained calm, saying, "Standard procedure, everyone sit." Xuan Wu's strength lies in defense and counterattack. While his attack power isn't top tier, even opponents stronger than him struggle to breach his defenses. His specialty is absorbing the opponent's strength and striking back, which is why he's nicknamed 50-50. Jiang Shui's eyes glinted sharply as she asked, "Even the hunter from Taiying Mountain can't break through Xuan Wu's defenses?" "Absolutely," the red-haired old man replied decisively. "The hunter has already set off." "Wow, this is serious?" A wave of exclamations arose from the surrounding crowd. The burly man holding a heavy shield slowly stood up, his gaze piercing through the virtual network interface to lock onto the top-ranked hunter. The rapidly flashing red markers allowed him to clearly determine that the opponent was swiftly closing in. Xuan Wu did not choose to flee. Instead, he showed a look of anticipation. "Hunter must be a master-level fighter, but I've battled over a dozen masters, and none have been able to break my shield." He gripped his alloy shield tightly and took a step towards the hunter. Soon, a young man covered in blood with a cold expression appeared in view. At that moment, Xuan Wu felt an unprecedented pressure. As a defense-oriented warrior, his keen sense of danger told him that this opponent in front of him had no apparent weak points. Cold sweat slowly trickled down his forehead. "You're strong," Xuan Wu said in a deep voice, gripping his shield with both hands and assuming the perfect defensive stance. "This move of mine is called Xianming Body, a top-tier 3rd-level martial art, and my proficiency is nearly perfect. If you can break my defense, I will admit defeat." Lu Yuan, on the other side, chuckled as if sensing Xuan Wu's power that seemed to merge with the earth. "Interesting, but that's all there is to it." In an instant, Lu Yuan vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of Xuan Wu. With a light tap on the ground and a twist of his waist, he channeled all his strength into his right fist. Boom! His punch landed heavily on the shield. The thick alloy shield shattered instantly, and the blood-soaked fist struck Xuan Wu's chest directly. The defensive shield formed by the 3rd-level martial art collapsed in an instant. Xuan Wu's chest caved in, and blood poured out. In disbelief, Xuan Wu's body traced a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground, lifeless. His proud dual-year defense had crumbled in a single blow. The spectators were silent, frozen in their positions, some with mouths agape, others with eyes wide. No one had expected Xuan Wu, praised highly by the red-haired elder of the Flame Martial Arts Hall, to be defeated so swiftly and decisively. The red-haired elder of the Flame Martial Arts Hall jumped up in shock, shouting, "What, the defeated in a second? How could my grandson's defense be broken so easily? He trained in the Xianming Body." Lu Yuan's skills have reached a pinnacle, making it difficult for ordinary masters to breach his defenses. This student from the Taiying Mountain Elite Training Camp has astonishing strength. Although he is a master of ancient martial arts, the ease with which he can defeat an opponent with a single punch is truly shocking. Jiang Shui chuckled softly beside him. "Xuan Wu is already very strong, but compared to the hunter, there's still a gap." The 3 instructors from Taiying Mountain exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with amusement. They alone knew that Lu Yuan was not a newcomer to the master realm, but had at least reached the mid-stage, possibly even the later stage. More importantly, he was a master of ancient martial arts. While Xuan Wu's strength was impressive, he was on a completely different level compared to Lu Yuan, a gap as vast as heaven and earth. The red-haired elder from the Flame Martial Hall looked gloomy as he quietly left the spectator seats. Meanwhile, Qin Jin from the Fengyun Martial Hall wore a grim expression, his eyes fixed on his grandson, Qin Yi. Inwardly, he cursed. "This fool, why does he keep running away? It's as if he's avoiding something." On the battlefield, Lu Yuan moved like lightning, his speed so fast it was hard to track. Any prey he spotted, whether virtual beasts or other students, stood no chance. Suddenly, Lu Yuan sensed a familiar energy fluctuation. It was Xian. He was part of a small team with 3 other students from the Taiying Mountain Elite Training Camp. Lu Yuan's lips curved slightly as he thought, "I should eliminate them early, so they can return and train properly." Xian gritted his teeth as he faced the young man who suddenly appeared before him, towering above. Despite the vast disparity in their abilities, and with his 3 teammates already gripped by fear, Xian still wanted to fight. For the first time, Lu Yuan drew the long knife from his back, deciding to show his classmate enough respect. I won't hold back, be careful. Before his words had even finished, Lu Yuan's figure vanished from sight. A dazzling blade light flashed, instantly cutting through Xian and his three companions. One stroke, for down. This was precisely the third-level blade technique, the triple slash, that many in the elite training camp were practicing. With another group of students eliminated, Lu Yuan's points soared once more. The virtual screen displayed. Codename, Hunter. Affiliation, Taiyang Mountain Elite Training Camp. Rank, First. Students eliminated, 13. Current points, 232. In the virtual network room, Xian, who had just awakened from the virtual pod, fell into deep thought. He recalled the entrance assessment at Zhongzhou University, where he could still compete with Lu Yuan. Although he was suppressed then, they were at least on the same level. Xian was even confident that if he used his trump card, with his SS talent and special fire tribute martial arts, he might win. But now, he couldn't compare to Lu Yuan at all. The gap was so vast it was despairing. Xian gently touched the flame-patterned bracelet on his hand, muttering to himself, "Can the inheritance you mentioned really help me surpass this monster?" He couldn't help but remember the feeling of being the chosen one when he first received this special flame inheritance. However, after encountering Lu Yuan, that notion began to waver. Xiaoyan sighed, deciding to focus on training instead of dwelling on it. Back on the battlefield, Lu Yuan caught up with another group of 4, recognizing a few familiar faces, including 2 classmates from Zhongzhou University. One immediately pleaded, "Brother, spare me. I saw Qin before. I'll tell you where he went if you let us go." Lu Yuan nodded. "Okay." The student quickly said, "When I saw him, he was heading towards the central area. I think he doesn't want you to find him. So he's trying to hide near that third-level Lord Beast in the center." Lu Yuan smiled kindly. "Don't worry, we're classmates. I wouldn't harm you." With that, he headed straight for the central area. In the spectator's stands, Su Qiqi stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, her mind completely blank. She murmured to herself, "Isn't this the triple slash?" Jiang Shui was equally stunned, recognizing the mastery-level triple slash technique. Just a few days ago, the elite training camp had taught several third-tier martial arts, including the triple slash, heaven-defying blade, and storm spear technique, intended for practice in the virtual network. Though a dozen trainees chose to learn the triple slash, even with the virtual network support, the highest anyone achieved was proficiency level. Yet, Lu Yuan managed to master the triple slash to an advanced level within just 5 days, without the aid of the virtual network, relying solely on his own abilities. Such talent was truly astonishing. Jiang Shui couldn't help but think that if Lu Yuan could master the triple slash to this extent, then his previous achievements in perfecting the demon ceiling slash and ultimate martial sovereign fist weren't so unbelievable after all. This incredible display left the 3 instructors feeling dizzy. They all silently marveled. This is nothing short of monstrous. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Qin cautiously used his mental powers to conceal his presence. He chose what seemed like a safe hiding spot, the den of a lord-level beast. Despite being a peak second-tier beast, the armored dragon possessed the combat power of a third-tier beast, making it the strongest entity there. Qin felt smug, thinking that as long as he stayed hidden here, Lu Yuan wouldn't pose a threat. He even deliberately exposed his route beforehand, convinced that if Lu Yuan dared to come, the armored dragon would tear him apart. Does he really think I'm made of clay? Qin sneered to himself. If he dares to come, he'll die here. Qin kept a close eye on the map, watching the scarlet labeled Hunter draw ever closer, a cruel smile playing on his lips. At that moment, on a perilous cliff, the strongest 4-member team from the Euro continent and one of the top teams from the Free Alliance had gathered. Surprisingly, instead of fighting each other, they all turned their attention toward the direction of the hunter. A blond young man with the codename Zeus gently brushed his hair, speaking in accented Mandarin. "Our Free Alliance team spotted the hunter from afar. He's a lone wolf, no teammates. With the 8 of us, we absolutely have a chance to defeat him. Killing him will validate us and mark the rise of the Free Alliance and Euro continent." Hearing this, the young man with the codename Death twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds like firecrackers. He said in a deep voice, "Then let's move out and hunt the hunter." Among the 8 were a new martial master and 2 ninth-level martial artists, making them a formidable force. Together, they could crush 99 of the teams in this death match. However, they should never have set their sights on the hunter, as this was tantamount to courting disaster. At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly halted. His keen mental senses detected murderous intent from multiple directions. Oh, quite a few of them. Lu Yuan thought with interest, looking toward the forest below. Despite their efforts to conceal themselves, their movements were already exposed to his mental perception. "Hunter, your end is here," one of them shouted in broken Mandarin. "Defeating a genius from China will make my name the pride of the Free Alliance." Listening to their arrogant yet awkward Mandarin, Lu Yuan slowly drew his long blade. "Demon ceiling slash," he murmured. In an instant, A brilliant blade light flashed through the dim forest, followed by a flurry of slashes. Lu Yuan moved swiftly through the woods, leaving a long afterimage. When he reappeared, silence enveloped the area. Lu Yuan appeared like a ghost behind the 8 warriors. The crisp sound of his blade leaving its sheath had barely faded when blood streaks appeared on their chests and heads. Blood sprayed, and they slowly fell to the ground, never having seen how Lu Yuan struck them before their lives slipped away. Lu Yuan gazed at the boss's territory drawing nearer, a slight smile playing at his lips. Iron Armored Dragon. The name alone hinted at its extraordinary combat power. Although it was at the peak of the 2nd tier, its strength rivaled that of a 3rd-tier beast, making it a Lord-level beast. Lu Yuan thought to himself, "Come on, let's have a showdown." From the spectator seats, exclamations of surprise echoed. The powerful figures from various major forces present were mostly individuals with profound martial arts cultivation, including several grandmasters. Their sharp eyes quickly discerned Lu Yuan's astonishing prowess. This speed, this power, far beyond what a newly advanced master can achieve. So powerful. A single blade flash contained over a dozen strikes. Even though it's just the basic martial art, Demon Seal Slash, it easily slaughtered a master with extreme strength and speed. This is already the 2nd perfect martial art he's demonstrated. The perfect level basic martial art, Demon Seal Slash, and 2nd-tier martial art, Extreme Martial Tyrant Fist, along with mastery level 3rd-tier martial art, Triple Absolute Slash. What kind of prodigy is this young man? The Fengyun Martial Hall and Flame Martial Hall, being 2 of the top 3 forces in the Xia Kingdom, naturally coveted such a genius. The experts from both halls turned their attention to the 3 instructors from Taiying Mountain. Jiang Shui stepped forward and cupped her hands, saying, "Esteemed seniors, we have already sent the hunters' information to the 3 major martial halls. After this battle royale, the 3 halls will surely extend invitations to Lu Yuan." She continued to explain that their original plan was to have Lu Yuan fully showcase his strength during the final assessment after the 3-month training period, crushing all elite training camps with his strongest stance to impress the Martial Alliance leaders and martial halls worldwide, securing more resources for him. Unexpectedly, his strength was exposed during this minor test, but it didn't matter. As long as the leaders of the 3 martial halls saw Lu Yuan's combat footage, they would undoubtedly send invitations immediately. Meanwhile, several instructors representing the Free Alliance and the Xiagua strongmen of the Euro continent began questioning their instructors. "What's wrong with your trainees? Even AI-controlled virtual warriors know not to provoke the first place. Can't they see the scores and elimination numbers? Why offer themselves to a clearly unbeatable opponent? Make sure to educate them properly, or they might end up being fodder for fierce beasts on the battlefield, and there's only one life to lose." Faced with such direct questioning, the instructors from the Free Alliance and Euro continent bowed their heads in shame, speechless. A particularly burly instructor from the Free Alliance humbly pleaded, "Instructor Su, could you perhaps allow us some exchange slots so our trainees can learn at your martial hall?" Su Qiqi waved his hand and replied, "I'll contact you later. Of course, we need to assess the quality of your exchange students first." Meanwhile, Qin Yi was hiding beneath the den of the Iron Armored Dragon Beast, the acrid stench of waste making his eyes water and nearly fainting. However, as he watched the unique mark of the hunter on the map draw closer, he became excited. "The Iron Armored Dragon will crush you to pieces," Qin Yi said viciously, adjusting his position. He not only wanted Lu Yuan dead, but also aimed to deliver a fatal blow to seize Lu Yuan's points. Greed gleamed in Qin Yi's eyes as he shouted inwardly, "I am the true genius. I am the first." Lu Yuan raced swiftly through the jungle. As he drew closer to the territory of the ironclad dragon, the surrounding environment grew increasingly silent. This realism made him marvel at the sophistication of the virtual network's simulation technology. The heavy breathing from up ahead interrupted his thoughts. The ironclad dragon. With spiritual power far surpassing that of Qin Yi, Lu Yuan instantly pinpointed his opponent's position. When he realized that Qin Yi was hiding beneath the dragon's nest, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. The beast's lifestyle made this spot particularly disgusting. They not only defecated everywhere, but also used their waste to mark territory and feel secure. Qin Yi's chosen hiding place was essentially a perfect cesspool. Although Lu Yuan lacked a sense of smell, he could still imagine the suffocating stench. However, he quickly realized that Qin Yi must have another motive, likely hoping to use the ironclad dragon to eliminate him. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Yuan felt a surge of fighting spirit. As his strength increased, he became more inclined to solve problems with his fists, which was indeed the most direct and effective approach. He stood openly outside the nest, soon provoking the ironclad dragon's roar. A massive creature charged out of the valley. This unique beast stood 6 to 7 meters tall, nearly 20 meters long, its body covered in thick, metallic sheen scales. The twin horns on its head highlighted its thin dragon bloodline. Facing the dragon's deep, vertical pupils, Lu Yuan charged with his blade without hesitation. With a resounding crash, his sword collided with the dragon's horn, the powerful recoil forcing Lu Yuan back several dozen meters, while even the massive ironclad dragon was pushed back half a step. Upon discovering cracks in its horn, the ironclad dragon became enraged. Patterns resembling dragon scales appeared on its body, its innate ability, dragon scale armor. At this moment, Qin Yi stood on the sticky animal waste, with 30 fist-sized alloy orbs floating behind him. As a genius among beasts, the second-tier peak ironclad dragon possessed lord-level strength. Even though Lu Yuan was a master of ancient martial arts, challenging it was no easy feat. A cruel glint flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. This time, you're doomed. Watching the ironclad dragon unleash its innate ability, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why does it get to use its ability? That's not fair. Before the words even finished, he charged again. Triple strike. 3 consecutive bright blade lights not only tore through the dragon's innate barrier, but also sliced open its thick protective layer, causing a fountain of foul-smelling beast blood to gush out. At the same time, the ironclad dragon's massive tail swung like a giant steel whip, striking Lu Yuan with tremendous force. The impact sent him flying like a cannonball, carving a deep trench in the ground as he landed 100 meters away. Lu Yuan slowly climbed out of the pit, dust cascading off his body. His alloy combat suit was shattered, the fragments scattered, revealing his streamlined, toned muscles. Astonishingly, aside from a few scrapes, he was completely unscathed. Qin Yi, hiding in the shadows, witnessed everything and realized with alarm that the battle's intensity far exceeded his expectations. The ironclad dragon's full-force attack had barely scratched Lu Yuan, failing to inflict any real damage. Even more surprising, Lu Yuan's minor wounds healed instantly as his inner energy surged, as if they had never existed. Qin Yi made a swift decision. He quickly burrowed into a difficult-to-breathe area beneath the ironclad dragon's lair, the stench so overpowering that he could barely keep his eyes open. Outside the lair, the ironclad dragon was stunned. By the time it reacted, Lu Yuan had vanished from its sight. Suddenly, the dragon felt itself off balance. Lu Yuan had somehow appeared behind it, clamping its tail with his arms like steel pincers. His muscles bulged with incredible strength, and he hurled the massive dragon away. With a thunderous crash, the ironclad dragon's enormous body hit the ground like a meteor, shattering trees and shaking the earth. This time, Lu Yuan didn't use his saber. He leapt onto the dragon's body like a bolt of lightning, standing atop the colossal beast that stretched over 20 meters long, appearing minuscule in comparison. Yet, in Lu Yuan's hands, the dragon was as helpless as a fish on a chopping board. His fists rained down like a relentless storm, each strike imbued with the formidable power of the extreme martial emperor fist. The dragon howled in agony, its cries deafening, even bleeding from its ears. Outwardly, it seemed unharmed, but internally, its organs were pulverized by the terrifying force. With one final wail, the ironclad dragon collapsed, defeated and dead. In front of Lu Yuan, a golden notification appeared. Defeated the final boss, rewarded 1,000 points. Codename, The Hunter. Affiliation, Taiyang Mountain Elite Training Camp. Rank, First Place. Eliminated trainees, 28. Current points, 1352. The audience was deathly silent. The drop of a pin would have been audible. After a moment, the crowd erupted in excitement. Holy crap, he actually killed the ironclad dragon himself. That's a peak second-tier beast, already at a lord-level strength. Lu Yuan may be a grandmaster of ancient martial arts, but to slay a lord-level beast, that's not normal at all. The crowd was abuzz with incredulity. Typically, beasts held significant advantages over martial artists in terms of size, strength, defense, and speed. Only geniuses could hunt beasts of the same level, and even fewer could defeat beasts above their level. Yet Lu Yuan not only defeated a beast above his level, but he also took down an ironclad dragon with dragon bloodline. More shocking was the brutal, straightforward manner in which he accomplished it. So powerful, the hunter truly lives up to the name. Amidst the excitement, only Qin Zhen of the Fengyun Martial Hall didn't focus on Lu Yuan. His eyes were fixed on his grandson, Qin Yi, who had hidden in the beast's excrement. Qin Zhen's face was dark with anger. This disgraceful brat, Qin Zhen thought through gritted teeth. You better not come home, or I'll break your legs. Those around Qin Zhen struggled to contain their laughter, faces turning red. At the start of the competition, Qin Zhen had been boasting about his grandson, Qin Yi, pointing him out to many. Even though Qin Yi was now hiding by the dragon's excrement, most present could still recognize him. At that moment, Lu Yuan began walking towards the ironclad dragon's lair. His gaze seemed to pierce through the valley, locking onto Qin Yi, who was crouched by the dragon's waist. There's nowhere to hide, Lu Yuan said coldly, each step echoing with deadly intent. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed through the silent forest as Qin Yi hid within the ironclad dragon's excrement, overwhelmed by the nauseating stench. His heart pounded violently, and cold sweat drenched his entire body. He thought this unbearable method of concealment would perfectly evade Lu Yuan's pursuit. Yet, Lu Yuan's figure appeared at the entrance of the iron-clad dragon's lair. He looked down at the young man shivering in the waist, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Clang! The sharp sound of a blade unsheathing sliced through the silence. Lu Yuan's silhouette flickered like a phantom, his battle knife precisely piercing Qin Ye's limbs. Qin Ye's agonized screams reverberated through the forest, his features contorted in pain. Stop! I was wrong. I won't dare again, he pleaded desperately. Boiling blood coursed along the blade, threatening to shatter his bones inch by inch. In the virtual network, there was no setting for unconsciousness, leaving Qin Yi to endure the maddening pain with a pallor as white as paper. As the iron-clad dragon's presence faded, a heavy scent of blood permeated the forest. Smaller fierce beasts, drawn by the smell, gathered around. Watching the encroaching beasts, Qin Yi let out a despairing howl. Kill me! Kill me! With his limbs rendered useless, he could only watch helplessly as the beasts began to devour his body piece by piece. In the spectator stands, the members of Fengyun Martial Arts Hall were furious. This hunter has gone too far, daring to cruelly kill one of our own. This is an outright provocation. Angry voices rose one after another. Although Qin Ye's grandfather, Qin Zhen, remained silent, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Jiang Shui, observing the virtual screen where Lu Yuan continued to slaughter beasts, spoke calmly. It's normal for young people to have conflicts. Let them resolve it themselves. I hope certain people or factions refrain from violating the martial law. Her words subtly hinted at Lu Yuan's status as a talented martial artist and served as a warning to others. Harming a talented martial artist would result in being hunted by the martial alliance. Huh? Qin Jin chuckled coldly. Miss Jiang, you're joking. The conflicts of the young should naturally be resolved by themselves. Now that the global elite training camp's battle royale has ended, I shall take my leave. As he finished speaking, his figure dissolved into blue and white data, disappearing from the scene. 5 hours later, Lu Yuan eliminated the last survivor in the central area. As the scene vanished, a results panel appeared before him. Codename, Hunter. Affiliation, Taying Mountain Elite Training Camp. Rank, First Place. Eliminated trainees, 132. Current points, 2,651. In this battle royale with just over 200 participants, Lu Yuan single-handedly eliminated more than half of the competitors. Along with defeating the boss ironclad dragon and over 1,000 fierce beasts, his score far surpassed the others, making him undeniably deserving of the top spot. The score for second place is only 52. This shocking news caused quite a stir in the training camp. Participants in the survival game gathered in small circles, eagerly discussing the mysterious hunter. FK, he was taken down with just one strike. Is he really an ordinary trainee? 8 people couldn't withstand a single move from him. There's no way he's only 18. Voices of doubt arose, and intelligence personnel from various factions immediately launched investigations. To Qin Jin's surprise, simply posting the hunter's image online brought in a flood of information. Lu Yuan, 18 years old, a special recruit of the Qingbei Research Institute, but he chose to decline and instead became the top scorer in the Zhongzhou Province Martial Arts Examination, setting an unparalleled exam score. He was then specially admitted to Zhongzhou University with generous conditions. During his time there, he not only trained diligently, but also excelled in uniting his peers, winning the provincial freshman competition and earning the title of Devil's Gatekeeper. Seeing these impressive credentials, Qin Jin fell into deep thought. As the head of the Qin family, he knew that a genius associated with a colossal entity like the Fengyun Martial Arts Hall was not someone to offend lightly. He immediately called his grandson. Qin Yi, did you offend Lu Yuan? Grandpa, are you going to help me get revenge? No. Qin Jin interrupted with a stern shout. If you got beaten, figure it out yourself. Don't use the Qin family as a shield. That kid treats his classmates well. He probably won't kill you. The call abruptly ended, and tears rolled down Qin Ye's face. The dual blow to his spirit and mind left him nearly collapsing. Meanwhile, the 3 major martial arts halls also received the test results. On the top floor of a villa in the Shanghai branch, larger than a shopping mall, Fengyun Martial Arts Hall's master, Feng Lingtian, carefully reviewed the data, his expression growing increasingly serious. An 18-year-old martial arts prodigy, with both spiritual talent and ancient martial arts heritage. Offer him the highest level treatment, 100 billion in cash, and a lifetime contract. In the circular building in the center of Chengdu, temporary agent of the Flame Martial Arts Hall, Horonger, also showed strong interest. Not just a genius, but a leader capable of guiding a team. He must be given the status of heir candidate and granted the Fire God's legacy. Only the Tianxia Martial Arts Hall opted for a more cautious approach, dispatching a martial king expert to personally visit the elite training camp in Taying Mountain to witness Lu Yuan's strength firsthand. The second day of the elite training camp at Taying Mountain began. Sunlight bathed the arena as Gong Jing Xang mustered the courage to step onto the platform, his eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. Taking a deep breath, his voice slightly tense, he said, Lu Yuan, I heard your 3 absolute strikes were impressive in yesterday's battle. Could you give me some guidance? Lu Yuan's lips curved into a slight smile. He appreciated diligent classmates and had no intention of making things difficult for Gong Jing Xang. Picking up a standard tang knife from the edge of the platform, the blade glinting coldly in the sunlight, he leaped gracefully, landing in the center of the stage with the agility of a hawk. Let's begin, he said simply. Gong Jing Xang was taken aback by Lu Yuan's straightforwardness. Seeing this, other students gathered around, especially those who had also been practicing the 3 absolute strikes. They had heard about Lu Yuan's astonishing display of the technique on the battleground, fierce and relentless, giving opponents no chance. With a slight bow and a hint of confidence in his voice, Gong Jing Xang said, I've reached a proficient level with the 3 absolute strikes. Please, instruct me. He then assumed a combat stance, his expression serious, eyes scanning Lu Yuan like a hawk, searching for the best angle of attack. However, as time passed, Gong Jing Xang grew increasingly tense. Lu Yuan exuded an indescribable aura, like a towering mountain, exerting immense pressure on him. His palms began to sweat, and his grip on the knife trembled slightly, lacking the courage to draw it. I can't wait any longer. Gong Jing Xang silently urged himself, then shouted, Watch out. He charged at Lu Yuan, his tang knife slicing through the air with 3 fierce strikes, each more lethal than the last. Yet, Lu Yuan's response defied everyone's expectations. With a gentle shift in his stance, he moved like a leaf floating on the breeze, effortlessly evading Gong Jing Xang's attack. After 3 strikes, Gong Jing Xang was exhausted, his movements involuntarily slowing down. In that moment, Lu Yuan made his move. His blade traced a graceful arc in the air, its hilt lightly striking Gong Jing Xang's abdomen. He then tapped Gong Jing Xang's right hand, which held the knife. Disarmed, Lu Yuan said calmly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The shock wasn't just that Lu Yuan defeated Gong Jing Xang, but how effortlessly he did it. Even more incredible was that Lu Yuan seemed to restrain his speed and power, his strength appearing less than Gong Jing Xang's. This overwhelming victory was akin to a father teaching his son. Gong Jing Xang was bewildered, unable to comprehend his defeat. Lu Yuan shook his head slightly and began to explain patiently. No, that's not how you use the 3 absolute strikes. This martial art is like a fierce tiger, embodying ferocity to the fullest. The 3 strikes determine life or death, crucial in combat, but they also leave you vulnerable. So before risking everything, at least understand your opponent's strategy, don't act recklessly. Lu Yuan continued. The essence of this martial art is indeed extreme bursts of power, with each strike more ferocious than the last. However, after such an outburst, you expose your own weaknesses. Therefore, you should first probe and observe your opponent, find a breakthrough, and then fully execute the 3 absolute strikes. Even if you can't defeat the opponent outright, you can suppress them and control the situation. Gong Jing Xang, surprised, said, Wow, you're really good at this. And your proficiency is so high. Did you learn the 3 absolute strikes before? Lu Yuan shook his head, replying calmly, No, we learned it together. This statement was like a bombshell, exploding in the minds of everyone present. They were stunned, looking at Lu Yuan in disbelief. This meant that Lu Yuan had mastered this 3rd-tier martial art in just 6 days. Even more astonishing was that he achieved this without any virtual network assistance. Yet his learning speed was still remarkable. Lu Yuan gently patted Gong Jing Xang on the shoulder, his voice calm yet firm. You're on the right path. Keep at it. He then turned to face the crowd below the stage, his gaze sweeping over each expectant face. Regarding the practice of the triple slash, Lu Yuan began to elaborate, his voice resonating throughout the venue. The most important thing is persistence. Practicing for just 1 day, and then skipping 3 days will get you nowhere. The path of martial arts is both simple and challenging. The students below listened intently, their eyes shining with eagerness, itching to immediately put Lu Yuan's teachings to the test. However, Xian frowned, her intuition telling her something was amiss. Yet, she also realized that contradicting Lu Yuan at this moment could have disastrous consequences. Weighing her options, she chose to agree. Lu Yuan is absolutely right. Let's begin our practice now, everyone. At that moment, a towering man over 2 meters tall staggered into the classroom. Despite his legs not being fully healed, his enthusiasm for training was undiminished. Su Lai, someone exclaimed. With tears glistening in his eyes, Su Lai said excitedly, Boss, I'm heading to the Blood Magic Tower to train. I'm going to try out that item you gave me. He was referring to the crystallized bone marrow, the secret to his rapid recovery. Lu Yuan patted Su Lai on the shoulder once more, reminding him, remember to balance work and rest. Su Lai grinned. Isn't training a form of rest? Lu Yuan silently gave him a thumbs up, nodding in approval. Suddenly, Su Lai's expression turned serious, and he declared solemnly, "Boss, I want to defeat Qin Yi with my own strength." He was determined to surpass his rival honorably and seek his revenge. Lu Yuan deeply agreed. For a fifth-level martial artist to dare challenge a master, such courage was already admirable. Having a goal provides motivation. Who wouldn't support a classmate who works so hard? Inside the blood magic tower, Su Lai sat cross-legged on a mat, taking a deep breath as he took out a small piece of crystallized bone marrow. "I'll start with the normal dose, 1 gram at a time," he muttered, placing the jade-like substance into his mouth. Instantly, a tingling sensation coursed through his body. A crimson hue enveloped him, and his breathing grew heavy. From muscles to bones to internal organs, it felt as if he was being scorched by fire. Sweat poured off him, and the pain was excruciating. So painful. Su Lai gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying power penetrating his bones. Tears flowed involuntarily, surprisingly alleviating some of the pain. Half an hour later, a large puddle of sweat had accumulated on the ground. Exhausted yet exhilarated, Su Lai could clearly feel the enhancement of his vitality. Struggling to his feet, Su Lai approached the machine that measured vitality levels. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the test button. Vitality level, 2,408. Su Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. An increase of 80 points. His joy was overwhelming. Normally, a person can only consume 1 gram of crystallized bone marrow per day, Su Lai murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with fervor. But I'm not a normal person. I can release pressure and reduce pain through tears. He clenched his fists with determination. I can take at least 3 grams. I must double my efforts and make up for the training time I've missed. Meanwhile, 3 instructors from the Taiyang Mountain elite training camp stood respectfully outside the relic space, awaiting the arrival of powerful figures. Suddenly, a sonic boom echoed from afar. 3 armored warriors hovered in midair, exuding a formidable aura. In the afternoon, Lu Yuan finally saw Wen Ruo in the classroom. Since entering the divine contemplation tower that day, this girl had hardly left. When Wen Ruo saw Lu Yuan, a hint of delight flashed in her eyes, and she softly said, "Ah, Yuan, you're back." Lu Yuan nodded, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. He keenly noticed that Wen Ruo had made remarkable progress. Her mental power had already broken through to level 5. Although this placed her in the second tier within the elite training camp, still lagging behind talents like Qin Yi, her rate of improvement far surpassed his. In just 1 week, she had advanced by 1 level. Lu Yuan thought to himself that with plenty of time ahead and increasingly abundant resources, Wen Ruo's pace of improvement would only accelerate. Wen Ruo didn't engage in much small talk with Lu Yuan. After a brief rest and a meal, she returned to the divine contemplation tower to continue her training. She had set a strict training schedule for herself, 2 training sessions per day, each lasting 10 hours. The remaining time was dedicated to rest and virtual network combat testing. Lu Yuan wasn't idle either. He chose to enter the virtual network and try the endless trial mode. Unlike the battle royale, which emphasizes teamwork and tactics, the endless trial is a solo mode that tests one's mastery and proficiency in martial arts to the extreme. In this mode, the system suppresses cultivation, making the power, speed, and other basic attributes of both combatants completely equal. The challenge is heightened as each battle immediately follows the last, with no rest time in between. To succeed in this mode, one must push their spirit, will, and strength to the limit. This high-intensity training is why the endless mode has become a primary reason for the rapid improvement of elite training camp students in a short time. Of course, not many can spend long periods in the virtual network, as it requires a significant amount of mental energy. In this regard, mental practitioners have a clear advantage. As soon as Lu Yuan entered the virtual network, he received a flood of friend requests. Without hesitation, he declined them all with a single click and directly activated the battle mode. Endless mode. With Lu Yuan's selection, a massive countdown appeared before him. 3, 2, 1. With a flash of blinding white light, Lu Yuan's surroundings transformed into a vast arena. The stands, capable of seating tens of thousands, were empty at the moment. After all, this was a duel between 2 unranked fighters. It's said that when certain popular fighters battle in the virtual network, every seat can be filled. On the arena, opposite Lu Yuan, stood a young man who seemed equally new, likely having just gained access to the virtual network. 3, 2, 1. The battle began. As the countdown ended, the young man across from him seemed eager to introduce himself, only to find in horror that his opponent had suddenly vanished. In the next instant, a glowing red fist struck him, sending him flying. Boom. The young man crashed into the edge of the arena, losing consciousness instantly. Although their physical speed, strength, and other basic attributes were identical, the gap in martial proficiency was too great. More importantly, Lu Yuan had an exceptional command over his own power. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, noticing that the body hadn't disappeared. He realized that the virtual network seemed to have a particular preference for bloody elements, something he'd observed before in the battle royale. The defeated opponents remained as corpses on the virtual battlefield, but Lu Yuan had no time to ponder, as the next challenger had already arrived. Punch after punch. All afternoon, Lu Yuan was immersed in the endless mode of the virtual network, defeating 30 opponents in a row with overwhelming victories. These unranked challengers were no match for him, posing no threat whatsoever. After the battle, Lu Yuan's rank soared. He reached the gold tier with 181 points, just 819 points away from the promotion tournament. Once he breaks the 1,000 point threshold and wins the tournament, he will join the ranks of higher levels. Exiting the virtual network, Lu Yuan let out a long breath. Despite fighting for 3 consecutive hours in the virtual world, his exceptional mental strength left him unfazed. Back in his dormitory, he immediately opened the system panel to start his daily settlement. The panel displayed his companion's training results. Wen Ruo had been rigorously practicing in the Divine Contemplation Tower for 20 hours, enhancing her mental strength by 93 points. Gong Jing Xang received guidance from a master, significantly improving his proficiency in the 3 absolute slashes with 10 hours of practice. Sunya was diligently training as well. Su Lai was particularly fierce, taking 3 grams of crystallized bone marrow despite his unhealed injuries, enduring unimaginable pain, and boosting his vitality by 223 points. Tang Zhou focused on researching explosive Dan, attempting to enhance his innate abilities through unconventional means. Lu Yuan's eyes scanned through each person's data, silently marveling. Just in one day, his peers from the elite training camp contributed 1,200 vitality points and 600 mental strength points to him. What a group of exceptional talents! Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Su Lai's performance was particularly astonishing to Lu Yuan. Crystallized bone marrow is a miraculous drug for increasing vitality, but the pain it causes is enough to break an ordinary person. Even the most determined individuals can only consume 1 gram a day. Yet Su Lai, with his injuries still unhealed, took 3 grams. If the system hadn't issued a warning, Lu Yuan might have wondered if he had pushed himself too far. But the results were remarkable, with over 200 vitality points gained in a day, even without his body being in peak condition. Lu Yuan couldn't help but look forward to Su Lai's future potential. Another person who caught Lu Yuan's attention was Tang Zhou. This teammate, who he hadn't paid much attention to before, turned out to be an alchemist and was researching unconventional methods. Lu Yuan found this intriguing and decided to offer his support. A large bottle of pills appeared out of thin air, filled with dozens of blood-red pills explosive Dan, improved by Wu Lietian. These pills had potent effects and seemed to contain deeper changes. With a slight smile, Lu Yuan planned to give this bottle to Tang Zhou, not for consumption, but to study its underlying principles. Meanwhile, in the elite training camp's conference room, 3 instructors were engaged in a heated discussion with 3 martial kings from different martial arts halls. The representative from the Tianxia Martial Hall, a towering man, insisted that Lu Yuan should join them, as it was the gateway to the starry battlefield. The representative from the Fengyun Martial Hall, dressed in a black and white battle robe, emphasized that Earth also needed strong individuals to guard it, offering the best possible treatment for Lu Yuan, including the opportunity for personal guidance from the Hall Master. The representative from the Flame Martial Hall, a woman with a fiery figure in a dark red strapless dress, also expressed her willingness to provide the best conditions for Lu Yuan, even hinting that he might become a candidate for Hall Master in the future. The debate continued for a long time until Su Qiqi cleared his throat and proposed, "Why don't we observe the results of tomorrow's first test at the elite training camp before making a decision?" Su Qiqi suggested this because he believed that in real combat, Lu Yuan would demonstrate even more extraordinary strength, prompting the 3 martial halls to offer even more generous conditions. With this in mind, Su Qiqi decided to arrange a stronger opponent for tomorrow's test, ensuring that Lu Yuan could fully showcase his true capabilities. "Is this a violent brother pill?" Tang Zhou asked in surprise as Lu Yuan handed him a bottle of blood-red pills. He was curious about Lu Yuan's interest in such a unique type of pill. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight appeared, Lu Yuan eagerly brought the modified violent brother pill to Tang Zhou. Tang Zhou accepted the pill and examined it carefully, his surprise deepening. As a gifted researcher of medicinal pills, he was well-versed in the violent brother pill. Its effects were remarkable, but came with a significant cost, and it was incredibly difficult to refine, unlike ordinary pills. Tang Zhou had never heard of anyone enhancing its efficacy, and now he was witnessing such a high-quality violent brother pill firsthand. Faced with Tang Zhou's persistent questioning, Lu Yuan simply waved his hand dismissively and said, "I stumbled upon it by chance. It seems suitable for you. If you need it, you can have them all. All of them." Tang Zhou could hardly contain his excitement, as if he had found a rare treasure. He carefully took out one pill, brought it to his nose, and inhaled its scent, savoring the mysteries it held. Sunyong grass and Yangjing rock. These 2 spiritual substances are usually opposites, yet they blend perfectly in this pill. It's a stroke of genius. Tang Zhou's eyes sparkled with admiration. The most perfect violent brother pill, significantly enhanced by these seemingly ordinary spiritual substances, was truly astonishing. Eagerly, Tang Zhou asked, Lu, can you tell me which master improved this violent brother pill? I'd love to discuss it with them. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he replied softly, he has passed away. Tang Zhou shook his head in regret upon hearing this. What a pity. Such an extraordinary talent, gone too soon. Lu Yuan thought to himself that it wasn't really a pity. After all, Wu Lietian had consumed dozens of violent brother pills on his deathbed, exhausting his potential completely. At this moment, Su Lai noticed the pill Lu Yuan gave to Tang Zhou and curiously approached, asking, Boss, what kind of magical pill is this? It doesn't look like something good. Let me try it. The blood-red pill piqued his intense curiosity. Lu Yuan frowned and firmly refused. It's not for you. You should stick to crystallized bone marrow. Hearing the words crystallized bone marrow, Su Lai shuddered. Despite having a special constitution to alleviate pain, he nearly fainted after consuming it 3 times the previous day. However, the significant results compelled him to endure the pain and knew that in this world, only the strong could control their fate and find better partners. Wen Ruo was also drawn to the blood-red pill in Tang Zhou's hand and was about to inquire when Lu Yuan politely declined her. He then shared some cultivation tips with Su Lai and the others. A few minutes later, 3 instructors entered the classroom. However, the students' attention bypassed the instructors and focused on the 3 powerful figures behind them. Although these individuals did not deliberately display their strength, an invisible pressure made everyone uneasy. Their gaze swept over the elite training camp students, causing a chill to run down their spines, as if they were being watched by a primordial beast. Lu Yuan felt his hair stand on end as an unprecedented sense of oppression swept over him. In the center of the training ground stood 3 imposing figures, each exuding an overwhelming aura and wearing the emblems of the 3 major martial arts academies. Most of the training camp students could only feel the heavy pressure, unable to discern the true strength of these 3 due to their low levels. However, Lu Yuan sensed it more acutely, which only intensified the oppressive feeling. What unsettled him even more was that their gaze lingered on him. Thump thump thump. Under their scrutiny, Lu Yuan's heart pounded as if it were about to burst from his chest. So strong, he muttered through gritted teeth. The energy emanating from these 3 was exponentially more powerful than that of the instructors. Lu Yuan had never sensed such a terrifying energy fluctuation in any creature before. Stronger than a grandmaster, could they be? Martial kings. His eyes sparkled with realization as a storm of emotions surged within him. All right, everyone, there's no need to guess, Jiang Shui said with a gentle smile. These 3 are esteemed martial kings from the 3 major martial arts academies of Xia. Their sole purpose here is to select talented individuals to join their academies. The class erupted with excitement. The chance to join one of the 3 major academies was incredibly valuable. Lu Yuan was also secretly pleased. His earlier judgment was correct. By showcasing his abilities at the right moment, he could attract the attention of powerful factions and gain opportunities for advancement. Although there was no restriction from the system, Lu Yuan had his considerations. He knew he was an anomaly, and this would only become more apparent as he progressed. Therefore, he couldn't rush his advancement or class changes. Switching classes too frequently upon arriving in this world would undoubtedly draw unwanted attention, which could spell disaster for him. He was well aware that in just 1 month, he had grown from a blood value of 10 to an invincible grandmaster, confident enough to defeat even a grandmaster. The 3 elite training instructors were no match for him. At this rate, he could gradually become a true powerhouse without taking unnecessary risks. Jiang Shui projected a 3-dimensional image from her wristband, announcing the content of the upcoming assessment: Hunting Beasts, Solo Combat. The hunting ground was set in the Taiying Mountains, with maps and beast information transmitted to everyone's smart wristbands. Despite the presence of instructors, military firepower support, and the oversight of 3 martial kings, the wilderness assessment remained fraught with danger. Everyone scrutinized the information carefully, missing no details. Since the spiritual energy revival, the Taiying Mountains had expanded to cover 1,000,000 square kilometers, with large gray fog areas on the map indicating unknown dangers. When the group saw Lu Yuan's hunting target, their eyes widened in shock. It was a Lord-level beast, the Reeded King Kong. This meant he had to leap a major level to defeat this formidable beast. Although Lu Yuan had slain a quasi-Lord-level iron-armored dragon in the virtual network, a real Lord-level beast was not only immensely powerful, but also surrounded by numerous other strong beasts, making even approaching it extremely challenging. However, instructor Shui Ming had great confidence in Lu Yuan. Considering his extraordinary capabilities, an ordinary assessment target would not suffice to test his true strength. The Reeded King Kong had been carefully selected as the perfect opponent for Lu Yuan after much deliberation the previous night. The trainees from the elite training camp quickly changed into their combat uniforms and, led by their instructors, left the ruins and stepped into the real Taiying Mountains. This area is not only a small battlefield, but also an excellent place for martial artists to hone their skills. The camp was established not only to take advantage of the ruins, but also to entrust the instructors and trainees with the responsibility of guarding the Taiying Mountains. As the trainees entered the mountains, most of them faced the wilderness alone for the first time, feeling a surge of nervousness. Meanwhile, 10 third-level laser cannons in the Taiying Mountain battle zone were fully activated. Although these high-tech weapons are less effective against high-level beasts, they can still instantly kill beasts below the Lord level. Over 100 military personnel stood ready to provide fire support to trainees in crisis. 3 hours later, Xian targeted a crimson giant beast, the one-horned fire lizard. Though this mutated lizard species is not adept at using fire, its scales can largely resist fire attacks. Xiaoyan's eyes glowed with fire, and red patterns covered his body. Despite not yet reaching the master level and being unable to envelop himself in flames like Lu Yuan, these fiery patterns were enough to overwhelm the one-horned fire lizard. A few punches, and the beast turned to ashes. The instructors and martial arts experts praised Xiaoyan's performance. A statuesque woman from the Flame Martial Arts School took a particular interest in him, determined to recruit this talented trainee. Meanwhile, Su Lai found his target, a level 5 dark demon bear. Known for its strength and defense, this beast was no match for Su Lai's 1,000-kilogram alloy siege hammer. With a roar, Su Lai charged at the demon bear like an out-of-control bulldozer, swinging his hammer. Smash it! Boom, boom, boom. In just a few seconds, the dark demon bear was beaten beyond recognition, the hammer stained with blood. Surprisingly, Su Lai used only 60% of his strength, his breathing only slightly labored. 3 instructors and martial arts experts watched this scene in real time through their wristbands, all amazed. Hey, this trainee named Su Lai didn't participate in yesterday's test, did he? He's impressive. If he's willing, he can join our Wind and Cloud Martial Arts School directly, praised a martial arts king from the Wind and Cloud Martial Arts School. A man named Iron Tower said in a deep voice, "This probably isn't even his full strength." Earlier in the classroom, I sensed a powerful destructive force within him. Su Qiqi smirked slightly, thinking to herself, the old folks from the World Martial Arts Hall never fail to impress, both in strength and insight. They had witnessed Su Lai's other form before, which was truly his strongest battle power. Even these 3 martial kings would be astounded if they saw it firsthand. Suddenly, a scene on the surveillance screen caught their attention. Wen Ruo was surrounded by 18 crystal-clear ice blades, akin to white jade. These ice blades weren't ordinary weapons. They were standard issue from the elite training camp, boasting an impressive level 9 strength despite their uniform distribution. At that moment, Wen Ruo was fiercely battling a level 7 flying beast, the black-feathered eagle. This beast's feathers were like forged steel, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Its wingspan, over 10 meters, shifted directions continuously in the air, resembling a nimble small aircraft. Flying beasts are usually the last opponents martial artists want to provoke, but Wen Ruo, being a psychic warrior, showed no fear. Surprisingly, she didn't exploit the longer attack range typical of psychic warriors to gain the upper hand. Instead, she deftly maneuvered on the ice blades, engaging in close combat with the black-feathered eagle. This daring combat style made everyone in the military surveillance room hold their breath, fearing for Wen Ruo's safety. However, on screen, Wen Ruo consistently suppressed the level 7 black-feathered eagle. Close combat was indeed riskier for her, but it also made her psychic-controlled ice blades more lethal. In just a few dozen seconds, one of the ice blades pierced the black-feathered eagle's abdomen, inflicting severe damage. With a relentless barrage of ice blade attacks, the fierce flying beast eventually lost its life and plummeted from the sky. Wen Ruo's astonishing combat prowess not only shocked the 3 martial kings unfamiliar with her capabilities, but also surprised the training camp instructors. Who would have thought that the quiet girl who usually trained silently in the meditation tower could unleash such a fierce offensive? Her combat scenes were visually striking, like dancing on the edge of a knife. "This little girl is quite interesting," remarked the curvaceous woman, once again considering recruiting Wen Ruo into the Flame Martial Hall. Since Wen Ruo and Su Lai hadn't participated in the Battle Royale, the 3 martial kings hadn't seen their skills before. Now, witnessing these combat geniuses in action for the first time, they were ecstatic. After successfully eliminating their primary target, the group began searching for more formidable beasts to hunt. Tietan nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Impressive. At the same level, beasts typically have a significant physical advantage, making them stronger than human martial artists. The fact that they can easily slay beasts of the same level, and even challenge higher level ones, is remarkable. They all have the potential to become powerful figures in the future." Su Qiqi confidently added, "The elite training camp is meant to cultivate elite warriors. If they couldn't even kill beasts of the same level, they'd truly be failures." Everyone nodded in agreement. However, they were most eager to see Lu Yuan's performance. Meanwhile, deep in the Taiying Mountains, a standard combat knife with a blood-red hue struck down, severing the head of a demon bull beast. Lu Yuan unleashed his S-level aura, charging through the mountains with almost no resistance. Any foolish beast that approached him was instantly slain. Despite this, it still took Lu Yuan over 4 hours to reach the destination given by the instructor. The main reason was the lack of precise maps, as the wilderness beyond was a haven for beasts. Lu Yuan checked his map and found that the entire forest ahead was shrouded in gray mist. Reports indicated that the scarlet-eyed King Kong had been seen in this area a few days ago and was likely hiding in this unexplored danger zone. Though the risk level here was immeasurable, Lu Yuan showed no fear. Without hesitation, he stepped into the unknown area. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but as soon as he entered, he felt the surrounding light dim significantly. A strange mist enveloped the mysterious valley. Lu Yuan cautiously ventured deeper, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. He had traveled several kilometers without spotting any signs of fierce beasts. The gray fog obscured the sunlight, yet the vegetation was unusually lush, and the air was thick with a potent energy aura. Suddenly, Lu Yuan halted abruptly, his right hand instantly gripping the hilt of the sword on his back. A gray vine shot out from the undergrowth like a venomous snake, lunging toward his face. The blade flashed, slicing the vine into fragments, and dark green sap sprayed forth like blood. A shrill, infant-like wail echoed from the depths of the jungle. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his form suddenly becoming a blur. S-glass, rapid burst. His figure split into a dozen afterimages before consolidating into a stance ready to strike with his sword. Slash. The blade cleaved through, and a massive, menacing flower bud burst apart. However, more vines surged forward like a tide. A silver glint flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he swiftly identified the anemia man-eating vine, a troublesome plant-type, fierce beast. These creatures typically have fixed hunting grounds, making escape difficult once one enters. The only way to defeat it was to locate and destroy its root. Glancing at the information displayed on his wristband, Lu Yuan was slightly surprised. Man-eating vines were originally native to the continent of Europa and were extremely rare in the Xia kingdom. The dense energy here might have caused plant mutations, suggesting the possible presence of rare treasures nearby. Using his mental power to probe, he quickly pinpointed the root of the man-eating vine. Lu Yuan slashed through the layers of vines, his form darting like lightning to the base of a grotesque giant flower. With a flash of his blade, the root was severed. The surrounding vines instantly lost their vitality, collapsing limply to the ground. After defeating the man-eating vine, Lu Yuan continued deeper into the valley, which was teeming with beasts, including formidable ones at levels 8 and 9. He fought his way through, slaying dozens of powerful beasts, leaving his battle attire and blades stained with blood. Finally, he reached his target, the crimson-eyed King Kong. It was a massive gorilla over 10 meters tall, with bulging muscles and fiery red eyes resembling 2 gigantic red lanterns. A menacing scar across its face added to its ferocity. As Lu Yuan locked onto the crimson-eyed King Kong, its crimson eyes abruptly turned toward him. The two forces collided in the air, signaling the imminent outbreak of a fierce battle. Meanwhile, in the distant monitoring control room, Su Qiqi wore a grave expression, her fingers hovering over the laser cannon's control button, ready to intervene in the intense battle about to unfold. For a formidable Lord-level beast like this, while a laser cannon might not be lethal with a single shot, it can certainly drive it away. The Iron Tower's eyes were fixed on the red-eyed King Kong, a beast that had just reached the Lord level and was indeed quite powerful. We were also surprised when we first detected its presence, Jiang Xuan nodded. Perhaps it's because of this gray mist. Everyone agreed. The dense source energy not only accelerates the cultivation speed of human warriors, but also causes beasts to mutate and greatly increase their strength. It is precisely the presence of this gray mist that makes it impossible to observe the internal information of these areas. To investigate, warriors must venture into these dangerous misty regions. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate for a moment. As soon as he saw the red-eyed King Kong, he charged at full speed. He stomped on the ground, launching himself like an arrow from a bowstring. Triple slash. Swish. 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 Lu Yuan's attack was a lethal strike, with his mastery of the triple slash being incredibly sharp. However, when his standard combat knife clashed with the red-eyed King Kong's fist, a piercing metallic sound rang out. The beast's fists were its hardest part, but they weren't enough to withstand the power of the triple slash. After 3 slashes, the fists of the red-eyed King Kong were left bloodied. Boom. The massive figure crashed to the ground, causing the entire valley to tremble slightly and smoke to rise. At the same time, the standard combat knife in Lu Yuan's hand couldn't withstand such force and shattered into pieces. What a pity, Lu Yuan sighed. If he had a suitable weapon, those 3 slashes would have severely injured the red-eyed King Kong. Lu Yuan had absolute confidence in the power of his triple slash. His weapons were being upgraded by old Tai and would take about a week to complete. Losing his weapon didn't make Lu Yuan retreat. He casually tossed aside the broken knife handle and, raising his fist that glowed with a red aura, charged again at the reedied King Kong. Let's see how our fists match up. In the face of the 10-meter-tall beast, Lu Yuan seemed so small. The reedied King Kong's fist was even larger than his entire body. Yet, despite the stark contrast, Lu Yuan still held the advantage. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Yuan's arms, like pythons, carried all his strength as they continually struck the massive iron fists. Under the impact of the tremendous force, the reedied King Kong continually retreated until it was backed into the end of the valley, with nowhere else to go. In the surveillance room, the military's many experts were stunned. They had never seen such a ferocious human warrior, not only capable of fighting above his level, but also suppressing a Lord-level reedied King Kong with his bare hands. This level of strength was terrifying. Even the seasoned warriors stationed in the battle zone, as well as the instructors and martial kings from the martial arts schools, were shocked. For a moment, they even questioned who was the beast and who was human. Ancient martial arts, truly formidable. The Iron Tower's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at Lu Yuan's displayed combat power. In the continuous exchange of blows, Lu Yuan also took a heavy punch from the reedied King Kong. Boom. He was sent flying over 100 meters, barely managing to stop himself with his mental focus. Huh. Huh. With his chest heaving rapidly, heavy breathing echoed out. Lu Yuan rubbed his shoulder, internally acknowledging the strength. That punch nearly broke his arm. Lu Yuan and the reedied King Kong stared at each other from a distance, each harboring a trace of caution towards the other. Lu Yuan began analyzing the beast's combat power. Its punches were strong, but they weren't a martial art, more like an instinct. Although its technique and style were far inferior to Lu Yuan's ultimate martial tyrant fist, the power was purer and closer to the essence of martial arts. There seemed to be a kind of power within that Lu Yuan couldn't comprehend. Again, after loosening his shoulder, Lu Yuan raised his fist and charged once more. Ultimate martial tyrant fist. Boom, boom. With each punch, Lu Yuan gained a deeper understanding of the true meaning of the ultimate martial tyrant fist. Simultaneously, he continuously refined his classmates' insights into the technique, discarding the dross and selecting the essential. In the relentless combat, Lu Yuan's fist technique became increasingly fierce and powerful, forcing the reedied King Kong to struggle to lift its head. Roar! Fear flickered in the reedied King Kong's eyes. Initially, it could still hold its own against this human, but in such a short time, it was reduced to barely defending itself. It no longer wanted to fight. At that moment, a punch far more powerful than before struck the reedied King Kong. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with understanding. The ultimate martial tyrant fist had completed its transformation. The attributes panel showed a subtle change. The proficiency of the ultimate martial tyrant fist had improved to a masterful level. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.